Chapter 527. Your ultimate path to this. Tang Yu felt little surprise. As the Supreme Laojun had stated, he was a predetermined factor. The rapid ascent he had achieved in merely a few years could very well be a tacit endorsement from the heavenly order intended for him to confront Hongjun. If he truly was a fixed variable, then there must surely exist an element of uncertainty. This was certain. Yet, who could that uncertainty be? At this moment, Tang Yu found himself engulfed in confusion. I know, Tang Yu calmly articulated. We were the first to explore this matter together, and later, the Supreme Laojun also conveyed to me that the suspicion lies not with me being the variable, but rather a fixed factor. Houtu nodded slightly. This fixed factor may not have been so from the very beginning. It is possible that a reconfiguration by the heavenly order has rendered you a fixed variable. Uncertainty, fixedness, it had long ceased to matter to Tang Yu. As long as he grew stronger, he could transform from a fixed variable into an uncertain one. As he parted his lips to speak, he suddenly perceived a sound emanating from the stone, akin to the laughter of a young girl, causing him to furrow his brow. Did you hear anything? He inquired. Houtu gazed at him, puzzled. With their cultivation, they could easily perceive even the faintest rustle of the wind. Yet, strangely, Houtu had not heard a thing. Perhaps I misheard, Tang Yu responded calmly, meeting Houtu's bewildered gaze. Could it truly be that he was experiencing an auditory hallucination? That seemed implausible. As a sage, he would surely not succumb to such delusions. Approaching the stone, he placed his hand upon it. Whether it was an illusion or not, a resonant pulsing emanated from the stone, reminiscent of a heartbeat, synchronized with his own. It was as if the stone's rhythm was influenced by the beating of his heart. What do you hear? Houtu inquired. She understood that with Tang Sanzang's level of cultivation, he could not possibly be mistaken. However, it was peculiar that she herself heard nothing at all. Nothing. Tang Yu concluded he must have been mistaken and chose to say no more. Houtu refrained from probing further, casting a meaningful glance at Tang Yu, her mouth opening slightly as if she wished to speak but hesitated. What is it? Tang Yu questioned, perplexed. After a brief silence, Houtu replied, your technique is profoundly intricate, possessing an essence that transcends the realms of heaven and earth. However, she paused momentarily before continuing. Have you contemplated the consequences? Tang Yu looked at her quizzically. The original essence of the heavenly order has been refined within your being. It can be said that, invisibly, you are now intertwined with the heavenly order itself. The most terrifying aspect is that your celestial technique possesses the capacity to manipulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Is there a problem with that? If I am not mistaken, you were the first to integrate your own 7 emotions and 6 desires into it. Houtu smiled faintly. Not only can you control the emotions and desires of others, but it is indeed your own that you first merged with. Tang Yu's expression shifted slightly, as he began to grasp the implications of Houtu's words. To recklessly manipulate one's own emotions and desires, can one truly be considered human? To love someone at will, and to erase that love whenever desired. The same applies to hatred. One can effortlessly extinguish such feelings at any moment. As Houtu aptly noted, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are intertwined with the celestial phenomena. The first to integrate these emotions was himself. While it may seem he could control others, he could just as easily govern his own feelings. Love and hatred were entirely at his discretion. He could love when he wished and erase all affection when he did not. Without the 7 emotions and 6 desires, what remains? The way of heaven. Houtu gazed deeply at him, saying, I have a premonition that perhaps in the future, you will tread a path similar to that of Hongjun impossible. Tang Yu denied vehemently. Although I have intertwined my emotions with the celestial phenomena, I can indeed control them, yet I shall not. I will allow everything to unfold freely. To think one can master their own emotions. Houtu sighed. Among all beings, who possesses the ability to govern their own desires, can you still be regarded as human? Tang Yu fell into silence, and when he regained his senses, he found that Houtu had vanished. He inhaled deeply, not dismissing the issue raised by Houtu's day. Yet, having come this far, he could only proceed onward. He had a premonition that if the celestial phenomena could truly be perfected, he might even transcend the heavens, or, perhaps, replace the way of heaven itself. Contemplating this, Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Departing from the 19th layer of hell, he took with him a peculiar stone that inexplicably intrigued him. Leaving the depths of hell, he rushed once more toward the Purple Cloud's palace. While he could not vanquish Hongjun, he aimed to vex him thoroughly. Thus, he engaged in a relentless back-and-forth battle, each encounter exacerbating Hongjun's injuries. This was Tang Yu's strategy, slowly wearing him down. With a thunderous clash at the Purple Cloud's palace, Tang Yu swiftly retreated. Yet not before pilfering some items from the palace. Whatever they were assuredly not mundane, given their origin. Tang Sanzong, Hongjun's voice, filled with venomous rage, echoed across the skies. He felt on the brink of madness, for he was being relentlessly provoked while things were taken from him. As the representative of the way of heaven, he had never endured such indignity. Yet, he was powerless, for Tang Sanzong had no fear of the heavenly powers. Alone, Hongjun could indeed eliminate Tang Sanzong, but the price would be exorbitant. Moreover, there were others, like Nuwa, watching closely. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Jie Yin exchanged glances, relief evident in their eyes. Thankfully, Tang Sanzong had not targeted them. Otherwise, given their current state, severe injuries would have been inevitable. Qing Tue was the prime example, still fighting for his life in intensive care. It is uncertain how matters stand at present. Yet with Hongjun's presence, one can reasonably expect that no significant issues will arise. This thought had scarcely formed when, suddenly, a figure emerged before the two individuals. Instantly, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Jian were struck with alarm. In an instant, they were sent flying, their spiritual essence fracturing slightly from the impact. With a single blow, Tang Yu vanished, only to reappear before Hongjun, his entire being suffused with magical energy as he launched a powerful punch. Simultaneously, he deftly waved his hand, pilfering two more items, and his figure swiftly disappeared from sight. Tang Sanzang, Hongjun articulated with deliberate clarity, his once serene expression now utterly transformed into that of a frenzied elder. The fluctuations of his aura revealed the tumult within his mind. Master, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Jian called out weakly. Chapter 528. The collapse of Hongjun. At this moment, they harbored a genuine fear of Tang Sanzang, primarily due to his incessant provocations, relying on his remarkable recuperative abilities. Even more vexing was the fact that he consistently made off with a few treasures each time. What is this? A fee for services rendered? To engage in battle at the Zixiao Palace and leave with spoils? It is well known that every item within the Zixiao Palace is a rare treasure. Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and the others were greatly tempted. Yet could they allow Tang Sanzang to benefit so freely? Hongjun took a deep breath, hesitating momentarily before gathering all the treasures of the Zixiao Palace. Otherwise, if Tang Sanzang returned a few more times, he might very well empty the palace. Observing Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and the others, he sighed deeply. What a predicament! Not only had he failed to rescue Kunyi, but he had also severely injured two more. For the first time, Hongjun felt so utterly powerless. As for what Tang Yu had taken from the Zixiao Palace, he paid it no mind, directly exchanging it for fortune points. With each successive blow dealt to Hongjun and the others, the fortune points he had squandered after redeeming the heart of primordial chaos had now once again approached 400 million. After some contemplation, Tang Yu redeemed an antidote for the fallen Saint Pill and set his course toward Biao Palace. In the heavenly court, following the tumult of battle, an air of trepidation lingered, particularly for the Jade Emperor, who worried that Tang Sanzang might harbor resentment against the heavenly court. He was acutely aware of the events that transpired at the Zixiao Palace, where even Hongjun had been rendered helpless. If Tang Sanzang truly turned his ire toward the heavenly court, it would spell disaster. Moreover, the supply of incense was dwindling. Thus, the Jade Emperor felt a sense of urgency. What had once been a straightforward situation had inexplicably spiraled out of control. In his view, Tang Sanzang should have been imprisoned for eternity, with ample incense to spare. Yet now, Tang Sanzang had risen against the heavens, with even his beloved incense supplies running low. Could one not feel anxious in such a predicament? The Jade Emperor was troubled and agitated, unable to sleep at night, his hair beginning to thin. Meanwhile, the star of the evening stood below, observing. Unbeknownst to him, his dissatisfaction with the Jade Emperor had intensified of late. This sentiment particularly festered during the recent great battle when the Jade Emperor had taken the cigarettes from his small shop to distribute to the likes of Brother Lai and others. However, this discontent had to remain buried within his heart. Observing the Jade Emperor's troubled and furrowed brow, he found himself unexpectedly reveling in a sense of schadenfreude. He even contemplated that if he could collaborate with Tang Sanzang, he might ascend to the Jade Emperor's throne. The mere thought of this caused the star of Tai Bai to tremble with excitement, a glimmer of desire shining in his eyes. Tai Bai, what is the extent of the losses in the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor sighed as he inquired. Tai Bai Jinxing quickly snapped back to reality. Your Majesty. The casualties among the heavenly soldiers exceed 500,000, including 100,000 from the Heavenly River Navy. As for the 4 heavenly kings and the likes of the giant spirit god, they perished in this battle. It can be said that this loss is even more devastating than that of years past. The Jade Emperor cast his gaze downward. Half of the deities in the heavenly court were reduced to mere souls, drifting within the Great Hall. As for seeking elixirs from the Supreme Old Lord, forget it. The Supreme Old Lord had been vanquished by Hongjun. The gates of the entire Duoshui Palace were firmly shut. Of course, the Jade Emperor had ventured inside before. With the absence of the Supreme Old Lord, it seemed there was little to fear. Yet, the entire Duoshui Palace was now desolate, with only useless remnants of elixirs remaining. It appeared he must seek Hongjun. However, Hongjun was currently in a foul mood due to Tang Sanzang's incessant provocations. The Jade Emperor felt a twinge of trepidation, striving to avoid inciting Hongjun's ire at this moment. I understand. The Jade Emperor wearily gestured with his hand, signaling the gathering to disperse. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun was thoroughly unsettled by Tang Yu's relentless disturbances. Any slight rustle made him alert. Whenever Tang Yu had the opportunity, he would challenge Hongjun to a duel and flee post-haste. Consequently, Hongjun had no time to recuperate from his injuries. As Tang Yu granted him no respite, Tang Yu's intentions were clear. I shall wear you down. Indeed, he knew he could not best Hongjun. Yet his recovery was astonishing, while Hongjun had no time to heal. If this continued, there would come a day when Hongjun would be utterly exhausted. Hongjun was acutely aware of this, yet felt utterly helpless. He could not fathom how Tang Sanzang managed such rapid recovery, despite having inflicted severe wounds. Any other sage would require decades of recuperation. Yet, Tang Sanzang reappeared, brimming with vitality, as if he had not been injured at all. This was the first time Hongjun felt so powerless. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the surroundings, as if the very fabric of space had warped. Hongjun and his companions were alarmed, their expressions shifting dramatically. Especially, Yuan Shitianzuan and Jane could not help but shudder and hastily retreat. The figure of Tang Sanzang materialized before them. Hongjun trembled with fury, feeling utterly bullied. One after another, provocations came forth. A palm struck out, however. The figure of Tang Sanzang before him dissipated like a wisp of smoke. Hongjun was taken aback, transformed. Damn it! He realized he had been so enraged that he had failed to recognize even this was merely a projection of Tang Sanzang. Nevertheless, even so, Hongjun dared not let his guard down. After a moment of waiting, detecting no signs of movement, he finally allowed himself to relax completely. His expression had turned exceedingly grim. That damned Tang Sanzang had come in the guise of a mere avatar. It was evident this was a deliberate act to humiliate him. He had not come. That was a relief. Yuan Shitianzuan could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. During this time, they had all been shadowed by anxiety. It seemed somewhat amusing. They were, after all, the saints of the universe. When had they ever been pushed to such a degree? This was a first. Yet, if even Hongjun had no countermeasures, what could they possibly do? With this thought, his heart found some semblance of balance. Damn it! Hongjun muttered a curse, wishing he could tear Tang Sanzang to shreds. Below, it appeared to be the daughter nation. Towering in the sky, Tang Yu gazed at the familiar landscape, a flicker of nostalgia glinting in his eyes. Just as he contemplated descending, a familiar voice echoed nearby. Old 3, Old 3. The figure of Lai Gu materialized. Tang Yu looked at him and called out, Lai Gu. Instantly, Lai Gu grinned widely. He had originally thought that now that Tang Sanzang had ascended to sainthood, he could no longer refer to himself as Lai Gu, perhaps adopting a title more befitting, like Lai Di. Regrettably, as soon as he uttered Old 3, he felt a twinge of remorse. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to address Tang Sanzang in such a manner, given his newfound status. Yet, to his surprise, Tang Sanzang still called him Lai Gu. Lai Gu felt a surge of pride, a saint calling him Lai Gu. The more he thought about it, the more he appreciated the character of Tang Sanzang. Chapter 529. A toast with Lai Gu again at this moment. Having found Tang Sanzang, Lai Gu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this time, he had eaten poorly and slept little, fearing the two saints might suddenly seek them out. If they were found, a slap across the face would be the least of their worries. However, now that they had found Tang Sanzang, such fears dissipated. As long as they were under Tang Sanzang's banner, no one dared to harm them. They could still stand tall. The two descended upon a mountain peak below. Lai Ge chuckled. Old 3. It has been ages since we last shared a drink, hasn't it? Tang Yu's expression momentarily faltered as memories of drinking with Lai Ge resurfaced. Yet, upon reflection, those moments felt distant, as if from a past life. Now that his true identity was exposed, Lai Ge must surely have known that all of this was orchestrated by him. Tang Yu smiled, producing 2 bottles of Erguo 2. With a wave of his hand, Lai Ge summoned a sumptuous feast before him, then lit a cigarette, exhaling a sigh as he began, Old 3. Regarding the affairs of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. He paused momentarily before continuing, I must express my regrets about the situation in the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. The intervention of the sage was unavoidable. Even if we had remained, it would have been of no avail. Fearing the ire of Tang Sanzang, he preemptively offered an explanation. It's of no consequence, Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. Lai Ge cast a surprised glance at Tang Sanzang. In his estimation, his retreat alongside the members of the Bald Head Gang would surely elicit some dissatisfaction from Tang Sanzang. Yet, observing Tang Sanzang's demeanor, it appeared he was genuinely unconcerned. Lai Ge poured himself a bowl of wine and remarked, Old 3, your magnanimity leaves me speechless. I raise my glass in your honor. With that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one gulp. After a brief exhalation, he hastily popped 2 peanuts into his mouth to temper the effects of the alcohol. Squinting as he took a drag from his cigarette, Lai Ge smacked his lips and sighed. Our days are hardly easy. Having forsaken the Buddhist path, we remain in constant vigilance, fearing that the 2 sages might suddenly awaken and seek us out. Under their might, we would be utterly defenseless. Should that come to pass, I fear that everyone would abandon me, casting all blame upon my shoulders, accusing me of having led them astray. A self-deprecating smile escaped Lai Ge. In truth, that may not be entirely unjust. At least Jane and Juni would not hold them accountable, allowing them to return to the Buddhist fold. Casting a furtive glance, he continued, I suspect the 2 sages lurking behind will not let me off so easily. Lai Ge reached to touch his face, then lifted his bowl of wine, downing it once more with a sense of melancholy. He was clearly seeking solace in the drink. Tang Yu understood Lai Ge's sentiments. In truth, Lai Ge was a decent fellow, though Tang Yu believed he could be better. After all, they were both destitute now, forced to seek refuge in the modest confines of Mount Luojia as a sanctuary. There was little left to exploit in their situation. After pondering, Tang Yu reassured him. Lai Ge, rest assured, now that I have attained sagehood, I am capable of protecting you moving forward. With a resolute thump on his chest, he assured Lai Ge. To be frank, I have severely wounded Junti and Jane in succession. They are unlikely to stir up trouble for the time being. If I do not extend my care to them, they could still coax others back into the Buddhist fold, unwittingly revitalizing the sect. Such beneficial actions for the Buddhist path were beneath Tang Yu's interest. Moreover, irrespective of the circumstances, Lai Ge and his companions constituted a considerable force. Although they had faltered recently, as Lai Ge mentioned, the sage's intervention was beyond their control. It was wiser to preserve their strength for the time being, biding their time for a future resurgence. Simply put, they feared for their lives. Lai Ge was elated. The reason he sought out Tang Sanzang was precisely for this matter. Initially apprehensive that Tang Sanzang might decline, considering he had ascended to sagehood and possessed extraordinary combat prowess. In his eyes, others were no more than insignificant ants. However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Sanzang readily consented. Clearly, this was a gesture of goodwill stemming from their past camaraderie. It seems that the time spent sharing drinks with the 3rd brother was not in vain. Despite a few minor mishaps during their revelry, the fruits of their current alliance overshadowed those incidents. Lai Ge found himself increasingly admiring his own cleverness. Fortunately, he had forged a connection with Tang Sanzang from the outset, and now it proved invaluable. The Jade Emperor, in a fit of whimsy, had imprisoned Tang Sanzang in the celestial prison, yet he could not restrain him. Instead, it only made him stronger. Moreover, the series of events unfolding had, whether intentionally or not, propelled Tang Sanzang towards his adversary. The 3rd brother, without uttering a word, received a toast from Lai Ge. A smile spread across Lai Ge's face, his small eyes almost indistinguishable on his broad visage. Before Tang Yu could respond, Lai Ge downed his drink in one go, followed by a hearty belch. After satisfying his appetite, Lai Ge insisted on dragging Tang Yu to Luojia Mountain. Proclaiming himself the head of the Bald Gang, or rather, co-head alongside Tang Yu. Yet, he was still met with Tang Yu's refusal. After exchanging the antidote for the fallen saint pill, he prepared to deliver it to Tang Tian. Ultimately, Lai Gu departed on his own, riding the clouds in a somewhat clumsy manner, which caused Tang Yu some concern, fearing he might fall and injure himself. Watching Lai Gu awkwardly drift away, Tang Yu's figure flickered and vanished from sight. During this period, everything Tang Yu had done was well within Tang Tian's knowledge. One could say that the smile on Tang Tian's face never faded, as he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Hongjun, in his arrogance, fancied himself a deity, believing the three realms were under his dominion. However, the emergence of Tang Sanzang, who had eluded his control and repeatedly challenged him, was a thorn in his side. If only he could witness the spectacle of Hongjun being mercilessly battered by Tang Sanzang. Furthermore, the two saints of the West and Yuan Shi Tianzun would also be subjects of his mockery. "Greetings, Saint Tang Tian." Tang Sanzang's voice resonated from behind him. Tang Tian grinned broadly and waved his hand, saying, "We are both saints, so there is no need for excessive formalities." Turning to face Tang Yu, he revealed a glimmer of curiosity and after a moment, remarked, "With your current cultivation level, it seems that except for Hongjun and Yuhua, no one else stands as your equal. In comparison to them, you possess an undeniable advantage due to your astonishing regenerative capabilities, a trait they lack." Within Tang Sanzang flowed an immense tide of magical energy, akin to an ocean. Tang Tian discerned this at a glance, recognizing the exhilarating power he had only felt from Hongjun. Saint Tang Tian offered his commendations. Tang Yu softly replied, "In summary, all of this is thanks to Hongjun." Tang Tian laughed heartily. "Indeed. I suspect Hongjun is regretting not having killed you outright. Instead, he inadvertently allowed you to flourish." Chapter 530, The Chosen One. Hongjun would undoubtedly rue the day he spared Tang Yu's life. During this period, Tang Yu faced relentless provocations, engaging in battle time and again, pushing Hongjun to the brink of despair. Suddenly, Tang Tian's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Tang Yu, eventually remarking, "You bear the essence of the Guishu?" Tang Yu nodded, stating, "I extracted a stone from the Zixiao Palace, said to be from the Guishu." After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, revealing the stone. Tang Tian's brows knitted together as he examined it closely. This was taken from the Zixiao Palace? His lips twitched slightly. After all these years, Tang Sanzang was likely the first to have removed anything from there. Tang Tian erupted into laughter. "This stone hails from the Guishu, beyond the Tao of heaven, and is of utmost significance to Hongjun. I never imagined you would manage to unearth it. Strangely, I feel there is something peculiar about this stone," Tang Yu remarked. He had repeatedly heard voices emanating from it. Yet, oddly enough, when he inquired of Houtu, she claimed to hear nothing at all. Was it merely an illusion? Doubt began to creep into Tang Yu's mind, for human validation often necessitates affirmation from others. For instance, if one wore a green hat, which was undoubtedly green, yet everyone insisted it was red, one might start to question their own vision or even suspect colorblindness. Curiosity piqued. Tang Tian meticulously examined the stone for a considerable time. However, he found no anomalies apart from the Guishu aura surrounding it. Indeed, it seems as such, Tang Tian concluded. Yet I once attacked it with my magical power, and curiously, it was impervious to any damage, as if a strand of cow hair had met the ocean, completely undisturbed. Tang Tian gazed at Tang Yu in astonishment. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yu unleashed a surge of magical energy, which instantly merged into the stone, vanishing without a trace. "Delicious, delicious. The Tao of heaven consumes." The voice once more resonated from the stone. Tang Yu's heart raced as he glanced at Tang Tian, who remained unchanged in expression, clearly not hearing the utterance. "Delicious?" A shiver ran down Tang Yu's spine. Could his magical energy be devoured by this stone? And what did it mean that the Tao of heaven consumed? He began to ponder whether this stone might be imbued with a new form of life, akin to how Sun Wukong emerged from a rock. Yet, strangely, he felt no trace of any life force. After a prolonged examination, Tang Tian was unable to discern any further insights. Tang Yu then stowed the stone away and produced the antidote for the fallen saint pill to present to Tang Tian. "What is this?" Tang Tian inquired, puzzled. "The antidote for the fallen saint pill," Tang Yu replied. Instantly, Tang Tian's excitement surged. The fallen saint pill had bound them under Hongjun's influence, rendering them powerless even in their endeavors. Tang Tian had sought a means to counteract the fallen saint pill, ultimately concluding that it was unsolvable. Yet here was Tang Sanzang, astonishingly producing the antidote. After the initial excitement, Tang Tian burst into hearty laughter. It seemed that aligning himself with Tang Sanzang from the very beginning had indeed been the right choice. If Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan were to discover this, they would likely regret their decisions. However, Taishang Laojun had always maintained an ambiguous stance, driven by his own motives. As for Yuanshi Tianzuan, he had consistently been an ally of Hongjun. Had Taishang Laojun chosen to side with him at that time, Tang Yu would have been more than generous. Now, Taishang Laojun deliberately sought to undermine him through Hongjun. Although this was rooted in the Tao, it was primarily motivated by the desire to escape the influence of the falling saint pill. "Thank you, my friend," Tang Tian said, consuming the antidote in one gulp. Instantly, a sharp pain twisted through his soul, followed by a sound reminiscent of something shattering within him. A faint wisp of smoke began to emanate from his head. Tang Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. Was it truly this effortless to unravel the effects of the falling saint pill? After years of arduous searching for a solution, he found it had been resolved by a mere pill from Tang Sanzang. The two then engaged in a profound discussion on the Tao, reflecting on their own paths as well as those of the other saints. This exchange proved to be immensely beneficial for Tang Yu, who sensed that his celestial phenomena had reached an impasse. Even if he were to advance further, it seemed the celestial phenomena could only reach this point, becoming stagnant. Although he had pursued the path of validating his Tao through strength, he gradually began to integrate the complexities of human emotions into his understanding. Resembling a path aligned with the heavens, the way of the Tao itself, Tang Yu harbored no doubts that once his celestial phenomena matured, he could indeed rely upon it to replace the Tao. At that juncture, he would embody the very essence of heaven. For Hongjun to aspire to replace the Tao, he must first extricate himself from its constraints, a challenging endeavor indeed. Thus, he sought to comprehend through external means, even going so far as to intentionally incapacitate Tang Yu, sparing him in hopes of gaining insight. Heaven, earth, and humanity. A sudden realization dawned upon Tang Yu. Presently, it would take time for Wukong and the others to awaken. While the mother of Lishan remained in seclusion, Taishang Laojun underwent a transformation, and Tang Yu believed it was imperative for him to earnestly contemplate his own Tao and forge his own path. Departing from Bio Palace, Tang Yu set his sights once more on Zixiao Palace. As he appeared, Hongjun's voice rang out. "Tang Sanzang, halt. We must converse." Tang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you afraid?" A smirk of derision crept upon his lips. "So, you are but an ordinary person after all, capable of feeling fear?" "Tang Sanzang, I concede that your regenerative abilities are remarkable, yet you cannot kill me. Conversely, should I wish it, I could easily end your life," Hongjun stated with solemnity. "Tang Sanzang, let us speak plainly. What is the purpose of our conflict?" Before Tang Yu could respond, Hongjun continued. "Continuing this struggle is utterly meaningless. We could coexist, ruling the three realms together, and you hold a distinct advantage over me. I am merely a subordinate of the Tao, while you possess its very essence. Even if one day chaos returns to the void and all things fade into oblivion, even I shall perish, and the way of heaven shall slumber. Yet you shall endure. Only you possess the gift of life." A radiant brilliance erupted from Hongjun's eyes. "Do you comprehend the significance of this? You are the true favored child of heaven. When the endless epochs have passed, and the way of heaven awakens, life will once again grace the earth. All shall be beneath you, mere slaves to your will." Hongjun spoke solemnly. "New life is yours to command. All resources of rebirth across the three realms are at your disposal. Everything lies at your feet. You are the genuine sovereign of heaven and earth." Chapter 531. The child of Luo Ho. It must be said that Hongjun's words held considerable weight, even stirring a flicker of desire within Tang Yu. Perhaps he could indeed ascend to become the exalted master of heaven and earth, the sole immortal. However, should this come to pass, he would lose the possibility of transcendence, forever remaining a vassal to the way of heaven. He would be irrevocably aligned with the path, much like Hongjun does now, who must occasionally eliminate dissenters. Overall, the benefits seem scant. Yet, one cannot dismiss the potential for his own essence of the way to turn against him when the path is weak, possibly leading to his own demise. Had he not recently deliberated with Tang Tian about his own nature, he might have impulsively agreed in a moment of fervor. Moreover, Hongjun's assertions hinted at the inevitability of his fate. No, once he embarks upon Hongjun's path, he would irrevocably tread the road of destiny. Hongjun sighed. "Tang Sanzang, you should truly cherish this opportunity, one that even I envy." You are the authentic chosen one. He chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. I have forcibly merged with the way, becoming its spokesperson and a mere appendage. But you are not. You possess a definitive advantage over me. Consider carefully whether my words ring true. Moreover, our conflict is utterly meaningless. Hongjun gazed at Tang Yu. Why not join forces to embrace the three realms? Countless years later, when the way is feeble and all returns to the void, I too shall perish, leaving you alone. You are the one who shall endure, the true immortal, eternal and everlasting. Tang Yu smiled faintly. I cannot dismiss your claim. Perhaps there is truth in your words, yet I remain unconvinced. With that, his aura surged as he summoned his power into a formidable punch, striking out fiercely. Boom. With that blow, Tang Yu turned and fled. Hongjun let out a quiet snort, his expression darkening to an extreme, yet his eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with a hint of menace. He paid no heed to Hongjun's words, even if they were true. It mattered not. In the lower realm, everything unfolded before him, as if the vastness of heaven and earth had shrunk into insignificance. Tang Yu sighed deeply. Just then, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from the East Sea. Luoho. Not far from the East Sea, a black lotus emerged. Gradually, the dark lotus faded away, transforming into the figure of a boy, approximately 7 or 8 years of age. Clad in black attire, the boy's countenance was stern, with a hint of arrogance reflected in his brows. He was a demon, known as Luoho. Yet, despite the passage of time, he remained the size of a mere child. This predicament was not his fault. He had narrowly escaped from a binding seal, only to be relentlessly pursued by 3 saints across the realms. Time and again, he had suffered grievous injuries. Were it not for the apocalyptic Black Lotus, he would have long since perished. It was only upon hearing of significant events unfolding in the 3 realms, coupled with the apparent injuries sustained by the saints, that he dared to emerge from his concealment, intent on returning to the demon realm from the Eastern Sea. However, with his current level of cultivation, even with the apocalyptic Black Lotus, he could not breach the seal imposed by Luoho. Thus, he found himself in a quandary, standing not far from the Eastern Sea. There was, indeed, a means to an end. The seal operated as a balance point across the 4 seas. If this equilibrium were disrupted, a breach would manifest, allowing entry. Yet, he feared that such an action would attract the attention of the saints, leaving him in a dilemma. Whose child are you? Aren't you afraid of drowning? Hey kid, step away from the water. Lost in thought, a voice reached Luoho's ears. He turned to see a person not far off, smiling at him. Luoho sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from this individual. He snorted softly, refraining from speech, feeling a twinge of grievance. Here he was, once the formidable progenitor of the demon realm, now reduced to this pitiful state, pursued like a dog across the 3 realms. In the primordial era, he had never endured such indignities. That kid's talking to you. Better keep your distance, or a huge wave might sweep you away, the voice continued, irking Luoho. He furrowed his brow and retorted sharply, silence. Speak another word, and I'll take your life. Tang Yu regarded him with a playful smile. This little brat was indeed Luoho. It seemed his recent days had been quite taxing. Tang Yu could also sense the lingering injuries on Luoho, remnants of a confrontation with Jun Ti, a most vexing aura. Casting a glance towards the Eastern Sea, he noticed the great formation in motion. For someone like Tang Yu, entering such a seal would be effortless. However, he had no intention of unbinding it. Should the seal of the demon realm be broken, the demons would flood into the 3 realms, inevitably dragging innocent mortals into chaos. Furthermore, if the seal were to be lifted, the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas would likely suffer a catastrophic backlash, resulting in its destruction. Yet, he held a certain curiosity about the demon realm, even a desire to explore it. Where are your guardians? Tang Yu inquired further. How can you, a mere child, wander about alone? Aren't you afraid of encountering nefarious individuals? The mere thought of Luoho's parents caused Tang Yu's lips to twitch slightly, followed by a somber expression. The Golden Saint Palace had already reincarnated, and Zhu Beiji had also been vanquished. Suddenly, Luoho turned to look at Tang Yu, his aura fluctuating significantly. This individual is indeed audacious. Who would dare to speak so boldly? Leave, or I shall end your life, Luoho uttered coldly. Despite the youthfulness of the boy, his fury exuded a certain gravitas. However, such bravado was utterly ineffectual against Tang Yu. Oh, you little brat, who are you trying to impress? Tang Yu scoffed dismissively. Luoho's gaze sharpened. and the sea before him surged, transforming into towering waves aimed to engulf Tang Yu. Yet, strangely, the waters suddenly reversed, rushing back with astonishing speed, crashing Luo Ho down beneath them. As the sea receded, Luo Ho spat out a mouthful of water, exclaiming, "Damn it, who are you?" At that moment, he sensed something amiss in the presence before him and braced himself. With a benevolent smile, Tang Yu remarked, "Such a tempestuous child. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." With that, Tang Yu rolled up his sleeves and approached Luo Ho. A flicker of fear stirred within Luo Ho, yet his eyes burned with resolve. The world destruction Black Lotus materialized, transforming into an abyss of lethal darkness. In an instant, the sky dimmed, and the sea trembled, rising in monstrous waves. "That flower is rather beautiful," Tang Yu said with a cheerful grin. "Die!" Luo Ho shouted in fury. Suddenly, he froze in disbelief, his expression rife with incredulity, as Tang Yu slowly extended his hand. In that singular moment, it felt as though all was frozen, the sea halted, and even the wind ceased to whisper. Yet, the world destruction Black Lotus was gently cradled in Tang Yu's grasp, as if it were the most ordinary blossom. Chapter 532. Entering the path through slaughter, transforming into a demon. "This is impossible," Luo Ho gasped in shock, utterly astonished at how effortlessly the world destruction Black Lotus rested in Tang Yu's hand. He felt himself rendered immobile, as if this space had frozen him in complete confinement. "Today, I shall impart a lesson on behalf of your guardians." Tang Yu grinned menacingly as he approached. What do you intend to do?" Luo Ho stammered, fear gripping him, not due to the strength of this man, but rather the chilling sensation evoked by his smile, a fear that seeped from the depths of his being. With a sinister chuckle, Tang Yu advanced and swiftly knocked Luo Ho down, delivering a series of sharp slaps to his behind. Luo Ho's complexion turned pale with rage. "I will fight back." He spat through gritted teeth, mortified at having been struck so. Blood spewed forth as a powerful aura surged from him, dark energy swirling around him. Yet, for Tang Yu, all of this was utterly pointless. In the face of overwhelming strength, nothing held significance. Tang Yu continued his relentless assault. How could this be? Luo Ho was completely astounded. In that moment, he truly comprehended the terror of this individual. Not only was his present self no match, but even at his peak, he would have been overpowered. "Do you yield or not, you little brat?" Tang Yu remarked, giving a light slap. Luo Ho's expression turned dire, his backside aflame with pain. "Stop, stop!" he cried out. I yield, I yield." With a swift kick, Tang Yu sent Luo Ho sprawling aside, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Luo Ho was flung far away, glaring at Tang Yu, pondering the identity of this formidable individual. Who on earth was he? So terrifying that he left no room for resistance. It was known that he was familiar with the saints of the world. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind, and Luo Ho blurted out, "Are you Tang Sanzang?" During this time, he had heard of Tang Yu's exploits, having stirred the winds and clouds of the three realms single-handedly. He had severely injured the three saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jieyin, and Zhuan Ti, and even Hongjun was at a loss against him. Tang Yu tapped Luo Ho's head lightly. "Who are you calling Tang Sanzang? Just call me third brother. Is it really Tang Sanzang?" However, wasn't Tang Sanzang the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi, a virtuous monk who had undergone 10 lifetimes of cultivation? Why did he seem so different? Luo Ho perceived a stark contrast between his understanding of Tang Sanzang and the person before him, who resembled a rogue. What kind of look is that? Looking for a beating? Tang Yu shot him a sideways glance, but inwardly, he contemplated how to deal with Luo Ho. Should he seal him? Tang Yu held absolute confidence that if he chose to seal him, he could ensure that Luo Ho would never escape. Otherwise, this fellow could indeed stir up trouble. If he were to break the seal of the demon realm, the dragon palace of the four seas would collapse, and the ensuing flood would claim the lives of countless mortals. Yet, Luo Ho would hardly care for their fate. "What do you intend to do?" Luo Ho inquired, feeling a genuine fear towards Tang Sanzang. If he truly wished to kill him, it would be a simple task, especially now that the world-destroying Black Lotus was in his possession. Even if Luo Ho could escape, he wouldn't easily do so. However, it was evident that Tang Sanzang had no intention of letting him go. Luo Ho felt an urge to spit blood. As the progenitor of the demon realm, he had finally escaped from his seal, only to face a long road of evasion. Was he now to lose even the world-destroying Black Lotus? If that were the case, once the saints recovered and sensed his presence, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. What do you mean by nothing? Tang Yu replied with a smile. You return the world-destroying Black Lotus to me, and I shall depart. In the future, if I see you, I shall keep my distance. How about that? How pitiful. Luo Ho felt utterly humiliated. Yours? Tang Yu furrowed his brow, looking at the world-destroying Black Lotus in his hand. If it is yours, how did it end up in my possession? Did you not seize it from me? Luo Ho stifled the urge to spit blood and took a deep breath. Tang Sanzang, what do you truly want? With a swift motion, Tang Yu struck his head again. Call me third brother. How dare you be so disrespectful, you little brat? Suddenly, Tang Yu turned his attention toward the world-destroying Black Lotus. In a vague sense, I felt the presence of a faint primordial spirit in slumber. Tang Sanzang, are you still with me? Roho exclaimed in shock, his aura suddenly surging as he recklessly rushed towards Tang Yu. Yet, Tang Yu merely waved his hand, rendering Roho utterly immobile, a consequence of absolute suppression of realms. Roho's expression twisted with madness, his eyes ablaze with an overwhelming murderous intent. Yet he found himself powerless to act. It was a woman, Tang Yu observed, remarking, it seems this lady holds great significance for you. The flicker of her spirit was feeble to the extreme. It was likely that in her final moments, Roho had drawn her into the annihilation Black Lotus, leading her into eternal slumber, with the intention of one day resurrecting her. She must have perished in ancient times, and throughout the endless ages, she had remained in this state of dormancy. However, her essence had weakened to a critical point. Had it not been for the magical power that solidified everything, she would have already vanished into thin air. She is my life, Roho stated with deliberate emphasis. Tang Sanzang, should you dare to harm her, I will surely kill you. Tang Yu was taken aback. Could it be that the formidable demon ancestor Roho would lose his composure over a mere woman? Huh. Even life and death lie within my thoughts. How could you kill me? Tang Yu chuckled, intrigued. Roho inhaled deeply. Tang Sanzang, what is it that you truly desire? There was no malice emanating from Tang Sanzang. If he wished to end Roho, he would have acted long ago, instead of engaging in this futile conversation. Thus, Roho surmised that Tang Sanzang had ulterior motives. She is already dead. Even if you retain the last flicker of her spirit, it is of no use, Tang Yu asserted. Moreover, this fragment of her essence is fragmented beyond repair. Were it not for your Black Lotus, which suspends her through your magical force, she would soon be reduced to ashes. Roho's eyes brimmed with fury. She is not dead. She will not die? Poor child, Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Why refuse to accept reality? A flicker of anguish crossed Roho's countenance. Within the Black Lotus, a haunting voice echoed in his ears. For you, I have devoted myself to the path of cultivation, striving for fruition. For you, I have embraced the path of slaughter, transforming into a demon. Roho murmured, his voice laden with weight, as if in response to that ethereal voice. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, as if raging against the heavens, his voice resonating with bitterness and despair. For my sake, you became a god from a demon. For you, I have become a demon. Though we strive to draw closer to one another, why, in the end, do we still miss each other? Chapter 533. The Demon Realm. It appears that Roho, despite being a formidable being, is also a hopeless romantic. All beings are ensnared by the bonds of love. A swan remains devoted to a singular beloved, while a male mantis willingly succumbs to being devoured by the female. This led Tang Yu to contemplate the ancestor dragon. Simply due to his woman's wish to behold the beauty of the three realms, he sought to conquer them all. Had it not been for that fleeting thought, he would not have been deceived by Hongjun. Yet, Tang Yu felt a sense of confusion. Wasn't Roho the demon ancestor? His words implied that he later succumbed to darkness and became the demon sovereign. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu came to understand. Luo Ho was a primordial demon god, not the original demon sovereign. Yet, what puzzled him was why one would willingly embrace darkness for the sake of a woman. Mastering the path of demons, embracing murder as a means of falling into darkness. In ancient times, despite the myriad races vying for supremacy, there were no constraints to bind them. If he wished to be with someone, it would have been effortless. Luo Ho remained silent for a long while before finally calming down. He took a deep breath and said, Tang Sanzang, return it to me. I know I am no match for you. Or if you wish to kill me, do as you please. His tone bore an air of resigned defiance. However, Tang Yu was acutely aware that this fellow clearly did not wish to slay him, instead putting on a facade of righteous indignation. Little brat, come here. I have a few questions for you. Upon hearing this address, Luo Ho glared, his eyes blazing with anger. What are you staring at me for? Tang Yu shot back with a fierce glare. Luo Ho snorted but begrudgingly approached. What questions? I find it quite puzzling, Tang Yu remarked, furrowing his brows. How can a dignified demon sovereign behave in such a manner? And who is this woman? Luo Ho huffed but remained silent, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, even without his words, Tang Yu could deduce the truth. From your implication, did you cultivate the path of demons because of her? Tang Yu's imagination began to weave a narrative. I see. She must have looked down upon you, prompting you to grit your teeth and strive for greatness, ultimately leading you down the extreme path of embracing darkness. Am I correct? Tang Yu believed his analysis held merit. Luo Ho's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions before he retorted, Nonsense. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? With a swift kick, Tang Yu interrupted. A hint of sorrow flickered in Luo Ho's eyes as he finally spoke. She was born to cultivate the demonic path. Later, she purged my demonic essence, shattering my cultivation, allowing me to start anew. Huh. Tang Yu gazed at him in confusion, blinking a few times. What do you mean? After a brief pause, Luo Ho continued. In ancient times, did you think only cultivation existed? Each individual has their own method, especially for beings like us. Born from the 3,000 demon gods, each possesses innate talents and unique paths to cultivation. It would be inaccurate to say it was merely cultivation back then, unlike now, where only the path of cultivation is recognized. As for Buddhism, it is merely a facet of the path, evolving within it but fundamentally similar. Luo Ho huffed. Just as the shaman and dragon clans prioritize physical cultivation, while Hongjun focuses on the cultivation of the primordial spirit, it is all one and the same, yet each is distinct. In response, Tang Yu nodded in agreement with Hongjun's teachings. After a moment's reflection, Tang Yu inquired, You just mentioned that this woman primarily cultivated the demonic path, meaning she was born to it, while you later embraced darkness. Luo Ho shot him a disdainful glance, fell silent for a moment, and then replied, Yes, her path has always been innate. She even founded the demon race. Later, upon her demise, I fell into darkness. While it is widely known that I am the demon sovereign, few realize that it was she who initially paved the way for the demon race. After speaking, Luo Ho sat aside, gazing at the violently undulating sea before him, his eyes alternating between anguish and coldness, as if a myriad of thoughts swept through his mind. No wonder you cannot rival Hongjun. Your sentimental nature pales in comparison to his. You still boast, intending to achieve transcendence through slaughter, forsaking love. How ridiculous. Tang Yu scoffed. Nevertheless, he somewhat understood that all this was destined to unfold after the demise of the woman, leading Luo Ho down such a path. As Luo Ho had said, it was because of her that he succumbed to madness, entering the path of slaughter and becoming part of the demon clan. Luo Ho remained silent. No matter what Tang Yu asked, he did not respond, adopting an attitude of indifference, as if resigned to whatever fate awaited him. Whether it was a fight he could not win or an escape he could not make, he simply let things unfold as they would. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu returned the World Annihilation Black Lotus to him, saying, Here. Luo Ho looked at him in surprise. You're just giving it to me? If you don't want it, then forget it. Just get lost, he retorted. Tang Yu rose, irritated, and added, However, I must warn you, should you dare to harm innocent mortals, I will end you. He pointed a finger at Luo Ho in warning before turning to leave. This left Luo Ho somewhat puzzled. What did Tang Sanzong mean? Initially, he thought Tang Sanzong had come to kill him, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly and decisively Tang Sanzong departed. Nevertheless, perhaps this was for the best. Watching Tang Sanzang's retreating figure, Luo Ho's form flickered and vanished from the spot. Tang Yu delved deeper into the East Sea. With a mere thought, he sensed the power of the seal. He could penetrate the demon realm whenever he wished. Contemplating this, Tang Yu's body seemed to dissolve into nothingness, sparkling light permeating the seawater. This was the advantage of the primordial body. Not only was its regenerative capacity astonishing, but it also possessed an ethereal quality, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Relying solely on the primordial body, he could easily venture into the demon realm. Reflecting on the concerns expressed by Supreme Laojun regarding the constraints of the heavenly Tao's origin, Tang Yu felt no trepidation at this moment. For his primordial body transcended the heavenly Tao. Even the origin of the heavenly Tao could not bind him. With a flash, Tang Yu found himself in the demon realm. However, upon entering, he was immediately met with a strong stench of blood. Waves of sanguine scent wafted through the air, inducing nausea. Not far away, several demons were engaged in a fierce battle, intensifying the surrounding odor of blood. Is this the demon realm? A place filled with slaughter and carnage. Who are you? Some demons noticed Tang Yu's presence and shouted. From among them emerged a woman, laughing seductively. What a handsome young man. Why not accompany me to the Flower Beauty Demon Palace? She spoke with sultry glances, exuding an alluring aura. Tang Yu frowned. Demon Lord, this person has rashly entered our territory. He likely harbors ill intentions. As I see it, we should capture him and interrogate him thoroughly to ascertain which faction he represents. A voice spoke from behind the woman, causing her expression to suddenly turn cold. Are you questioning my decision? I dare not, the subordinate hastily replied, bowing his head. Trembling with unspoken fear. The Demon Lord? Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 534. Entering the Return to Ruins. It seemed this woman was a ruler of some realm. It was no wonder, for with the demon clan sealed away, endless years had passed. They had likely fragmented into various factions. The woman looked at him, giggling charmingly. Oh, what demon lord? I am merely a woman. Surrounding Tang Yu, several individuals had unknowingly encircled him, presenting an air that if he did not accompany her, they would forcibly take him away. A brazen act against a decent man. Tang Yu remained silent, preparing to depart, for he merely wished to glimpse the return to ruins. The affairs of the demon realm held no relevance to him. Young master, could you not be so heartless? The woman blocked his path, yet a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Tang Yu snorted, no longer suppressing his own aura. Instantly, those encircling him erupted, their bodies exploding violently. The woman's expression changed dramatically, her face pale with shock, and she involuntarily knelt on the ground. Tang Yu's consciousness stirred. Everything within the demon realm was vividly reflected in his mind. In one desolate location, barren and devoid of life, an aura akin to that emanating from the stone on him spread out. However, as he delved deeper with his consciousness, it vanished without a trace. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot. Ignoring the trembling woman on the ground, Tang Yu's figure vanished from sight, reappearing in the Return to Ruins in an instant. This was beneath a cliff, enshrouded in dense black mist. Strange energies emanated from within. Even Tang Yu, in his current state, sensed a perilous aura, as if a primordial beast lurked within, ready to devour him should he venture too close. Return to Ruins. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Tang Yu yearned to explore within, yet an inexplicable fear gripped him. It seemed this place was an existence of unfathomable power. What truly lay within? Tang Yu inquired of the system. Why do I sense such a dangerous aura? Even the essence of the heavenly Tao within me is subtly stirring. The Return to Ruins. A place forsaken by the heavenly Tao. What lies within will be revealed upon entry. The system's voice resonated in his mind. No one, aside from you, can delve into the Return to Ruins, for you are the primordial body, transcending the heavenly Tao, both real and unreal, both substantial and insubstantial. And what of Hongjun? Tang Yu communicated with the system in his mind. Naturally, he could not enter, as he had synthesized the heavenly Tao. How could he possibly step beyond it? Tang Yu's brow furrowed. He had initially believed Hongjun had ventured into the Return to Ruins to retrieve the stone, but now it seemed otherwise. For he could not enter the Return to Ruins at all. Upon closer reflection, this indeed appeared to be the case. He synthesized the path of the heavens. How could he possibly step beyond it and arrive at the forsaken realm of the Goetiu? The origins of this stone must be intricate. Could it be that someone delved into it and extracted this stone? That seems implausible. The system has declared that within the entire three realms, only he possesses the ability to venture deep within. Even Hongjun could not accomplish this, let alone anyone else. What, then, is the true origin of this stone? Gazing into the depths of the Goetiu, his divine sense penetrated repeatedly, yet each attempt vanished without a trace. He could only perceive the boundless black mist enveloping the periphery. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu stepped inside, yet he remained acutely vigilant. He layered several defensive barriers of spiritual power around his body, for the unknown always instilled fear within him. As he entered the Goetiu, the surrounding space seemed to distort and transform instantaneously. Turning back, he found that the path he had taken was completely concealed by the black mist. Even his divine sense could not penetrate it. It was as if the route had vanished, urging him to continue deeper. As he pressed onward, the black mist suddenly dissipated, revealing everything clearly before him, a realm of void. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed insubstantial, yet it felt solid beneath his step. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he beheld countless corpses, frozen in that very moment. As if adrift in the endless cosmos. The bloodstains on their bodies were starkly visible, their expressions frozen in terror, as though they had met their end in sheer fright. This revealed the nature of their demise, eternally captured in that instant. How could there be so many corpses? Were they the result of an external incursion? Or were they the remnants of life that once existed within the Goetiu? It is even conceivable that they were here before the dawn of creation, preserved by the Goetiu in this state. Raising his gaze once more, the corpses abruptly vanished without a trace, as if the fleeting vision he had witnessed was merely an illusion. How could this be? It was undeniably not an illusion. He had just touched one of the corpses, still warm with the remnants of life. The surroundings transformed once more into a realm of nothingness. There was nothing, only endless chaos. Suddenly, a bubble appeared before him, revealing a figure within. More and more bubbles emerged, each containing a distinct silhouette. In this moment, the bubbles vividly displayed their final visages, just as those lifeless bodies had. Frozen in time, one by one, the bubbles shattered before his eyes. After walking a little further, Tang Yu abruptly halted. He sensed his entire spiritual power surging uncontrollably from his body. He quickly retreated, but the loss of his power seemed to accelerate even more. At this rate, he would soon be completely drained. How could this happen? Tang Yu was alarmed. It seemed as though his magical power was being siphoned by the void. System, think of a solution quickly. If this continues, I shall perish, and so shall you. In this critical moment, Tang Yu sought to connect with the system. How can you transcend if you remain so fixated on yourself? Why cling to a single point? Is not your celestial essence beyond the confines of the flesh? The voice of the system resonated within his mind. You are the primordial body. Wherever you may scatter, you can always reunite. Tang Yu paused, then swiftly grasped the meaning. A faint smile graced his lips as he allowed this force to consume his magical energy. Simultaneously, his entire being began to dissipate, merging with the boundless magical essence. Bang! Tang Yu vanished from his original position. Moments later, countless silhouettes emerged, all bearing his likeness. Ultimately, these figures coalesced once more, and in that instant, his magical power was restored. Yet, the devouring force still lingered. He could only endure this cycle of disbandment and reconstitution. This was merely the periphery of the void. The depths promised even greater horrors. Chapter 535. Another realm of the void. At this moment, Tang Yu felt an even greater weight on his heart. If he were not the primordial body, would his magical energy have been completely drained, leading to his demise? What, indeed, was consuming his power? After delving deeper for a considerable time, he finally sensed the dissipating force of absorption and allowed himself a moment of relief. Yet, a tinge of regret washed over him. How foolish he had been to wander into the void. Would it not be wiser to seek trouble with Hongjun in the outside world, or to focus solely on enlightenment? He ascended into the heights, reasoning that, at the altitude he had reached, he should have long since exited the void. Yet, he felt an unending distance still lay ahead. Gazing around, he saw nothing but emptiness. What was truly happening? Tang Yu had no choice but to descend, standing still to ponder. A strange fear began to creep into his heart. To be alone in the void, where the entire universe felt insubstantial, how could one not feel fear? Did Pangu, who once opened the heavens and the earth, also experience such dread? Space. Tang Yu understood. The disparity in space prevented him from escaping this realm. It was akin to being confined within the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, where transcendence was impossible. This realm, however, was entirely distinct from the domain of the heavenly Tao, belonging to another dimension altogether. It appeared that while he was striving upward, he was, in fact, perpetually within the confines of the void. But why could he enter this space governed by the heavenly Tao? Was it possible that these two realms were connected by a breach? This was the only explanation that made sense. If this were the case, his only means of escape would be through that opening. Why had the heavenly Tao forsaken this place? Could it be that even the heavenly Tao could not exert its control here? Yet, how could there exist a connection between the two realms? This was the juncture where the spaces of the heavenly Tao and the void intersected. The voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then spoke. The return to the abyss is a passage connecting the heavenly Tao to another realm, or perhaps a transitional space. If one were to continue down this path, could it lead to another dimension? I see now. The heavenly Tao of the return to the abyss connects to an external passage. If one were to venture forth beyond the heavenly Tao, would that not signify transcending it? The return to the abyss, the place where all things converge. Tang Yu began to grasp the concept. At the juncture of two realms, each entirely distinct yet interconnected, it is only natural that everything would be crushed between these disparate spaces. The return to the abyss, his primordial body, surpassing the heavenly Tao. Beyond himself, no one has truly entered. To speak of other matters, the peculiar force of devouring energy is quite odd. Should an ordinary sage step in, they would likely have their power siphoned away. Without transcending the heavenly Tao, one could never access another realm, whether it be of a lower or a higher nature than the space of the heavenly Tao. Regardless of the distinction, entry is impossible, as the heavenly Tao imposes its constraints. Indeed, this is a forsaken land of the heavenly Tao, yet it also exists within its domain. It is merely the fusion and overlap of the heavenly Tao with other realms that has resulted in this phenomenon. However, you still possess an opportunity, for you are, by nature, a primordial being transcending the heavenly Tao. Even if it were possible to enter another realm, would you forsake your disciples, loved ones, and friends to do so? Tang Yu paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, even if I could access another realm, I would not venture forth, for there are far too many attachments and burdens here. Tang Yu continued onward, now with a clearer understanding of what the return to the abyss truly entailed. Feeling a lighter weight upon his heart, in the heavenly court, the atmosphere grew inexplicably oppressive. The deities appeared listless, lacking vitality. Why was this? It was simply due to the scarcity of spiritual sustenance. The supply of incense had run dry. Ultimately, they pooled their resources to present to the Jade Emperor, effectively leaving the entire heavenly court devoid of provisions save for the emperor himself. The star of Venus, increasingly discontent, felt oppressed by the authority wielded over them. Despite his dissatisfaction, he found himself powerless, for the Jade Emperor was indeed the Jade Emperor. Higher ranks crushed the lesser. While outwardly composed, he inwardly contemplated a scheme. If he could locate Tang Sanzang and forge an alliance, not only would the incense issue be resolved, but he might also enhance his prospects of ascending to the throne of the Jade Emperor. The current Tang Sanzang was not to be underestimated, and he was not alone. Figures like Houtu and Tong Tian shared close ties with him. Recently, he had repeatedly wounded Hongjun, underscoring the formidable nature of Tang Sanzang. As for Hongjun, he required someone to maintain the balance of the three realms. Who ascends as the Jade Emperor would likely not concern him excessively. Moreover, the Star of Venus believed that if he were to take the throne, he would undoubtedly possess greater capability than the current Jade Emperor. Not long ago, in the recent battle, the heavenly court suffered such devastating losses that even the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing looked down upon the Jade Emperor, deeming him utterly incapable. The disdain for the Jade Emperor grew within Tai Bai Jinxing, who believed that in terms of ability, the emperor was profoundly lacking compared to himself. Furthermore, he was convinced that with the assistance of Tang Song, ascending to the position of Jade Emperor would be a mere trifling task. This was due to the fact that the entire pantheon was languishing in smoke, allowing him to easily seize control over the deities. Seated on his dragon throne, the Jade Emperor held a cigarette between his fingers, his brow furrowed in deep concern. A veil of smoke obscured his eyes, and the familiar scent of tobacco filled his nostrils, an aroma he would soon no longer experience, as his supply was dwindling and the entire heavenly court was nearing its demise. Regret began to creep into the Jade Emperor's heart. Had he known this would transpire, he would have aligned himself with Tang Song. The Buddha had already proclaimed his allegiance to Tang Song, leaving the likes of Jane and Zhuni too intimidated to act against him, especially after Tang Song had repeatedly inflicted injuries upon them. It was likely they were traumatized by these encounters, particularly within the Zixiao Palace, where even Hongjun was not spared. Thus, with the Buddha now subordinate to Tang Song, it was improbable they would dare to challenge him, at least for the foreseeable future. Moreover, if we consider the issue of cigarettes, the Buddha would undoubtedly have no shortage. He could indulge as he pleased, discarding half a cigarette without a second thought. Contemplating this, the Jade Emperor sighed heavily and glanced at the nearby celestial maiden, who understood his unspoken command and gracefully approached him. She took the cigarette from his hand and extinguished it, treating it with utmost reverence as she placed it before the emperor, each movement deliberate to avoid any waste. The sight of the half-burned cigarette sparked a glimmer of longing in the eyes of the deities, who yearned to seize it, light it, and savor a puff. Though such thoughts remained unvoiced. While the allure of tobacco was undeniable, one must remember not to gamble with their life. Cigarettes may hold value, but life is infinitely more precious. Your Majesty, Tai-bai Jinxing ventured forth. In my humble opinion, the cessation of tobacco in the heavenly court has left the deities restless. Recently, 2 battalions of heavenly soldiers even clashed over a cigarette, but, although the casualties were not severe, it reflects a troubling trend. If this issue is not addressed promptly, it could lead to significant chaos among the deities. Damn it, I know that. I am asking how to resolve it. The Jade Emperor bellowed, slamming his palm on the table in a fit of rage. How to resolve it? You've led us into this predicament, and now seek our counsel? What can we possibly do? Regrettably, the illustrious Tai-bai Jinxing found himself in a state of remorse. It is essential to recall that during the time when Tang Sanzang was imprisoned, he approached Tang Sanzang with a demand for cigarettes, and his tone was far from amiable. Reflecting on this, Tai-bai Jinxing could hardly suppress the urge to slap himself twice. In light of this, the old minister opined that it would be prudent to seek assistance from the leader of the Buddha's Light Gang. Tai-bai Jinxing remarked that the members of the Buddha's Light Gang had publicly declared their allegiance to Tang Sanzang. Setting aside other considerations, at the very least, the issue of cigarettes could certainly be resolved. Pausing for a moment, Tai-bai Jinxing continued, acknowledging that there was a possibility the Buddha's Light Gang might take advantage of the situation to inflate their demands. Nevertheless, he believed that the loss we faced was already accepted, as we had no alternative course of action. This was the only viable solution. The Jade Emperor had already contemplated this dilemma, apprehensive that the Buddha's Light Gang might exploit the situation for their own gain. If there were any other alternatives, the Jade Emperor would certainly prefer them. However, it appeared that no other options existed, and thus they were compelled to proceed in this manner. With a heavy sigh, the Jade Emperor lamented the predicament he found himself in, as the sovereign of the 3 realms, the supreme ruler of the heavenly court, now troubled over something as trivial as a cigarette. He reminisced about the past when he would carelessly discard half a cigarette, a time that seemed to have faded into oblivion. What if the Buddha's Light Gang refused to cooperate? The Jade Emperor expressed his concerns. The old minister believed that nothing was beyond negotiation, merely a matter of having sufficient leverage. Tai-bai Jinxing smirked coldly, asserting that all things in the world could be exchanged, provided one possessed adequate bargaining power. The Jade Emperor squinted thoughtfully, contemplating before finally stating, Tai-bai makes a valid point. In that case, you shall venture forth to negotiate with the Buddha's Light Gang and ensure that the cigarettes are procured. After a moment's reflection, the Jade Emperor entrusted Tai-bai Jinxing with additional matters regarding what he deemed the final price. If the demands exceeded this threshold, the negotiation would be deemed futile. However, Tai-bai Jinxing perceived that the current issue was not about how much they could offer, but rather how much the Buddha's Light Gang would demand. Regardless of the price set by the Buddha's Light Gang, acquiring the cigarettes was the wisest course of action. Yet, the Jade Emperor had established a baseline price. Should this negotiation fail, future attempts would likely prove far more challenging. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor had made his decision, and Tai-bai Jinxing dared not dissent. He accepted the decree and set off towards the lower realm of Laojun Mountain, bringing with him all his possessions, for he too needed to barter. Even securing a few cigarettes would suffice, as the absence of them was truly unbearable, gnawing at his very soul. Upon the return of the messenger, news was proclaimed that Tang Sanzang had accepted their alliance. Subsequently, they subtly communicated across the 3 realms, informing others of their association with Tang Sanzang. At this juncture, the myriad Buddhas finally felt a profound sense of relief. With the support of the old third, whom even Hongjun dared not provoke, who could they fear? Instantly, the Buddhas and members of the Buddha's Light Gang felt emboldened, standing tall with newfound confidence. Particularly, the messenger, Lage, was in exceptionally high spirits. The era of brazen confrontations has irrevocably passed, ushering in a new epoch dominated by the bald-headed brigade, a time worthy of celebration. Thus, Brother Lai summoned the members of the bald-headed gang, and they indulged in merriment for several days, drowning in inebriation and revelry. Ambitions and endeavors have been cast aside by Brother Lai, who, in truth, did not intend to depart from his previous life. His only desire was to escape the incessant brawls. Deep down, Brother Lai felt a pang of sorrow, had it not been for the impulsive slap from Zhuan Ti. and had they regarded him with even a modicum of respect, he would have remained. Yet, they chose to remember only his transgressions, overlooking his contributions. A mere disagreement would provoke an outburst. Such a situation is unbearable for anyone. Reflecting on the past, Brother Lai once commanded great respect, traversing the realms with authority. Those who encountered him would bow in reverence, addressing him as Buddha. Now, he finds himself concealed in the modest expanse of Mount Luojia, merely surviving in a state of prolonged decline. The brilliance of his former glory has faded. Observing his comrades from the bald-headed gang, drinking and smoking, Guanyin Bodhisattva could not help but smile bitterly before departing from the scene. The air of Mount Luojia is now thick with smoke and littered with discarded bottles. A far cry from its once harmonious atmosphere. A figure of the Buddhist faith has descended to such depths, leaving Guanyin with a complicated heart. Suddenly, a radiant light pierced the heavens, followed by a voice resonating. The great white star seeks an audience with the Tathagata and the leader of the bald-headed gang. Brother Lai gazed up at the great white star, belched lightly, and lit a cigarette for himself, inquiring, "What brings you, great white star? To our humble abode in the west?" Noticing the cigarettes laid out, the great white star's eyes glimmered with a flicker of desire. Brother Lai squinted slightly and tossed a cigarette to him, saying, "Have one." The great white star eagerly accepted, placing it between his lips, igniting it with a flick of his fingers that released azure flames, and inhaled deeply. Instantly, he felt invigorated, enveloped by the familiar taste and sensation. Seeing the great white star in such a state, Brother Lai experienced a moment of realization. The great white star's visit was undoubtedly at the behest of the Jade Emperor. Yet, what could possibly warrant such an audience? It must be about the cigarettes. With that thought, Brother Lai shook his head and straightened his posture. "I report to the leader, having been sent by His Majesty," the great white star stated, hoping to exchange for some cigarettes. Brother Lai chuckled inwardly, realizing his astuteness was indeed validated. This is the advantage of associating with Tang Xing. The Jade Emperor must be regretting his decision now, but it is too late for him. He has irrevocably closed off his own path. As the sovereign of the three realms, he is bound by limitations, unlike the cleverness of this leader. Though we mingle with the old third, our supply of cigarettes is dwindling. Brother Lai frowned, feigning difficulty as he spoke. Chapter 537, The Colossal Beast in the Return to the Void. The great white star's mind was as clear as a mirror. The Buddha's words seemed to subtly hint at a price increase. Nonetheless, there appears to be no feasible solution. After all, preparations had been laid prior to arrival. "My esteemed leader, I earnestly hope you can sell me some. The price is negotiable." The Star of Venus, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, "His Majesty shares the same sentiment." Lai Gu, with a furrowed brow, hesitated and stated, "You are aware that we are currently allied with Tang Xing. Given the actions taken by your heavenly court, it can be said that our esteemed third brother has refrained from confronting you solely due to his magnanimity. With third brother's current cultivation, should he choose to challenge you, it would surely turn the heavenly court upside down. While we find ourselves comfortably beneath his protection, it would be imprudent to sell to you so hastily." As he spoke, Lai Gu lifted a large bowl, took a sip of wine, and with a sigh, seized a large cucumber and bit into it, suppressing the effects of the alcohol. "If third brother were to discover this, I would feel rather embarrassed. You have caused him such harm, and here I am, clandestinely selling cigarettes to you? If he were to find out, he would surely be incensed." Lai Ji's concerns were not unfounded. They were currently reliant on Tang Xing's protection. Jeopardizing that for a trivial matter would be unwise. Yet, secretly, Lai Gu felt a sense of pride. This was the advantage of associating with Tang Xing. The heavenly court must be regretting their decisions now. In this regard, the Jade Emperor is not as astute as I. The Star of Venus, with a smirk, commented, "Indeed. The heavenly court once had some disagreements with Tang Xing. I also understand that the Buddha and the leaders have now aligned under his banner. As you mentioned, Tang Xing is quite magnanimous, and I believe he would not be concerned about these cigarettes. If possible, I still hope the leader can sell some. The price is of no consequence." Lai Gu flicked the ash from his cigarette and sighed, "That simply will not do. It's not that I am unwilling to sell to you, but rather that I cannot." Subsequently, the Star of Venus offered various arguments, yet Lai Gu remained resolute. "No, it cannot be sold to you." It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, he had forgotten to ask Tang Xing for cigarettes during their last encounter. Currently, their supply was dwindling. It seems that when next he meets Tang Xing to exchange cigarettes, He might indirectly probe whether Tang Xing cares about selling cigarettes to the heavenly court. If he truly does not mind, then Lai Go believes he could very well leverage this to restore the former glory of the Buddhist sect. The mere thought of this filled Lai Go with excitement, for he might even rise above the Jade Emperor due to cigarettes. Regardless, the Jade Emperor would surely not dare to offend him. Ultimately, the Star of Venus sighed in resignation as he departed from Lijiao Mountain, preparing to return to the heavenly court to report to the Jade Emperor and seek his counsel. For he found himself out of options. Yet, he pondered within, considering that establishing a good relationship with the bald-headed gang could prove beneficial, yielding countless advantages without any drawbacks. At the very least, if he ever wished to undertake something in the future, it would be prudent to have such connections. They might be their own support. After a moment's contemplation, the Jade Emperor shook his head in haste, fearing that this dreadful thought would escape his mind. For some reason, he found his notion quite terrifying. Yet, the more one tries to suppress certain thoughts, the more they inevitably surface. In a vague vision, he even saw himself adorned in a dragon robe, brimming with vigor as he ascended to the throne of the three realms, governing them all. Li Jing and the others prostrated themselves before him, kneeling in reverence. The mere thought of this sent a surge of excitement through the Jade Emperor, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Upon returning to the heavenly court, he reported to the Jade Emperor, who, in a fit of rage, kicked over a nearby table, gazing at the half-burnt cigarette but that had fallen to the ground. He sighed heavily, approached, picked it up, puffed on the end, and then placed it between his lips, saying, "I understand." His voice bore a weariness that seemed to age him beyond his years. "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" the Jade Star inquired tentatively. The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "Leave me to ponder this matter." The Jade Star respectfully withdrew. An air of oppression hung over the heavenly court, leaving the deities listless. Even a few cigarette butts had sparked several altercations. In the Goetiu, Tang Yu delved deeper, his heart increasingly gripped by trepidation. If this truly was a passage between two realms, what kind of space lay beyond? Furthermore, the Earth Mother had mentioned that the Panga deity might have originated from Goetiu. At this moment, Tang Yu felt utterly bewildered. If he was born from Goetiu, does that imply he emerged due to the influence of another space? Or perhaps he was indeed born within Goetiu. After the creation of heaven and earth, this place became Goetiu, a passage connecting the two realms, abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Was the other space formed before or after the creation of heaven and earth? And what of this stone? It may not necessarily be a product of Goetiu. It could have originated from another realm, entering Goetiu and absorbing its essence, and then for reasons unknown, emerging from Goetiu entirely, entering the space of the heavenly Tao. Tang Yu believed his conjectures were quite accurate. With this understanding, he grasped the nature of Goetiu, an overlap of two spaces. Everything ultimately returns to Goetiu. Even a sage, upon entering, would likely be shattered under the pressure of these two distinct realms, including their primordial spirit, unless they possessed a primordial body akin to his own. Otherwise, no one could traverse Goetiu. Faintly, he sensed what seemed to be the sound of breathing. He hastened forward, momentarily taken aback to find not far ahead, a colossal, unknown beast, resembling a mountain, reclining in slumber. How could this be? Tang Yu was astonished. How could it survive amidst the overlap of two spaces? In the instant he reached out, his hand passed through the beast's body. A mere illusion? Tang Yu was puzzled. But if it were an illusion, how could there be breathing? It existed in reality, yet he could not touch it. Tang Yu extended his hand, once more passing through its ethereal form. Could it truly be an illusion? It seemed implausible, for he could distinctly ascertain its reality. A sense of confusion enveloped Tang Yu. What constitutes a dream? Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. A dream can be described as a realm. When one awakens, the dream's domain dissipates. Is it possible for you to extract what you need from this dream into reality? Furrowing his brow, Tang Yu pondered for a considerable time before breaking into a smile. The interplay and overlap of two realms seemed to manifest. Though it appeared as if he occupied this space, it might very well be that he resided in another dimension. Thus, while it seemed tangible, upon contact, it eluded his grasp. Tang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Celestial phenomena also belong to another realm. What if I were to enter through the celestial manifestation? Chapter 538. You have arrived, Tang Yu. With this thought, Tang Yu vanished entirely. Simultaneously, celestial phenomena emerged, enveloping the colossal beast. Within this celestial realm, he finally made contact with the creature's form. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Yet, how had this behemoth come to be here? The creature's eyelids fluttered, abruptly revealing its enormous blood-red eyes, brimming with an aura of impending carnage. Who dares disturb my slumber? The beast's voice was intermittent, barely audible amid the oscillation between the two realms, reverberating back and forth until it gradually faded away. And who might you be? Tang Yu's voice resonated within the celestial domain. However, he found it peculiar. Why was there life within this desolate expanse? Could it be that it had traversed from another dimension? This possibility loomed large. With a roar, the beast raised its claw and struck towards Tang Yu. In the celestial realm, Tang Yu retaliated with a punch. To his astonishment, his full force, infused with magical energy, only managed to push the beast back a few steps. Thud, thud. Tang Yu continued to unleash a barrage of punches, each landing upon the creature's form. The beast let out a pained cry, yet its gaze towards Tang Yu remained cold and filled with malice. Ah, I see now, Tang Yu mused lightly. You have forcibly crossed over from another realm, sustaining grave injuries amidst the spatial overlap, hence your need to succumb to slumber here. Yet, the moment you awaken, I unleashed thousands of punches upon you, and you remained unscathed. Now, a mere gentle strike from me proves too much for you to endure. The longer you remain awake, the weaker you become. Am I correct? Tang Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. How did you traverse from another realm? The beast let out a low growl, roaring in response. Suddenly, Tang Yu sensed a faint yet powerful presence emanating from a nearby stone, enveloping the colossal beast. The creature's expression shifted, trembling in fear, its eyes reflecting profound terror. It emitted a low growl, almost as if pleading for mercy. Once more, a faint light glimmered from the stone, casting a radiance upon the beast. With a tortured roar, the creature writhed in agony. Tang Yu widened his eyes, unable to believe the spectacle unfolding before him. A colossal beast, as immense as a mountain, transmuted before the eyes into a stark white skeleton at a breathtaking pace. At once, Tang Yu felt a chilling dread crawl across his scalp. What manner of stone was this, that it could consume such a creature, reducing it to mere bones in an instant? The dark mists of the abyss drifted forth, and the enormous white bones vanished without a trace. A giggle echoed from the stone, reminiscent of a young girl's laughter. Who are you? Tang Yu inquired. Devour. Devour the heavenly Tao, the voice responded intermittently, imbued with an air of confusion. Soon, the voice faded, and despite Tang Yu's persistent questioning, silence enveloped him. This strange stone instilled a profound sense of fear within Tang Yu. Should he cast it into the abyss? The scenery before him shifted rapidly, as though countless spaces overlapped. Simultaneously, he acutely sensed the distortion of space's formidable force. In haste, he invoked celestial phenomena, immersing himself within this cosmic realm. Were it not for the celestial phenomena being a space unto itself, he would have been lost. As he traversed this celestial domain, he surged forward. Abruptly, the surrounding space seemed to part once more, and the accumulated force gradually dissipated into the boundless chaos of the abyss. It felt as though everything had frozen in that moment. What was this? Tang Yu sensed an ancient, profound aura permeating the air, as the surrounding space warped and crystallized. Time. Legend spoke of the abyss being capable of halting time itself. It was not that time could truly be frozen, but rather a conflict of overlapping spaces and times that gave the illusion of stasis. A voice resonated within his mind. Were it not for your celestial phenomena, even with the body of primordial chaos, you would surely be obliterated by time. A faint light began to illuminate the surroundings, resembling countless rivers of time, cascading simultaneously. Waves of temporal power enveloped him, and in an instant, Tang Yu grew old. Then, his form burst apart, and a child appeared where he had just stood. The relentless force of time washed over the child, who rapidly matured into the likeness of Tang Yu, only to age once more. It seemed that under the alternation of time, he was destined to cycle endlessly. His celestial phenomena constituted a space where different realms overlapped. The power of time also penetrated this celestial realm, explaining the strange occurrences. Child, youth, aged, abyss, rebirth. This must be the inner sanctum of the abyss. What he had traversed before was merely its periphery. Tang Yu was astounded. No wonder the Earth Mother warned that even saints who ventured into the abyss faced grave peril. It was not merely peril, it was a certainty of death. The rivers of time around him erupted into a myriad of colors. At that moment, Tang Yu seemed to stand at a crossroads of time, where figures flickered within the flowing waters. One figure stood amidst the chaos, radiating an overwhelming celestial majesty. Wielding a mighty axe, with a single swing, chaos was cleaved asunder. It was the great Pangu. Tang Yu stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Time intertwined, reflecting the past in a vivid tapestry of shimmering light and shadow. Before him danced the swirling images, each fleeting moment a mesmerizing glimpse of rebirth and annihilation. Countless peculiar beings manifested within the tableau, their cries echoing through the air. The laws of the universe intertwined, dazzling brilliance flickering amidst the chaos. Unfathomable monsters roared, even devouring the essence of life itself. This was but a fragment of bygone time, casting light upon events long past. At that moment, Tang Yu was reminded of a mirage, an illusion, seemingly unattainable, yet perhaps it represented shards of temporal existence scattered in the river of time, forever captured. Then, in a serendipitous instant, they re-emerged in space, revealing themselves before the eyes of the multitude. The river of time flowed endlessly. Tang Yu even beheld Hongjun imparting wisdom at the Zixiao Palace, witnessed Niuhua refining stones to mend the heavens, along with countless nameless monsters. The hazy images gradually faded from view. As the river of time receded, it took all of this with it. The return to the void, where space and time alternated and overlapped, where the essence of all things converged. It was not merely a realm of dissolution, but rather a fleeting interplay of different spaces and times. Thus, everything returned to the void. He then recalled the colossal beast, conjecturing that it might have traversed from another realm into the void, even yearning to step into the realm of the Tao. However, the divergence of space and time rendered it perpetually dormant. "You have arrived, Tang Yu." A voice suddenly resonated, as if echoing from different epochs. A chill ran down Tang Yu's spine. The name called was not Tang Sanzang, but Tang Yu. "Who are you?" Tang Yu asked, his voice trembling. Chapter 539, I have seen your future. Tang Yu stood frozen, paralyzed by fear and trepidation. The endless void, a realm of nothingness, suddenly bore a voice that still called his name. Had it been Tang Sanzang, he would not have been so startled, yet it was distinctly Tang Yu. Was it a soul from beyond the heavens? The voice reverberated again, fragmented yet persistent, resonating from different times, a serene echo in Tang Yu's ears. "Who are you truly?" Tang Yu inquired gravely. "There is no need for such alarm. I have inadvertently grasped fragments of time, glimpsing a scene from the future, witnessing you, this soul from beyond." Descending, Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Can the future truly be foretold? If it were possible to accurately sense every trace of one's existence through the future, then the path he trod would be predetermined. This implies that he was inherently a fixed point in the cosmos. Despite his lingering doubts, Tang Yu could scarcely accept this notion. If he were indeed a predetermined entity, then all aspects of his existence could potentially lie within the grasp of the Tao. If you can foresee the futures of all ordinary beings, why should not other formidable entities glimpse your future? A hint of wistfulness emerged in that voice. As if laden with the weight of endless vicissitudes, Tang Yu's body trembled. "Who are you?" "I have long since perished, you need not worry. Only a faint remnant of consciousness lingers here, and it shall soon dissipate." At that moment, Tang Yu suddenly entertained a bold conjecture, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you the great deity Pangu? Is it possible for consciousness to remain here and accurately proclaim its identity?" Naturally, Tang Yu's thoughts drifted towards Pangu. The Earth Mother had once spoken of him, and legends claimed that the great deity Pangu was born from this very place. Could it be that Pangu truly originated here? In ancient times, Pangu created the heavens and the earth, transforming into all things. Logically, he should have long since faded away. Yet here, a fragment of his consciousness still endures. The voice did not deny this, but inquired, "Do you know where this place is?" The Goetiu, an entrance connecting another realm, where spaces intertwine and distort, and times overlap, Tang Yu articulated, echoing his earlier conjecture. Partially correct, yet not entirely so. The voice sighed softly. This is an endless overlap of spaces, an interchange of countless times. One of the infinite possibilities manifested by the river of time. Infinite space, countless times. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that this place is not merely a distortion of two overlapping spaces, but rather a convergence of multiple realms? He questioned in confusion. Moreover, what does it mean to be one of the infinite possibilities of time? The voice pondered briefly before responding. identical choices and events, whether undertaken a moment sooner or later, yield disparate outcomes. This exemplifies one of the infinite possibilities of time. Thus, here, time can be frozen, yet it simultaneously flows through countless moments. The distinctions between these moments, the conflicts that arise, can solidify time. Yet, within the myriad of moments, one can glimpse the past or the future. Tang Yu's brow deepened in contemplation. Did this not imply that this place is a nexus of countless temporal intersections? No wonder he had just witnessed those indistinct images, those myriad scenes from the past, frozen and alternating, reflecting bygone moments. But can the future truly be revealed? Tang Yu was uncertain. Perhaps, as he suggested, if they could foresee the lives of ordinary individuals, then surely there exist formidable entities capable of probing into all facets of their existence, including the future? Yet, would this not imply that everything in the future is predetermined and immutable? At that moment, an inexplicable weariness washed over Tang Yu. The past and future intertwining through countless moments allowed him to grasp fragments from the future. Tang Yu solemnly inquired, "Did you see me, an otherworldly spirit?" "Indeed." The voice continued, "Not only did I witness your origins, but I also foresaw that one day you would enter this place. Hence, I preserve this fragment of consciousness, along with many more futures that belong to you." At this juncture, a note of wistful nostalgia tinged the voice. "What is it?" Tang Yu asked eagerly. A voice chuckled softly. "Do you believe in the inevitability of the future?" After a brief silence, Tang Yu smiled as well, responding, "What you perceive has little relevance to me. As long as I possess sufficient strength, the future lies firmly in my grasp. It is I who will determine the path I tread, not a preordained script dictated by others." "Indeed, well said. The future rests in your hands." Not swayed by external forces, the voice responded with hearty laughter. "If only I could witness whether you can indeed carve out a different future, for reasons unknown." A heaviness settled within Tang Yu's heart. "What exactly is this place? How did it come into being?" he inquired. "This is the intersection of countless spaces, a convergence of myriad timelines," the voice replied with an air of weariness. "As you have just articulated, it is a passage connecting various realms, which is quite accurate. For this place is a composite of multiple dimensions." Tang Yu furrowed his brow as the voice continued. "You wish to inquire about the paths of these multiple spaces and the absence of extraterrestrial entities? It is not that they do not exist." The voice paused momentarily before resuming. "Yet, amidst the overlapping of such spaces, who can traverse them with ease? You have seen the slumbering behemoth, have you not? It indeed entered from the outside, yet under the pressure of space, it has sustained grave injuries, rendering it unable to awaken. Even without your intervention, its time is limited. Only you possess the ability to navigate this realm unscathed. Your physical form is unique. The techniques you have cultivated have, in an intangible manner, forged a space of your own. Thus, you are able to delve into this place with such composure." In quiet understanding, Tang Yu nodded inwardly. His ability to penetrate this realm and sense the amalgamation of countless spaces stemmed from the primordial body and celestial phenomena, both essential. "But why do you endure here?" Tang Yu queried, perplexed. The voice erupted in laughter. "I am but a faint whisper of consciousness. Moreover, this place is extraordinary, as I mentioned. It embodies one of the infinite possibilities of time, a confluence of countless temporal rivers. Therefore, while it may seem like you converse with me, we reside within different times or spaces. You have embedded your consciousness deep within various temporal currents, leaving an imprint of your essence, thus enabling this dialogue." Tang Yu's brow furrowed further. To emerge from the ultimate fate, the 540th chapter, such a feat is only possible here. "You are correct. My consciousness has indeed merged with different timelines." The voice sighed. "Yet having merged with these various timelines, I am no longer truly myself. Furthermore, conversing with you across past and future, it will not be long before I dissipate into the ether of differing times." Tang Yu fell silent, pondering. What purpose does this lingering consciousness serve? "To await you," came the reply. "Why?" Tang Yu asked, bewildered. "In the boundless cosmos, amidst chaos, if you were alone, would you not feel an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation?" Tang Yu contemplated deeply, and a scene began to unfold vividly before his eyes. In the vast expanse of the universe, amidst the boundless chaos, he found himself alone, reflecting upon the eons that had passed. The mere contemplation of this reality sent a shiver down his spine. Such thoughts evoked an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. Indeed, Loneliness is terrifying. I spent countless years in this place, solitary and unaccompanied. The atmosphere was steeped in profound bleakness and isolation. Thus, I allowed myself to succumb to a deep slumber. Time and again, each instance extending longer than the last. Yet, with every awakening, the profound emptiness gnawed at my very essence. There was no light, no vestige of life. Only the interminable, chaotic darkness. Here, I was utterly alone. Eventually, I cleaved through the chaos, becoming the very fabric of existence, transforming myself into all things. I sought to create a realm of exquisite beauty. However, to my astonishment, it turned out that I was indeed akin to the great Tang Yu. Though I had long suspected this truth, hearing it spoken aloud left Tang Yu somewhat incredulous. The subsequent revelations were clear to him. However, it was unexpected that, despite successfully opening the heavens and transforming into all things, I would ultimately face my downfall. It was only then that I comprehended the concept of fate. Everything is bound by destiny. Perhaps one day, you too shall tread the same path of fate as I. Impossible, Tang Yu vehemently denied. I have never subscribed to the notion of fate. Initially, I shared your disbelief. Yet after countless struggles and resistance, when faced with the futility of changing one's path, the fear of destiny becomes apparent. All things unfold along a predetermined trajectory. Without you, what would be the ultimate fate of Tang Sanzang? If it were not for oneself, Tang Sanzang's journey to the west would have culminated in enlightenment. Because of you, Tang Sanzang's fate was altered. You transcended his destiny. Yet you remain ensnared in your own. Do you understand? After a prolonged silence, Tang Yu smiled. I do not understand. Nor do I wish to. Regardless of circumstances, I remain unyielded. As I have stated, my future lies in my own hands, not dictated by others. Before him, the shadows flickered, evoking the sensation of disparate epochs swirling around him. Was this the river of time? How should one choose? Without hesitation, Tang Yu stepped towards the left path. As he delved deeper into the river of time, myriad figures emerged before him. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, the queen of the kingdom of women, and even a reflection of his former self. These were moments from the past, now manifesting within the river of time. Master, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing called out in unison. The void consumed them. Aware that it was but an illusion, Tang Yu still felt a pang of emotion. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to avert his gaze and silence his ears. With a thunderous crash, the river of time shattered, and he fell from its depths, standing once more in his original place. What do you intend to do? Tang Yu questioned, bewildered. The scenery around him transformed dramatically, with countless rivers cascading down, yet all converging towards the same destination. In the vast expanse of time, myriad choices present themselves, yet they all converge upon the same destination. The voice continued. Do you see? Ultimately, it leads to an inescapable fate. Though initially offered countless options, the final outcome remains unchanged. Tang Yu snorted, his magical power surging. Countless rivers of time blurred and shattered before him. Thus, the opportunity for choice vanishes, yet choices abound everywhere, do they not? The ultimate result remains uncertain, does it not? Tang Yu remarked with a light chuckle. You speak wisely, yet how can the fish adrift in the ocean free itself from the water? Often, it cannot even control its own direction, the voice replied. You speak of small fish, Tang Yu stated with an impassive expression. Perhaps the larger fish can steer its course, possessing a direction of choice, yet it remains ensnared by the ocean's depths. There exists a fish that can sprout wings. However, even with wings, it merely escapes the ocean's confines. It cannot soar to the ends of the vast sky. Tang Yu calmly responded, that matters little. The fish has broken free from its destined fate, and that is sufficient. As for the expanse of the sky, it offers a glimpse of different vistas. Even if it falls from the heights, it is a rebellion against fate after struggling. The voice erupted in hearty laughter. Well said. Having struggled and shattered the original fate, why concern oneself with where one falls? If one truly wishes to see the ultimate destination of their journey, the voice sighed. My essence is on the verge of dissipating. Before your arrival, I existed in a haze, buried within the endless river of time. Your presence has allowed me to coalesce. Yet it also signifies my complete dissolution. Suddenly, a multitude of time rivers manifested before him. A towering figure emerged, strolling through the ages, materializing from different rivers of time. Ultimately, it transformed into a being radiating overwhelming celestial authority, difficult to behold. Clutching the divine acts of creation, It stood resolutely above the river of time. This figure was magnificent, standing tall and imposing, exuding an immense aura of power, as if a mere swing of the axe could obliterate the heavens and the earth. At last, the colossal form erupted, transforming into fragments of profound laws that drifted before Tang Yu's eyes. He gazed unblinkingly at this supreme essence of the Tao. If he could truly comprehend it, Tang Yu could undoubtedly advance further. However, it was merely a wisp of consciousness, incapable of imparting true knowledge. Some insights were left for him, with the hope that one day he could transcend his original fate. The voice grew increasingly faint. In the three realms of wager, all things return to the void. Chaos manifests, and all becomes naught. Through self-sacrifice, the Tao is mended, and the great tribulation dissolves. Beings exist, yet one is missing. The voice slowly faded. Ultimately, you will see your future as I have. I hope you can truly break free from your final destiny. Chapter 541, The Laws Embodied. Tang Yu found himself utterly captivated by the spectacle before him. Countless laws shimmer before his eyes, embodying the profound essence of the great Tao, the ultimate principles of existence. Vague fragments reflect within his mind as Tang Yu repeatedly rehearses and contemplates them. Ultimately, myriad laws dissolve before him, transforming into countless indistinct figures. These figures, formed from the essence of the laws, spring forth, performing a dance of exquisite beauty. Their movements ethereal and transcendent. Yet, each motion is accompanied by the thunderous roar of the heavens. With every gesture and stance, the aura of infinite laws pervades the atmosphere, suggesting that a mere flick of the wrist could obliterate worlds. The dance of the laws reverberates in his consciousness. Tang Yu, in synchrony with the laws before him, finds himself moving gracefully, as if dancing among myriad realms. In this moment, they unite, coalescing entirely within him. The laws of time, space, force, and combat converge in the land of chaos, amidst the endless interplay of time and space. For Tang Yu, this is the ultimate crucible for trial. At last, he halts in a singular, astonishing pose, remaining utterly still. The dance of the laws dissipates from his sight. He has etched the 9 principles into memory. The resonance of the time law seems to immerse him in distinct currents of time. Countless indistinct pasts and futures cascade before him, revealing one of the infinite possibilities of time. He stands at a crossroads of temporal divergence, with innumerable opportunities for choice before him. Yet, resolutely, he shatters all temporal streams. I do not require choices. What is now is already determined. Perhaps there are experiences I wish to avoid, yet am compelled to endure. Whether joy or sorrow, happiness remains etched in the heart, fostering comfort. However, true growth is born solely from suffering. Both joy and pain can leave indelible marks upon one's soul. There is no need for selection, for everything in this moment is already optimal. Countless rivers of time vanish from his view. Tang Yu radiates with myriad brilliant points of light, the mysteries of the laws merging within him. Moments later, all flickering laws fade from his being. Why not choose a different timeline? Echoes the voice of the system in his mind. That is another river, distinct from the present. Even if one were to select another path, all that transpires here is already ordained. Tang Yu asserts, moreover, I believe this is the best outcome. If I were to deny yesterday's self because of who I am today, then life would be rendered meaningless, for every choice carries with it regret and pain. Regardless, the choices I made at that time are the most correct answers I could have arrived at. If one could truly start anew, I fear that the choices I made back then would remain unchanged, would they not? Everything that was destined has transpired. All experiences, whether steeped in suffering or joy, constitute the tapestry of your existence. From the perspective of life's journey, all that has occurred is for the best. Perhaps, in comparison to others, one might find themselves dissatisfied with the present state of life. However, one cannot refute the significance of their past choices or the essence of their own existence. When faced with countless opportunities for choice, anyone would undoubtedly hesitate, yearning to begin afresh and relinquish all, yet feeling an undeniable reluctance. Such is the inherent contradiction of humanity. Tang Yu chuckled softly, pausing for a moment before inquiring, System, why have your words suddenly increased at this juncture? The system fell silent, remaining uncommunicative regardless of Tang Yu's persistent questioning. With a slight shake of his head, Tang Yu pressed onward, having now grasped the laws of space and time. The return to the void posed no peril for him. In truth, whether entering or exiting had become devoid of significance. He had comprehensively understood what the void truly represented, an endless interplay of space and time. Thus, within this realm, the river of time occasionally surged, presenting countless opportunities for choice. Even if he wished to exit now, it would be effortlessly achievable. Time and space could no longer confine him. A peculiar roar reverberated in his ears. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, soon comprehending that this was a sound emanating from another dimension, resonating through the river of time. Hesitating briefly, his entire being transformed into countless specks of light, scattering into different currents of time. When he reassembled, he found himself outside the void. Standing at the threshold of the void, Tang Yu hesitated momentarily before raising his hand to cast a seal. Without this precaution, any unwary intruder would surely meet their demise. With this seal in place, no one could enter unless their cultivation surpassed his own, enabling them to forcibly breach it. At that moment, Tang Yu noticed a significant gathering of individuals outside the void, including the female demon lord. Throughout his journey into the void, Tang Yu had not concealed his presence, and thus the demon realm was already aware of his entry. However, the crowd presumed he would be unable to emerge from the void, for it was deemed a forbidden zone where none could survive. Initially, there had been many more gathered here, but as time passed, they gradually dispersed. To others, it was certain that he had perished within the confines of the void. Yet, at this moment, he emerged alive from its depths. The assembly around him was struck with astonishment. It is that formidable individual. He has survived the void. How could this be? He truly emerged alive from the void. The demon lord gazed at him in shock, incredulous that he had escaped from within. Tang Yu cast a fleeting glance at them before his figure gradually dissipated. Departing from the demon realm, both his conversation with Tong Tian and his comprehension of the laws within the return to ruins had greatly benefited him. However, it was peculiar. He had believed that his understanding of the dance of laws would elevate him to a higher level, yet it did not. Apart from a slight increase in his magical power, his cultivation realm remained unchanged, still at the pinnacle of a saint. Nonetheless, Tang Yu had gained some insights regarding his path. In the blink of an eye, he found himself above the East Sea, concealing his aura. Otherwise, the entire world would have certainly sensed his presence. Boom. As he materialized over the East Sea, the sky abruptly darkened and the dense, ominous clouds continued to thicken. What was happening? He had not broken through. Why was he provoking a heavenly tribulation, heavenly jealousy? The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Chapter 542, Heavenly Jealousy. Heavenly jealousy? Tang Yu felt perplexed. You are the primordial body, having comprehended the dance of laws, wielding multiple powers of the laws. Even the heavenly Tao is envious of you. Thus invoking the heavenly tribulation, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The primordial body, transcending the heavenly Tao, instilled fear in the heavenly Tao with its mastery of various laws. Now he understood. Tang Yu swiftly entered the chaos. The thick clouds loomed above him, growing ever denser. A faint smile graced his lips as he radiated his aura, as if challenging the heavenly tribulation itself. He strolled beneath the dark clouds with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the heavenly jealousy. In the purple cloud palace, the three saints, including Hongjun, sensed something amiss. Their gazes seemed to pierce through countless distances, resting upon Tang Yu. Has he broken through? Qingtue spoke with a trembling voice. During this time, Tang Sanzang had cast a formidable shadow over them. Even at night, they would awaken with a start, as if they had seen Tang Sanzang, jolting upright from their dreams. Upon realizing that Tang Sanzang was not present, they could not help but feel a sense of relief. Originally, he was already unmatched in power, to the extent that even Hongjun could not contend with him. Yet now, he had seemingly broken through again. It is heavenly jealousy, Hongjun spoke solemnly. His progress is so rapid that even the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate it. Hence the emergence of heavenly jealousy. At that moment, Hongjun fervently hoped that Tang Sanzang would perish in the heavenly tribulation. He had once controlled the three realms from his lofty position, but he had never anticipated the emergence of another, Tang Sanzang, who had escaped his grasp. More alarmingly, this individual was undaunted by the might of the heavenly Tao, possessing magical power that was scarcely inferior to his own, along with an astonishing recovery ability. He had sustained severe injuries, yet moments later, he reappeared, vibrant and revitalized, as if he were not the one who had been harmed. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hongjun's figure appeared within the chaos. Simultaneously, the three saints exchanged glances and followed suit. Even if Tang Sanzang could survive the heavenly jealousy, he would undoubtedly emerge grievously wounded. This is the best opportunity to eliminate him. At this moment, that is the shared sentiment among them. The Bo Palace. Tong Tian's gaze sharpened. Heaven's jealousy. He then inhaled sharply. What on earth has Tang Sanzang done to provoke such divine envy, inciting the heavenly Tao to desire his destruction? After a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the depths of chaos. With the absence of the control of the fallen Saint Pill, he could act without restraint. In this critical moment, he could lend Tang Sanzang a helping hand. In the depths of hell's 19 layers, Houtu also sensed the overwhelming power. She slightly furrowed her brows. Is it heaven's jealousy? In an instant, the 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped her, and she appeared in the chaos. Within the chaos, Tang Yu was acutely aware of the arrival of Hongjun and others, fully cognizant of their intentions. If this were in the past, he might have contemplated how to extricate himself. However, now, he was devoid of fear. Although heaven's jealousy was continuously accumulating its might, Tang Yu felt he could easily navigate through it. Tong Tian glanced at Hongjun, who maintained a composed expression, yet Tong Tian sensed that he was undoubtedly still gravely injured. As for the 3 saints, including Yuanshi Tianzuan, their physical forms had healed, but their energies remained unstable, clearly indicating their injuries. Tong Tian couldn't help but grin, almost laughing aloud. Look at you all today. A single Tang Sanzang has brought you to this state. Especially Hongjun, who had presumed himself to be the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, ruling over the 3 realms from a lofty position, yet found himself repeatedly outmatched by Tang Sanzang. Hongjun's brow furrowed, a hint of gravity etched upon his face. With the power of the heavenly Tao, he could suppress Houtu. Tong Tian, wary of the fallen Saint Pill, likely dared not act recklessly. Confronting only Tang Sanzang, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Even if Tang Sanzang were gravely injured, he surely wouldn't be easily subdued. The 3 entities beside him, though their bodies had been reforged, were still recovering from their wounds, exhibiting limited combat prowess. Essentially, the primary fighting force rested solely with himself. Furthermore, there was also Niuhua to consider. Should she intervene, it would prove dire. Relying solely on these 3 entities against Tang Sanzang, even in his weakened state under heaven's jealousy, would be beyond their capability. Their only hope lay in the possibility that Tang Sanzang would perish within heaven's jealousy. What expression is that? Zhuanti pointed at Tong Tian, having clearly seen the grin on his face moments prior. Now, with Tang Sanzang casting shadows upon him, witnessing Tong Tian's smirk incited his ire. Most importantly, standing beside Hongjun had emboldened him. Otherwise, even with 2 more men, he wouldn't dare speak so freely with Tong Tian. Tong Tian's countenance stiffened, his gaze sharpening. An aura emanating from him as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark robes billowing, and he calmly spoke. Are you addressing me, the leader of this sect? Zhuanti's heart raced. However, after a glance at Hongjun, he steeled himself and replied, What is that expression? Are you mocking us? This statement directly brought the primordial heavenly venerable and others into the fray. What can your trifling selves do when mocked? Tong Tian remarked nonchalantly, What? Do you wish to engage with me? I advise you to carefully assess your own strength. Houtu chuckled softly, taking a few purposeful steps toward Tong Tian. I am a person of refinement, and do not wish to stoop to the level of your vulgarity. Zhuanti snorted disdainfully. Tong Tian squinted slightly. I look forward to experiencing your refinement when the opportunity arises. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Brilliant flashes of lightning struck down. Tang Yu chuckled lightly, unfazed, and gazed up at the darkened sky, his expression unchanged. However, upon noticing Hongjun and others, his brow furrowed slightly, and he made his way toward them amidst the tempestuous clouds. Tang Sanzang, what do you intend to do? Are you mad? Zhuanti shouted. The expressions of the primordial heavenly venerable and the others shifted drastically. If you forcibly draw us into the heavenly jealousy, its might will multiply manifold. Are you courting death? Zhuanti's voice trembled. Hongjun furrowed his brow, swiftly retreating thousands of miles away with the 3 saints, gazing at Tang Sanzang from a distance. Tong Tian burst into laughter. Yet a flicker of concern crept into his eyes as he regarded Tang Yu. The terror of heavenly jealousy seemed even more intense than the last time he faced the heavenly tribulation. What exactly had Tang Sanzang done to provoke such jealousy from the heavens, seeking to obliterate him? Chapter 543. Safe and sound the clouds loomed ominously. Thunder roared, and lightning flickered. An overwhelming force descended from the clouds, threatening to shatter Tang Yu entirely in that moment. Nevertheless, Tang Yu remained composed, exhibiting no signs of tension or pressure. As if strolling leisurely, he walked beneath the thick mist of the clouds, hands clasped behind his back. What could he possibly be planning? Tang Tian, perplexed, questioned, with the impending heavenly jealousy, why not harness your own powers to resist? Surely, such an immense pressure would be unbearable. Couldn't he possibly be contemplating drawing the heavenly tribulation into himself again? Could he? Previously, during Tang Yu's trial of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he had indeed done just that, invoking the heavenly tribulation for the purpose of refining his body. However, he had since attained sainthood and possessed unparalleled combat prowess, rendering such methods unnecessary for self-improvement. Under that overwhelming force, Tang Tian believed that without utilizing his own powers for defense, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Heavenly jealousy was even more fearsome than the heavenly tribulation. The mere pressure emanating from the clouds was palpable, far more intense than the might Tang Sanzang faced during his last tribulation. Houtu couldn't help but frown slightly. In the distance, Hongjun appeared equally bewildered. Could it be that Tang Sanzang intended to end his own life? Surely, that was improbable. Yet, to the eyes of the primordial heavenly venerable and others, Tang Sanzang was clearly crashing against a wall. It would be best if he perished beneath the heavenly jealousy, which would bring them complete solace. However, this notion appeared rather fanciful to them. Nevertheless, as long as Tang Sanzang lay gravely injured beneath the wrath of heaven, they would assuredly ensure he did not survive. Hongjun likely shared this sentiment. Despite the presence of Tang Tian and Houtu, the three saints still regarded it as an insignificant threat. After all, they had been present during the initial downfall of Tang Sanzang, thus they felt no misgivings. The three saints exchanged knowing glances. Boom. Crack. Violet lightning cleaved the heavens, piercing through the dark clouds with a thunderous force, descending with overwhelming might. The boundless pressure sent shivers down the spines of Tang Tian and his companions. If they were to face it themselves, even with their full magical prowess, they would likely sustain grave injuries under such tremendous power. This was the destructive force the heavenly Tao sought to unleash upon him. Tang Yu lifted his gaze towards the sky, observing with a calm demeanor, even the tiniest grain can emit brilliance. As he spoke, his figure vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, the descending lightning became blurred and distorted, as if manifesting in an alternate realm, seemingly not belonging to this world. Ultimately, the lightning disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Tang Yu reappeared. Hongjun, wide-eyed, did not blink as he witnessed this scene, articulating each word deliberately. The law of space. Tang Sanzang had indeed grasped the law of space. At that moment, Hongjun was filled with astonishment, struggling to believe it. Yet, the evidence lay vividly before him, compelling his acceptance. Tang Sanzang had clearly harnessed the power of the law of space, allowing the might of the heavenly wrath to merge into different dimensions, where it gradually disintegrated and dissipated. Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others also widened their eyes. He had comprehended the power of the law. Initially, they had all believed that under the force of heaven's wrath, Tang Sanzang would surely be gravely injured. However, they had never anticipated that he would fathom the power of the law, effectively permeating the heavenly force into various spaces, thus emerging unscathed. But how was this possible? Although they had conducted studies on the power of the law, none had truly grasped it in its entirety. In fact, they had not even crossed the threshold of understanding its principles. Upon reflection, however, Tang Sanzang's spell possessed the intricacies of an independent space. Thus, it seemed entirely plausible that his understanding of spatial magic had naturally led to this outcome. The concept of the law. Houtu's voice also carried a hint of astonishment. Tang Tian gasped in shock. He had comprehended the law of space. No wonder it had invoked the heavenly wrath. It was revealed that he had indeed grasped the power of the law. If Tang Tian were to learn that Tang Yu had comprehended 9 laws, along with the exceedingly profound dance of the law, one could only wonder if he would faint from disbelief. Boom, boom. The sky was filled with a deluge of lightning and thunder, crashing down from above. Tang Yu remained unfazed, his entire being suddenly moving with grace. His figure danced ethereally, transcending the mundane. Strangely, all the descending lightning and thunder dissipated around him. Astonishment enveloped the crowd as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. The formidable figure of Tang Tian stood still, his eyes unblinking. Hongjun's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance reflecting utmost dismay. What is this? Zhuan Ti exclaimed, bewilderment etched across his face. Lingwu. Hongjun gravely elucidated. It is also the dance of principles, the profound power of the laws. Boom. Tang Yu traversed through the celestial realms, his dancing silhouette captivating the onlookers in a trance. All might seem to bypass him, dissipating into disparate dimensions. Tang Yu remained unscathed, his demeanor unwaveringly serene. With the innate strength of the Hongming body, coupled with his comprehension of the laws, even the celestial might struggle to contend with him. Boom. The thick clouds vanished without a trace, accompanied by two final, sullen thuds of reluctant acceptance. Tang Yu stood resolutely in the void, and the onlookers fixed their gazes upon him. I pay my respects to the master of Tongtian and the mother of the earth. Tang Yu offered a slight bow before turning to Hongjun and the others. In an instant, Hongjun and the three saints involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Tang Sanzang, what do you intend to do? Zhuan Ti's voice quivered with apprehension, yet within, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. As one of the esteemed saints in the realm, he found himself repeatedly overwhelmed by this singular individual. Gathering his composure, Zhuan Ti continued, Tang Sanzang, there is no enmity between us, is there? In essence, our fates are intertwined. In your past days within the Buddhist sect, you were one of my disciples. From that time, my senior brother and I held you in high regard. Thus, when you participated in the great selection of the Buddhist sect, we silently supported you. We even considered the possibility of your success in this endeavor. So I urge you to reflect carefully. Is there truly any animosity between us? Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded the 3 saints. Instantly, an infinite distortion of space unfolded before him. Hongjun's expression shifted, his aura surging. Yet the chaotic continuum of time and space created an illusion of being ensnared in countless realms. Tang Sanzang. The gritted voice of Yuanshi Tianzuan resonated, as simultaneously he was propelled backward. His recently restored physical form erupted once more with a resounding crash. Tang Sanzang, do not act. Zhuan Ti's expression shifted drastically. Stay composed. A foot descended from the void, landing upon Zhuan Ti's crown. Boom. Hongjun extended his palm, causing myriad spaces to blur and twist. Tang Yu's figure materialized, delivering a powerful punch that seemed to shake the very fabric of chaos itself. Chapter 554. Your path has come to an end. Hongjun gazed at Tang Yu in astonishment, his magical prowess having intensified. It was stronger than ever before. Vaguely, Hongjun sensed the boundless power within Tang Sanzang, surging like the tumultuous waves of an ocean. Tang Sanzang. Hongjun narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice calm. Congratulations, your magical power has advanced further. Tang Yu chuckled, his figure appearing beside Tongtian and Houtu. You must be suffering, are you not? Originally gravely injured, your condition has now worsened. Hongjun did not deny this, nodding in acknowledgement. You speak the truth. However, Tang Sanzang, I have begun to perceive your path, but what exactly is it? Oh, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? I am indeed eager to hear more. Your magical prowess has once again advanced, yet your realm remains unchanged. Do you not find this peculiar? If I am not mistaken, your further progress is now hindered. At this point, Hongjun's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight. Your physique is extraordinary. No matter how severe your injuries, you can heal in an instant. Furthermore, I sense an overwhelming aura of primordial chaos emanating from you. If I am correct, this is the legendary primal body. Hongjun said gravely. Moreover, the celestial phenomena you have comprehended instill a sense of dread within me. However, this also imposes limitations upon you. Do you know what it is? Hongjun continued. The primal body and the celestial phenomena you have grasped transcend the heavenly principles. To advance further, you must cultivate something equally beyond the heavenly path. Hongjun smiled lightly. But how can one transcend the heavenly path while still beneath it? Thus, Tang Sanzang, your journey has reached its end. This is the utmost limit you can attain, am I not correct? Regarding this matter, Tang Yu was certainly aware. Overall, Hongjun's assertions were not unfounded. Both the primal body and the celestial phenomena he had comprehended indeed lie beyond the heavenly principles. However, Hongjun overlooked one crucial aspect, the origin of the primal body itself. Tang Yu smiled faintly. You speak truthfully, but do you not wonder why I possess such an extraordinary physique and profound spells that transcend the heavenly principles? After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun replied, "Your primal body must be innate. As for the profound spells related to celestial phenomena, they likely stem from the heavenly essence I infused into you, which you then comprehended through your unique physique." As he spoke, Hongjun looked calmly at Tang Yu. "I believe there is no further explanation beyond this. Therefore, Tang Sanzang, even though you have now grasped the power of the laws and your magical abilities have grown once more, your realm has not progressed even slightly. Thus, your path has reached its end. This is the limit of your journey." Tang Yu grinned. "Beyond the heavenly principles, you say? You once possessed something that transcended the heavenly path. Have you forgotten?" Hongjun's expression shifted. "That stone of yours. I presume it is a being that exists beyond the heavenly principles? If not, I shall simply consume it." Tang Yu chuckled. Of course, it was merely a jest. He had originally intended to cast that stone into the return to nothingness. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided to bring it along. After all, it is something beyond the heavenly principles. Leaving it in the return to nothingness would be rather wasteful. Hongjun sighed. "It transcends the heavenly path. Perhaps such a method could indeed allow you to advance once more, but ultimately, you would only achieve a realm akin to mine. For there are no longer any things that transcend the heavenly path for you to devour and cultivate." Hongjun chuckled. "Do you truly believe you can escape the heavenly principles?" Tang Sanzang, "Do not indulge in fantasies. I have previously mentioned that if you are willing, we could jointly embrace all of this. However, I am disinterested." Tang Yu cast a glance at the three individuals, the primordial heavenly master among them, and pointedly remarked, "You had best cease your antics. For do not presume that I am incapable of extinguishing your lives. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test it." He then turned his gaze towards Hongjun and stated, "Do you believe I could render you incapable of fulfilling your role as the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao?" Tong Tian observed the retreating figure of Tang Sanzong, his eyes burning with fervor. "Tang Sanzong is formidable. If it were possible, I too would wish to speak to Hongjun in such a manner. Yet, such aspirations remain merely fantasies, for my strength is insufficient. Thus, I must diligently cultivate, yearning for the day when I can exude the same commanding presence as Tang Sanzong, disregarding even Hongjun." Hongjun's expression turned icy for a moment before softening as he spoke lightly. "Tang Sanzong, I am not jesting. Should you desire, we may seize everything together. Whenever you come to that realization, it shall be so." A voice interjected from the side. Old 3. Lai Gu, accompanied by members of the Bald Brotherhood, made his entrance. He had long sensed that Tang Yu had attracted the attention of Tianji. Initially, he felt conflicted. Should he bring the group? The risk of Old 3 being gravely injured under Tianji's scrutiny loomed large. However, if he opted not to come and Old 3 emerged unscathed, it would be difficult to explain, considering their current camaraderie. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Lai Gu resolutely decided to bring the Bald Brotherhood. He understood that should Old 3 sustain serious injuries, the Saints would leave them no chance of survival. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Lai Gu chose to accompany the Bald Brotherhood. At the very least, it might provide some support for Tang Sanzong. If they successfully navigated Tianji, Old 3 would likely hold them in higher regard. The outcome validated Lai Ji's decision. He found himself increasingly admiring his own cleverness. Old 3 encountered no difficulties, and even Jane and Zhuanti dared not act recklessly, leaving a favorable impression on Old 3. "Old 3, I have brought the members of the Bald Brotherhood to support you," Lai Gu declared, brimming with enthusiasm. He produced a cigarette and lit one for himself, the curling smoke shrouding his eyes, adding to their depth. Amidst a gathering of saints, Lai Ji's aura remained strikingly distinguished, an undeniable presence. Upon witnessing Lai Ji's arrival, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged furious glances, wishing fervently to silence him with a mere gesture. The multitude of Buddhas behind them recoiled from the intensity of their gaze, feeling the weight of their former leader's presence, which inevitably sparked a twinge of anxiety. Zhuanti was visibly agitated, his entire being vibrating with ire. The entire Buddhist assembly was effectively uprooted by Lai Gu's sudden appearance. How could they not be incensed? As he felt the intensity of the saint's scrutiny, Lai Gu instinctively recoiled, a reaction born from the shadows of his past. He even found himself unconsciously touching his face, a gesture that spoke to the lingering apprehensions within. After taking a drag from his cigarette, Lai Gu cast a glance at Tang Yu, then straightened his posture and addressed Zhuanti. "What are you staring at?" Chapter 555, Lai Ji's Plan. With the support of Tang Sanzang, Lai Go felt emboldened and stood upright. He no longer regarded Zhuan Ti with any respect and began to loudly interrogate him. In the past, even with a few more ounces of courage, he would not have dared to speak so boldly to a saint. However, the present circumstances were different. They had allied themselves with Tang Sanzang. Given Tang Sanzang's current prowess, he was indifferent to their presence. Betting on Tang Sanzang felt like a remarkably shrewd decision to Lai Go. Not only was Tang Sanzang extraordinarily powerful, but he had also drawn the ire of heaven. Remarkably, he remained unscathed under its scrutiny, a testament to the terrifying nature of his strength. Even the heavenly Tao had begun to harbor trepidation towards him, descending upon him in its jealousy, seeking his destruction. As Lai Gu pressed Zhuan Ti with his questions, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Zhuan Ti's expression shifted to one of icy coldness, his gaze fixated fiercely on Lai Go. Under the weight of that stare, Lai Gu instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence. Yet, upon glancing at Tang Sanzang beside him, Lai Gu straightened once more, challenging, "What? Do you think I am still the old Tathagata? Someone you can bully at will?" There was an undertone of grievance in Lai Ji's words, as if memories of past pains and injustices resurfaced. Taking a deep breath, Zhuan Ti forced himself to look away, though his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with suppressed rage. What a disgraceful demeanor. It was reminiscent of a petty thug threatening others, eliciting disdain from Tang Yu. "What's wrong? Am I talking about you?" Not satisfied, seeing Zhuan Ti refrain from retaliating, Lai Go pressed on with his interrogations. Zhuan Ti held his breath, taking a long moment before exhaling. If he could, he would truly wish to strike down the Tathagata. Hongjun glanced at Tang Yu and said, "Tang Sanzang, I hope you will give this due consideration." With that, he and the three saints vanished from sight. Tang Yu exchanged pleasantries with Tong Tian and Houtu for a brief moment before they too departed. "Lai Gu, what is the meaning of this? Do you have something to discuss?" Tang Yu inquired, observing Lai Ji's hesitance. Lai Gu appeared as if he wished to speak, but ultimately waved his hand, signaling the members of the bald head gang to withdraw. Yet, upon seeing Gao Zuolan, Tang Yu couldn't help but pause. Gao Zuolan's expression remained serene, devoid of sorrow or joy, her demeanor radiating compassion. She appeared even more beautiful than before, but lacked some of her previous emotional expressions. It seemed she no longer felt intense love or hatred. After the members of the bald head gang departed, Lai Gu attempted to articulate something several times. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu understood. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of cigarettes promptly appeared. "Is this what you mean, Lai Gu?" Upon witnessing the multitude of cigarettes, my eyes instantly brightened. "Old 3, that is not my intent. I have summoned you today for two reasons. Firstly, to rally your support. Should you find yourself in peril, the members of the Bald Brotherhood stand ready to aid you. Secondly, there are matters I wish to discuss." Despite this, the cigarettes were seized by me without hesitation. These were gifts from Tang Sanzang, free of charge, further affirming that I had not misjudged my bet. Indeed, Tang Sanzang is quite an admirable individual. With a smile spreading across my face, I continued, "Not long ago, the Jade Emperor's envoy, the Tai Bai Jin Xing, sought us out on the slopes of Luojia Mountain, requesting that we sell him some cigarettes. However, since these cigarettes rightfully belong to you, Old 3, and given our camaraderie, it would be inappropriate for us to sell them to the heavenly realm without your consent. I pondered this matter and felt it prudent to seek your opinion. Nevertheless, it seems to me that selling to the heavens might not be without its advantages. Their current obsession with cigarettes presents us with an opportunity for leverage. In fact, should you desire, Old 3, you could easily ascend to become the undisputed king of the three realms." I lit a cigarette, casting a covert glance at Tang Sanzang. Tang Yu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You may handle these matters as you see fit. No need to seek my approval. It is merely cigarettes, after all." He appeared completely unconcerned about the rapid accumulation of fortune. Worst case scenario, he mused, if we were to eliminate the likes of Yuan Shi Tianzun several times, we would acquire everything we need. I chuckled. "Very well. Since you say so, I shall sell some to Tai by Jin Xing the next time he visits." Tang Yu showed no interest in these affairs. Yet, unexpectedly, shortly thereafter, I drained the treasury of the heavenly realm and subsequently brought it under their control. Old 3. There is also the matter of the Wanyao kingdom. Some demons have retreated there, but due to the absence of Sun Wukong and his companions, chaos has erupted among the demon ranks. Consequently, I had no choice but to request the intervention of Guanyin Bodhisattva to temporarily oversee the management of the Wanyao kingdom. Although the last battle inflicted heavy losses upon it, a considerable number of lesser demons remain, constituting a significant force. Without proper oversight, they might invade the mortal realm, causing harm to innocent beings. Thus, I took it upon myself to have Guanyin Bodhisattva in state order. Tang Yu had overlooked this aspect. It was indeed true, as I pointed out, that without restrictions, the demons could very well invade the mortal realm and wreak havoc upon innocent lives. I had anticipated this situation and had made the necessary preparations. Tang Yu nodded, acknowledging, I must admit I had neglected that point. At this, I smiled, feeling increasingly clever. After a considerable time, I departed from that place, taking with me some ergue too. Since Tang Sanzang opposed this endeavor, I felt it was entirely reasonable to begin preparations to sell cigarettes to the heavenly realm. This time, however, I intended to extract a hefty price. Upon contemplating, Lai Gu wore a dark smile, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. Most importantly, he had confronted Zhuan Ti with fervor, leaving him utterly speechless, much like his former self. In this moment, Lai Gu felt as though all grievances had dissipated into thin air. Now, he had not only the refuge of Luojiao Mountain, but also the vast realm of 10,000 demons. He was preparing to leverage cigarettes to extort from the heavenly court. If utilized wisely, this represented a tremendous opportunity, one that could even place the heavenly court within his grasp. Upon returning to Luojiao Mountain, Lai Gu convened with the monks to deliberate on significant matters. The foremost objective was to devise a strategy to sell cigarettes to the heavenly court. Yet it was imperative not to appear too eager. As the saying goes, one should not chase after a deal. Lai Gu surmised that the Jade Emperor would not be able to endure for much longer. The absence of cigarettes was tormenting. He understood this feeling all too well. Thus, he awaited the return of the heavenly court's emissaries. Chapter 556. The Fracture in His Heart. Lai Gu meticulously plotted his grand scheme. He now commanded the Bald Gang and the realm of 10,000 demons, with Tang Sung supporting him from behind. Consequently, no one dared to challenge him. Zhuan Ti's decision to endure in silence was a testament to this reality. If he could seize the heavenly court with the aid of cigarettes, it would render him the master of all three realms. Lai Gu felt invigorated, engaging in discussions with the members of the Bald Gang, aspiring to ascend to supremacy over the three realms. Once the heavenly court was subdued, every faction would fall under his command, making him, aside from the saints, the most powerful individual across the three realms. Lai Gu was filled with excitement, already envisioning the moment of his triumph. Meanwhile, the heavenly court had completely run out of cigarettes. Not a single remnant remained. The Jade Emperor was too distressed to attend morning court, preoccupied with thoughts on how to procure some cigarettes from Tang Sung or even Lai Gu. This state of anxiety was indeed unbearable, leaving him devoid of motivation for anything. Even during his leisure hours, in his palace, the Jade Emperor paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in deep sorrow. Just as he was about to instruct the stellar deity Tai to journey to Luojiao Mountain, he reconsidered and resolved to go personally. Recalling that he had once given some cigarettes to Ru Lai, if he could seize the opportunity to reclaim them, it would be even better. Carrying some treasures, the Jade Emperor vanished and reappeared at Luojiao Mountain. With the Jade Emperor's arrival, Lai Gu sensed it and secretly chuckled, thinking to himself, the old fellow has finally come. Observing Lai Gu, who was smoking with half-closed eyes, basking in enjoyment, the Jade Emperor took a deep breath and stated, "Bring me a cigarette." To the Jade Emperor, requesting a cigarette from Lai Gu was merely a matter of course, given their long-standing acquaintance. Lai Gu, however, did not respond, instead retorting, "Might I inquire why the Jade Emperor has graced my Bald Gang with his presence?" "Bring me a cigarette," the Jade Emperor reiterated. "Having now distanced myself from the Buddhist path and established the Bald Brotherhood, I can only surmise that the Jade Emperor may harbor some disdain towards us in his heart." My companion, Brother Lai, remarked, "Though we have parted ways with the Buddhist order and founded the Bald Brotherhood, we are still undeniably linked to the illustrious Tang Sanzang." As he spoke, Brother Lai flashed a grin, revealing his teeth. "Setting aside other matters, we have more than enough of this fine cigarette and ergue liquor." At that moment, I insisted I needed none, that it sufficed, yet the ever-persistent Old Three insisted I take it. "Ah, Old Three is indeed a commendable fellow." The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Was he not subtly alluding to his own circumstances? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that I had already asked him twice for a cigarette. Whether he obliged was merely a matter of courtesy. Why indulge in inconsequential chatter? Indeed, regarding this matter, the Jade Emperor believed he had thoroughly offended Tang Sanzang. He conceded that he had acted somewhat hastily. In this instance, Brother Lai's cunning surpassed his own. Today, I have come to seek an exchange of cigarettes. The Jade Emperor stood with arms crossed, garments billowing, his head held high. Even in such circumstances, he maintained an air of pride befitting the sovereign of the three realms. Engaging in conversation with Brother Lai was already a significant concession. I have conversed with the bright star, and this is a gift from Old Three to our bold brotherhood. It would be improper to recklessly trade it with your heavenly court, wouldn't it? Brother Lai feigned difficulty as he spoke. Moreover, your court's grievances with Old Three, I need not elaborate. I believe you are well aware. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brows. The price. Speak of the price. It was uncertain whether Brother Lai was being deliberately provocative, but having just finished one cigarette, he lit another for himself, exhaling clouds of smoke, eyes narrowed in blissful enjoyment. As I have stated before, if Tang Sanzang were to learn of this, it may not bode well, Brother Lai said with apparent reluctance. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor recognized the opportunity. Clearly, he was attempting to drive up the price. We have known each other for many years, and not long ago. When you required cigarettes, I did not hesitate to provide them. Today, I am here to exchange for cigarettes, not to ask for them, the Jade Emperor asserted. Maintaining his dignity, Brother Lai furrowed his brow, fell silent for a moment, then sighed. You speak the truth. We have indeed known each other for many years. In that case, I shall sell you 2 packs in my personal capacity. After careful consideration, Brother Lai revealed the price, 5 times the original cost of a single pack. Upon hearing this, even the Jade Emperor could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, yet he found himself without alternative. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of magical artifacts appeared, and he promptly took 2 packs of cigarettes before departing. Eagerly, he lit one for himself. The long-awaited sensation of the cigarette enveloped him, and the Jade Emperor instantly felt a wave of rejuvenation wash over him. Not far from the kingdom of women, Tang Yu sat cross-legged. In a hazy vision, 2 figures emerged, both of them reflections of Tang Yu himself. As his cultivation grew stronger, the manifestation of his 3 clears could endure in the external world for an extended duration. Tang Yu opened his eyes and rose from the ground. He regarded the 2 figures before him. 3 Tang Yes exchanged glances and then proceeded on their separate ways. Originally one, now separated. At last, one day they reunite. A figure named Tang Yu was the first to proceed, entering the 19th layer of hell, where he engaged in discourse with the Earth Mother regarding the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Ultimately, he sealed everything away, immersing himself in the cycle of reincarnation, attuning to its forces. Meanwhile, another Tang Yu ventured into the kingdom of Wujiguo, transforming into a mortal to experience the faith of humanity, ensuring prosperous weather for the realm. The followers of Wujiguo became increasingly devout, believing in the promise of eternal life. The king of Wujiguo had long since passed away, a rather pitiable figure, having been tormented repeatedly by the Buddhist sect. Yet in this life, he had not yet been reincarnated. With Tang Yu's assistance, he was reborn into a good family, destined for a life free from want. As for the original Tang Yu, he focused on contemplating the celestial phenomena, heaven, earth, and man. The heavens bore wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The earth encompassed the 6 paths of reincarnation, and humanity embodied the 7 emotions and 6 desires. He fragmented himself to experience diverse paths, seeking enlightenment through the triad of heaven, earth, and man. His audacious thoughts astonished even the Earth Mother for some time. Should he succeed, the prowess of Tang Sanzang would surely ascend to new heights. Tang Sanzang, having entered the cycle of reincarnation, sealed his memories and cultivation, reborn into different species, transcending the limitations of humanity to experience varied lives. Everything he encountered was vividly perceived by the original Tang Yu. The Supreme Lord once stated that to achieve true transcendence, one must follow 3 paths: to break the rules, to erase the rules, and to merge with the rules. Currently, Tang Sanzang was traversing these 3 paths. The original Tang Yu sought ways to break these rules, while in the underworld, he endeavored to erase himself from the constraints of the rules by experiencing the lives of different species. The Tang Yu in Wujiguo integrated himself with the faith of the masses. Chapter 557. Return to the Kingdom of Women at this moment. Tang Yu had divided himself, embarking on different paths. This was his own realization, a path uniquely his. Long ago, he had conceived such bold ideas. And now they were being fully realized. Through the triad of heaven, earth, and man, he sought enlightenment. Tang Yu rose and discovered that he had unwittingly arrived at the borders of the kingdom of women. He thought of the queen, reminiscing about his past deeds here, as well as Wukong and the other companions, and he could not help but chuckle softly. With a flash, he appeared within the kingdom of women. The realm seemed unchanged from his memories. Even the queen retained her commanding presence, radiating grace as she sat upon the dragon throne. During his previous departure, he had extorted considerable elixirs from the Buddhist sect. Thus the queen remained as beautiful as ever. The queen, who had been attending a morning court session with her ministers, suddenly froze in that instant. Her gaze fixed upon Tang Yu, her eyes unblinking, as she instinctively rubbed her eyes, as if caught in a dream from which she might awaken at any moment, unable to believe her sight. Naturally, the ministers in the grand hall sensed the peculiar atmosphere as well. As Her Majesty the Queen cast her gaze, a few individuals furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with confusion, entirely oblivious to the identity of the unexpected visitor. After all, years had passed, and many of the old ministers were no longer present. Consequently, some were unaware of Tang Yu's identity. At that moment, upon seeing him suddenly appear in the grand hall, a few contemplated whether he might be a treacherous rebel, pondering if they should call for guards to apprehend him. The queen of the daughter kingdom abruptly rose, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "It is you." Tang Yu remained silent, merely smiling faintly as he regarded her. The queen hurried down from her elevated position and rushed into his embrace, declaring, "I knew you would return. You would never abandon me here." After countless days and nights of waiting, at that instant, the queen felt that every moment had been worth it. The ministers exchanged glances, suddenly beginning to grasp Tang Yu's identity. In unison, they knelt before him, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the queen." Upon hearing this address, Tang Yu nearly stumbled in surprise. The queen lifted her head from his chest and scrutinized his face, which now bore the weight of experience and gravity, a stark contrast to the youthful exuberance he once possessed. Looking around, the queen noticed the absence of her 3 disciples, which struck her as odd. However, she refrained from inquiring in such a momentous setting. Instead, she waved her hand, signaling the ministers to adjourn, and declared an amnesty for the entire realm, exempting taxes for 3 years. Instantly, the daughter kingdom erupted in joyous celebration. The legendary figure of the queen sparked immense curiosity, and her decree of pardon simply due to his return was a captivating mystery. Those who had encountered Tang Yu or served in the palace began to spread the word throughout the land, and thus the name Tang Yu resonated nationwide. Within the palace, the queen hosted a banquet, dismissing the ministers, leaving only herself and Tang Yu, even sending away the maidservants. She rose to personally attend to him, serving him various dishes. In that moment, the regal demeanor she had displayed in the court vanished, replaced by a bashful charm, reminiscent of a young woman lost in love. The queen attempted several times to inquire about her 3 disciples, particularly Zhu Beiji, whom the Grand Master had reminisced about even in his final moments. "My husband, where are they?" the queen ultimately asked. Tang Yu hesitated momentarily before responding. "They have some matters to attend to." The queen sensed something amiss in Tang Yu's demeanor, but chose not to press further. Instead, she spoke of the current state of the daughter kingdom. In recent years, the kingdom had faced relentless natural disasters, while neighboring nations eyed them covetously. Some citizens had begun to flee, seeking refuge in other countries as concubines. All these burdens weighed heavily upon the queen, leaving her feeling exceedingly weary, and such matters could not be disclosed to outsiders. Tang Yu smiled reassuringly, saying, "There is no need for concern. I am here." It seemed he understood her plight. Natural disasters, such as locust plagues and severe droughts, have left the current queen of the daughter kingdom feeling somewhat powerless. If these were merely acts of nature, solutions could be sought. However, what is truly alarming is the predatory gaze of neighboring nations, poised to launch an attack on the daughter kingdom at any moment. After a sumptuous feast, the queen shyly remarked, "My lord, allow me to assist you with your attire." Tang Yu chuckled softly, taking her hand as they made their way to the bed. In the west, at the Grand Ling Mountain, only one soul remained, the ancient Buddha of light, steadfastly guarding the mountain gate. At this moment, an inexplicable restlessness enveloped him. Why? There was no more tobacco. How had he endured this period? The Buddhist order had dwindled to just him, with little to occupy his time. Each day was spent wandering aimlessly around Ling Mountain, collecting discarded cigarette butts. It is no wonder that the Buddha of Light was a person of great ambition. He gathered the remnants he found, emptied the tobacco leaves, and rolled them into individual cigarettes. After crafting them, he would seal them with a bit of saliva. Yet, despite the abundance of butts, their supply was dwindling. It was only a matter of time before they would be completely exhausted. Having wandered several laps around Ling Mountain without finding a single butt, the Buddha of Light let out a heavy sigh, his brow furrowed in concern. Ultimately, he resolved to journey to Laojun Mountain to seek out Lage for some cigarettes. He was well aware of Lage's considerable influence, especially during their quest for scriptures, which he had managed almost single-handedly, an act that could be deemed overstepping. Nevertheless, the Buddha of Light believed that after years of collaboration, a single pack of cigarettes should not be too much to ask. A true leader must possess the ability to embrace others, and he regarded Lage as such. At this moment, Lage was convening a meeting with the members of the Bald Head Gang. The Jade Emperor had already come to procure cigarettes, but 2 mere packs would hardly last long. With so many in the Heavenly Court indulging in smoking, it was certain that upon seeing the Jade Emperor with cigarettes, they would find ways to exchange for them. The Heavenly Court had already opened a breach, and with collective effort, they could seize this vast market. Lage, cigarette in mouth and a small stick in hand, gestured animatedly on the wall, which bore a chaotic scrawl of names, including that of the Jade Emperor and the Grand Marshal of Heaven. The members of the Bald Head Gang sat upright on small wooden benches, hands resting on their knees, each displaying a solemn and dignified demeanor. Chapter 558. Lage's thoughts with the Jade Emperor purchasing cigarettes here. It would not be long before the deities of the Heavenly Court returned to exchange for more. As long as we hold the supply of cigarettes, we effectively possess the lifeblood of the Heavenly Court. Though we may find ourselves in a state of decline, the allure of tobacco will compel the celestial beings to regard us with higher esteem. Lai Gu flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued. Due to the influence of Tang Sanzang, our supply of goods remains ample. Furthermore, even if there comes a day when we find ourselves short, we can easily procure more from Tang Sanzang. However, after some contemplation, I believe we cannot take from Lao San without due compensation. I have arrived at a rough valuation for cigarettes, which I deem to be 5 times the original price. We must not be overly greedy. It is imperative that we maintain a careful balance. This price guarantees profitability for us, and I am confident that the Heavenly Court would find it acceptable as well. Additionally, I have resolved that for each pack of cigarettes, we shall grant Lao San a 20% profit, while our Bald Brotherhood will retain 30%. After all, it is inappropriate to take goods from Lao San without remuneration. Lai Gu addressed the assembly. Does anyone have objections to this arrangement? The members of the Bald Brotherhood shook their heads in agreement, finding Lai Gu's distribution to be exceedingly fair. They were currently operating under the auspices of Tang Sanzang, who had generously supplied them with numerous cigarettes and erguo too. Although these items were provided free of charge, it would be improper for them to accept without any form of reciprocation. Hence, the proposed 20% profit posed no issues whatsoever. A familiar aura wafted across Laojun Mountain, prompting the members of the Bald Brotherhood to look up. The figure of the burning lamp Buddha gradually materialized before them. Upon seeing his old associates, he sighed softly, brought his hands together, and intoned a Buddhist chant, Amit Ba. Then, raising his gaze towards Lai Gu, he stated directly, the old monk has come to request some cigarettes. In his view, after working together for so many years, despite some minor grievances that had arisen during their time together, a great achiever must possess the capacity to forgive. It would be foolish to dwell on past trifles. Lai Gu immediately chuckled. Ah, is this not the burning lamp Buddha of the Buddhist sect? Previously, due to the matter of seeking scriptures, the burning lamp Buddha had engaged in various maneuvers, even reporting to the saints behind the scenes. As a result, Lai Gu had faced considerable backlash. To add to his ire, it was ultimately at the suggestion of the burning lamp Buddha that the Grand Thunder Sound Temple had been mortgaged. It seems they still owe the Heavenly Court a considerable debt, does it not? However, this matter does not concern Lai Gu. The contract was his responsibility, and the promissory note bore his name, yet he had signed on behalf of the Buddhist sect. Now that he had distanced himself from the sect, any famine or debts related to it were no longer his concern. Reflecting on this, Lai Gu once again marveled at his own cleverness. Forewarned is forearmed. Indeed described him well. Upon hearing Lai Ge's sardonic tone, The burning lamp Buddha recited another Buddhist chant, Amitabha. The old monk understood that due to a minor incident, Liga held some dissatisfaction towards him. That minor incident? Liga scoffed. Nonetheless, we have collaborated for quite some time, and the slight displeasure stemming from the quest for scriptures is, in my opinion, a matter best left in the past. The burning lamp Buddha asserted, to achieve great things, one must possess a broad-minded spirit. Once, you were the revered patriarch of Buddhism. Now, you find yourself as the leader of the shaved head gang. The old monk believes you possess the potential to achieve great things. Go forth and pursue your ambitions. However, I countered directly. In my previous life within the Buddhist realm, I was constantly engaged in significant endeavors, which left my mind in a state of buzzing. Now that I have departed from the Buddhist path, can one still indulge in trivialities? I certainly will not indulge him any longer. The radiant lamp Buddha was taken aback, and once again, he silently recited a mantra. The old monk harbors no ulterior motives. I merely wish to exchange for some cigarettes, as we have worked together for many years. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hesitate to sell me a pack. The radiant lamp Buddha seemed to relent slightly. After a moment of contemplation, I realized that business should primarily focus on profit, devoid of personal grievances. With this in mind, I furrowed my brow slightly and remarked, I fear you may not be able to afford it. I then stated a price tenfold the original. The radiant lamp Buddha nearly spat blood. It was blatantly an act of price gouging. It was evident that my intention was a take it or leave it offer. The radiant lamp Buddha took a deep breath and waved his hand, revealing several treasures. This caught me off guard. It appeared he had quite a stash. With a grin, I gathered the treasures and produced a pack of cigarettes, gesturing for him to leave. With a huff, the radiant lamp Buddha, his expression sour, took the cigarettes without a word and turned to depart. At such a steep price, smoking would become a dilemma in the future. I resumed my lesson for the members of the shaved head gang, discussing strategies to thoroughly seize the vast market of the heavenly court. Meanwhile, in the purple cloud palace, the atmosphere felt inexplicably tense. Any slight disturbance sent the primordial supreme being and others into a state of heightened vigilance, fearing the sudden appearance of Tang Sung. Hongjun furrowed his brow, deep in thought, contemplating how to completely eliminate him. However, Tang Sung was undeterred by the might of the heavenly Tao, and his own powers were not vastly inferior. Moreover, his extraordinary physique allowed him to recover from severe injuries in the blink of an eye, something Hongjun lacked. The reason he could suppress the saints and maintain his lofty position was primarily due to his ability to harness the powers of the heavenly Tao, which served as his greatest trump card. Yet, Tang Sung was unafraid. After much contemplation, Hongjun realized he had no means to deal with Tang Sung. The primordial supreme being and others proposed various suggestions and even studied formations, but such strategies proved futile, as Tang Sung had grasped the laws of space, rendering formations ineffective against him. How could one mortal, Tang Sung, force us into such a predicament? Zhuan-Ti cursed under his breath. The primordial supreme being cast a glance at him, silently scoffing. If it were not for your scheming in the journey to the west, how would Tang Sung have become such an unforeseen variable? If it were not for your need for us to jointly overcome the sword array of extermination, how would we owe the West such a debt of merit? Jane chuckled softly, responding calmly. The expression of the primordial supreme being shifted dramatically. Hongjun raised his gaze towards the vast expanse of the heavens, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. After a prolonged silence, he uttered a statement that left the three saints utterly astonished. I sensed that the heavenly Tao was gradually weakening, significantly influenced by the unpredictable variable that was Tang Sung. Chapter 559. The intent of the ancient Buddha of illumination Yuan Shi Tianzun and the others were momentarily taken aback. The heavenly Tao is in decline? Would this not provoke the great chaos of annihilation? How could this be? Jane's countenance paled. In the event of chaos, all things would return to the void. Even as saints, they could perish in such a catastrophe. The heavenly Tao had fallen into slumber, only to awaken after countless eons, giving rise once more to diverse new forms of life. The presence of Tang Sung had drawn forth too many unforeseen consequences. Hongjun spoke solemnly. It is thus highly probable that the great chaos may arrive prematurely. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Pausing momentarily, he continued, yet I truly sense that the heavenly Tao is becoming exceedingly frail, with the possibility of reverting to an age of decline. An age of decline? Yuan Shi Tianzun remarked. a time when all spiritual energy is depleted, rendering cultivation impossible. Hongjun nodded slightly. Such a possibility exists. In the past, even if we were to revert to an age of decline, it would have been inconsequential, for the order of the three realms was stable. However, the situation is different now. The order of the three realms has become unstable, and following the recent conflict, the celestial court has suffered devastating losses that cannot be swiftly remedied. Moreover, certain individuals from the Buddhist sect have now severed their ties, forming a considerable force that now aligns with Tang Sun. Should we revert to an age of decline, it is conceivable that the entire three realms might fall under Tang Seng's dominion. His combat prowess is exceptional, and even he finds it challenging to contend with himself, while his followers form a formidable faction, potentially more powerful than the celestial court. Thus, if my predictions were to materialize, the three realms could indeed fall entirely under Tang Seng's control. Removing Tang Seng would resolve all issues. Yet, this notion now seems somewhat impractical. Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and the others exchanged glances, and Hongjun continued. However, all of this remains speculation. The exact course of events is unknown to me, for the heavenly Tao is capricious. The ancient Buddha of illumination sought an audience with Hongjun Laozu and the esteemed saints. Outside Zixiao Palace, the voice of the ancient Buddha resonated suddenly. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged a glance with Hongjun before swiftly stepping forth. It is truly lamentable. The vast spirit mountain, a hard-earned enterprise forged by the two brothers, has been undermined by the newcomer. They have long harbored suspicions that the newcomer might have been aware of Tang Seng's identity from the outset, intending to infiltrate the Buddhist sect, working from within and without. At an opportune moment, it was not beyond possibility to hollow out the Buddhist sect entirely. Now, the spirit mountain is left with only the ancient Buddha of illumination steadfastly guarding the last bastion. I pay my respects to the two esteemed saints. The ancient Buddha of illumination offered a slight bow. What brings you here? Zhuanti inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. For some reason, he unconsciously moved his hand, as if nostalgically reminiscing about something intangible. The venerable sage, I beseech you, I seek to inquire about the teachings of the Buddhist path. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp cast a sidelong glance at the two sages and continued, what remains of the Buddhist path? Now, there is but an empty Ling mountain. In these times, who has the leisure to ponder such matters? One Tang Sanzang has already left the brothers of Jun Ti and Jie Yin feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Shall we start anew? Such a task is far from simple. There is no one to deceive. The primordial lord is now an ally, and naturally, one cannot deceive him. The denizens of the heavenly court are even less likely to be misled. As for the Jiejiao, even if there were someone, they would not dare to act. It would be surprising if the celestial sword array did not summon them. Reflecting upon this, the entire three realms are populated by so few individuals, each aligning with their respective powers. Where then could one go to deceive others? Jun Ti sighed deeply. This matter shall be deliberated later, for now. The presence of Tang Sanzang has already left us quite occupied. He rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat troubled. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp was well aware of the recent actions of Tang Sanzang. Habitually, he lit a cigarette, sinking into contemplation. Upon seeing the smoke, the eyes of Jie Yin and Jun Ti brightened slightly, for during their period of recuperation, they had almost forgotten this indulgence. The familiar scent wafted through the air, and they were immediately tempted to partake. Do pass me one. They simultaneously extended their hands. With a twinge of reluctance, the ancient Buddha produced the cigarettes. Just as he was about to hand over two, Jun Ti snatched one from his grasp, offering it to his elder brother while he himself took another, and the remaining ones were naturally discarded. After taking a deep drag, the familiar taste washed over him, and he felt a weight lift from his heart. The ancient Buddha, wide-eyed, took a moment to inhale deeply and uttered a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. Alas, the precious pack of cigarettes he had exchanged for with great difficulty was now gone, and at a considerable cost. Given the current state of his resources, purchasing another few packs was beyond his means. He had intended to savor them, yet now they were all consumed. The ancient Buddha felt a pang of regret for indulging at such a moment and harbored a slight dissatisfaction toward the two sages. In this regard, he could not measure up to the generosity of the elder brother. Previously, he had provided cigarettes for both of them, and yet, when matters became contentious, he would not hesitate to intervene. Compared to the grievances borne by the elder brother, this single pack of cigarettes was hardly significant. Is there truly no way to deal with Tang Sanzang? Even for the esteemed Hongjun Laozu? The ancient Buddha inquired. What means could there possibly be? If there were a solution, action would have been taken long ago, and he would not be permitted to act with such impunity. To achieve great things, one must not shy away from any means. When necessary, one may resort to special methods. The ancient Buddha squinted slightly, exuding an air of inscrutable depth. Jie and Junti exchanged a knowing glance, as if struck by a sudden realization, and then turned their gazes back to the ancient Buddha. Junti inquired, "What means do you propose?" The ancient Buddha of the lantern contemplated briefly. Although Tang Sanzang appears to be indifferent, he is, in fact, quite sentimental. He can easily resort to coercion through those he cherishes, and we can set up a formation in advance, awaiting his voluntary entrapment. As for the formation, nonsense. He has now comprehended the laws of space. No formation could possibly restrain him. However, leveraging others against him seems a plausible consideration. Jane and Junti exchanged glances, both agreeing that this plan might be viable. This matter requires our careful deliberation. Junti waved his hand. You may return to Ling Mountain for now. Once we have attended to these affairs, we shall ponder the issues of the Buddhist realm. After all, our immediate priority is to eliminate Tang Sanzang. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves unable to rest peacefully, never knowing when he might suddenly appear to strike us. Such encounters could lead to severe injuries. During this period, we have squandered a considerable amount of Hongjun's celestial treasures. If this continues, Hongjun will be unable to bear the losses. Jane and Junti informed Hongjun of their plan to use those whom Tang Sanzang cares about as leverage, even coercing him into making a solemn vow to the heavenly Tao. Chapter 560. The girl inside the stone, the primordial supreme being, gazed at them in astonishment, unable to fathom how they had devised such an audacious scheme. However, upon reflecting on Tang Sanzang's actions, he chose to remain silent. Hongjun slightly furrowed his brow, casting a half-smile as he regarded the two individuals. Instantly, Jane and Junti lowered their heads, apprehensive of incurring Hongjun's wrath. They recognized that this method, in their view, was somewhat ignoble. Yet, was there truly any alternative? Tang Sanzang had become their nightmare. In these exceptional circumstances, employing extraordinary measures seemed entirely justified. Nevertheless, they feared provoking Tang Sanzang into desperation, for that would lead them down a path of self-destruction, rendering any hope for a peaceful future unattainable. In the kingdom of women, Tang Yu felt an unusual sense of ease these past few days, growing ever closer to the queen. As for the calamities and misfortunes besetting the kingdom, he effortlessly resolved them. Perhaps he truly felt a touch of weariness. Amidst such tranquil days, he found an unparalleled serenity. "My lord, what brings you here?" After the morning assembly, the queen of the kingdom of women inquired, only to discover that Tang Yu had settled by the lotus pond, fishing with a rod in hand. Tang Yu chuckled. With nothing pressing to attend to, I thought I would take a leisurely stroll. He tossed his fishing rod aside, having caught not a single fish all morning. The queen approached him with a smile. "My lord, regarding the cultivation technique you taught me a few days ago, I have begun to grasp it faintly." "That is sufficient," Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. He had already begun guiding the queen in her cultivation. Although she had consumed some elixirs to preserve her youthful appearance, she remained a mortal at heart. Nonetheless, the medicinal energy had accumulated within her, endowing her with substantial power. Tang Yu instructed her in various cultivation methods, and her progress was remarkably swift. The queen of the daughter kingdom sat beside him, expressing her weariness with a heartfelt sigh. "If only I could be an ordinary woman, at least I wouldn't feel so exhausted." People often envy the happiness of others, yet they fail to realize that others might just as well envy them. Moreover, as a queen, the sovereign of a nation, how many people must long for your position? Why does your tone suggest a hint of weariness? It's not weariness. I genuinely feel quite fatigued. Tang Yu extended his arms and embraced her. "Haven't I resolved all those matters?" "But I cannot rely on you indefinitely," the queen replied, gazing at him. "I know you will soon depart, won't you?" Tang Yu fell silent. He could not linger here for long. He had his own affairs to attend to. Wukong and the others could awaken at any moment. Hongjun and the rest would not allow themselves to continue growing unchecked. They would surely devise a means to confront him. "But I will return," he reassured her. "It shan't be long, once I take that step." Tang Yu spoke softly. "I shall roam the heavens and earth with you." He had come to some understanding regarding that pivotal step, though it remained somewhat nebulous. He had inquired of the system, realizing that to take that step One essential element was required, the heart of heaven, amounting to 3 billion. Such a sum still loomed large in his mind. How many times must he vanquish Xuanti and the others? Indeed, Hongjun was not mistaken. If there truly existed nothing beyond the heavenly Tao, his path would have nearly reached its conclusion. The Hongming body, the celestial phenomena, his physical form and spells had already transcended the heavenly Tao. The Queen of the Daughter Kingdom smiled gently, leaning into his embrace. As the sun dipped low in the sky, it cast a harmonious glow upon the two figures. Yet, inexplicably, a vision of a figure clad in a yellow gown surfaced in Tang Yu's mind. She smiled sweetly, yet exuded an air of authority. I am a woman, and I do not concern myself with what you say. To me, the greatest joy is having my beloved by my side, for mutual companionship is the essence of happiness. The Queen of the Daughter Kingdom remarked softly. Tang Yu smiled in silence, watching as the sunlight gradually faded from their forms. Suddenly, Tang Yu felt a tremor within his being. The stone emitted a series of gentle vibrations, as if something were striving to emerge from within. A deep hum resonated, and the stone ascended, radiating an ancient aura mingled with an overwhelming scent of blood. Even Tang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, an unsettling sensation creeping over him. The Queen of the Daughter Kingdom was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of faint light emanated from the stone, which began to rotate gently. Faint, tinkling laughter echoed, reminiscent of a young girl's innocence, yet beneath it lay a chilling, bloodthirsty undertone. Tang Yu gazed intently at the stone, his eyes unblinking. As a clear voice resonated in his mind, "Daddy." Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. However, upon closer listening, there indeed resounded a voice echoing within his mind, calling out to him as Daddy. What on earth was happening? Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. How had he suddenly acquired a child, and why was it initially a stone? If this stone were the offspring of Sun Wukong, he could easily believe it. After all, Sun Wukong was born from a stone. Yet at this moment, a faint girl's voice emanated from the stone, calling him Daddy. In a vague vision, Tang Yu perceived the stone transforming into a petite girl, no larger than the size of a palm. Her eyes blinked in confusion, one as dark as night, the other as bright as day. Her hair was a deep green, or rather, to be precise, they were tendrils. The green tendrils swayed gently, and upon her back were two tiny wings. After a brief moment, she closed her eyes, seemingly drifting back into slumber within the stone. However, in that instant of gazing at her, a sudden, intense craving for bloodshed surged within Tang Yu's consciousness. Had it not been for his firm restraint, the aura of a saint might have erupted within him in an instant. Faintly, he glimpsed endless carnage, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, reminiscent of a hellish realm. The soft giggle of the little girl within the stone echoed in Tang Yu's mind. Simultaneously, he clearly observed her opening her eyes. Her left eye was void, engulfed in endless darkness. A soft sound reverberated. Though subtle, it resonated profoundly within Tang Yu's heart. The stone was riddled with cracks. Slowly, piece by piece, it began to fracture. A small girl, no larger than a palm, materialized in midair, curled up and cradling her legs, akin to a fetus. Countless veins coursed through her body, exuding a potent stench of blood. Ultimately, everything coalesced upon her form. She gradually sat up, her bewildered gaze scanning her surroundings until it settled upon Tang Yu, who she called out to as Daddy. Chapter 561. From another dimension, hearing this address left Tang Yu utterly flabbergasted. Daddy? What is going on? He blinked several times, struggling to regain his composure. Stealing a glance at the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom, he noticed her brows furrowed, also observing him, her eyes filled with inquiry. It seemed she truly suspected that this was Tang Yu's child, sealed away by him through some arcane power within the stone. Though uncomfortable with the thought, the queen's heart was more filled with pity for the little girl. How could such a young child be confined by her own father within a stone? Tang Yu discerned her thoughts and scratched his nose, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who are you, child? Please do not speak nonsense. He waved his hands dismissively. The little girl, who had been about to fly toward him, halted in midair, her expression one of grievance, sobbing softly, I am Daddy's child. Tang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Glancing at the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom once more, he reiterated, do not speak foolishness. Though I am charming and possessed of extraordinary grace, I remain unmarried. So how could I possibly have a child? For reasons unknown, Tang Yu harbored an inexplicable premonition. It seemed that this indeed was her child. She must have been sealed away by some force, and through her relentless attempts to break the stone with her magical powers, she inadvertently shattered the seal. In doing so, she also drew upon her own source of magic, which explained the profound instinctive bond she felt towards herself. The little girl pouted, on the verge of tears, and pitifully lamented, "Daddy doesn't want me anymore." Witnessing the child's woeful expression, the queen of the daughter kingdom felt her heart shatter. She rose and extended her hand towards the little girl, saying, "Come here, my dear." The child glanced at Tang Yu and then at the queen, hesitating momentarily before burrowing into the queen's embrace, her eyes still longing for Tang Yu. Truth be told, Tang Yu found her utterly adorable. However, the origins of this little being were shrouded in mystery, particularly since she was birthed from a stone within the realm of the void. This compelled Tang Yu to remain vigilant, her gaze fixed intently on the little girl nestled in the queen's arms, wary of any sudden action she might take. Yet, the child was so diminutive, merely the size of a palm. "What on earth is this?" Tang Yu inquired of the system. "An entity from beyond, sealed away," the system promptly responded. "And you, being an existence that transcends the celestial path, have unraveled the seal, thus bringing her into being." Indeed, this aligned closely with her suspicions. From the little girl, Tang Yu sensed an overwhelming aura of bloodshed and slaughter, a potent energy that lingered imperceptibly around her. "Come here," Tang Yu commanded, pulling the little girl closer with one hand. "Be gentle." The queen of the daughter kingdom expressed her mild discontent, carefully observing the child. The little girl, with her contrasting black and white eyes, gazed at Tang Yu, her eyelids fluttering and a subtle smile gracing her lips. As Tang Yu locked eyes with her, a momentary daze overtook her. An inexplicable urge for violence surged within her mind, prompting Tang Yu to release her grasp and hastily avert her gaze. The little one, with her tiny wings gently fluttering, looked up at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression. "Who are you?" Tang Yu inquired sternly. If she herself had momentarily lost focus, it was likely that anyone else would have succumbed to the depths of endless slaughter by now. "I am Daddy's good daughter," the child replied, her voice laced with innocence. Tang Yu furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Could it truly be an entity from beyond? Yet how had it been sealed? If it were indeed such an entity, how had it arrived in this space? The void should have been the entry point. Strangely, why had she not suffered grievous harm under the weight of multiple spatial pressures? Were those stones outside truly seals, or were they perhaps protective barriers shielding her from the dangers of the void? Regardless, the fact that this life form originated from beyond holds significant implications. Tang Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp something profound. Suddenly, a beaming smile illuminated his face as he pulled the little girl into an embrace. "My dear daughter, I am your father. I carried you for 10 months before bringing you into this world, and from now on, you must honor me well." The queen of the daughter kingdom stared at him in astonishment, utterly unable to fathom how such shameless words could escape his lips. The little one pouted, "You're lying." "Oh." It was unexpected that such a small child would possess such discernment. Even with Tang Yu's thick skin, a hint of embarrassment crept across his face. "Nevertheless, I am indeed your father, correct?" The little girl nodded. "That is true." Tang Yu scrutinized her closely and chuckled. "You do not yet have a name, do you? Let us call you your name." The little one appeared momentarily confused but then giggled. "I am called Xiaoling," with a gentle flutter of her wings. She danced before Tang Yu. Ancient memories, perhaps? How could she have a name if she had just been born? At this moment, Tang Yu even questioned whether she might be an ancient powerhouse who had been defeated and subsequently sealed away, still retaining the memory of her name. However, that possibility seemed slim. It was more likely that she was an entity from beyond realms. "Daddy, I am hungry," the little one said, rubbing her tiny belly. "I shall have someone prepare a meal at once," said the queen of the daughter kingdom. At this point, the little girl gazed at the approaching maidservants, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, and she instinctively licked her lips. Tang Yu swiftly pulled her back. "Those are not for eating." He spoke gravely. "You can eat fish, chicken, duck, or lamb, understand?" From the glint of cold, bloodthirsty light in her eyes, he discerned the potential for danger. Had he not intervened, she might have already charged forward. Upon hearing the queen's command, the maidservants hurriedly retreated, completely unaware that they had brushed dangerously close to peril. The little one nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. "Oh." Just then, a fish leapt from the water's surface. The little girl flapped her wings, and with countless tendrils sprouting from her head, She ensnared the fish in an instant. Subsequently, the fish vanished without a trace. Yet, the little one did not appear satisfied. Instead, she dove into the lake. Tang Yu watched in clarity as the myriad tendrils on her head moved with a certain sentience through the water. One by one, the fish were ensnared and absorbed. The once teeming lake was soon emptied of its fish, yet her belly showed no sign of fullness, remaining flat. Emerging from the lake, the little girl was entirely dry. Licking her lips and expressing her dissatisfaction, "I am still hungry." Tang Yu shivered involuntarily. How could she not be full after consuming an entire lake's worth of fish? What a voracious appetite she possessed. "My lord," the queen of the daughter kingdom exclaimed, speechless. Tang Yu could only manage a wry smile. "Do not ask me. I too am perplexed." Chapter 562. The anomaly of the return to ruins. Observing the little girl filled Tang Yu with curiosity. What exactly was she? The little one yawned and settled onto Tang Yu's shoulder. The figure gradually diminished in size, ultimately becoming as tiny as a mosquito, resting upon Tang Yu's shoulder and falling into a deep slumber. Could it truly possess the art of transformation? What could possibly be unfolding? The queen of the daughter kingdom inquired. She appears to be unlike any human. The precise nature of this being eluded my understanding. Tang Yu turned to gaze at the little creature nestled on his shoulder, now soundly asleep. Its body was soft and pliable, yet it emanated an extraordinary power. The queen did not probe further, as a palace maid arrived to announce that the banquet was prepared. During this time, Tang Yu was engrossed in contemplating the celestial phenomena. An endless stream of faith from the Wujig kingdom surged forth. In the midst of it, he sensed countless voices, the collective murmurs of sentient beings. At times, wandering too far could lead one to forget the tragedies of the mortal realm. The affluent dwell in circles surrounded solely by the wealthy, naturally oblivious to the existence of the impoverished. Those endowed with formidable magical prowess could alter the fates of many with their powers, should they choose to do so, often disregarding the sorrows of the masses. Amidst this inexhaustible faith, he listened to the resonance of sentient lives, pondering their essence. "I have no interest in wealth. My happiest moments were when I first acquired 90 coins, remarked one voice. "If I had money, I would buy a steamed bun," echoed another. These two distinct voices reflected the chasm between heaven and earth. Someone suggested, "Perhaps you should first set a modest goal, like earning 10,000 taels." Another lamented, "We have not a single coin left. We can no longer afford medical care." The infinite voices of sentient beings surfaced within the celestial phenomena, intertwined with their myriad desires and emotions. Tang Yu endeavored to empathize with all, experiencing the path of sentience. Ultimately, the celestial phenomena fractured, unleashing boundless celestial power that merged into the hearts of beings. He was one with the masses, and the masses were one with him. Should a day come when he were to meet his demise, as long as even a single soul remained in this world, he could once again defy the heavens and resurrect. Conversely, even if the cosmos fell silent and sentience faded into nothingness, as long as he lived, he too could reflect the essence of sentient beings through the celestial phenomena, reintroducing them to existence. The 7 emotions and 6 desires transformed into shimmering fragments, interwoven within the celestial tapestry. This was the infinite power of belief among the masses. Beyond the celestial phenomena, Tang Yu discerned another path of sentience, entering through the human experience to understand the intricacies of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Little Ling blinked curiously, appearing somewhat droopy-eyed, and instinctively licked her lips. Speaking of Little Ling, her existence revolved around eating and sleeping. Yet, each meal she consumed was astonishingly copious, requiring several head of cattle. Remarkably, no matter how much she ate, her little belly showed no signs of change. Initially, Tang Yu feared she might overindulge, but upon careful observation, he noted no significant harm, allowing him to relax. With each meal, Tang Yu discovered that the little creature's body grew imperceptibly, yet it radiated a potent wave of magical energy. As the incessant consumption continued, such fluctuations subtly intensified. Is enlightenment attained through eating? Tang Yu had inquired several times about her true nature. The little one always playfully responded, "I am Daddy's good daughter," leaving Tang Yu speechless. Most significantly, Tang Yu discovered that this child possessed an inherent connection to the laws of space. This revelation led Tang Yu to further contemplate. Could she be a product birthed from the boundless realms of the void? Regardless of the circumstances, she was undeniably an entity from beyond. The little spirit soared before Tang Yu, her wings generating an endless whirlwind, while her tendrils danced above her head. Were it not for Tang Yu's protective magic, the sheer might emanating from her wings would have sufficed to obliterate the palace. Her eyes flickered between void and darkness, as if infused with boundless destructive power. Enough of this nonsense, Tang Yu admonished, pulling her closer. Upon closer inspection, she remained roughly the size of a palm, yet, compared to her initial form, she had grown slightly due to her incessant eating, each meal contributing imperceptibly to her growth. Giggling, the little one gazed at Tang Yu, her eyes a void, seemingly radiating an aura of endless chaos. Even when Tang Yu met her gaze, there were moments when she found herself entranced, as if the child's eyes could ensnare one's very soul. Suddenly, Tang Yu felt a jolt within her body. Rising to her feet, she gazed incredulously towards the direction of the demon realm, hastily summoning the queen of the daughter's kingdom. In an instant, Tang Yu plunged into the depths of the demon realm, causing the entire realm to tremble. Everyone stood in disbelief, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. What had transpired? Why was this happening? Was it the void? Did a creature from within the void seek to emerge? Tang Yu had previously sealed this place, wary of others inadvertently wandering in. Yet now, the seal had shattered. From the void, an endless black mist began to seep forth, seemingly expanding the void by several hundred miles in an imperceptible manner. What was occurring? Was the void undergoing self-expansion? Tang Yu glanced aside to see the figure of Hongjun materializing. He had certainly sensed the tremors of the demon realm. Upon noticing Tang Yu, he paused momentarily, then huffed softly. However, upon spotting the little spirit perched on Tang Yu's shoulder, his expression sharpened. What is the meaning of this, Tang Sanzang? Hongjun inquired. Tang Yu shrugged. How would I know? She gestured towards the void. But I sense that it seems to be self-expanding. Hongjun furrowed his brow, his visage gravely serious. Could there truly be a life form within? He murmured. Indeed, there was. Tang Yu had witnessed with her own eyes the colossal beast residing within. It had entered from another space but was gravely injured amidst the crushing overlap of multiple dimensions, leaving it in a state of slumber. Tang Yu glanced towards Hongjun. Since he was present, did that imply the Zixiao Palace was unguarded? Observing Hongjun's grave and somewhat guarded demeanor, it was evident that his caution was primarily directed towards Tang Sanzang, wary of a sudden attack. Tang Sanzang, ponder my words carefully. There is no need for us to remain adversaries, for there exists no enmity between us. Hongjun spoke softly. Tang Yu scoffed, remaining silent as he swiftly departed. Observing Hongjun still engrossed in his contemplation of the return to the void, a smile crept upon Tang Yu's lips as he made his way toward the Purple Cloud's palace. As for the inhabitants within, such as Yuanshi Tianzuan and others, he regarded them as utterly ineffectual. Moreover, they had become alarmed. Feeling a primal fear at the mere sight of Tang Yu, a sudden thought struck Tang Yu. Could he possibly confine Hongjun within the demon realm? Chapter 563. A Stroll at the Purple Cloud's Palace. However, Tang Yu quickly dismissed this notion. Entrapping Hongjun here would undoubtedly prove difficult. Regardless, he could always act swiftly when the time came. With that thought, he vanished, reappearing within the confines of the Purple Cloud's palace. Jane and Juni were engaged in a discussion, smoking leisurely as they deliberated on how to deal with Tang Sanzang. With squinted eyes and cigarettes in hand, they were visibly relaxed, unconsciously letting their guard down. Not long ago, even the slightest disturbance would have set them on edge, fearing a sudden attack from Tang Sanzang. Such a stifling existence had never been endured before, with a mere mortal like Tang Sanzang rendering them helpless. Suddenly, Tang Yu materialized before them. Both men jolted, their cigarettes falling from their mouths in shock as they stared in disbelief at the unexpected appearance of Tang Yu. Why you, Tang Sanzang? Zhuanti stammered, pointing at him. Run, Jane shouted, turning to flee. With Hongjun absent, remaining here would only result in their downfall, so retreat was their best option. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Yuanshi Tianzuan sensed Tang Sanzang's presence. Without waiting for any summons, he was the first to flee, glancing back intermittently to see if Tang Sanzang was in pursuit. When he realized he was not being chased, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Yu smirked disdainfully but chose not to pursue them. Instead, he began to wander through the Purple Cloud's palace. Not long ago, after each of his assaults, he had taken his share of spoils, resulting in many precious treasures being collected by Hongjun. Nevertheless, the foundation of the Purple Cloud's palace was astonishingly rich, given that it belonged to Hongjun, the ancestor who governed the three realms. Most of the finest treasures had undoubtedly passed through his hands. As Tang Yu meandered about, he collected anything he laid eyes upon, leaving a trail of emptiness in his wake. Ultimately, he paused outside the Purple Cloud's palace, contemplating whether he should relocate it elsewhere. However, such an action would be somewhat unethical. Never mind, the palace held little utility for him. It could remain here, as it was Hongjun's sacred ground. A person as benevolent as he could not overstep his bounds. Kindness, in its essence, can be a double-edged sword. It is an affliction that demands alteration, albeit a challenging one, as benevolence is often innate. Upon reflection, departing with merely the items in hand seemed somewhat inappropriate. Consequently, Tang Yu left two simple yet profound characters behind for Hongjun. Thank you. These two characters encapsulated his heartfelt gratitude, emanating from the depths of his soul. Having completed his act, Tang Yu swiftly exited the Zixiao Palace. One can only wonder what expression Hongjun might wear upon witnessing this scene. At Logia Mountain, the market of the celestial realm had been thoroughly navigated by Lai Gu. It all began when the Jade Emperor indulged in a smoke, provoking a flurry of anxiety among the deities. One by one, they clandestinely descended to the mortal realm in search of Lai Gu to exchange for cigarettes. Upon discovering the exorbitant price of the cigarettes, the gods collectively gasped in astonishment. Yet, such was the price set by Lai Gu. Buy it or not, he was indifferent, even reluctant to sell. Should they forego this opportunity, it was uncertain if they would be able to purchase again in the future. For the deities, there was no recourse but to endure. As a result, Lai Gu beamed with delight, for the economy of the Bald Gang had rekindled. It is noteworthy that following a series of thefts from the Buddhist sect, their economy had languished in desolation. Now, prosperity had returned. Wealth had returned. The star of white jade descended, having exchanged for 2 packs of cigarettes, bearing an expression of hesitance. He sighed heavily, reminiscing about the days when he represented the celestial realm's cigarette affairs. Now, the landscape had irrevocably changed. The taste remained the same, yet the coin was now drawn from his own pocket. This predicament could be attributed to the Jade Emperor, had he not so thoroughly offended Tang Sung. This situation might never have arisen. For reasons unknown, the star of white jade had grown increasingly discontent with the Jade Emperor. In his view, the current state of affairs in the celestial realm was a direct consequence of the Jade Emperor's actions, were it not for his initial arrogance in imprisoning Tang Sung. Hoping to make him the exclusive supplier of celestial cigarettes, matters would not have spiraled to this extent. He lamented the loss of his former stature as the star of white jade, running his modest establishment, wielding authority over celestial cigarettes. Now, all of that had vanished in an instant. Tai Bai, are you still here? Is there something else you wish to discuss with the Bald Gang? Lai Gu inquired with curiosity. What was this old fellow plotting? He appeared to be grappling with some dilemma. Could it be a request for credit on a few packs of cigarettes? That was out of the question. Small businesses do not extend credit. After a moment's contemplation, the star of white jade donned a sycophantic smile. Business has been flourishing for you, hasn't it, Chief? Yet, alas, the celestial beings are preoccupied with their affairs, hesitant to descend carelessly. Otherwise, I am certain your business would thrive even more. Lai Gu, cigarette in mouth, squinted slightly at the star of white jade. Indeed, that is true. However, we have severed ties with the Buddhist sect and established the Bald Gang under Tang Seng's auspices. Even if we wish to undertake something in the celestial realm, it would likely provoke the Jade Emperor's discontent. The eyes of the great white star twinkled slightly as he continued. To be candid, I have come here for 2 reasons. Firstly, to exchange for some cigarettes. Secondly, to discuss the possibility of collaboration. Brother Lai adjusted himself on the small stool, leaning forward slightly, and then sat back down with a thud, brushing off the ash from his cigarette. Collaboration? I wonder what the great white star has in mind, he chuckled. I cannot fathom any partnership with your celestial realm. My dear leader, allow me to express my thoughts. The great white star organized his words, speaking slowly. The myriad gods are preoccupied with their duties and cannot descend to the mortal realm at will. Would it not be most splendid if a branch could be established in the heavenly court? This would not only expand your business, but also allow some of those who cannot descend to enjoy cigarettes. This proposal could indeed be mutually beneficial. Brother Lai gazed deeply at the great white star. From the moment he began to speak, Brother Lai had discerned his intentions. Nevertheless, he recognized the merit in his reasoning. As a businessman, profits are paramount. If the plan proposed by the great white star were to unfold, what could be the harm? However, It was imperative for Brother Lai to adhere to one principle: payment must precede delivery. The notion of securing goods without upfront payment was untenable. Many in business have found themselves unable to reclaim outstanding balances, and a shrewd person like Brother Lai could not afford to tread that worn path. Your reasoning is sound. Brother Lai nodded. Chapter 564. The grand opening of the Great White Star's convenience store. The Great White Star was elated and continued. Thus, if the leader does not mind, I would be willing to act as the agent, assisting you in unlocking the vast market of the heavenly realm. Internally, Brother Lai scoffed. It was evident that the young lad intended to profit from the price difference. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential to him. With a grand gesture, Brother Lai replied, "That is of no concern. As long as there is money involved, you may purchase as many cigarettes as you wish from me." The expression on the Great White Star's face soured immediately. His intention was to sign a contract with Brother Lai, to receive the goods first, and with just a few days to sell them, he could then pay. Yet, Brother Lai's words had effectively closed that avenue for him. It was well known that financial resources were his greatest constraint. Although he had initially made a considerable profit from selling cigarettes, the price had since risen, and his limited capital could scarcely procure sufficient stock. "If there is nothing further, you may take your leave," Brother Lai said, rising from his seat, tucking the small stool under his arm, and strolling away into the distance. His somewhat corpulent figure, with the stool in tow and a cigarette in his mouth, walked with a grace that set him apart. Spitting to the side, Brother Lai executed even this seemingly crude action with an air of distinction. The Great White Star remained rooted in place, letting out a sigh. In a flash, he vanished, returning to the heavenly court, determined to devise a plan to secure funds. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration brightened the Great White Star's eyes. Although the heavenly palace had experienced 2 thefts, the second of which left its treasury severely depleted, even the Jade Emperor's dragon throne was taken. Time soon passed, and the Jade Emperor mobilized the full might of the heavenly palace to seek out rare treasures. Additionally, he reclaimed a substantial number of artifacts from the venerable Hongjun Laozu. Consequently, the heavenly palace was swiftly replenished, and its treasury still housed a plethora of valuable items. At that time, due to the significant responsibility entrusted to the Great Star of White, who was tasked with exchanging for cigarettes, the Jade Emperor granted him unrestricted access to the treasury. This led the Great Star of White to contemplate temporarily withdrawing some artifacts from the treasury to exchange for cigarettes, with the intention of returning them once he had profited, an endeavor he believed would go unnoticed. As he returned to the heavenly palace, the Great Star of White resolved to proceed with his plan. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Those who dare may reap great rewards, while the timid may find themselves bereft. With this in mind, he approached the treasury, where the guards greeted him respectfully. "We salute you, Great Star of White." Nodding in acknowledgement, he stated, "His Majesty has commanded me to procure certain treasures. Please open the treasury." Without further ado, the guards complied, granting him access. The Great Star of White surveyed his surroundings cautiously before entering. He meticulously selected numerous treasures, deeming them sufficient for his intended exchange of cigarettes, and planned to negotiate a favorable price with his supplier. After all, with a substantial quantity, he believed he could secure a better deal. Emerging from the treasury, he hastened to Mount Luojia. Upon witnessing the Great Star of White's considerable haul, his supplier was momentarily taken aback. "Although these treasures are intended for cigarette exchange, I propose to temporarily mortgage them to you. Once I earn a profit, I shall promptly redeem them," the Great Star of White articulated earnestly. His supplier responded with a calm smile. "That is entirely agreeable." The Great Star of White then ventured, "Given the volume of my order, might we negotiate a discount?" "That depends on the exact quantity you wish to procure, and then I will determine the extent of any discounts," the supplier replied, drawing on his considerable experience in trade. Apart from survival on a deserted island, he demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for business. Ultimately, after much discussion, the discount was minimal, yet due to the Great Star of White's substantial order, his supplier generously included 2 extra packs. Despite his dissatisfaction with the outcome, having procured such a large quantity, everything was prepared. Rather than returning to the heavenly palace immediately, the Great Star of White plunged into the mortal city to purchase some fireworks. His small shop was set to reopen, and news of this quickly spread throughout the heavenly palace, igniting excitement among the deities. They recognized the convenience this small shop would offer, eliminating the need for cloud travel to acquire goods. The reopening of the Taibai Jinxing convenience store is indeed a moment of great jubilation for the deities. Even the Jade Emperor feels a surge of joy, for he can once again indulge in his beloved smoking. Who could resist such delight? In a gesture of support for Taibai Jinxing, the Jade Emperor decrees an early dismissal from work. Amidst the thunderous crackle of firecrackers, the long-awaited store finally opens its doors, drawing a lengthy queue outside. However, upon hearing the exorbitant prices, the gods gasp in disbelief. The cost of a single pack of cigarettes has skyrocketed to 6 times its original price. Such an act feels akin to robbery. Yet, with no alternative, they grit their teeth and make their purchases. The Jade Emperor coughs discreetly nearby, eliciting a startled expression from Taibai Jinxing, who becomes increasingly discontented. Nevertheless, he maintains a beaming smile and hurriedly presents 2 packs of cigarettes to the Jade Emperor. Upon receiving them, the Jade Emperor beams with delight, patting Taibai Jinxing on the shoulder with evident admiration, exclaiming that he is indeed a loyal sycophant who knows how to please. Meanwhile, Hongjun, having returned from the demon realm, wears a grave expression. The realm of Guishu has inexplicably expanded, and such developments do not bode well. It appears that the variable introduced by Tang Sung has triggered an array of unforeseen changes. Hongjun has pinned all these disturbances on this singular anomaly. After all, in his view, everything has indeed unraveled because of Tang Sung. Had it not been for this unforeseen variable, the journey to the west would have concluded successfully, and the heavenly court would not have suffered such losses. The Buddhist sect and others would not have ventured to establish their own domains, among a plethora of other occurrences, all stemming from this one variable. He lets out a deep sigh before manifesting in the Zixiao Palace. Upon his arrival, Hongjun's eyes widen in disbelief. Even with his composure, he cannot suppress the waves of emotion surging within him, feeling as though he might spew blood. The entire Zixiao Palace lies desolate, reduced to a mere empty shell. The plaque, doors, and windows have all been removed, leaving only the structural beams standing forlornly. As he examines the scene, he notices the 2 characters left by Tang Yu, which send a jolt through his mind, almost causing him to collapse. Tang Sung, you beast! Hongjun roars, his teeth clenched in fury. Chapter 565. The blood-boiling Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun feels his blood boiling, consumed by an overwhelming desire to bring harm to Tang Sung. Every item within the Zixiao Palace is a rare treasure, yet now all has been stripped away, leaving him with nothing while enriching Tang Sung. Years of accumulation have been rendered void. Can he retrieve his possessions from Tang Sung? What a jest! Tang Sung has always been one to take without giving. Moreover, his powers are not inferior to Hongjun's. Even if he sought him out, it would likely end in a skirmish with no resolution, for he knows he cannot kill him. Tang Sung. Hongjun articulates each word with a growing distortion of his face. Looking west, the seemingly amiable and tranquil old man now bore a visage tinged with madness. No, where were the primordial Tianzuan and the others? Suddenly, Hongjun recalled their existence. In a flurry, he calculated, fearing they might have perished at the hands of Tang Sanzang. Upon sensing their safety, he discreetly sighed in relief. He then directed a strand of divine thought to summon them back to the Zixiao Palace. As the primordial Tianzuan and the others returned, they were met with the desolate emptiness of the Zixiao Palace, leaving them momentarily stunned. This sight was not unfamiliar to the primordial Tianzuan, for his own Yushu Palace had endured a similar fate. The 3 sages exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. After all, they had retreated without a fight. The crux of the matter was that they were no match for Tang Sanzang. Had they been capable of defeating him, there would have been no need for discussion. To admit their inability would be foolish, yet such thoughts remained unvoiced. Master, Jane sighed heavily. The sudden appearance of Tang Sanzang left us with no options. Had we remained here to confront him, we might have suffered further injuries at his hands. Repeated wounds have already depleted precious resources and consumed a considerable amount of your spiritual energy. All this is the fault of that beast, Tang Sanzang. Zhuan Ti gritted through clenched teeth. Hongjuan's brow furrowed, his expression darkening to an extreme as he silently entered the depths of the Zixiao Palace. The 3 sages exchanged glances once more, contemplating that remaining within the Zixiao Palace was the safer choice. Even here, Tang Sanzang displayed reckless audacity. Should they venture back to Yushu Palace, he would likely consider it his own domain, bringing them immense peril. What if, in a fit of displeasure, he chose to use them as a target for his ire? At least within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun could still contend with Tang Sanzang. Provided they exercised caution, they should avoid any significant issues. Such thoughts were truly vexing. As esteemed sages, they found themselves unable to return to their own sanctuaries, forced to rely on Hongjun's protection to survive. The very notion incited their frustration, and the three sages felt an urge to eliminate Tang Sanzang outright. What a disaster! How did such a creature come into existence? Zhuan Ti lamented. A being with such formidable strength was not the source of fear. Rather, it was the unpredictability of his actions and his utter lack of shame. Gazing upon the barren Zixiao Palace, devoid even of windows, the primordial Tianzuan eventually spoke, informed the Jade Emperor to contact a construction team to urgently restore this place. With that, he shook his head and wandered deeper into the Zixiao Palace, now stripped of its contents. Tang Yu was in high spirits. It must be said that Hongjun's foundation was indeed profound. However, all these precious resources held no significance for Tang Yu, who merely exchanged them for fortune points. Having completed this task, Tang Yu plunged into the underworld, arriving at the 19th layer of hell. Houtu gazed at him with a wry smile. You've certainly been a source of great concern for Hongjun lately, haven't you? Not really. Tang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. In his view, it was hardly significant, merely an occasional scuffle with him. He believed that Hongjun, being magnanimous, would not take offense. If he did, it would indicate an excessively narrow-minded disposition. According to Lao Deng, those destined for greatness must possess the capacity to tolerate others. The mere thought of Lao Deng caused Tang Yu to furrow his brow slightly. Should he send him on his way? Those who, in their self-righteousness, commit heinous acts under the guise of virtue are the most terrifying, for they perceive their actions as devoid of malice. All they do is for the sake of future compassion. This, indeed, is the most fearsome aspect. It is akin to certain righteous individuals who, to save one, would sacrifice the welfare of the world. The notion that sparing him would lead to calamity for all is a fallacy. We have done nothing wrong. All our actions are for the benefit of the greater populace. To protect the world, what harm is there in killing him? Cloaked in the banner of righteousness, they commit transgressions with impunity, feeling justified. To Tang Yu, all of this seemed utterly nonsensical. If anyone dared to voice such sentiments before him, he would strike them down, casting them into the depths of hell. Houtu chuckled softly. Not yet. I've heard that recently, Hongjun along with Yuanshi Tianzuan and 2 other saints are on the verge of collapse. Their capacity to endure is lacking, yet they presume to be saints. Tang Yu scoffed, lacking in endurance? How can they not withstand the destruction of their physical forms, one after another? After a moment, Houtu burst into laughter. You've arrived at the perfect time. I need you to place her into the waters of the weak water. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding formation distorted abruptly, shimmering with glimmers of light. A vague silhouette materialized within the formation. It was a droplet of water, which then transformed into a figure. Weak water, Tang Yu remarked. She can be reassembled. Houtu nodded slightly. I had mentioned before that although it appears she has perished in her final moments, Zhu Beiji sealed that droplet, which represents her last vestige of consciousness. Thus, she can be reconstituted swiftly. However, she shall need to be nurtured within the weak water. As she was born of it, the droplet of water gently descended into Tang Yu's palm. As for how to protect her from harm at the hands of the heavenly beings, I trust you will find a way, Houtu said softly. Gazing at the droplet in his palm, Tang Yu slowly nodded. I know what to do. His voice turned somewhat bitter as he pondered the situation of Yukong and the others, but ultimately, he shook his head. Houtu extended her finger, seemingly severing the fabric of space within the 19th layer of hell. They found themselves ensconced within the formation. 3 monkeys sat cross-legged, each positioned before an iron rod. Tang Yu sensed the infusion of the formation's power coursing through their bodies. Fixating on the 6-eared macaque, Tang Yu felt no surprise. He had long known he had not perished. Previously, he had wreaked havoc using the 6-eared macaque, even compelling it to self-destruct its primordial spirit in the end. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Houtu who brought me back to life. Gazing at the 3 monkeys, Tang Yu chuckled softly after a moment, realizing that you had long since prepared to contend with the forces of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 566, The True Severance of the 3 Corpses. The 3 monkeys were absorbing the power of the formation. Vaguely, this force seemed akin to the heavenly Tao, yet distinctly different. Clearly, this was a preparation they had originally devised to confront Hongjun. Once they completed their absorption, the monkeys could merge briefly, severing the connection between Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, rendering him unable to draw upon its power. However, this would merely be a temporary disconnection. Houtu cast a glance at him and remarked, "It seems we have acted unnecessarily." Tang Sanzang is no longer afraid of the power of the heavenly Tao. Even his abilities are not significantly inferior to Hongjun's. Should he progress further, it is entirely possible that he could indeed eliminate Hongjun. Tang Yu scrutinized the six-eared macaque closely, realizing, "I see now. No wonder he did not perish at that time. It appears you had made preparations long ago, hiding a fragment of his spirit within your grasp. Thus, he did not meet his demise. And it was this fragment that allowed him to be reborn. Although Sun Wukong has been reduced to his original form, I now nourish him with their strength." Houtu said softly, "I believe that soon, he will manifest once more." Tang Yu's body trembled slightly with excitement. It is important to note that the three disciples are a source of deep anguish for him. Initially reluctant to accept them, he even played tricks of his own. Yet in time, he fully embraced them, as they had given their lives for him. Should they find themselves in peril one day, he would do the same for them. The formation gradually faded from view, and the silhouettes of the three monkeys disappeared. At this moment, Tang Yu inquired, "What are your thoughts on the path of severing the three corpses?" Houtu, puzzled by Tang Yu's question, pondered briefly before responding. "It is one of the ways to attain sanctity. You should have known this by now. Why ask?" "The path of severing the three corpses originates from Hongjun." Tang Yu replied gravely, "It appears to be the severance of the three corpses, yet it fundamentally relies on the merits of attaining sanctity." "What do you mean?" Houtu asked in confusion. Tang Yu waved his hand, and boundless temporal laws enveloped the surroundings. "What if the severance of the three corpses is merely a facade?" Houtu looked at him in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that everyone has been deceived by Hongjun? Good and evil are inherent." Tang Yu smiled faintly. "What distinguishes it from the Buddhist notion of the four great emptiness? Although it seems to be the severance of the three corpses, it still fundamentally relies on the merits of achieving sanctity. Are there truly individuals who have attained sanctity through the severance of the three corpses?" Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Houtu trembled, her expression filled with shock. "I have deduced the path of severing the three corpses within the temporal laws," Tang Yu declared. "If one were to speak solely of severing the three corpses, it would be impossible to attain sanctity. Therefore, this is merely a ruse, a game played by Hongjun. Just as he claims that the primordial purple energy can lead to sanctity, it is all a deception. The path of severing the three corpses can indeed greatly enhance one's power. However, it cannot fundamentally allow one to enter the ranks of the saints. To substantiate the path to greatness, one might assert that the ability to transcend the heavens is possible. If the method of severing the three corpses truly exists, why then can it not shatter the celestial realm?" The Earth's sovereign furrowed her brow, stating that such a method does not exist. "It does," Tang Yu interjected, "but it does not pertain to the severance of the intrinsic good and evil self." With a flourish of his hand, the laws of time unfolded. In the realm of these laws, the past iterations of Tang Yu emerged, their actions flickering before his eyes, countless fragments of bygone moments. "If I am not mistaken," he mused, "the true severance of the three corpses lies not in the good and evil self, but rather in the past, present, and future." Tang Yu spoke gravely. "To cleave oneself from time itself is indeed the path to true enlightenment, a means of transcending." His doubts regarding the severance of the three corpses had taken root long ago. In the celestial prison, he had engaged in profound discussions with the Supreme Lord Laozi regarding transcendence, which further elucidated that the so-called method of severing the three corpses is merely a ruse. To validate one's path through strength, severing the three corpses, and achieving sanctity through merit, one may indeed break the heavens with a singular act, transcending the laws of the celestial realm. Should one truly sever the past, present, and future, they would erase themselves from the constraints of these laws and thus achieve transcendence. As for attaining sanctity through merit, it involves assimilating into these very laws, which is the correct interpretation. The Earth's sovereign fell into deep contemplation, finally conceding, "You speak with reason. Perhaps the severance of the three corpses is indeed a deception, akin to the primordial purple energy of Hongjun that leads to sanctity. But how can one completely sever the past and the future?" She pondered. "This seems evidently impossible, unless one possesses the laws of time as you do, enabling them to achieve such severance." Tang Yu fell silent, grappling with his own uncertainty regarding this matter. However, he believed that, at least from his perspective, This interpretation of severing the three corpses was the most valid. Presently, he had embarked upon two distinct paths, one aimed at breaking the established laws, and the other, the path of all beings, was gradually coming to fruition. His essence was imprinted upon the depths of the collective spirit of sentient beings, excluding mere mortals. Even some celestial beings had unknowingly been marked by him, integrating into their spiritual core, a phenomenon they remained oblivious to. If he could indeed imprint all beings, gods and Buddhas, upon the power of the celestial phenomena, his path of all beings would surely reach completion. The celestial phenomena had already taken shape. Within the terrestrial visage, he remained ensconced in the cycle of reincarnation, continuously perceiving through the perspectives of other lives. The human visage had begun to solidify. Once the celestial, terrestrial, and human visages attained perfect harmony, he could potentially transcend the entire celestial order, replacing it with his own triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, evolving into a genuine celestial order belonging solely to him. At that juncture, he would embody the celestial order, wielding dominion over all sentient beings. You may be correct in your assertions, yet achieving them remains elusive, the Earth's sovereign replied with a wry smile. Severing the past, present, and future is something I, at least in my current state, cannot accomplish, for it does not align with my path. Should such severance occur, the cycle of reincarnation would undoubtedly fracture, leading to unimaginable repercussions for me. Even the possibility of being reverted to one's original state, leading to death and the dissolution of the path, exists. Tang Yu smiled faintly. This is not your path. Your way lies within the cycle of reincarnation, which is about integration rather than severance. Houtu nodded slightly. Indeed, everything has reached a bottleneck. Without opportunity, it will be challenging for me to break through. I cannot, like the Supreme Lord Laozi, utilize another's hand to strike at my own primordial essence and return everything to the heavens, only to begin anew. Nor can I, like you, merge within the three paths to achieve enlightenment. Houtu spoke softly. Your path is truly remarkable. It resembles the way of heaven. Once the three bodies return to completeness and unify, it is even possible for you to transcend and break through. Chapter 567. The Law of the Jungle. Tang Yu pondered for a moment and shook his head. He did not believe that the unification of the three paths would indeed allow him to transcend. However, he had a premonition that this unification should suffice for him to advance a step further, though reaching the pinnacle of completion seemed impossible. His powers and physical form transcended the heavenly path. Having realized his own way, it remained beneath the heavenly principle. No, Tang Yu sighed, my path differs from yours. If you were to tread my route, you might attain transcendence. Houtu smiled slightly, yet we cannot walk your path. Daddy, a clear voice resonated in Tang Yu's ears. Xiaoling slowly opened her eyes on his shoulder, appearing as if just awakened, yawning and rubbing her eyes while gazing around in confusion. As she continued to feed and then fell asleep, she had grown slightly. The originally dark green tendrils atop her head now hinted at a faint crimson hue, seemingly transforming towards red. Houtu gazed at Xiaoling with some surprise. She is. Meeting Xiaoling's gaze, Houtu momentarily felt dazed. A flicker of bloodthirst and murderous intent surfacing in her mind, an experience entirely new to her. That stone, Tang Yu spoke heavily. Can you discern its history? After observing Xiaoling closely, Houtu shook her head. I cannot see, but her eyes can influence one's state of mind. Looking into her eyes evokes a strong urge for bloodshed. Is she born from that stone? Houtu inquired. Not necessarily. She may have been sealed within it. And by some twist of fate, I released the seal, Tang Yu replied while glancing at Xiaoling. That is a possibility, but who sealed her? Houtu pondered aloud. It appears she truly hails from beyond. Tang Yu nodded. I sense it too, a being from outside this realm. Pausing, he continued. If possible, I would love to inquire with Hongjun about the origins of that stone. Yet, in truth, questioning Hongjun seemed implausible. Confronting Hongjun, however, was still within the realm of possibility. Daddy, I'm hungry, Xiaoling yawned, patting her little belly. I'll take you out to eat shortly, Tang Yu said, gently patting her small head. First, I must head to the heavenly court to place the weak water within the river of weak water. Tang Yu's figure flickered and appeared in the heavenly court. Before him, the weak water rippled, reflecting the countless palaces in the distance. Observing the droplet in his palm, Tang Yu waved his hand, merging the droplet into the weak water. As he departed, he set up a barrier along the banks of the weak water, ensuring that no one could approach this place. Naturally, The banks of the weak water were already a forbidden zone. Who would wander here without reason? A careless misstep into the weak water would be tantamount to suicide. After completing these tasks, Tang Yu walked towards the distance, where the palace of Marshal Tianpeng awaited. In years past, Zhu Beiji served as Marshal Tianpeng here, commanding the vast celestial navy with great vigor. Yet now, the heavenly river lay desolate and lonely. The entire celestial navy had perished valiantly in battle for Zhu Beiji, achieving such a fate in leading his troops. Perhaps only Zhu Beiji, the fool, remained in the entire three realms. In truth, he was not foolish at all. Tang Yu sighed softly. Not far away, the Jade Emperor gazed at him with a complex expression. At this moment, the Jade Emperor felt a twinge of regret. Had he acted differently, he and Tang Sanzang would not have found themselves on opposing sides, leading to his current troubles even while smoking. Every time he recalled the words spoken to him by Laojun not long ago, the Jade Emperor's regret deepened. In this matter, he indeed lacked the wit of Laojun. After a moment's hesitation, the Jade Emperor took a couple of steps forward and spoke with complexity. Third brother. Tang Yu smiled lightly, his expression serene to the utmost, devoid of any emotion, as if he were gazing at a stranger. You should be grateful that you are the Jade Emperor, otherwise I would have taken your life back then. Tang Yu spoke calmly. The heavenly court governs the order of the three realms, and it was precisely because of this that Tang Yu refrained from causing trouble in the heavenly court. Should a significant crisis occur within the heavenly court, the order of the three realms would be thrown into chaos, ultimately causing suffering for the mortals. Take, for instance, the invasion of the 10,000 demons' kingdom against the heavenly court, which inflicted catastrophic losses, leaving no time to consider the lives of mortals. Natural disasters and man-made calamities were incessant. In the kingdom of women, Tang Yu had already sensed the turmoil of the mortal realm. Ultimately, he resolved everything in his own manner. The suffering of all beings weighed heavily upon him. Though he was a sage, he had once been one of the multitude. As the Jade Emperor, there are certain matters beyond my choice, the Jade Emperor sighed. The heavenly court must oversee the order of the three realms and bear responsibility for it. Perhaps you view my words as hypocritical. However, as the sovereign of the three realms, I have always valued the bond between us, yet my greater duty is to the three realms. To this, Tang Yu merely smiled, saying nothing further, casting a deep glance at the Jade Emperor before his figure dissipated from the spot. In a mountain range within the lower realm, Tang Yu released Xiao Ling instantly. The little girl plunged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, devouring everything in sight. The cries of beasts echoed throughout the forest. After a considerable time, Xiao Ling emerged, fluttering her wings and licking her lips, appearing insatiable. Her hair seemed to have turned slightly red once more, indicating that her previous assumptions were correct. She was gradually evolving, feeding on her way to transformation. Are you not afraid of overeating? Tang Yu chuckled softly, gently patting Xiao Ling's head. I am not yet full, she giggled. Daddy, those people from the heavenly court are your enemies, right? Let me devour them. Her voice suddenly turned cold, filled with an insatiable malice, as if a multitude of voices reverberated through time, all uttering the same phrase simultaneously. No eating people. Tang Yu's tone grew stern. Xiao Ling continued to laugh merrily. I will listen to Daddy. She perched herself on Tang Yu's shoulder, her voice shifting. But why is it forbidden to eat people? Humans consume pigs, sheep, and cattle, the strong prey upon the weak. I must become stronger than them. So why can't I? She continued, just like some formidable monsters that can eat humans. There is no reason. It simply is not allowed, Tang Yu replied firmly. But Daddy's enemies also wish to devour you, don't they? Isn't it the same? You wish to eliminate them. But what is the difference between killing them and consuming them? As she spoke, the tendrils on her head began to dance. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Regardless, what I say is absolute. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails, and perhaps Xiao Ling is not entirely wrong. Yet, the child's thoughts instill a sense of fear within him. It is imperative to educate her properly. Otherwise, who knows what she might evolve into in the future, and whether she would still heed his words. Why must you always think about eating, dear daughter? Tang Yu spoke earnestly. Xiao Ling's expression held a hint of confusion. What is wrong with that? Most people in the mortal realm live to eat, don't they? Your reasoning is valid, but you are not like those mortals. Even if you do not eat, you will not perish. That is a lie. If I don't eat, I will starve. Tang Yu sighed. What I mean is, let us try to eat less in the future. We should manage our weight, understand? Only then can you remain beautiful. Moreover, it has undeniable benefits for enlightenment. For instance, if you abstain from food for a few days, you will surely feel dizzy, and your mind will become clear. Starving will definitely make one dizzy. Xiaoling giggled. But I will truly be hungry if I don't eat. She looked up at him with a pitiful expression, even patting her little belly. However, your appetite is currently excessive, Tang Yu lamented, and it seems to be growing daily. At this rate, I fear you may drive some animals to extinction. Initially, during your awakening, you consumed 5 sheep and 2 cows in one meal. Now, you must be able to eat 30 cows to feel satisfied, right? You are approaching the level of a glutton. Xiaoling smirked coldly. What is a glutton to me? If it were before me, I would consume it too. Thus, dear daughter, you must control your appetite. Consider this. If you grow into a large figure, it might complicate your prospects for marriage. That would surely trouble your father. Tang Yu concluded earnestly. She wished to control her appetite, as she indeed had an insatiable hunger. If this continued, Tang Yu genuinely feared that one day she might consume some species into extinction. Chuckling, he recalled how his father's words sounded sweet, yet were merely a ruse to prevent him from overeating. No, this is a manifestation of your father's deep concern. Do you understand? Xiaoling nodded, though with a hint of confusion, yawned, and rested her head on Tang Yu's shoulder, falling silent as if drifting back into slumber. After each meal, she would take a brief nap, as if to aid in digesting all that she had consumed. With a flicker of thought, Tang Yu perceived the world around him. At that moment, he surveyed everything from a lofty and detached vantage point, transcending the mundane realm. The cacophony of life surged forth, manifesting within the celestial phenomena. Tang Yu withdrew from this cosmic tableau, stepping forth to arrive at Mount Li. The mother of Li had long been in seclusion. As for the young girl Lingxue, she had blossomed into a young lady. In her childhood, Tang Yu had extracted various elixirs from the Buddhist sect, allowing her to consume them like candy. Later, when she was brought to Mount Li by the mother, Tang Yu exchanged numerous valuable items from the system to enhance the girl's abilities. Clad in flowing white garments, Lingxue appeared ethereal, wielding a long sword with grace. A powerful aura radiated from her, signaling her peak as a great Luo golden immortal. Her rapid advancement was a direct result of the elixirs Tang Yu had procured for her. He treated Lingxue as if she were his own sister, and naturally, he was generous with those he cared for. Tang Yu stood aside, watching her with a smile. Lingxue turned to him in surprise, and then leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Big brother." She was well aware of Tang Yu's past imprisonment, and her relentless training was motivated by the hope of one day rescuing him from the heavenly court. With the mother of Li in seclusion, the entire mountain had withdrawn from the world, leaving her oblivious to Tang Yu's newfound freedom. "Little girl," Tang Yu chuckled, "you've reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal." Lingxue lifted her head from his embrace and softly replied, "I heard that you were imprisoned in the heavenly court, so I worked hard to cultivate, hoping to save you someday." At her words, Tang Yu felt a surge of affection. He smiled gently and patted her head, saying, "That will no longer be the case. No one can harm me again, nor will anyone hurt you. I believe in you, big brother," Lingxue replied with a sweet smile, gripping his sleeve and reluctant to let go. Had it not been for Tang Yu's rescue, she would likely have perished at the hands of those monsters long ago. "Big brother, weren't you imprisoned in the heavenly court? How did you escape?" "No one can truly confine me," Tang Yu replied with a calm smile. "But tell me, how is it that you've progressed so swiftly?" "It's because of the elixirs you gave me. At first, Sister Li was worried that my body couldn't handle so many pills. However, when no issues arose, she became reassured." Lingxue's eyes sparkled with laughter. "Thus, I have inadvertently reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal." Were others to overhear Lingxue's words, they would surely be left aghast. To have ascended to such heights so effortlessly, surely this cultivation is far too simple, even occurring without one's awareness. The system's elixirs pose no concerns regarding their efficacy. Products from the system are invariably of the highest quality. It was with this in mind that he sought the old mother of Lishan, contemplating whether to allow her to directly ascend to sainthood. After all, his fortune points were sufficient to exchange for the Holy Spirit pill. Even if they were lacking, engaging in a few skirmishes at Zixiao Palace to stir up trouble with Hongjun and the others would suffice. This is precisely why he refrained from eliminating figures like Zhuani. A slow and steady approach is essential. After all, these actions yield fortune points. Moreover, in Tang Yu's view, they were no longer capable of stirring significant waves. The lingering shadows he had cast upon them were ample. their immediate response would be to flee. The young girl continued, "Big brother, you are here to find Sister Lishan, aren't you? She has been in seclusion for quite some time. I have attempted to visit her several times, but there has been no response. Allow me to check." With a mere thought, Tang Yu's consciousness swept over Lishan, revealing everything before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a twinge of anxiety. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the old mother of Lishan's seclusion site. Upon seeing the figure seated in meditation, Tang Yu stood frozen in place. The old mother of Lishan, clad in a pale yellow dress, bore a slightly furrowed brow, her countenance marred by a hint of anguish. Yet even in this state, her celestial beauty remained undeniable. However, she had become a mere shell, devoid of any life force. There was no trace of vitality emanating from her. "What has transpired?" Tang Yu exclaimed in shock, grasping her hand tightly. "Lishan, Lishan." Chapter 569, Secret Techniques for Forceful Ascension to Sainthood. The old mother of Lishan lay lifeless. How could this be? Tang Yu's alarm grew as he channeled his magical energy into her body, attempting to awaken her. However, he was cautious not to overwhelm her with too much power, for his own strength was profound. A single miscalculation could result in grievous harm. Was her primordial spirit ensnared in slumber? Could it be that an issue arose during her seclusion, leading to this apparent lack of life? Yet, her primordial spirit still existed, albeit in a deep sleep, completely devoid of any fluctuations. Even cracks marred its surface. What had she done? Upon closer inspection, he sensed a faint aura of a saint lingering around her. Could it be that she, through some secret method, sought to forcibly ascend to sainthood, resulting in the shattering of her primordial spirit and her subsequent descent into sleep? This seemed highly plausible. Tang Yu's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Her primordial spirit was marred by scars, yet the last vestige of her true essence lingered, enshrined in slumber. System, what shall I do?" Tang Yu exclaimed in despair, urgently querying the system. Her primordial spirit bore far too severe an injury. Tang Yu felt utterly helpless. A moment's carelessness could lead to her true demise. What could have caused her primordial spirit to suffer such grievous harm? Tang Yu swam against the currents of time, delving into the past. Before him materialized the revered figure of the mother of Lishan. "Is it truly possible to attain sanctity?" she murmured. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu discerned that the method she spoke of for achieving this sanctity was a forbidden technique, an incomplete fragment she had stumbled upon, its origins now lost to time. His master, hindered by the elixir of saintly descent, could not act recklessly. "If I were to attain sanctity, I should be capable of contending with the likes of Jun Ti and others," he mused. The mother of Lishan sat cross-legged, resolute in her decision to forcibly enter sanctity through the forbidden technique. Indeed, Tang Yu's suspicions were confirmed. Her own actions had led to the fragmentation of her primordial spirit, which succumbed to a deep slumber, rendering her body lifeless, devoid of any vital essence. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, Tang Yu trembled as he reached out, gently caressing her face. "I will not allow you to come to harm. I shall save you," he vowed. System, how can I rescue her?" Tang Yu anxiously communicated with the system. "Primordial Spirit Elixir. Restores the primordial spirit, 300 million. The system soon responded. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu made the exchange. All the efforts of recent times had accumulated to less than 700 million in fortune. Yet, for the sake of the mother of Lishan, he invested 300 million without a second thought. He felt no pang of regret. If it meant saving her, he would amass not just 300 million, but even 3 billion, without a trace of remorse. An elixir appeared in Tang Yu's palm. "Daddy, can I have it?" Little Ling awoke, eyeing the elixir with longing. Tang Yu shot her a disapproving glance. "This is to save someone. What do you want with it?" "This elixir can't save her," Little Ling giggled. "Perhaps it can mend her primordial spirit's wounds, but she has fallen into a state of self-induced slumber." Tilting her head in thought, she continued, "This must be a forbidden spell." She sensed an immense danger and had no choice but to use this magic to let her primordial spirit fall into sleep. "Daddy, this elixir won't save her. It can only repair her primordial spirit's wounds." "That's fine," Tang Yu replied without hesitation, administering the elixir to the mother of Lishan. The once battered primordial spirit visibly absorbed the gentle energy, gradually mending its fractures. After a considerable time, the primordial spirit had fully recovered. Yet, the mother of Lishan remained devoid of any sign of life. Her spirit was still in slumber. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yu realized she was no longer in danger. It appeared that this deep slumber was self-imposed. In her final moments, she must have sensed a tremendous threat, prompting her to invoke such a secret art. After a moment's reflection, Tang Yu lifted the mother of Lishan and made his way to Biao Palace. The Tongtian patriarch, her master, would surely possess a means to awaken her, as well as knowledge of this secret art. Upon witnessing the slumbering figure of the mother of Mount Li, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, a hint of bitterness flickering across his visage as he sighed and shook his head. Tongtian, we must devise a means to rescue her. Tang Yu implored anxiously. Tongtian, gazing intently at Tang Yu, slowly shook his head. This arcane technique eludes my understanding. It was acquired by chance many years ago, yet I have never practiced it. Following the defeat of the GS sect in the divine battle, I too found myself here, he lamented. After that fateful conflict, the GS sect was left with her alone, naturally bestowing all its fortunes upon her, including its sacred treasury. The fragmentary scroll of spells I stumbled upon was merely glanced at and subsequently cast aside within the GS sect's vault, thus she fortuitously encountered it. A wry smile crossed Tongtian's face. As a master, I feel quite powerless. He lifted his head and sighed deeply. Indeed, these years have not been easy for her. The GS sect rests solely upon her shoulders, bearing the weight of all responsibilities. Is it not a heavy burden? The once mighty GS sect has reduced to her solitary struggle. My master is imprisoned, and many of my brethren have perished, others embraced by the Buddhist realm. Yet she remains steadfast in upholding the last vestiges of the GS sect's beliefs, seizing a glimmer of hope for all beings, transcending barriers of class. She must even endure suppression from the celestial court and certain saints. Tang Yu looked upon the mother of Mount Li with a tinge of sorrow in his eyes. What has transpired here? What forbidden technique is at play? If I am not mistaken, she attempted to forcibly ascend to sainthood and, at the critical moment, faltered, subsequently employing another spell that plunged her divine essence into slumber. Tongtian nodded slightly. You are indeed correct. Both spells were serendipitously acquired by me. As he spoke, he gazed deeply into Tang Yu's eyes, his expression sharpening. Tongtian imparted the knowledge of those spells into Tang Yu's consciousness. The forbidden techniques materialized vividly within Tang Yu's mind. The so-called forcible ascent to sainthood involves a self-sacrificial approach to one's divine essence. No wonder her essence is marred with wounds. Yet, this is merely a fragment, lacking substantial value. There exists another scroll concerning the state of slumber, akin to the current condition of the mother of Mount Li. It is a self-preservation spell, activated when one perceives imminent peril or life-threatening circumstances, inducing a state of deep sleep, manifesting as a form of apparent death. Chapter 570. Awakening. Tang Yu scrutinized the scrolls and could not help but acknowledge that such a secret technique resonated with him. However, once invoked, the state of apparent death could only be reversed by the intervention of another, yet no method of awakening was recorded. The origins of these two spells remain shrouded in mystery. I cannot ascertain their provenance, as they were mere chance discoveries. Moreover, as you have observed, they are incomplete fragments. Tongtian remarked. It is evident that the mother of Mount Li has employed a forbidden technique to enter her current state of slumber. Tang Yu examined the two scrolls closely. I feel as though I have encountered this before. Little Spirit appeared bewildered, uncertainly stating, What did you say? Have you seen it before? I just feel a sense of familiarity. Tang Yu was taken aback. When the Tongtian cult master obtained these remnants, he had not yet ascended to sainthood, and it was purely by chance that they were recorded. Could it be from long ago, before the last great calamity? However, that did not seem plausible. The chaos cataclysm rendered all things void. How could such artifacts possibly remain? Tang Yu pondered deeply. The immediate priority was to awaken the mother of Lishan. System, how can I awaken her? In desperation, Tang Yu once again inquired of the system, initially hoping that the Tongtian cult master would possess a method to rouse her. Yet now, he had no choice but to consult the system again. Heavenly Spirit Grass. 200 million fortune points. The system responded. Tang Yu forced a smile and exchanged for it once more. Suddenly, Little Spirit's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Tang Yu intently, her expression revealing a hint of confusion and uncertainty. Heavenly Spirit Grass, Tongtian said in disbelief. Tang Yu was puzzled. Is it that special? Heavenly Dragon Grass, although merely an inch in size. Its roots and stems were pristine white, adorned with lush green leaves. The flower buds, a vibrant red, were poised to bloom, exuding a captivating allure. Though referred to as grass, to Tang Yu, it resembled a flower, a beautiful bud ready to unfurl. Tang Tian gasped, looking at Tang Yu. You do not know of the heavenly spirit grass? No. Tang Yu shook his head. Then how did you acquire the heavenly spirit grass? It has been extinct since ancient times. Tang Tian elaborated. The first grass of the universe embodies boundless principles of the Tao. According to legend, after Pangu opened the heavens, when the world was first formed, the only trace of green in existence was the heavenly spirit grass. Gazing at the heavenly spirit grass in his hand, its name alone suggested its extraordinary nature, especially considering the substantial fortune points required for its exchange. It undoubtedly possessed remarkable efficacy. Yet, he did not anticipate its extraordinary attributes. How exactly did you obtain it? Tang Tian asked eagerly. Tang Yu chuckled wryly. It was a chance acquisition. I am not entirely sure what it is. Revealing to Tang Tian that he possessed a system that had everything might render him feeling foolish, after all. Following the system's guidance, Tang Yu plucked the vibrant red flower bud, refined it, and infused it into the mother of Lishan's primordial spirit. After a considerable period, the once dormant primordial spirit began to awaken with boundless vitality. Tang Yu's heart swelled with joy, knowing she was on the verge of awakening. Her long lashes fluttered, and her radiant eyes gradually opened. As her gaze fell upon Tang Yu, a flicker of joy sparkled within her eyes. Tang Tian, standing nearby, anxiously observed. The bewildered expression gradually transformed into clarity, and the mother of Lishan covered her mouth with her hand, yawning. That nap was truly delightful. Instantly, both Tang Yu and Tang Tian widened their eyes in astonishment. What did she mean by saying that the nap was truly delightful? Uncertain about the duration of this slumber, one could almost feel the urgency it caused. Li Shan took a deep breath and inquired, How do you feel? I feel perfectly fine after this sleep, came the reply. Li Shan's mother shrugged lightly and smiled at Tang Yu. Have you managed to escape? Tang Tian opened his mouth, seemingly poised to say more, yet after a fleeting glance, he shook his head with a sigh and exited the room. What on earth happened? Tang Yu asked. Li Shan's mother, seated nearby, gently swayed her legs, responding, An accident. An accident? Tang Yu exclaimed loudly. Do you realize that your so-called accident nearly led to disaster? How could this child be so carefree? Seemingly oblivious to the peril she had narrowly evaded? Isn't this a disaster? Li Shan's mother shrugged again. I sensed the moment the accident occurred, but there was nothing I could do, so I succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, you and Master rescued me. By the way, how did you save me? She inquired, turning her gaze to Tang Yu. And how did you manage to escape? Weren't you incapacitated? Tang Yu pondered briefly before gradually revealing certain details. However, his tone turned somber when mentioning Sun Wukong and the others. Though he knew they would eventually return, it might take a considerable amount of time. Upon hearing this, Li Shan's mother nodded and patted Tang Yu's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. This action elicited a smile from Tang Yu. What was that for? He asked. To comfort you, Li Shan's mother replied, blinking her eyes. Moreover, they are fine. Houtu also mentioned that they will awaken sooner or later, so there is no need for concern. I am rather surprised by you, though. I did not expect you to attain the status of a sage. Tang Yu shrugged. Did I not already tell you this? I was certain I would become a sage. Yet you, forcing your way into sagehood in such a manner, nearly caused your own demise. What choice did I have? Attaining sagehood is exceedingly difficult, Li Shan's mother replied wistfully. Thus, I had to attempt this method, though I did not anticipate such an accident. However, I have gained some insights. I have a vague sense of something, she continued, observing Li Shan's mother closely. It was evident that although she still possessed the peak cultivation of a quasi-saint, a trace of a sage's aura emanated from her. It appeared that this transformative experience between life and death had greatly benefited her. If I were to experience this again, I might genuinely have the chance to attain sagehood. At this, Tang Yu rolled his eyes. All right then, feel free to try again. By the way, if you have a preferred burial site, do let me know, and I shall arrange it for you. Are you implying that I will die? Such a lack of faith in me, Li Shan's mother said, her brows furrowed in discontent. Indeed, Tang Yu affirmed with a nod. Just to be clear, if you choose to take such a reckless path again, I will be unable to save you. I am seeking enlightenment. What do you mean by suicide? Do you think every breakthrough is as straightforward as yours? Li Shan's mother sighed. For anyone aside from you, each breakthrough teeters on the brink of life and death. A moment's carelessness can lead to utter destruction. Chapter 571. Luo Ho returns to the demon realm for Tang Yu. The mother of Lishan gazed upon him with an expression of sheer envy. The breakthrough he achieved was astonishingly effortless. After only a few years, he ascended to the status of a sage. Such news would surely send shockwaves through the realm. The path to enlightenment is fraught with peril, yet I have gleaned some insights. If given another chance, I am confident I could attain sagehood as well, she proclaimed with unwavering self-assurance. Moreover, I have discerned that the fragment of scripture obtained by my master likely originates from a bygone era. Although incomplete, I believe I can restore it with my newfound understanding. At that moment, the mother of Lishan's gaze fell upon the small spirit perched upon Tang Yu's shoulder, her eyes widening with curiosity. "What is this?" she inquired. "I am Daddy's good little girl," the spirit giggled merrily. Upon hearing this, the mother of Lishan regarded Tang Yu with a peculiar look. "You have a child now? But this child is so extraordinary. One must wonder about her mother." Tang Yu, perceiving the implications of her gaze, replied, "She is born of a stone from the Zhixiao Palace. As for her true nature, do not inquire of me, for I am equally in the dark. However, I suspect she is an entity from beyond this realm." The mother of Lishan chuckled softly and extended her hand toward the little spirit. With a flutter of her wings, the spirit alighted gently in her palm. As she gazed into the spirit's eyes, the mother of Lishan's expression shifted abruptly, as if she were entranced. In a moment of instinctive protectiveness, Tang Yu swiftly pulled the spirit away, delivering a light tap to her head. Only then did the mother of Lishan regain her composure, staring at the little spirit in astonishment. "What exactly is this?" she mused. The spirit's gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of one's being at that instant. I sensed an overwhelming aura of bloodshed and violence. Even a being of her stature, a peaked quasi-saint, found herself ensnared by the spirit's eyes, her heart brimming with a primal ferocity. The mere fact that such a formidable quasi-saint could be swayed by a mere child was astonishing. Had she known that even Tang Yu himself dared not gaze into the spirit's eyes lightly, her shock would have deepened. Thus, I find it perplexing. The only certainty I have regarding her is that she is an entity from beyond, yet her true nature remains a mystery, Tang Yu remarked. The little spirit giggled again, her laughter pure and innocent, reminiscent of a young girl. However, the mother of Lishan shivered involuntarily, sensing an inexplicable chill rising from the depths of her heart. If the followers of the Buddhist faith were to meet her gaze, I wonder how their compassion would withstand such a trial, she mused lightly. The Buddhist sect no longer exists, Tang Yu elucidated. What remains is the Bald Brotherhood, which now operates under my auspices. Essentially, the Bald Brotherhood is my faction now. The mother of Lishan erupted into hearty laughter. How amusing, truly entertaining. The once revered Buddha and the celestial beings have all become your subordinates. Her curiosity was piqued. She genuinely wished to meet these companions of his. I never anticipated such a turn of events, Tang Yu admitted with a hint of exasperation. Who could have foreseen this? The former deities now fall under my banner. Referring to them as subordinates seems fitting. The sole distinction between him and Zhuan Ti lies in the absence of a slap from Brother Lai. It is likely that the sting from such a slap has ignited rebellious thoughts within him. Tang Yu comprehends this sentiment, for enduring such a slap would be intolerable for anyone. However, regarding Brother Lai's sudden claim to ownership, Tang Yu is quite aware of the implications. After all, having defected from the Buddhist order, it would not be surprising if Zhuan Ti and Jieyin had already come knocking at his door, were it not for this claim. The laughter of the Lishan old mother resonated. Where are they? I must see. Tang Yu rolled his eyes, recognizing her inclination for mischief. The transformation from Buddha to Brother Lai signifies her desire to deliver another blow. Nonetheless, Tang Yu reflected on Brother Lai's merits, acknowledging his meticulous nature. Each time he intervened, it was akin to a belated response. In Tang Yu's view, Brother Lai is indeed commendable, primarily because he refrains from tormenting them further. There is little left to be stirred. It is essential to acknowledge that Brother Lai's current predicament bears an undeniable connection to Tang Yu himself. With a dismissive snort, the Lishan old mother retorted, "Do you truly consider him your subordinate? Do you not believe that, given a better option or a more formidable ally, he might betray you?" With a scoff, she continued, her eyes sparkling with mischief, "I genuinely wish to see Duo Bao and the others." This was evidently an attempt to exacerbate the situation. Tang Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "If you wish to go, then by all means, I shall not accompany you." Should she encounter Brother Lai, it would likely result in a barrage of ridicule. The notion of bringing others to mock Brother Lai was something Tang Yu found rather distasteful and beneath him. Nonetheless, the Lishan old mother, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed undeterred by his reluctance. "I must see them," she declared, her laughter infectious and her curiosity palpable. Rising to her feet, she eagerly exclaimed, "Let us go." Tang Yu sighed, recognizing her intent to cause a ruckus. "Master, I intend to visit Laojun Mountain to observe the treasure hunt. I have heard that Duo Bao has established the Bald Brotherhood," the Lishan old mother informed Tang Yu as they stepped outside, directly addressing Tong Tian. The latter raised an eyebrow, pondering, "What is there to behold?" "I believe it would be worthwhile to see our former fellow disciples," Tang Yu responded. Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively, expressing concern. "I wonder how your recovery is progressing. If you find yourself unable to contend, inform the master, and I shall intervene." Given the Lishan old mother's formidable powers, she could indeed triumph over Brother Lai and his companions. Yet, considering her recent use of forbidden techniques, Tong Tian harbored concerns about her full recovery. However, upon glancing at Tang Yu, he reassessed and deemed his worries somewhat excessive. "Rahu has entered the demon realm," Tong Tian remarked. "If the seal of the demon realm has truly been breached, the three realms may descend into chaos." Tang Yu was taken aback. How could Rahu have suddenly entered the demon realm? After some contemplation, he began to grasp the situation. Not long ago, the void experienced an unprecedented expansion, resulting in the destabilization of the seal on the demonic realm. Seizing this opportunity, it delved deep into that realm. However, regarding the void, Tang Yu sensed an intangible yet significant growth within it. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Should the void continue to expand and evolve at this rate? It seems the demon race might gradually be consumed by it. Might it eventually extend its reach to the three realms? In the past, Hongjun had arrogantly employed sealing techniques against the void, seemingly to counter its self-expansion. Yet, such efforts proved utterly futile. The overlapping of multiple spaces and the boundless power of time rendered it impossible to completely seal or thwart the void's growth. The void Xiaoling's expression flickered with a hint of confusion as she murmured, "So familiar." Chapter 572. The aggrieved Rahu. Tang Yu cast a glance at Xiaoling, gently patting her head. It was hardly surprising that she was familiar with the void. It was highly likely that Xiaoling had entered the realm of the void from another space, arriving in the domain of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, no one knew how long she had remained dormant within the void. As for why she hadn't been crushed or severely injured under the pressure of multiple spaces, Tang Yu speculated it could be due to the stones that surrounded her at the time, coupled with her inherent power over spatial laws. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu smiled lightly, saying, "This is something Hongjun should concern himself with." Tong Tian burst into hearty laughter. "You are indeed correct. This is a matter for Hongjun to address." Now that Rahu had returned to the demon race, he had seized the moment of the void's turmoil to infiltrate. It was likely that his emergence from within would not be an easy feat without the aid of the world-destruction Black Lotus. He might well have perished at the hands of several saints by now. Speaking of Rahu, his plight was quite lamentable. After enduring countless hardships to escape his seal, he now faced a prolonged journey of evasion. This unfortunate child was currently being hunted within the demonic realm. Were it not for the world-destruction Black Lotus, he might genuinely meet his demise at the hands of his own kin. Having finally entered the demon race, Rahu was initially filled with vigor and aspirations, even anticipating leading the demon race to supremacy over the three realms. However, the harshness of reality swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face, revealing the brutal truths of existence. Upon entering the demonic realm, this child boldly declared, "I am Rahu." Who could possibly believe such a claim? Consequently, it was reported to the demon lord. An 8-year-old child claiming to be Rahu? Absurd. Even if Rahu wielded his innate treasure, the world-destruction Black Lotus, it was evident that some ill-intentioned individuals were asserting that it had been stolen from the true demon ancestor, Rahu, who might have even perished at the hands of this little brat. Thus, under the pretense of avenging the demon ancestor, a relentless and inhumane pursuit was launched against him. If this continued, he genuinely feared he might fall in the demonic realm, meeting his end in his own stronghold. The thought of it would surely provoke laughter among others. Moreover, he must avoid such humiliating circumstances at all costs. Thus, he yearned to escape from the demon realm. However, he soon realized that escape was utterly impossible. Entering had been effortless, but exiting proved to be an arduous task. In that moment, The weight of despair almost brought Luo Ho to tears as he lamented the misfortunes of his existence. Heaven seeks to destroy me, he mused. At that moment, this unfortunate soul found himself relentlessly pursued by his own kin from the demon tribe. These wretched beings seemed devoid of reason. Luo Ho cursed under his breath. Yet he understood that this was likely the work of those with ulterior motives, deliberately orchestrating his downfall. Even those who recognized his true identity feigned ignorance. After all, everyone was a king in their own right, reigning supreme in their territories, enjoying abundant power and influence. Acknowledging Luo Ho's identity would inevitably force them to submit to his authority. Such matters were of no concern to anyone. Hence, they all tacitly agreed to feign complete ignorance of his status. They even publicly proclaimed that the reason they obtained the world-destroying Black Lotus was by seizing it from the demon tribe, suggesting that he had already fallen victim to the machinations of the demon ancestor. Thus, under the banner of avenging the demon ancestor, they engaged in a relentless and brutal pursuit of him. A group of ungrateful beasts, Luo Ho seethed. Yet, he was aware of the adage. A new ruler brings new subjects. Most of his former subordinates had perished. This return to the demon realm revealed to him the harshness of reality, starkly contrasting with his expectations. Here, they sought his life. The cacophony of battle cries echoed, growing louder. The demon army surged forth, chanting, "Slay him, avenge the demon ancestor. Kill." Luo Ho's frustration nearly made him spit blood as he once again embarked on a frantic escape. In the process of breaking free from his seal, he had already lost a significant portion of his power. Pursued by several saints, he was gravely injured and still had not recovered. It could be said that his current combat prowess was severely diminished. Should he falter, he might very well meet his end here. If word of his demise at the hands of his own kin spread, he would become a subject of ridicule throughout the three realms, the topic of idle chatter. Gritting his teeth, Luo Ho commenced yet another round of flight. On the other hand, at Mount Luojiao, with the opening of the celestial market, particularly with the presence of the illustrious Tai by Jin Xing as an agent, the recent period had been quite profitable for Lai Ge. He walked with his head held high, free from the worries of the journey to the west, devoid of economic crises, and free from the incessant nagging. Life appeared exceedingly delightful. Occasionally, he would share drinks with the Buddhas, or, out of sheer boredom, engage in a few rounds of mahjong. At times, he would sit on a small stool beneath a tree, basking in the sun. It had been a long time since he had experienced such ease. Life, indeed, was so wonderful. At this moment, Lai Ge sat on his small stool, soaking up the sunlight, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes slightly squinted, embodying an air of contentment and leisure. However, from the perspective of Guanyin Bodhisattva, a bitter smile emerged. How could the sacred Buddhist realm have devolved into such a state? It seemed that everything changed since the arrival of Tang Sanzang. Nevertheless, to Guanyin, it was all indifferent. After all, she felt it was not her place to comment. While it appeared to be the Buddhist community, or rather, the group of shaven-headed individuals, covertly, she remained allied with Tang Sanzang. If one were to measure intelligence, it undoubtedly belonged to Guanyin Bodhisattva. From the very beginning, she had aligned herself with Tang Yu, effectively mingling with him. Lai Ge, with a cigarette between his lips, squinted slightly at the blazing sun above. Rising from his seat, he carried a small wooden stool toward the shade of a tree. With a swift motion of his hand, a large watermelon materialized. He deftly sliced it open with a swift gesture, savoring the sweet juice that flowed forth, eliciting a sound of pure delight from him. Suddenly, a flicker of light revealed a figure, half smiling, observing him. The yellow dress swayed gently as this unexpected visitor startled Lai Ge, causing the watermelon to tumble from his grasp. "Duo Bao, your life is indeed leisurely," spoke the mother of Lishan, her lips curling into a charming smile. Lai Ge managed an awkward chuckle. Since resigning from the Buddhist community, there's been little to occupy my time. After many years of toil, I believe it's time for a respite. Alas, he knew this was surely an occasion for mockery, and he felt powerless to retort. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the close ties between the mother of Lishan and Tang Sanzang. The thought of being compromised was not beyond possibility. Even if he could contend with her, he dared not. Setting aside the formidable backing of Lishan, just the presence of Tang Sanzang made it impossible for him to justify his actions. He still wished to remain in good standing with the third brother. The once revered Buddha had transformed into this state. How amusing, how intriguing, the mother of Lishan noted with a radiant smile. Chapter 573. Lai Ji's resentment, it was clear that this was a moment of ridicule directed at him, and Lai Ji's expression darkened. Yet he managed a sheepish smile, choosing silence. Having reached this juncture, Lai Gu felt a sense of frustration. If given the choice, he would not wish for the Buddhist community to have descended into a band of shaven heads, now a subject of derision in the three realms. If I could, I would not wish for this. A trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he absent-mindedly touched his face. The mother of Lishan remarked, "TSK, the shaven-headed gang. What a splendid name." Lai Gu silently huffed, lifting his backside and carrying his small stool aside, seemingly disinclined to continue the conversation. "What prompted you to venture out on your own like this, Duobao?" At the thought of Lai Gu dismantling the very foundation of the Buddhist community, the mother of Lishan couldn't help but chuckle again. The efforts of Jane and Juanti, painstakingly accumulated, had now all fallen into Lai Ji's hands. There was no other option. With a sorrowful gaze, Lai Gu confessed, if it were possible, none would wish for such a fate. He looked intently at the mother of Lishan. "It is akin to my betrayal of the Jiejiao. In your eyes, I shall forever remain a traitor." Lai Gu chuckled at his own predicament, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. "What if you were in my shoes? What choice would you make?" He mused, recognizing that there was scarcely any option available. At that time, the Jiejiao had suffered a crushing defeat, leaving them with little to hold on to. The Supreme One, riding forth on his ox, had transcended realms, transforming the barbaric into the enlightened, and swept me into the depths of Buddhism, intent on reclaiming the fortunes plundered by the West. Yet, the fortunes of the West had already solidified, while Buddhism was still in its nascent stages, rendering any hopes of reclamation futile. Thus, did you succumb entirely to Buddhism? The old matron of Lishan regarded him with a hint of derision. With a wave of his hand, Lai Gu produced a bottle of Erguo and took a hearty swig, belching loudly as his eyes began to glisten with emotion. Had I not taken that path, I would surely have been led by the guiding hands of Jane and Juanti. At that moment, the Jiejiao was in decline, and I was offered the position of Buddha by the very one I had once revered. In a moment of folly, I acquiesced. Regret followed, yet it was too late to amend my course. Buddhism had taken root, I had betrayed the Jiejiao, and I had failed the trust of the Supreme Lord. The aspirations we held of recovering what was lost to the West were rendered impossible. Even if there were a chance to reclaim a fraction, the majority remained firmly in Western grasp. This was all part of Hongjun's grand design, culminating in the triumph of the Fengshun and the downfall of the Jiejiao. Yuanshi Tianzuan allied with the Western saints to shatter our master's formidable array. Seizing the moment, Jane and Juanti plundered the fortunes, disseminating their teachings and establishing Buddhism. Moreover, by inviting the West to intervene, we found ourselves indebted to their merits. Thus, the calamity of the journey to the West unfolded. It is somewhat amusing, he reflected, how the internal strife within Taoism allowed external forces to interject and reap substantial benefits. Yet, this is something you are already aware of, like a thought, casting a red-eyed glance at the old matron of Lishan. At that time, the Jiejiao had completely fallen. Where could I have gone? Perhaps had I chosen to resist to the death or even obliterated my own primordial spirit, I would not bear such burdens now. Sometimes, choices are an illusion. The Supreme Lord compelled my entry into Buddhism, and fate intervened, leading me to become a Buddha. Originally, I harbored grand ambitions. For I am the progenitor of the Buddhist path. If I could indeed procure some benefits for Buddhism, what harm would it bring? Yet, with Jane and Juanti, I found no favor. A mere disagreement could provoke their wrath. I became a traitor in the eyes of the Jiejiao, and likewise in the realm of Buddhism. Reduced to a figure of ridicule, a member of the Bald Brotherhood, if given the choice, I would have shunned this fate. As he spoke, Lai Gu took another hearty drink, unaware if it was the alcohol that reddened his eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. The so-called Bald Brotherhood is but a facade, for the heavenly way had not honored its oaths. Ultimately, we remain part of the Buddhist fold. For the Buddhas, should Jane and Juanti come calling, they could easily claim to have been misled by me, shifting the blame onto my shoulders. In the end, they would face but a mild rebuke from Juanti and return to the Buddhist domain. Yet my consequences. Lai Gu suddenly shook his head with a faint smile, imbued with sadness, self-mockery, and a sense of helplessness. Though it may seem that we are under the auspices of Tang Xinzong, this is merely a facade. Leveraging his influence, should I meet my demise one day, he would certainly not risk everything to avenge us. The venerable lady of Mount Li cast a profound glance at Lai Gu, the corners of her mouth curving into an enchanting smile, accompanied by a soft huff. At this moment, Tang Yu was naturally heading to the Zishao Palace to confront Hongjun and his associates. After all, the fortune had waned significantly, and it was imperative to devise a means to reclaim it from them. In recent days, Hongjun and his companions had enjoyed a period of relative tranquility, their hearts gradually settling, unlike the earlier times when they were like startled birds, fearing the sudden appearance of Tang Shenzong, ready to strike them from behind. Zhuan-Ti and Jie-yin were still contemplating strategies to counter Tang Shenzong, pondering the suggestion of the ancient Buddha of light. If threats involving his loved ones were employed, would Tang Shenzong capitulate? If he were to yield, everything would be manageable. Yet, what if he remained unperturbed? Would this not further entrench him in his defiance? The prospect of enduring more hardships loomed ominously. Thus, the two brothers found themselves in a quandary. They discreetly gauged Hongjun's stance, seeking his opinion on the feasibility of their plan. However, Hongjun only responded with a knowing smile, offering no opinion, which left the brothers in turmoil. Ultimately, it was Yuanshi Tianzuan who exhibited his remarkable intellect, subtly suggesting, since the master has not spoken, it is implicitly accepted. How you wish to proceed is of no consequence. In an instant, the brothers realized the implications and began to deliberate. They conducted an analysis of Tang Shenzong's circle, questioning who could be leveraged to compel him to acquiesce. Yet, upon analysis, it appeared he cared for every woman in his life, yet at times seemed indifferent to them all. This conundrum deepened their distress. It was inconceivable to bring them all forth and threaten Tang Shenzong with, "Your women are in my possession, surrender forthwith." Such a tactic would indeed be shameless. However, in these extraordinary times, if there were alternative methods, they would prefer not to resort to such measures. Were they not coerced by Tang Shenzong's relentless pursuit? Despite their deliberations, the brothers failed to arrive at a conclusion. The sole silver lining was that Tang Shenzong had not appeared unexpectedly to trouble them in recent days, which was a welcome reprieve. The injuries sustained by several saints had cast a significant shadow over Tang Shenzong. If he truly did not intend to trouble them, there would be no need to resort to threats involving others, as such tactics were somewhat disreputable. Jie-yin then proposed, "Brother, have you forgotten the tumultuous days we endured not long ago? Now, we find ourselves reluctant to leave the Purple Cloud Palace." After a moment of contemplation, Jane remarked, "In truth, there is little to fear in departing." He rubbed his temples and continued, "The pressing issue lies in determining the course of action for the Buddhist sect. Is that not straightforward?" Zhuan-Ti raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "All of this turmoil stems from Shaolai. Once we apprehend him, the disciples of the Buddhist sect will undoubtedly return. Although they claim allegiance to Tang Sung, it is likely that they are merely leveraging his influence. If we can see Shaolai, matters will become far more manageable. Tang Sung would hardly risk his reputation for the sake of one individual. Their bond cannot be so profound. It may well be a relationship of mutual benefit." Zhuan-Ti began to analyze the situation. The reason the Buddhist followers have turned away is largely due to Shaolai's seduction. Once we capture him, they will certainly revert to the Buddhist fold. Otherwise, what are we to do in this current predicament? The Buddhist sect, in essence, has become a mere shadow of its former self. He furrowed his brow and added, "Moreover, even the quest for universal salvation has become a futile endeavor. The various factions have solidified their positions. Who shall we save? The common folk and believers? Let us be realistic. If that were the case, it would mean starting anew for the Buddhist sect. Such an undertaking is beyond the capabilities of us too. If the Buddhist sect were still intact, then extending salvation to some commoners would pose no issue. After all, the calamity of the journey to the West has indeed depleted our ranks. Those missing could easily be replenished with the next generation of believers. It is not impossible for them to take their place. However, now that the Buddhist sect is but a ghost of its former self, nearly all have been lured away by Shaolai. How then can we extend salvation to those commoners? Lacking cultivation, such individuals hardly warrant our efforts." After careful consideration, Jane nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his junior's analysis. Shaolai merely rides on the coattails of Tang Sung. In truth, Tang Sung may not hold them in high regard. Even if we were to capture Shaolai, I doubt Tang Sung would react strongly. After all, Shaolai is not akin to figures like Sun Wukong. Were it Sun Wukong or others, we would truly hesitate to act. Indeed, if feasible, we should capture Shaolai immediately. As for the remaining members of the Buddhist sect, provided they acknowledge their errors, they too can return to the fold. Presently, the sect exists in name only, having been rendered powerless by Xiao Li's machinations. It is likely that both of us have become the subjects of ridicule. Jane sighed. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan said little, he surely mocked their plight in silence. After all, it is difficult to escape ridicule under such circumstances. Even they felt a tinge of amusement at the absurdity of it all. The once great Buddhist sect has been emptied by Xiao Li. They recalled the initial days of the journey to the West, when they were filled with ambition, believing the Buddhist sect would surely flourish. Now, not only has it failed to prosper, but it has been hollowed out, existing only in name. This predicament was beyond their control. Zhu and Ti sighed once more. Had we foreseen from the outset that Tang's son would be a variable, we might have avoided this predicament. Damn that little lie. He misled us, muttered Zhu and Ti, his hands instinctively flexing as he longed to confront the little rascal and unleash a torrent of frustration upon him. Jiayin remarked, "It's also our fault. Who could have anticipated that the primary seeker of the scriptures would be such a variable? Isn't this absurd?" Zhu and Ti produced a cigarette and offered it to Jiayin. The two old friends sat on the steps, sighing heavily, when Tang Yu appeared in the Zhixiao palace. This was the scene that greeted him. It reminded him of certain ruffians from his past life, lounging on the steps, smoking. The resemblance grew stronger the longer he observed. Given Tang Yu's current cultivation level, especially his comprehension of multiple laws, even his presence a short distance behind the two men went unnoticed. Each of them clutched a cigarette, their brows furrowed, appearing deeply troubled. Tang Yu gazed inward toward the Zhixiao palace, a sense of powerful fluctuations faintly resonating within. Yet, it dissipated almost instantly. Was it merely an illusion? Impossible. It could not be a mere figment of his imagination. His deep perception enveloped the entire Zhixiao palace without revealing any anomalies. That aura feels oddly familiar, Xiao Ling murmured from his shoulder, her expression perplexed. Tang Yu glanced at her, affirming that his intuition was indeed correct. However, he suspected that Hongjun might be orchestrating something sinister against him. A cold laugh escaped Tang Yu's lips as he observed Jiayin and Zhu and Ti, his gaze flickering. The laws of space manifested, causing the entire environment to blur. Tang Yu's figure became elusive, as if emerging from different realms. In an instant, Zhu and Ti and Jiayin were seized by a chilling dread, their hair standing on end. Tang Sanzang. Before Jiayin could finish his warning, Tang Sanzang abruptly materialized before him, flashing a grin. They could only watch in horror as Tang Sanzang's fist struck him fiercely, an overwhelming force surging into Zhu and Ti's being. In that moment, his physical form shattered, and his soul suffered grievous harm. The fabric of space twisted, and Tang Sanzang's figure vanished. Simultaneously, Tang Yu's silhouette appeared above Jiayin, transforming his foot into a blade that plunged straight down onto Jiayin's head. Boundless power coursed through Tang Yu's foot, flooding Jiayin's body. With a cry of pain, Jiayin's flesh erupted, and his soul glared at Tang Yu in fury, wishing to flay him alive. Yet, possessing mastery over the laws of space, Tang Yu swiftly vanished, reappearing within the Zhixiao palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan was immediately struck with terror and hastily sought refuge behind Hongjun. Hongjun's gaze sharpened, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze at that moment. Gradually, the space began to twist again, as if countless dimensions were converging, and Tang Yu's form melded into different realms. His complete being was composed of myriad spaces. With a gentle flick of his finger, the once frozen space emitted a crisp sound as it shattered. Xiao Ling's eyes radiated an ethereal darkness, as if intertwined with Tang Yu's spatial power. In that moment, Tang Yu's mind was clear and serene, his soul merging with Xiao Ling to unleash an unparalleled force. Hongjun was sent flying, while Tang Yu's complexion turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ling let out a cry of pain, yet she was astonished as she remarked, "Father, it seems your soul is fragmented. There exists a powerful force submerged deep within it." Chapter 575, The Fragmentation of the Soul. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Fragmentation of the soul? How could that be possible? If it were true, he would have sensed it long ago. He probed into his own soul, but found no signs of anomaly. The merging of their powers, coupled with Hongjun's direct assault, had inflicted significant harm on Xiao Ling as well. Weakly, she continued, "The moment I fused my soul with Father S, I sensed a trace of fragmentation within his soul, a formidable unknown force dwelling therein." She trembled slightly, fear evident in her voice as she added, "That power is terrifying." Tang Yu's complexion bore an unusual pallor, yet he appeared remarkably composed. Yuan Tianzun stood rooted in place, as if struck by lightning, utterly motionless. With a single punch, he sent Hongjun hurtling away. Tang Senzong seemed to possess an almost monstrous strength. It must be noted that Tang Senzong and Hongjun were separated by an entire realm. Hongjun had taken half a step forward, but in the face of Tang Senzong's sage-level prowess, they could not be compared. The disparity in realms was akin to the difference between heaven and earth, much like the distinction between quasi-saints and saints. However, Tang Senzong unexpectedly struck upward, delivering a devastating blow that sent Hongjun flying. Remarkably, it appeared that Tang Senzong had only sustained minor injuries, and even more astonishingly, his body was gradually healing and recovering. Yuan Tianzun's eyes widened in disbelief. Did this imply that failing to kill Tang Senzong in a single strike meant he was virtually indestructible? A true monster that could not be slain. Tang Yu's heart trembled with unease. How could his soul possibly be fragmented? Why was he unaware of it? If it were indeed fragmented and he remained oblivious, did that indicate a merging of souls? Was there another version of himself lying dormant within the depths of his soul? This thought sent shivers down his spine, and he hastily cast aside the terrifying notion from his mind. It was utterly impossible. Hongjun's expression was grim as he coldly regarded Tang Yu, enunciating each word. Tang Senzong. He felt utterly helpless against Tang Senzong. What did he consider his Purple Cloud Palace? A trial ground? Furthermore, to have 3 consecutive provocations was intolerable for anyone, especially for him, Hongjun. He had never endured such humiliation. He had always looked down upon the 3 realms from his lofty perch. Yet here he was, forced into such a position by Tang Yu, and he could do nothing about it. It was infuriating. Tang Yu cast a profound gaze upon Hongjun, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before his figure gradually dissipated into the air. Hongjun inhaled deeply, his countenance marred by an extreme pallor. The duo of Jane and Zhuan-Ti, left with nothing but their souls, exchanged glances filled with a sense of grievance, with Zhuan-Ti particularly vehement in his tirade, emboldened by Tang Yu's absence. Were he present, such audacity would have been unthinkable. "Master, this situation is untenable," sighed Yuan Tianzun. Fortune had favored him this time, sparing him from injury, primarily because Tang Yu had not targeted him. Yet, could one guarantee that in future encounters, Tang Senzong would refrain from doing so? It was evident that Tang Senzong perceived this place as a trial ground, sauntering about at leisure, and taking out his frustrations by unleashing his wrath upon them. This was indeed a source of great vexation. Hongjun's brow furrowed as he pondered deeply, eventually releasing a heavy sigh without voicing any further thoughts. His gaze flickering in contemplation. A singular strike had repelled him, a blow that transcended even Tang Yu's innate powers. This formidable assault, unleashed simultaneously with Xiaoling, had sent Hongjun careening through the air, not least due to the element of surprise that caught him off guard. Initially, the space was confined by the laws of spatial manipulation before they joined forces to deliver a strike that surpassed his own magical prowess. Yet, the moment he recalled Xiaoling's words, Tang Yu found himself engulfed in turmoil. In that instant, their souls had intertwined, their powers converging, and the forces of their respective realms melding. If his soul truly was fractured, then Xiaoling could not possibly be mistaken. Tang Yu's mind was a tempest of confusion. The notion of a fragmented soul, which he had yet to discern, what did it signify? Deep within his soul lay another self, concealed in the shadows. Could it be Tang Senzong, who had not perished, but instead lay dormant within the depths of his spirit? Tang Senzong, is it you? Tang Yu sought to connect through his soul, yet found no response. Xiaoling, are you certain you did not err? He inquired. Absolutely not. Father's soul appears unified, yet it is discernibly fragmented, harboring a terrifying and inexplicable force steeped in the depths of his spirit. This power seems to share a common origin with Father, yet is distinctly separate. A formidable force indeed, Xiaoling replied, her voice tinged with lingering fear. But how could a soul be so divided? If it is fragmented, how has Father attained such mastery? Xiaoling pondered, lost in confusion. After a moment of silence, Tang Yu spoke slowly. What if my soul is inherently mine, yet has gradually splintered away over time? If that is the case, then everything would make sense. Xiaoling chuckled lightly, though a shadow of melancholy lingered in her expression, akin to one still healing from a grievous wound. Father, I am hungry. Not far off, they discovered a grove of trees. Tang Yu released Xiaoling. Yet he remained ensnared in thought, contemplating the matter of his soul's fragmentation. To him, it seemed increasingly probable that it was indeed Tang Shenzong. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had not perished, but rather, his soul had succumbed to a deep, slumbering state. As he continued to grow stronger, he began to gradually awaken, and then his spirit slowly fragmented. It seemed that this was the only possibility. You truly made it difficult for me to find you. The figure of the mother of Lishan appeared before Tang Yu, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at him. What happened? Are you injured? Just some minor wounds. Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. Hongjun's injuries are far more severe than mine. He pondered over the matter of his spirit's fragmentation, but chose to keep it to himself. Nevertheless, it weighed heavily on his mind. This was not a trivial issue. If his spirit truly fragmented, and was of the same root and origin, it meant that another version of himself lay dormant within his own spirit. Though he was uncertain of this other self's intentions, Tang Yu suspected that it might be employing some method to gradually merge with his spirit. Alternatively, it could be waiting for him to grow, reaching a certain point before revealing itself and contending for control over his body, seeking to usurp everything he possessed. This was not without its possibilities. The mother of Lishan laughed heartily. Hongjun is so full of himself, always believing he is the heavens. Yet he has suffered repeated injuries at your hands. I imagine he must be on the verge of spitting blood from frustration. But you, my friend, are indeed audacious. Provoking Hongjun time and again. A faint smile appeared on Tang Yu's lips as he calmly replied, he cannot kill me. Chapter 576. The seal of the demon clan breaks. The mother of Lishan wore a bitter smile. This fellow was indeed fearless. However, her words rang true. He was unafraid of the powers of the heavenly Tao, and his own magical prowess was not far behind Hongjun's. Moreover, his recovery ability was astonishing, something even Hongjun lacked. Have you seen Laoj and the others? Tang Yu inquired. Even if he did not accompany them, he was well aware that they would undoubtedly face the mocking ridicule from others. Poor Laoj had to endure this, suffering a barrage of taunts despite his unfortunate circumstances. Tang Yu felt a twinge of sympathy for Laoj. It was not easy for him. I have seen them, the mother of Lishan replied disdainfully. Still the same, putting on a facade of righteousness, hypocritical. Tang Yu shook his head and chuckled lightly. At that moment, Xiaoling flew out from the woods. Following this feeding, it seemed that even her injuries had healed significantly. Her previously pale face now bore a hint of color, though fatigue lingered in her brow. Yawning, she transformed into a large creature resembling a mosquito, perching on Tang Yu's shoulder. Daddy, I'm tired. Examining Xiaoling closely, the mother of Lishan remarked. She seems somewhat different. Each feeding causes her body to grow imperceptibly, and even the green tendrils are gradually shifting towards red. Tang Yu responded, if I am not mistaken. Once her dark green tendrils fully transform into red, she will likely undergo a successful metamorphosis. This is a transformation achieved through consumption. Tang Yu cast a glance at Xiaoling. Just moments ago, we joined forces to unleash our mightiest strike, which severely wounded Hongjun, leaving her injured as well. Yet, it seems that with her recent consumption, her injuries are gradually healing unbeknownst to us. Such a method of evolution, such a path to enlightenment, is indeed astonishing. Tang Yu remarked solemnly. However, her appetite is increasing exponentially, and if this continues, I genuinely worry about how to sustain her. It is not merely a matter of sustenance. Rather, what shall I feed her? This forest once teemed with ferocious beasts, yet since Xiaoling's arrival, most have vanished, leaving only a scant few. Her appetite is growing alarmingly, surpassing even that of a gluttonous beast. What could this be? It is even more fearsome than a Taotai. The mother of Lishan said, although the Taotai is formidable, it poses no threat to me. I could vanquish it with a single strike. However, Xiaoling, though diminutive, exudes an overwhelming pressure, particularly from her eyes, which can bewitch the mind. Even those of quasi-saint status may find themselves entranced and lost in her gaze, potentially falling into an abyss of ceaseless carnage. Tang Yu reached out to caress the diminutive form of Xiaoling, now transformed into a mosquito. Regardless, at the very least, she currently acknowledges me as her father and heeds my words. Speaking of this matter, I find it quite perplexing. How could she recognize you as a father? Tang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, at that time, I had assailed that stone with my mystical energy multiple times. If I am not mistaken, she must have been sealed within that stone, and by a twist of fate, I inadvertently shattered the seal. As for my mystical energy, it was likely consumed by her, which is why she has grown close to me. Whether she was genuinely sealed within that stone, or if the stone merely nurtured her, I am uncertain. Tang Yu chuckled ruefully. Yet, I can be certain that my energy was indeed devoured by her, allowing her to emerge from the stone. Though I am unaware of her species, I sense an ominous aura of danger. Furthermore, with her continued feeding, she seems to grow increasingly powerful. The mother of Lishan inquired, "Can you guarantee that she will always heed your words in the future?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Having naturally contemplated this matter, at the very least, she listens to me now. He had indeed considered this aspect long ago, even contemplating whether to delve into her soul with celestial phenomena, thereby gaining complete control over Xiaoling. Yet, upon remembering that she is his daughter and currently obedient, he dismissed the thought. Delving into her soul with celestial phenomena has its pros and cons. The advantage is that as long as I live, she shall not perish. The disadvantage is that I could manipulate her. For now, Tang Yu is reluctant to pursue such a course. The two walk side by side, traversing the heights of the heavens. The entirety of the three realms lay before their gaze, allowing them to survey all. In some places, revelry and peace abound, while in others, hunger prevails and clothing is scarce. There exists both good and ill, suffering and joy. The mother of Lishan sighed and said, "The interplay of yin and yang constitutes the way. The ugly and the beautiful, the joyous and the sorrowful. It is through the contrast of suffering that joy appears so exquisite. All things in the world are relative. With the presence of beautiful flowers, one develops a disdain for the lowly weeds. The contrast is stark. Where beauty exists, so too does ugliness, and with beauty comes decay." Tang Yu remarked. Like the pure white snow that descends from the heavens, everyone admires its immaculate brilliance. Yet, as the snow melts and turns to mud, the filth and ugliness become tiresome. Most people tend to forget that they once cherished it. This is akin to certain couples who, in the beginning, are deeply in love, only to later exchange harsh words, wishing to harm one another. Yet, many forget that they once loved, that there were moments of tenderness. However, most will not remember these. They will only recall the ugly and the painful. Joy and happiness fade from memory, while suffering etches itself into the mind. Similarly, happiness and joy may provide a sense of ease, but only pain can foster growth. Tang Yu gazed downward, speaking softly. Everyone is drawn to beautiful women. However, the sorrow of aging and decay is undeniable. Since ancient times, beauties have been likened to great generals, never allowed to grow old in the eyes of the world. Time, as with all things, ultimately leads to decay. Yet, there is a certain beauty in withering. The bloom of a flower, its vibrant blossoming, and its eventual wilting are all part of a captivating cycle. Tang Yu chuckled lightly, just like ordinary couples who remain together for a lifetime. Watching their beloved grow and age gradually is a kind of beauty in itself. Moreover, the most exquisite memories are already etched in the heart. It suffices to have that which cannot be forgotten. The lady of Mountly murmured, "It is enough to have that which cannot be forgotten." Tang Yu smiled, about to respond, when suddenly a powerful force surged forth, rippling across the land as if the earth itself were trembling. "What is happening?" inquired the lady of Mountly. "The seal of the demon realm has been broken," Tang Yu replied, furrowing his brow. "The seal of the demon realm has been broken? How could this happen? Could it be that the expansion of the Guishu has clashed with the seal laid by Hongjun, resulting in the rupture of the demon's imprisonment? Chapter 577, The Invasion of the Demon Clan. Tang Yu had long sensed the expansion of the Guishu, which continued to swell. Strangely, the overlapping of multiple spaces should not lead to such sudden expansion, and yet it persisted in its growth. There seemed to be no means to halt the growth of the Guishu. If it were to continue expanding unchecked, would it not eventually consume everything? At this moment, the breaking of the demon's seal, in Tang Yu's view, was inextricably linked to the Guishu's inflation. The burgeoning power of the Guishu surged forth, striking against the seal established by Hongjun, leading to its fracture. How could this be? The lady of Mount Li was taken aback. The endless deep thoughts scattered like leaves. Everything in the three realms unfolded before their eyes. The waters of the four seas surged violently, creating towering waves that obscured the sky, rushing towards the distance. The townsfolk were thrown into panic, desperately fleeing in all directions. The sea, resembling a primordial beast capable of devouring all, roared past, consuming everything in its path. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yu unleashed his power, forming a protective barrier just as the tumultuous waters threatened to inundate the town and engulf the villages. However, under Tang Yu's formidable magic, the sea water began to flow back in a tumultuous reversal. The onlookers stared in disbelief at this extraordinary spectacle, with many even prostrating themselves on the ground, shielding their heads as if awaiting an inevitable deluge. Surely, it must be an immortal who has come to our rescue. The crowd knelt in reverence, bowing to the heavens. The dragon palace of the four seas trembled, its immense sealing power rebounding violently. With a series of thunderous crashes, the palace slowly began to fracture. What has transpired? What exactly is happening? The seal of the demon clan has been breached. How could this be? Quickly, we must flee. The dragon kings of the four seas abandoned their palace, taking their families and their aquatic soldiers to break through the waves. With a resounding roar, the dragon palace of the four seas collapsed in an instant, transforming into four swirling vortices. Faint sounds could be heard emanating from within. The seal has been broken. Ha! My demon clan will descend upon the world once more. After so many years, the seal has finally shattered, granting freedom to the demon clan to enter the three realms. The dragon kings of the four seas were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the seal had been undone. The breaking of the demon clan seal is a grave matter and must be reported to the Jade Emperor at once for his decree. Yet, what was perplexing was that as the seal ruptured and the force rebounded, the sea surged skyward, roaring down to engulf the towns below. However, it was thwarted by an invisible force that redirected it. Without this power, countless mortals in the surrounding towns would surely have perished. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, the gods stood in hushed trepidation below. The Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, his brow furrowed in concern. The breach of the demon clan seal and their impending invasion posed a formidable threat. Given the current state of the heavenly court, it seemed ill-equipped for battle. After all, the previous conflict against the myriad of demons had left the court significantly weakened, and it had yet to recover. Should the demon clan invade, how could they withstand such an onslaught? The primary concern was the potential chaos that could ensue across the three realms, a matter that weighed heavily on the Jade Emperor's mind. He lit a cigarette, gazing at the assembled deities, and spoke with palpable worry. Do any of you possess a solution? The gods exchanged glances, each silent. Witnessing this, the Jade Emperor let out a heavy sigh, feeling surrounded by ineffectual beings. His gaze ultimately settled on the figure of the star of Venus. Do you have any insights on this matter, Tai Bai? It's not my heavenly court. I have no solutions to offer. Tai Bai, internally scoffing, nonetheless stepped forward and addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, perhaps this matter does not require intervention from the heavenly court. Oh, the Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What do you mean by that? I humbly submit, Your Majesty, that this is a concern for those above. Tai Bai gestured vaguely upwards, clearly alluding to Hongjun. The Jade Emperor's eyes flickered as he contemplated this, and Tai Bai continued. Many years ago, the demon clan was sealed when the heavenly court was not yet fully formed. Now that the court has taken shape and the demon clan is fragmented without their leader, if intervention is indeed necessary, it could serve as an advantageous opportunity. We could exploit the disarray within the demon clan to incite internal strife. Certainly, this is merely the contemplation of an old minister. However, from my perspective, this matter may not require the celestial court's concern. After all, those above are likely to resolve everything. Over the years, while the demon race appears to have developed freely, internal strife has persisted, resulting in little growth overall. As long as the higher powers intervene, we in the celestial court can rest easy. The Jade Emperor took a puff of smoke and had to admit that the words of the celestial silver star held merit. As long as Hongjun intervenes, the situation could still be rectified. If worse comes to worst, while the demon race has yet to fully enter the world, we could once again seal them away. With this thought, the Jade Emperor felt a sense of relief wash over him. Should calamity descend, there exists a high being to bear its weight. Moreover, the heavens have not yet completely fallen. Your Majesty, the dragon kings of the four seas seek an audience, a heavenly soldier reported. Let them enter, replied the Jade Emperor. The dragon kings of the four seas entered briskly, kneeling upon the ground. We pay our respects to the Jade Emperor. Rise, said the Jade Emperor, flicking away the ash from his smoke, and calmly inquired, have you come regarding the breach of the demon race's seal? The dragon kings exchanged glances, and ultimately, the East Sea Dragon King stepped forward and stated, Your Majesty, Indeed, we have come for this matter. With the seal of the demon race broken, the demons may enter and wreak havoc across the three realms. Our Four Seas Dragon Palace has been utterly destroyed, and the casualties among our aquatic kin have been grievous. We are no longer capable of resisting the invasion of the demon race. The Celestial Court has long harbored intentions to eliminate the demon race. Especially after the legacy of the Ancestor Dragon, this desire has intensified. Thus, the East Sea Dragon King's foremost concern was the heavy losses sustained by the aquatic kin, rendering us unable to continue the fight. Otherwise, should the Celestial Court command us to act as pawns against the demon race, what would become of us? Thus, the East Sea Dragon King articulated his thoughts, believing that the Jade Emperor would refrain from further comment. The Jade Emperor slightly furrowed his brow and let out a soft hum. Regarding the demon race, I have my own decrees. After a pause, he continued, now that the seal of the demon race is breached and the backlash of their powers may cause the seas to surge, it is likely to harm the innocent. You should prioritize safeguarding the common folk below. The Dragon Kings exchanged glances. When the seal was broken and the seas surged, was it not the Jade Emperor who sent forth forces to withstand such a calamity, protecting the common people? The East Sea Dragon King slowly spoke, Your Majesty. The surging waters did not harm the innocent. It is indeed curious. At the time the waters surged into the towns below, an invisible barrier of magical power was present, blocking the towering waves and safeguarding the populace. The Jade Emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be Hongjun? This was very likely. For when the seal of the demon race was breached, he would certainly sense it immediately, taking measures to protect the common folk. Chapter 578. Movements of the demon race in the Jade Emperor's mind. He was already convinced that such a deed was undoubtedly the work of Hongjun. However, his previous words rendered him somewhat oblivious as the Jade Emperor. Of this matter, I am naturally aware, the Jade Emperor stated calmly. What I mean is that it is possible for the waters to surge again, and thus you should prepare in advance for any contingencies. He made no mention of the losses suffered by the aquatic kin of the Four Seas. The Four Seas Dragon Kings expressed their discontent, each sighing softly to themselves. The East Sea Dragon King spoke, Yes, Your Majesty, we shall ensure the safety of the common folk. The Four Seas Dragon Kings gradually withdrew. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor felt a sense of relief. Since Hongjun had managed to withstand that formidable force with his powers, it was reasonable to assume he was devising a solution to the sealing of the demon clan. As long as Hongjun intervened, it was not beyond possibility to seal the demon clan once more. With this thought, the Jade Emperor's worries dissipated. He discarded his cigarette, but, preparing to light another, only to find the pack entirely empty. Casting a glance at the Star of Tai Bai, he inquired, Tai Bai? Yes, Your Majesty, replied Tai Bai Jinxing. A smile plastered on his face, though inwardly he cursed. What nonsense. The price of tobacco was already exorbitant. He had hardly earned enough to sustain himself while catering to the Jade Emperor's smoking habits. His dissatisfaction with the Jade Emperor grew, feeling increasingly oppressed. If he were in the Jade Emperor's position, he would never subjugate his ministers in such a manner. At that moment, Tai Bai Jinxing's thoughts began to stir. If he were to ascend to the throne of the Jade Emperor, excitement bubbled within him. However, currently, due to his alliance with the Bald Brotherhood and others, if he truly initiated a rebellion, they might lend him their support. Behind the Bald Brotherhood stood Tang Sung. As long as Tang Sung nodded in agreement, his success would be assured. He could effortlessly claim the throne of the Jade Emperor. Even if Hongjun intervened, it would be of little consequence. After all, Tang Sung's recent exploits were well known, having severely injured Hongjun multiple times. At present, Tang Sung's combat prowess was unrivaled across the three realms. Even if he was slightly weaker than Hongjun, the difference was negligible. Most importantly, even if Tang Sung were wounded, he could recover swiftly, something Hongjun could not. If a true conflict arose between them, it was quite possible that Hongjun would ultimately fall by his hand. Of course, such thoughts were somewhat unrealistic. Eliminating Hongjun was no simple task. At that moment, Tai Bai Jinxing pondered whether to approach the Bald Brotherhood and subtly gauge their stance. Meanwhile, in the lower realms, Hongjun sensed the shattering of the demon clan's seal immediately. He descended to the mortal realm, intending to reinforce the sealing power. However, to his astonishment, an invisible force expanded, shattering all his sealing efforts once again. In the Goetiu, he felt the source of this power emanating from there. He swiftly appeared outside Goetiu, only to discover that it had inexplicably begun to expand once more. A faint, elusive black mist spread outward. Wherever the black mist flowed, the surroundings became utterly void, as if everything was being consumed by it. Hongjun waved his hand, conjuring a barrier to fend off the encroaching black mist. Yet, the mist transcended his magical barrier, slowly seeping through. Hongjun was alarmed, gazing at Goeishu with a whisper, "What exactly are you?" In the distance, the demon clan stirred restlessly. Now, the seal has been shattered, and the denizens of the demon realm rush toward the outside world with reckless abandon. However, the majority of the demon clan remains motionless, for they are divided under different demon lords. Until their lords issue the command to advance, they dare not act impulsively. In the past, when Luoho was sealed, most of his loyal followers perished in battle, and the demon realm was engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. Over time, various factions gradually took shape, each governed by one of the 4 distinct demon lords, representing different powers. Although these factions frequently clashed, their conflicts were trivial skirmishes. Now that the seal is broken, they willingly set aside their grievances, even contemplating a potential alliance. Only through unity can they confront the heavenly realm. It is essential to recognize that with the seal shattering, the celestial beings will certainly not passively observe their incursion into the 3 realms. At this moment, the 4 demon lords convene to deliberate significant matters. The foremost issue at hand is strategizing against the celestial forces and facilitating the demon clan's full entry into the 3 realms. If their suspicions are correct, there may already be celestial beings waiting outside, poised to strike upon their emergence. Of course, this assumption stems from their own arrogance. Nonetheless, with the seal broken, this presents a golden opportunity for the demons. If they seize it wisely, they may revive the former glory of their kin. At this juncture, Tang Yu, accompanied by the mother of Li Mountain, has also arrived at the shores of the eastern sea. The waters continue to surge, with colossal waves crashing incessantly. Were it not for his magical prowess warding off these forces, the towns below would surely have been submerged. "Why has Hongjun not made any moves since the seal broke?" inquired the mother of Li Mountain. "There have been movements, but they have been thwarted by the power of the Goeishu once again," Tang Yu replied thoughtfully. "If I am not mistaken, Goeishu has expanded once more." He gazed downward, observing a few scattered demons infiltrating the 3 realms. Strange. Logically, with the seal broken, the demons should be pouring in en masse, yet they are not, he mused. Why has Goeishu undergone such a sudden transformation? The mother of Li Mountain remarked, "If it continues to expand, could it consume the 3 realms?" "I am uncertain," Tang Yu admitted. "That is indeed a possibility." Nearby, the dragon kings of the 4 seas stood with their aquatic kin, poised in the air. With Tang Yu's cultivation, he discerned them instantly. The seal's rupture has led to a backlash of power, resulting in the destruction of the Dragon Palace and significant casualties among the 4 seas, leaving many as homeless orphans. Beside the West Sea Dragon King, Tang Yu even spotted the little white dragon. The memory of his past actions towards the creature caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a calamity, he thought. Yet, in a way, he had indirectly aided the dragon, as it was said to have borne 9 offspring, thus ensuring the continuation of the dragon lineage. Suddenly, a black figure leaped forth, appearing disheveled and distressed. Tang Yu stared in astonishment. "Luoho, what has happened to you?" he exclaimed, observing the disarray that seemed as if it had been wrought by torment. "I have finally escaped from the demon realm," Luoho declared, a mixture of relief and frustration evident in his voice. "Yes, I have fled my own territory." Luoho was utterly exasperated. In his own territory, he was ruthlessly hunted down by his own kin. Had it not been for the sudden breaking of the seal by the demon clan, Luoho might have doubted his very survival in the demon realm. Were this to leak out, it would surely incite laughter among many. The mighty demon lord, perishing on his own land, and at the hands of his own people, was an absurdity. "Hey, that kid," Tang Yu called out. Chapter 579. Assisting Luoho, the mother of Mount Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. The esteemed progenitor of the demon world, Luoho, was addressed in such a manner by Tang Sanzang. Upon hearing that familiar voice, chills ran down Luoho's spine. He felt oddly at home. Not far away, Tang Sanzang was smiling warmly at him. With a snort, Luoho flew over, his head held high, exuding an air of arrogance befitting the demon lord. Even if he was outmatched, he could not allow his dignity to falter. Moreover, he sensed no malice from Tang Sanzang. Otherwise, he would have been slain effortlessly the last time they met. Understanding this, Luoho began to feel emboldened. "What do you want from me?" However, Before he could finish, Tang Yu slapped him on the head. What kind of demeanor is that? Whom are you trying to fool? The slap caused Luo Ho's head to drop. And he complained, what are you doing? Tang Yu scrutinized Luo Ho's pitiful state and clicked his tongue. How tragic, pursued by your own kin to such a state. Luo Ho's face shifted through a spectrum of colors before he finally replied, they did not recognize my identity, which is why they acted this way. Do you expect me to believe that? Tang Yu scoffed, shooting him a disdainful glance. Even if they did know your identity, they would pretend otherwise. Now that the Demon Realm's factions have taken shape, who would accept you? The former Demon Lord? A bitter expression crossed Luo Ho's face as he took a deep breath and asked, Tang Sanzang, what exactly do you want? I shall assist you in reclaiming your title as Demon Lord and lead the Demon Realm once more. Luo Ho remained silent, studying Tang Sanzang. He had learned much about him. He was cunning, and one misstep could lead to his own downfall. Such an offer seemed too good to be true, and Luo Ho was skeptical of any selfless assistance. The mother of Mount Li cast a glance at Tang Yu, having deduced some of his intentions. Although the factions of the Demon Clan had formed, chaos still reigned. Thus, finding a decisive leader to impose order was imperative. It was akin to a nation without an emperor, where numerous factions rise, leaving the populace in despair. Yet, once a sovereign is established, everything gradually falls into place, curbing internal strife and warfare. As the former Demon Lord, it was only fitting for Luo Ho to reign in the Demon Clan. Otherwise, should a large-scale invasion occur, it would be the mortals who would suffer the most. Do not look at me with such eyes. I perform good deeds without seeking recognition, Tang Yu remarked nonchalantly. As Rahu took a breath, the venerable mother of Lishan cleared her throat lightly and turned her head, a charming smile gracing her lips. In the present day, the various factions of the demon race have taken shape, and given your current disposition, it seems you are beyond redemption, unable to achieve any grand stature. Said Tang Yu with disdain, I can assist you in restoration and allow you to unify the demon realm, continuing as your demonic ancestor. After a moment of contemplation, Rahu responded, state your conditions. Ensure that the demons are restrained from harming mortals, Tang Yu declared. As for your grievances with Hongjun and the Celestial Court, feel free to handle those as you wish. If you possess the capability, you may even overturn the heavens. Rahu stared at Tang Yu in astonishment. It is that simple. No harm to mortals? With a sharp slap, Tang Yu struck Rahu on the head again. What's wrong? Are mortal lives not valuable? That's not what I meant. Rahu thought for a moment, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. However, in his view, the lives of mortals were, to him and those of the Celestial Court, akin to mere insects. The likes of Lai Gu and others had severed ties with the Buddhist sect, becoming part of the bald-headed gang. Moreover, they had seized control of the Celestial Court's lifeblood through the means of tobacco. Although the kingdom of 10,000 monsters suffered severe losses, some surviving demons returned, forming a considerable force alongside Rahu, the progenitor of the demon realm. At present, it could be said that Tang Yu is the uncrowned monarch of the three realms. Whenever he wished, he could command the entirety of the realms, easily rendering Hongjun obsolete. Yet, it must be noted that Hongjun currently wields little power, primarily confined to the Celestial Court, which has been effectively dominated by Lai Gu through tobacco, thus falling under Tang Yu's influence as well. Given that Tang Yu's own strength is now comparable to that of Hongjun, should a great battle arise, the Jade Emperor would need to ponder the composition of his forces carefully. After all, Tang Yu possesses tobacco, and his capabilities are formidable. With another slap to Ra's head, Tang Yu asserted, what you mean is irrelevant to me. As long as you comprehend my intent and act accordingly, all will be well. It is indeed frustrating to be repeatedly struck on the head by one's own demonic ancestor. Nevertheless, what could he do when lacking strength? Without power, one has no rights. Rahu let out a long sigh. Very well, this is a trivial matter. I agree to your terms. The main issue has been the overwhelming frustration of being relentlessly pursued. With a heart full of grievances and nowhere to vent them, upon hearing that Tang Sanzang could restore him to his former glory, he naturally yearned for it. As for the power dynamics within the demon realm, Tang Yu could easily discern the chaos among the factions with a mere thought. Given the disarray, it would be more prudent to allow Rahu to exert complete control. The grievances between him, Hongjun, and the Celestial Court are their own affairs. In Tang Yu's eyes, even Hongjun and the Celestial Court would never allow Rahu to grow strong. However, what did that have to do with him? Tang Yu smiled lightly. Presenting Rahu with a pill, consume this, and you shall reclaim your pinnacle of power. The elixir was exchanged through the system, ensuring Rahu's resurgence to greatness with ease. Gazing at the elixir in his hand, Luoho's eyes revealed a hint of skepticism. It is important to note that he was not only gravely injured in body. Having escaped from Hongjun's seal, his spirit was also incomplete. Could this diminutive pill truly work? Get lost, Tang Yu exclaimed, delivering a swift kick. What kind of gaze is that? Do you doubt my integrity? Not at all. Nevertheless, as he contemplated the elixir, Luoho's expression was fraught with inner conflict. Seemingly steeped in disbelief. Resolutely, he bit the bullet and consumed it. Upon swallowing the pill, Luoho's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Tang Yu. This small elixir had indeed restored him to full health, enabling him to regain his former glory. Furthermore, he felt a newfound understanding, subtle yet profound, surpassing his previous state. Tang Yu smiled enigmatically. See? I did not deceive you. Indeed, Luoho nodded repeatedly. If I could have another, I believe I could advance even further. Tang Yu shot him a sharp glare. Do you think I would give you a slap for that? Chapter 580. The Game of Heavenly Principles. Is this child never satisfied? Having consumed one, he now desires another. The mother of Lishan looked at Luoho in disbelief. This elixir had truly healed him. Such a miraculous potion would not be easily produced, even by the likes of the Supreme Lord. Yet, Tang Sanzong had nonchalantly tossed it to Luoho, displaying an air of indifference. Luoho offered a sheepish smile, acknowledging his earlier impulsiveness. To possess even one such elixir was remarkable enough. To wish for another was indeed fanciful. Just leave, Tang Yu instructed. It would be best if you kept the demons in check. Should I discover any wanton harm inflicted upon mortals, I will ensure your demise. Luoho chuckled. Even having regained his peak strength, he was merely at the pinnacle of a quasi-saint. In the presence of Tang Sanzong, he felt inadequate. However, even so, it was sufficient for him to unify the demon realm. He cast a deep glance at Tang Yu before plunging back into the demon realm. Do you intend to use him to control the demons? The mother of Lishan inquired. Tang Yu nodded slightly. Currently, the demon realm is fragmented, with various factions at odds. If we were to intervene directly, the mortals would suffer the most. Therefore, it would be prudent to entrust the task of managing the demons to Luoho. Pausing, Tang Yu continued. With the expansion of the Guishu, sealing the demon realm has become increasingly difficult. If sealing were possible, they could even be devoured by the Guishu, which is not an implausible scenario. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the continuous expansion of the Guishu renders sealing unfeasible. Tang Yu remarked. Thus, the emergence of the demon race into the mortal realm is inevitable. Has Hongjun taken no action? The mother of Lishan asked. Tang Yu chuckled softly. He wishes to seal the demon realm again with his magical power, but it is beyond his capability now. Furthermore, as he merges with the heavenly principles, he requires balance within the cosmos and adherence to the laws governing the three realms. The demon race falls under these principles. If he were to act and slaughter the demons indiscriminately, he could not bear the consequences of such karma. Comparatively, as long as the demon race does not disrupt the balance of the three realms, Hongjun will refrain from intervening. Much like the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Had it not been for the incursion into the heavenly court, Hongjun would not have intervened. No matter how fervently he wished to eradicate the kingdom of 10,000 demons, his actions were merely to guide and rely on the strength of others for its destruction. The same holds true for the demonic clan. He is constrained not only in the advancement of his own path by the heavenly Tao, but also in many of his endeavors. Tang Yu scoffed with a hint of derision. You are correct. While it appears that the heavenly Tao reigns supremely, it is indeed shackled by many limitations. The mother of Li Mountain remarked. No wonder he seeks to break free from the bindings of the heavenly Tao, yearning to ascend further. Ascend further? Tang Yu shook his head with a smile. Unless he liberates himself from the heavenly Tao, he shall remain stagnant. He has reached his limit. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Once, the Earth Mother confided in me that the heavenly Tao also harbored intentions to eliminate Hongjun, which is not without merit. Yet, I sense otherwise. For Hongjun is unworthy. Despite his growth, he remains inconsequential in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Tang Yu furrowed his brows. However, I have a premonition that the heavenly Tao is indeed scheming. The mother of Li Mountain was slightly taken aback, contemplating for a moment before saying, hearing your words, I too have sensed it. Hongjun may be formidable, yet he is not regarded by the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao is indeed plotting, What do you believe its target to be? The Goetiu. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. This he deemed to be the ultimate adversary in the heavenly Tao's grand design. Or rather, the machinations of the heavenly Tao serve as a cleansing of the masses, with the Goetiu as its ultimate objective. The Goetiu? That is implausible. The mother of Li Mountain exclaimed. The Goetiu has existed since the dawn of creation. Why would the heavenly Tao conspire against it? Now that the Goetiu has begun to expand, as you mentioned, if it were to completely swell and permeate the three realms, could it possibly consume all beings? There lies a distinct possibility, Tang Yu replied. The Goetiu, the forsaken realm of the heavenly Tao. I once ventured deeply into the Goetiu and discovered it to be a place of overlapping dimensions, where endless timelines converge. Within the Goetiu, if one possesses sufficient strength, they can step into another realm, even traverse different currents of time to amend their regrets. On this front, perhaps even the heavenly Tao cannot achieve. The mother of Li Mountain gazed at Tang Yu in astonishment. You have actually delved into the Goetiu, the forsaken realm of the heavenly Tao. Even sages dare not tread lightly there. Tang Yu nodded. Within the Goetiu, I encountered the remnants of the great Pangu, who had merged his lingering consciousness into various spaces. I gleaned insights into the powers of space, time, and multiple laws therein. As for the great Pangu, he beheld this fragment of his celestial soul beyond the confines of this realm, yet he did not articulate it. The mother of Li Mountain remained silent for a long while. If what you say is true of the Goetiu, does that not equate to destiny? Tang Yu looked at her in confusion. A convergence of endless timelines, a means to traverse different rivers of time, shaping one's entire existence. Does that not define destiny? The mother of Li Mountain furrowed her delicate brows. If so, the struggle between the heavenly Tao and destiny would indeed make sense. Little Ling had already awakened. Upon overhearing their conversation, she became engulfed in confusion. Goetiu? It sounded so familiar. Destiny, she murmured, her bewilderment reaching its zenith. After a moment, the haze in her eyes gradually receded, and she whispered into Tang Yu's ear, Father, the game of the heavenly Tao may not necessarily be aimed at Goetiu. What if it concerns you? Tang Yu was taken aback, chuckling in disbelief. How could that be possible? Though he is strong, he is certainly not formidable enough to draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. It is you, yet it is not you, Xiao Ling interjected. Instantly, a chill ran down Tang Yu's spine, his expression betraying shock. Xiao Ling had mentioned that his soul was fractured, and he still held faith in her words. If it is him, yet not him, does that imply that the target is another version of himself? The very soul that is divided within him. Father's soul is indeed fractured, and that fragment is terrifying. It harbors a power that instills fear within me, seemingly transcending the forces of the heavenly Tao. Xiaoling continued. Moreover, I sense that within you lies a trace of the essence of the heavenly Tao. Initially, Tang Yu had believed that the fractured part of his soul belonged to Tang Xinzong, who had not perished but was ensnared within the depths of his soul. Yet, Xiaoling's assertion led him to dismiss this notion. A power that surpasses the heavenly Tao? Such a feat is beyond Tang Xinzang's capabilities and even beyond his own. She fell into contemplation. Could it be that the heavenly Tao and the soul are intertwined? Perhaps they have chosen your existence as another battlefield for their contest. Chapter 581. Reunion at the beggar's sect. Tang Yu was shaken to his core, his mind a tangle of chaos, and he found himself enveloped in confusion. What Xiao Ling proposed might hold a kernel of truth. This is indeed a contest, a struggle between the heavenly Tao and various other forces. For instance, his arrival as an external soul may have been predetermined from the very beginning. Otherwise, the great Pangu would not have stated that he had seen this external soul of his from the dawn of time. The great Pangu had even preserved a fragment of his feeble consciousness, entombing it within the diverse currents of time to engage in dialogue with him. Whose power does this force within his soul truly belong to? Is it possible that Goetiu, as the old mother of Lishan suggested, is a realm of infinite choices, destiny? And the essence of the heavenly Tao, which he has already refined, could it still give rise to unforeseen changes in the future? At this moment, Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. What is the nature of the power accumulated within his soul? He voiced his confusion. Moreover, I do not perceive the division of my soul at all. It is evidently unified with my essence. But from whence does this power originate? The fracturing of the soul poses a significant dilemma. What is even more alarming is my complete unawareness of it. Were it not for Xiao Ling's discovery, he might remain oblivious to this fact. This power is truly formidable. Little Spirit remarked. yet I sense that it appears to be gradually consuming my father's very essence. Or rather, once it has entirely devoured his soul, he will inevitably be supplanted by it. Everything you possess would merely serve as a wedding garment for it. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, having contemplated this matter as well. However, the nature and origin of this force remained utterly unclear, and he felt no awareness of it. Even if he sought a solution, he was entirely at a loss as to how to proceed. "What troubles you?" the mother of Mount Li inquired, observing Tang Yu's pallor. He quickly shook his head, forcing a smile. "It is nothing, merely some thoughts that crossed my mind." The mother of Mount Li scrutinized him. "What thoughts?" "Your expression is quite disturbing." "It is nothing." Tang Yu inhaled deeply, striving to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind as he gazed downward. One after another, beings from the demon realm emerged. Fortunately, they had yet to harm any mortals, as they had just escaped their confinement and were maintaining a low profile. The Dragon King of the Four Seas sighed heavily. Their palace had been utterly destroyed, leaving them like homeless children. Should they seek refuge in the heavenly court? Although they had served beneath it, the court might not welcome them, given its long-standing wariness of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, following the recent cataclysmic battle, the heavenly court was inundated with pressing matters and had no time to address the affairs of the Dragon Clan. "What shall we do?" the Dragon King of the South Sea asked. Some family members stood nearby, exchanging glances, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous crash signaled the collapse of their palace, followed closely by the overwhelming force of the shattered seal. Had they not fled swiftly, they might have perished. Yet, even so, the casualties among the Four Seas were grievous. The Dragon Kings exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, the Dragon King of the West Sea finally spoke. "Now that the palace is in ruins and the seal of the Demon Clan is broken, their emergence into our world is inevitable. We have already reported to the Jade Emperor, and since he has instructed us to guard the mortals near the Four Seas, it seems we have no choice but to comply." "Very well," the Dragon King of the East Sea replied. "In any case, our aquatic kin have nowhere else to turn, so we might as well remain by the shore. I believe this could present an opportunity." The Dragon King of the North Sea suddenly remarked with a significant tone. "The heavenly court has yet to fully recover from the recent conflict. Naturally, it cannot attend to our plight. With the demon seal breached and our palace destroyed, we find ourselves without a refuge. Perhaps we should consult Tang Sung." The Dragon King of the North Sea narrowed his eyes slightly. Tang Sung possessed formidable strength and was already aware of the sudden opening of the Heavenly Emperor's treasury, an act attributed to Tang Sung himself. Thus, even considering the treasures of the Heavenly Vault, it was likely that Tang Sung would extend his assistance to the Dragon Clan. In truth, the Dragon Clan had long harbored this notion. Perhaps relying on Tang Sung could lead to their resurgence, sparing them from a continued struggle for survival. Moreover, the Heavenly Court has long harbored intentions to annihilate the Dragon Clan, yet has failed to formulate a justifiable rationale. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan's ability to summon clouds and bring rain remains essential for guarding the seals of the Demon Clan. However, with the seals now utterly shattered, such tasks have become trivial in comparison. Reflecting on the past grandeur of the Dragon Clan, which nearly ascended to supremacy over the three realms, it is disheartening that they now find themselves reduced to these insignificant duties. They tread cautiously, acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation, lest they inadvertently provide the Heavenly Court with incriminating evidence against themselves. The several Dragon Kings fell into a silence, clearly contemplating the words of the Dragon King of the North. "This matter is best postponed for later discussion." With a sigh, the Dragon King of the East remarked that the immediate priority is to ascertain the extent of our losses across the Four Seas, as well as to seek a refuge. The sea surged violently, with tumultuous waves crashing toward the shore. Just as these waves were about to reach the land, a powerful force repelled them back. The nearby townsfolk, initially anxious, gradually calmed upon witnessing this spectacle. Methra Buddha and his companion, Lai Gu, took a leave of absence and wandered through the three realms, awestruck at the diminished state of the Buddhist order. It felt like a surreal dream, albeit a harsh and cruel one. Had they recognized earlier that Tang Sung was the variable, perhaps circumstances would have unfolded differently. Yet, lamentation now serves no purpose. Events have transpired, and regret holds no value. As Methra Buddha gazed upon the familiar scenery below, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. After a moment's hesitation, he descended. At the headquarters of the Beggars' sect, A statue of deep black clay had been crafted, resembling Maitreya Buddha, albeit with a bowl extended forward, as if begging from an unseen presence. The likeness was uncanny. "Leader, is that you?" Upon Maitreya Buddha's appearance, he was immediately recognized by the members of the beggars' sect. The sect had expanded significantly, with a replenished membership. Even new recruits, unfamiliar with Maitreya Buddha, recognized the statue and regarded him with curiosity. This statue represents the founder, the first leader of the beggars' sect. Every new member's first act is to pay homage to this effigy. Without him, the sect would not exist. Chapter 582, Managing in the Style of the Beggars' Sect. Gazing upon the familiar faces of his old subordinates, Maitreya Buddha was filled with joy. He had not anticipated that he still commanded such respect. This feeling surpassed any sense of achievement he had experienced as Maitreya in the West or in his current retreat at Laojun Mountain. Is it truly the leader? Leader. The leader has returned. Quickly summon all brothers. Our old leader has come back. The entire beggars' sect erupted with excitement as disciples gathered en masse. The disciples gazed at Maitreya Buddha with fervent eyes. The beggars' sect has now taken shape, with most disciples traveling to various towns to beg. Due to their extensive network across the nation, the disciples are well informed, and even some dignitaries occasionally require their assistance in gathering intelligence. The beggars' sect has firmly established itself, much to Maitreya Buddha's delight. He admires his own ingenuity, reflecting on how a spontaneous thought led to the creation of this faction, which has flourished to such a remarkable scale. Even if one day he finds it impossible to continue under the leadership of Brother Lai, he need not worry about having nowhere to go. He could always return here as the leader of his own sect, living freely and unrestrained. Maitreya Buddha has long harbored a dream of managing the Buddhist community through the principles of the beggars' sect. However, Brother Lai has consistently thrived, and given his current robust health, it seems unlikely that any major issues will arise in the next few years, barring unforeseen circumstances. This leaves Maitreya Buddha feeling that his cleverness is stifled, lacking a platform to showcase his intellect. Nevertheless, this is not a significant concern, as several temples belonging to Maitreya Buddha still exist nearby. Although he has distanced himself from the Buddhist community to become a member of the Bald Head Gang, the temples remain, albeit some are in disrepair due to financial constraints. However, this does not deter him. After working with the beggars' sect for such an extended period, Maitreya Buddha believes he can revive the temples solely through his innate talent for begging. No supernatural powers required. He envisions a management strategy that incorporates the methods of the beggars' sect. With this thought igniting his spirit, he resolved to take action. After alerting the disciples of the beggars' sect, Maitreya Buddha swiftly made his way to a nearby temple. Traditionally, the temple relied on donations from affluent patrons for its survival, but Maitreya Buddha found this perspective rather limited. One must not confine their vision to such short-term gains. One ought to think long-term. If no one is donating, should one not proactively seek alms? The term begging lacks elegance. Almsgiving is the proper term. Thus, Maitreya Buddha began to instruct the few monks residing in the temple, first admonishing them for their failures and lack of ambition, asserting that with their current disposition, they would never taste the richness of a varied diet. How could they dare to honor him in such a state? He then proceeded to enlighten them, sharing his wisdom and experience. The monks, like beings awakened from a deep slumber, suddenly found clarity in their purpose. Upon Maitreya Buddha's departure, they descended the mountain to engage in almsgiving. Although Maitreya Buddha had initially harbored reservations about their abilities to beg, or rather, to solicit alms, he soon felt reassured. Indeed, it appeared that his concerns were unfounded. Indeed, as a devoted disciple, one exhibits a certain innate talent in this regard. Maitreya Buddha felt a profound sense of satisfaction and relief, nodding in acknowledgement. Having resolved a personal concern, he experienced a gratifying sense of accomplishment. However, unbeknownst to Maitreya, his management of the Buddhist community, influenced by the principles of the beggars' sect, perpetuated a commendable tradition of almsgiving. As Maitreya continued to extol the virtues of the beggar's way to his followers, the practice flourished. Whenever funds or food ran low, they would simply seek donations without hesitation. Before long, numerous temples began to emulate this practice. Moreover, some astute monks, dissatisfied with the voluntary nature of offerings, observed that the contributions were often meager. This, in turn, resulted in significant financial losses for the temples. Thus, an ingenious idea emerged. While they would continue to accept voluntary donations, they would also require an entrance fee. Without payment, one would be denied access to the sacred space. Only those who could pay would be permitted entry, while donations remained optional. This alteration marked a significant shift in the traditional model of temple operations, with ticket sales generating substantial revenue. Consequently, many temples recognized the benefits and followed suit. At Ling Mountain, the ancient Buddha of Enlightenment stood solitary at the gate, embodying the essence of a great achiever. The once bustling Ling Mountain now felt desolate, with only him standing alone in solitude. Yet, a new dilemma soon arose. His private funds were insufficient to afford cigarettes. The prices had skyrocketed, particularly for those sold by the vendor, who had inflated the costs significantly. The ancient Buddha expressed his dissatisfaction and appealed to the vendor, hoping that their long-standing camaraderie might elicit a small concession. However, the vendor remained unmoved, curtly responding that a person of great stature could either indulge in smoking or leave. Angered, the ancient Buddha nearly confronted him physically, but, embodying the magnanimity befitting a great achiever, he contained his frustration and returned to Ling Mountain. Now, he found himself entirely devoid of funds, unable to exchange for cigarettes. He pondered anxiously about where to procure some money. Should he seek a loan from the Jade Emperor? The Heavenly Court, still recovering from a recent conflict, was likely not in a position of abundance. After all, the Buddhist community owed a considerable debt to the celestial realm. It would be unwise to broach the subject, especially considering that Ling Mountain was now under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. The ancient Buddha examined the few remaining cigarettes in his possession, hesitated for a moment, and then decided to light one. As he inhaled, a wave of clarity washed over his chaotic mind. Tang Sung, the monk, was known to procure cigarettes. Surely, he could devise a means to obtain them from him. Yet, what strategy could he employ? The ancient Buddha fell into contemplation, gazing towards the lower realms. His eyes seemed to transcend an infinite distance, ultimately resting upon the snow-clad peaks of Mount Li. It appeared that Tang Sung held a certain regard for this young girl. The ancient Buddha murmured, contemplating the possibility of using this girl as leverage, compelling him to swear a celestial oath, thereby ensuring the provision of incense without harm to himself. Surely, this approach would pose no significant issue. If such a threat could indeed materialize, perhaps I could seize the opportunity to resolve some troubles associated with the two saints behind the scenes. Chapter 583. The Accomplished Ones. The ancient Buddha envisioned a rather optimistic scenario. After all, there seemed to be no other recourse regarding Tang Sung at this point. Even the saints found themselves at a loss, their vexation palpable. Should I succeed in alleviating this predicament for the saints, it would indeed be a remarkable act of merit. Pondering this notion, the ancient Buddha felt a surge of elation. However, he soon considered the possibility that Tang Sung might not yield to threats, given his unpredictable nature. Instantly, the ancient Buddha found himself in a quandary. Yet, to achieve great things, one must possess the courage to act where others falter. It is through such audacity that monumental accomplishments are forged. He had previously presented these strategies to the saints, yet they remained unexecuted. This hesitation likely stemmed from their moral reservations against employing such unscrupulous tactics. Nonetheless, those who aspire to greatness often overlook minor scruples. Even if it entails bearing the brunt of infamy, the eventual attainment of significant goals renders past criticisms trivial. The focus of the masses lies upon the ultimate achievement. Historically, great deeds often transform dark beginnings into luminous endings. Hence, the ancient Buddha was convinced that his plan was devoid of flaws. After all, there was no way to intimidate Tang Sung now. He needed to devise alternative methods to compel compliance. After a moment's contemplation, the ancient Buddha departed from the sacred mountain, leaving the door unlocked. For there was nothing left to lose in his abode, save for the humble dwelling he occupied. Ascending upon a cloud, he set forth towards Mount Laojun, intent on procuring a package of incense from Brother Lai. Even if it meant incurring debts or high-interest loans, this was a matter of paramount importance. Meanwhile, Maitreya Buddha had completed his grand undertaking, seamlessly merging the ideals of the beggar's sect with those of Buddhism, believing there to be no insurmountable obstacles. If this trajectory continued, it was conceivable that he, Maitreya, would emerge as a benefactor, his legacy enduring through the ages. Upon returning to Mount Laojun, Maitreya promptly shared his achievements with Brother Lai. "Oh," Brother Lai responded with a calmness that was strikingly profound. This unexpected reaction left Mithriya somewhat taken aback. One would expect praise from the Buddha for such a significant feat, yet it seemed he was met only with a subdued acknowledgement. This left Mithriya with words unspoken, as he realized that such matters did not necessitate reporting to the Buddha. Lai Gu spoke softly. This matter pertains to the Buddhist realm. Although I have distanced myself from it, fundamentally, they remain under its auspices. The power of belief ultimately gravitates towards Buddhism. The oath that established the Bald Brotherhood was not sanctioned by the Tao of Heaven. Thus, while it may appear that they have severed ties with Buddhism, they still exist within its fold. Therefore, Lai Gu remains remarkably composed, believing that the Bald Brotherhood poses no threat. However, it does hold some advantages for Mithriya Buddha himself, as it is his temple, capable of harnessing a significant amount of belief energy. Mithriya Buddha felt somewhat disheartened. After all, he believed he had accomplished a great feat. If utilized properly, such a model could indeed develop on a grand scale. Even the belief that founded the Bald Brotherhood could be managed in this manner, potentially alleviating many burdens. Yet, upon reflecting on the current situation, Mithriya Buddha furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are we merely going to pass the days idly?" "Pretty much." Lai Gu yawned. "The sale of tobacco and alcohol has entered a steady rhythm, and there are no pressing matters at hand. Isn't that a good thing? There's nothing occurring. Do you wish for something to happen?" Mithriya Buddha contemplated this and conceded that it was indeed true, at least for the time being. Things were quite stable, and the absence of troubles was a positive sign. "Your reasoning is sound," Mithriya Buddha remarked. "As for the mortals below, let them believe if they wish, or disregard it if they do not. It bears no relation to me." Lai Gu lit a cigarette, yawned again, and rubbed his eyes. "However, there is indeed one matter that I am still pondering." "What matter?" Mithriya Buddha eagerly inquired. Lai Gu flicked the ashes from his cigarette. "We cannot remain on Mount Laojun indefinitely, can we? Although Guanyin Bodhisattva has not voiced any objections, I still feel somewhat embarrassed." Mithriya Buddha was taken aback. "But if we are not here, where else can we go? This is precisely the dilemma I face." Lai Gu sighed, genuinely feeling a tinge of embarrassment regarding Guanyin Bodhisattva. "Truly, one of deep faith in me," he mused. "For now, we can only stay here," Mithriya Buddha stated. Lai Gu replied thoughtfully, "Indeed. However, once we earn some money, I shall purchase a mountain. After all, the tobacco business is quite lucrative and has brought me considerable profit." Thus, Lai Gu spoke with an air of newfound wealth. "To accomplish great things," a voice echoed as the ancient Buddha of lighting, with a cigarette in his mouth, manifested. His gaze towards Lai Gu was complex. Yet, Lai Gu seemed oblivious, not sparing him a glance. This caused the ancient Buddha of lighting to wear a somewhat displeased expression. After all, they had worked together for many years. Was it truly so easy to disregard one another? "Ba, I have come to exchange for a pack of cigarettes." The ancient Buddha of lighting intoned, reciting a Buddhist phrase. Lage cast a sidelong glance at him, extending 2 fingers in a clear gesture that signified a willingness to discuss the matter, provided the treasures were secured. After all, he was a businessman. Ba. The ancient monk lamented, "I find myself in somewhat dire financial straits. Might you consider allowing me to defer payment for the time being?" The radiant lamp Buddha appeared somewhat embarrassed. "What are you even thinking?" Lage scoffed with disdain. "You wish to smoke without the means to afford it?" Mithriya Buddha secretly rejoiced at this moment, realizing that aligning himself with Lage was indeed a wise choice. At the very least, he need not worry about the issue of smoking. Were he not to accompany Lage, one could only observe the deplorable state of the radiant lamp Buddha, who had been subjected to various forms of exploitation. Now, he could scarcely afford a smoke. The expression on the radiant lamp Buddha's face grew increasingly grim as he huffed at Lage in frustration, reluctantly departing. However, he did not return directly to Ling Mountain. Instead, he made his way to Mount Li. After carefully sensing the surroundings, he found no trace of the mother of Li Mountain, which instantly put him at ease. He resolved to capture the girl Lingxue before proceeding to Zixiao Palace, where he would have the protection of Hongjun and several saints, ensuring his plans would face no obstacles. Moreover, he could leverage this opportunity to threaten Tang Sanzang. The radiant lamp Buddha smiled faintly, emerging with poise, to accomplish great deeds. One may need to resort to unorthodox means when necessary. Only then can one achieve greatness. Chapter 584. Lingxue captured at this moment. Lingxue was diligently cultivating on Mount Li. Although her recent elevation to the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal was primarily due to some elixirs provided by Tang Yu, Her innate talent could not be denied. Even the mother of Li Mountain acknowledged the girl's extraordinary gifts. The root of her advantage lay in her childhood, during which Tang Yu had exploited the Buddhist sect, treating the elixirs as though they were mere candies. Amitabha, the radiant lamp Buddha manifested. Enveloped in a halo of Buddhist light, an oppressive aura radiating outward. Instantly, Lingxue experienced a shiver run down her spine. She gazed at the radiant lamp Buddha, her guard raised, and inquired, "Who are you?" "My child," the monk replied with a benevolent demeanor. "I see you possess a connection to the Buddha. Would you be willing to take refuge in our faith?" Lingxue furrowed her brows, her spirit rising defiantly. "I refuse. I am the radiant lamp Buddha of the Buddhist order." He continued, "Noticing your affinity with the Dharma, I have come to offer you salvation. Such an opportunity is coveted by many." "I have no interest," Lingxue replied, unyieldingly meeting the Buddha's gaze. This old man exuded an air of sanctimoniousness, harboring ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to him, she intended to crush a communication talisman bestowed upon her by the mother of Li Mountain in times of peril. Yet, before Lingxue could act, she found herself entirely enveloped by the radiant lamp Buddha's oppressive presence, unable even to move a finger, a testament to the overwhelming disparity in their realms. "The old monk seeks to guide you with goodwill, yet you remain ungrateful," the radiant lamp Buddha huffed. With a swift motion, Lingxue found herself soaring into the air, her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Determined to avoid prolonged complications, she resolved to depart immediately. Yet, some disciples from Lishan hurried forth. "Release junior sister Lingxue. What do you intend to do? Let her go?" The ancient Buddha of light intoned a Buddhist chant, its mellifluous sound resonating in the ears of the gathered crowd. Instantly, all present collapsed to the ground, clutching their ears in agony. Yet, the resonant chant penetrated their minds, utterly inescapable. Under the weight of the sacred sound, some individuals began to bleed from their orifices. "Amitabha, the heavens possess a benevolent heart, and my Buddha is compassionate." With that, the ancient Buddha of light swiftly departed Lishan, taking Lingxue towards Zhixiao Palace. He believed that his actions were entirely justified, while it appeared to revolve around a trivial matter of incense. His true aim was to alleviate the considerable predicament presented by Tang Sanzang for the sage. Upon the ancient Buddha's arrival at Zhixiao Palace, he was met with the sight of the captured Lingxue. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged startled glances, disapproving of such despicable tactics. However, the die was cast. The ancient Buddha had already secured his prize. Tang Sanzang, emboldened by his formidable cultivation, had repeatedly humiliated the sage, much to the old monk's discontent. Yet, Tang Sanzang's strength rendered the old monk powerless, forcing him to resort to this desperate measure to relieve the sage's burdens. He would bear the consequences alone. For if he could alleviate the sage's woes, he would not hesitate, even if it meant his own obliteration. The ancient Buddha spoke with righteous fervor. "Indeed, it is reasonable. Truly, the ancient Buddha of light exhibits the utmost loyalty," Jane and Zhuanti silently praised. They then recalled Xiao Lai, lamenting that had they known his character earlier, they might have preemptively dismissed him. Although they had contemplated this course of action, no suitable alternative had presented itself. The ancient Buddha had refused, desiring merely to be a second in command. "The one who stands out is often the target," they mused, reflecting on Lai Ji's predicament. "Enough. It has come to this. We must proceed as such," Zhuanti remarked, glancing at Lingxue. "Given the circumstances, we must devise a meticulous plan, ideally establishing some formation capable of restraining Tang Sanzang. However, this seemed impractical, for with his mastery of spatial laws, attempting to confine him within a formation would be akin to chasing phantoms." The two brothers sought out Hongjun, hoping to inquire if he possessed any solutions. Yet, Hongjun merely smiled faintly, choosing silence as he retreated into the inner sanctum. Clearly, he held a tacit acceptance of their situation while wishing to remain uninvolved. Turning their attention to Yuan Shi Tianzun, they were met with the response, "Your matters concerning the Buddhist realm bear no relevance to me." This prompted the brothers to curse under their breath. Would they simply return Lingxue? Even if they did, it was likely that Tang Sanzang would not let the matter rest. Consequently, they resolved to devise a means to compel Tang Sanzang to acquiesce. However, the question remained, how to threaten him. The answer eluded them. In the lower realms, at the fringe of the eastern sea, the elder mother of Mount Li was momentarily taken aback. "Shuer is in danger." Tang Yu's expression turned frigid. Accompanied by the elder mother, he invoked the laws of space. With a single step, they returned to Mount Li. Upon witnessing the disciples strewn across the ground, grievously injured, the elder mother's face turned icy. The ancient Buddha of light, I have yet to seek him out, and he dares to flaunt himself again. Suddenly, Tang Yu chuckled. An endless stream of divine consciousness scattered, revealing everything before his eyes. He sensed Ling Xue's presence within the purple cloud palace. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the situation. They intended to create chaos, clearly seeking to use Ling Xue as leverage against him. It seemed their days of peace were numbered. The elder mother's countenance was etched with frost. Do they truly believe that my sect is without strength? How dare they injure my disciples? Xuer is in the purple cloud palace. I shall go there first, Tang Yu declared, and with that, his figure vanished. As he approached the purple cloud palace, he felt a formidable force emanating from within, one he had sensed before. This power was undeniably potent, yet it did not belong to Hongjun himself. It felt eerily familiar. Xiao Ling's eyes glimmered with a hint of ethereal desire as she licked her lips, her voice tinged with longing. I so wish to devour him. At that moment, Jane and Junti were still deliberating on how to proceed. After much discussion, they found themselves at a stalemate. Perhaps we should offer this young lady some recompense and negotiate with Tang Sanzang to resolve the matter, Jane suggested. He sighed. I fear Tang Sanzang will soon come looking for her. We lack any means to confront him. Even our master could not achieve such. In my view, we should release her, provide some compensation, and seek to converse amicably with Tang Sanzang. At least we mean no harm, do we? We have done nothing wrong. Jane's voice resonated with profound helplessness. Junti pondered for a moment and then sighed deeply. Damn it, there appears to be no other way. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, brother. We shall release her and provide her with some compensation, striving to ensure she speaks well of us to Tang Sanzang. Chapter 585. A misunderstanding for Tang Sanzang. Ultimately, the two brothers resolved to release the young girl, Ling Xue. Their inability to contend with Tang Sanzang weighed heavily upon them. After all, if even Hongjun could not subdue him, what could they possibly do? They had only recently enjoyed a period of tranquility thanks to Tang Sanzang's absence. Surely, they would cherish this opportunity. They firmly believed that should they harm a single hair on the girl, the repercussions would be dire. Tang Sanzang would undoubtedly seek vengeance against them. Sometimes, one must recognize when to yield. Upon hearing the two sages declare their intent to release Ling Xue, the ancient Buddha of Light's eyes widened in astonishment. In his view, although Tang Sanzang was powerful, there were still ways to confront him if threats were accepted. Yet, he was taken aback by the sage's apparent timidity in choosing to release her and offer an array of precious treasures as compensation. Is it too much to ask for the treasures of heaven and earth? At the very least, they could be exchanged for 2 packets of cigarettes. In the eyes of the ancient Buddha of Light, the two sages are unlikely to achieve great things without the courage to take risks. How then can they accomplish any significant endeavor? The ancient Buddha of Light feels a sense of dissatisfaction, yet the decision has been made by the two sages, leaving him with no room to argue. Amitabha, it is best that the sages make their own decisions. After a pause, the ancient Buddha of Light continued, acknowledging that it was indeed a momentary lapse in judgment that led him to devise such a plan, placing the two sages in a challenging position. And he admits it was his fault. However, his intentions were solely to alleviate their burdens and contribute to the advancement of the Buddhist community. If Tang Sanzang were truly constrained by threats here, the losses to the Buddhist community would be profound and far-reaching. Amitabha, the Buddhist community is now devoid of followers, having been taken away by the Buddha to establish a separate entity, recklessly relying on Tang Sanzang, which may render the Buddhist community a laughingstock in the 3 realms. The ancient Buddha of Light speaks with righteous indignation, considering the matter from the perspective of the Buddhist community's welfare. Upon hearing this, Jane and Junti exchanged glances. After all, he indeed acted for the sake of the Buddhist community, making it difficult to reproach him. The main issue lies in Tang Sanzang being a formidable opponent, one they cannot afford to provoke. We are well aware of your loyalty to the Buddhist community, Junti sighed, but Tang Sanzang is not one to be trifled with. Even our master has no means to contend with him, let alone us. Perhaps Tang Sanzang can be coerced by threats, but what if he does not yield? Moreover, if rumors of such threats spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of our Buddhist community. Therefore, it would be prudent to release him promptly. With these words, Zhuanti waved his hand, lifting the restrictions placed upon Lingxue. Lingxue looked at the group, perplexed, unsure of their true intentions. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances. The latter hesitated slightly before approaching Lingxue with a smile that bore an insincere flattery. So, you are Lingxue? Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. My fellow disciple and I harbor no ill will. There is no need for you to worry. We sincerely apologize for summoning you in this manner. Rest assured. We mean you no harm. Zhuanti chuckled, then produced a long sword from his robes. This is a treasure I crafted long ago, albeit casually. Nevertheless, it is a rare artifact. I sense a connection between us, so I shall bestow it upon you. Yet, Jane and Zhuanti felt as though they might vomit blood. One Tang Sanzang is already too formidable. Now they find themselves intimidated by a mere young girl. However, they could only blame the ancient Buddha of light for his reckless actions. How could it come to pass that such esteemed sages would stoop before a young girl? It is a travesty, but who could blame them when Tang Sanzang stands behind her? They cannot afford to provoke him. They must endure this humiliation for now. Believing that Hongjun will surely devise a means to deal with Tang Sanzang, he cannot simply stand by and allow such audacity to continue. Thus, they must endure for the time being. Lingxue looked at them, puzzled by their sudden display of goodwill, leaving her bewildered. An endless might surged at this moment. Zhuanti and Jieyin instinctively took a step back. Lingxue felt a sudden lightness in her body as she found herself embraced by Tang Yu. Tang Sanzong, do not misunderstand, Zhuanti exclaimed, his expression changing dramatically, a sense of urgency in his voice. We meant him no harm. Observing Tang Sanzang's icy countenance, Zhuanti's heart raced. This was dire. They had thoroughly provoked Tang Sanzang's ire. What has transpired is unrelated to us. It was entirely the ancient Buddha's unilateral decision. I have already reprimanded him for this. To express my sincere apologies, I even bestowed upon this young lady a sword. Zhuanti hurriedly interjected. Yet, Tang Yu's expression had turned frigid to the extreme. A powerful and terrifying aura emanated from him, sending ripples through the air. It felt as if the very fabric of the space around them had solidified in that instant. Tang Yu remained silent, his figure becoming indistinct. In a fleeting moment, the surroundings were filled with his presence. Jieyin and Zhuanti were taken aback, their spiritual powers surging. However, under the overwhelming force radiating from Tang Yu, they were both sent flying. Exchanging glances, they read a singular word in each other's eyes: run. A gentle force emanated from within the Zixiao Palace. The two who had intended to flee found themselves rooted in place. Hongjun's figure materialized before Tang Yu. They harbor no intention to harm this young lady. Even if they did, I would intervene to prevent it, ensuring they would never commit such an act. A cold smile crept upon Tang Yu's lips. Such words sounded pleasant. Yet they were merely a facade built upon one's own strength. Without absolute power, who would dare speak to him in such a manner? Hongjun sighed. Tang Sanzong, refrain from making a move for the time being. I have matters to discuss with you. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of what Hongjun wished to confer, considering they were adversaries. I hope you can temporarily set aside our grievances, Hongjun stated earnestly. Moreover, it can be said that there is no absolute enmity between us. Is there? Humph, Tang Yu scoffed derisively, and what of it? What do you mean? Casting a glance at Jieyin and Zhuanti, Hongjun gestured for them to withdraw for the moment. As they departed, Hongjun slowly continued. The Goeishu is expanding. What does that have to do with me? Tang Yu shrugged. I hope that, if possible, we can join forces to reinforce the seal and halt the expansion of the Goeishu. If it continues to grow unchecked, it may very well consume the three realms. At that point, true annihilation would ensue, and I doubt that is a scenario you wish to witness. Alone, my magical power is insufficient to seal the Goeishu completely. Thus, I seek your collaboration to prevent its expansion and safeguard the three realms. This would indeed count as a significant merit. Chapter 586. Is the system you? Tang Yu's brow knitted in concern. To seal the Goeishu? Impossible. With his profound understanding of the Goeishu, Tang Yu believed it was utterly unfeasible to seal it. An infinite expanse of overlapping space. Where time converges, how could one possibly seal such a phenomenon? However, the sudden expansion of the void remains an enigma even now. The reasons behind it are still unclear. The incessant growth of the void may even extend to the three realms. As Hongjun remarked, such a possibility cannot be dismissed entirely. Nonetheless, he proposed a sealing to halt the void's expansion, a notion that Tang Yu found rather fanciful. Great merit? Tang Yu chuckled. Do you believe I care? Moreover, the three realms belong to you, Hongjun. It should be your concern, not mine. My sole responsibility is to protect those close to me. As for others, what relevance do they hold for me? Hongjun frowned slightly. Do you truly not care for the three realms? If you cannot even safeguard those around you, what significance does the world's destruction hold for me? This world is not mine. Tang Yu scoffed. Hongjun gazed deeply at him and said, Tang Sanzang, I sincerely hope that our personal grievances do not interfere with this matter of utmost importance to the three realms. With several sages by your side. If you all cannot accomplish this task, what makes you think I can? Tang Yu retorted, I am but an ordinary sage. Ordinary sage? Hongjun shook his head and chuckled. You are a sage of extraordinary caliber. His expression grew serious as he continued, Tang Sanzang, I earnestly wish for you to join forces with me to prevent the expansion of the void. What exactly is the void? Tang Yu feigned ignorance, inquiring. Why do you regard it with such trepidation? Are you referring to the void of the past or the present? Is there a difference? Once, the void was the birthplace of countless gods and demons, the origin of all things, Hongjun explained. In time, it evolved into a forbidden realm. The void as we know it today. As for what lies within, I cannot say. I have never ventured deep inside. Recalling the tale of the Panga deity, who once buried a fragment of his faint consciousness within the endless river of time, and combining it with Hongjun's words, Tang Yu pondered the initial state of the void as the origin of all creation, which later transformed into a forbidden ground through the accumulation of infinite space and the convergence of time. But why did it evolve into this form? And why does it continue to expand? This remains a mystery, yet I sense something terrifying within, imbued with the power of endless time. Hongjun remarked, now that the void is expanding, if we do not intervene, it is likely that the realm of the heavenly Tao will diminish and may even be wholly consumed by the void. Casting a discerning glance at Hongjun, Tang Yu asked, is this the will of the heavenly Tao or your own? What difference does it make? Hongjun replied, my path is the heavenly Tao. It is my duty to maintain the balance of the three realms. Tang Yu sneered dismissively. Your path may align with the heavenly Tao, but you are not the embodiment of it. If that is the case, how does your path relate to the matters of the three realms? Maintaining the balance of the three realms is your responsibility, is it not? You have merely merged with the heavenly Tao, essentially serving it without recompense. Even if Hongjun harbors ulterior motives to break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, he remains compelled to uphold the balance of the three realms. This sensation is one of profound contradiction. The desire to break free from the constraints of the heavenly path is ever present, yet one finds oneself laboring for it without recompense. Moreover, one's own path is restricted by the very same force. Regarding the return to the void, my solitary strength is ultimately insufficient. Hongjun sighed and remarked, Tang Sanzang, I sincerely hope you reconsider. If the return to the void continues to expand, the three realms will become void, which would be detrimental to you as well. Perhaps you may not perish, but what of those around you? Can they escape the clutches of the return to the void? At least for now, its expansion is modest. As for your claim that it will consume the three realms, I surmise it will take a considerable amount of time. Tang Yu grinned. Perhaps by then, I could transcend the heavens and lead them to liberation. Upon hearing this, Hongjun chuckled softly and shook his head. Your thoughts are overly simplistic. You may indeed break through the heavens, but only for yourself. You might transcend the heavenly path, yet those around you may not share the same fate. Hongjun glanced at Ling Shui. Take her as an example. Her innate power is insufficient to completely depart from the realm of the heavenly path. You may not believe it, but I assure you, my words ring true. After a brief pause, Hongjun continued, and do you not sense it, Tang Sanzang? What? The instability of the heavenly path is gradually weakening. Hongjun stated, have you contemplated the consequences if the heavenly path becomes exceedingly weak? The three realms will descend into chaos, and calamities will arise. All of this may very well stem from your singular variable, resulting in a cascade of problems. Tang Yu chuckled lightly. You truly hold me in high regard. Yet inwardly, he began to ponder the implications. Why is this so? Could it genuinely be due to himself or the fragment of his divided soul? I have merged with the heavenly path. Thus I perceive certain nuances that elude your awareness. Hongjun spoke softly. What if the return to the void continues to expand as you suggest? The three realms would be engulfed, and at that juncture, even the heavenly path would be powerless against it. Therefore, the sole recourse for the heavenly path is to enter a state of slumber, preserving itself by evading the return to the void, only to evolve the heavens and earth anew in the endless chaos after an eternity, reviving the heavenly path and reshaping life. All of this is merely conjecture, and as I mentioned earlier, what relation does the destruction of the three realms bear to me? Tang Yu replied calmly, "This is not a concern that occupies my thoughts." Hongjun shook his head. "This is not conjecture. It is what I perceive. The heavenly path is gradually weakening, its fortune dwindling, further exacerbating its frailty." Fortune? Tang Yu's body trembled. In an instant, his face turned ashen. The system incessantly siphoned fortune from the Buddhist path. Yet all this fortune belonged to the heavenly path. By exchanging fortune for various treasures, it appeared as though he was growing, yet he was depleting the very essence of fortune. A sense of dread enveloped Tang Yu as he swallowed hard. The divided soul? The relentless plundering of fortune. At this moment, Tang Yu's mind was in turmoil as he meticulously sensed his soul. He detected no anomalies, at least to him. It felt wholly unified. "System, is it you?" Suddenly, a pair of eyes manifested within his soul. They mirrored his own, yet these eyes were devoid of any turbulence, devoid, to be precise, of all emotion. No fluctuations of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness could be discerned. With an air of aloof indifference, they regarded Tang Yu. A deafening silence engulfed everything. Upon introspection, he could feel nothing more. Tang Yu's complexion had turned a ghastly pale. Chapter 587. The one who accomplishes great deeds has fled. Tang Yu's mind was in disarray. The fragmentation of his soul was an insurmountable dilemma. Should he sever that fragment of his soul? A soul incomplete leaves one's fate uncertain. Even if he were to escape death by chance, he would inevitably become a mere imbecile. All his struggles and everything he possessed would be rendered futile. Such an act was beyond his capability. Yet, would he ultimately allow that disintegrated soul to usurp his existence? Without everything that defined him, could he still be considered himself? At this moment, Tang Yu stood motionless, lost in thought. Hongjun cast a curious glance at him, perplexed. Was he not one who claimed to be indifferent to the myriad beings of the three realms? Why then did he display such a sorrowful countenance? Tang Sanzang, if possible, I sincerely wish we could momentarily set aside our prejudices and unite to halt the expansion of the void. Should the void continue to grow unchecked, consuming all life, the beings of the three realms shall surely face annihilation, Hongjun lamented. In that time, there would be neither you nor I, nor anyone familiar. All would be entombed within that cataclysmic chaos. Is this the outcome you desire? Perhaps, he continued, in that time, you could transcend, unafraid of the chaotic tribulation. But what would ultimately remain? The dissolution of all things, the obliteration of worlds, leaving but oneself at the river's end of time, witnessing the rebirth of heaven and earth, the remaking of cycles. Would you not feel a profound loneliness then? Reflecting upon the past, the absence of old friends, gazing into the future, an expanse of nothingness. Only you remain, immortal through the ages. Tang Yu gazed blankly at Hongjun, suddenly reminded of the words spoken by the great Pangu in the void. In an infinitely vast universe, if you were the only one, would you not feel loneliness? Tang Yu chuckled suddenly. Do you expect me to believe such words? You embody the heavenly Tao. Even amidst the chaos, you remain intertwined with it. Every new life in the newly forged realms is but your servant. These were your words to me, were they not? Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Still, I maintain my stance. What does the void of the three realms have to do with me? I simply wish to protect those around me. Perhaps this sounds selfish, but such matters are beneath my contempt. Hongjun spoke calmly. Xuanti and Jia-in acted on impulse. They did not genuinely wish to harm this young girl. In fact, they are even willing to offer some treasures as compensation. I hope this small misunderstanding can end here. The three realms are fraught with pressing matters that await my attention. If Tang Sanzang continues to hold on to this issue, it would only complicate matters for me further. This is not a sign of cowardice, but rather a consideration for the greater good. Tang Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and scoffed. And here? Big brother. They did not harm me. They even gifted me a sword. Ling Shui tugged at Tang Yu's sleeve and whispered, Poor girl. All of this is due to your brother's strength. Otherwise, why would they concede and treat you with such courtesy? Tang Yu rolled her eyes and glanced at Hongjun, her brow furrowing slightly. If anyone I care about encounters danger in the future, I will come to you. I do not care whether you are involved or not. I will seek you out. Hongjun's expression darkened at being threatened in such a manner, yet he chose to remain silent. Tang Yu's figure gradually faded from the Zixiao Palace. Due to her spiritual turmoil, she lacked the inclination to pursue trouble. Deeply shaken, her heart remained tumultuous. Observing Tang Sanzang's departing silhouette, Hongjun squinted slightly and ultimately sighed in resignation. As for the Radiant Lamp Buddha, he was the first to flee. Those who aspire to achieve great things must seize the opportune moment and retreat swiftly. To act bravely in the face of inevitable defeat is mere folly and cannot lead to greatness. He hurried back to Ling Mountain, still feeling apprehensive as he scanned his surroundings. Not sensing Tang Sanzang's aura, he finally felt at ease. However, just as he lit a cigarette, a dazzling and unparalleled sword light surged forth, seemingly enveloping the entire Ling Mountain. The Radiant Lamp Buddha was taken aback, hastily summoning a string of prayer beads. Yet, under the overwhelming might of the sword light, the beads shattered into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, the Radiant Lamp Buddha retreated swiftly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Had he not evaded in time, he would surely have been cleaved by that sword. A figure slowly materialized, her light yellow dress swaying gently. She stood tall in the heavens, her delicate face exuding an aura of coldness, the corners of her lips slightly upturned with a hint of aloofness. She regarded the Radiant Lamp Buddha with an impassive expression. "Amitabha, Lady of Lishan, what are your intentions?" The Radiant Lamp Buddha called out boldly. "You came to my Lishan to capture someone and even injured my disciples. Do you truly believe my sect is without defenders?" The Lady of Lishan, sword in hand, pointed at him, a wave of terrifying killing intent emanating forth. The surrounding atmosphere felt oppressive, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. "Amitabha, this old monk acted without malice," the Radiant Lamp Buddha replied. "Injuring a disciple of the Yejiao was a mistake on my part, and I am willing to offer compensation." Yet, internally, he lamented. He had no treasures left, not even the means to afford a cigarette. In a moment, the formidable presence of the Lady of Mount Li loomed ominously, brandishing her sword as if intent on claiming a life. At this instant, the Buddha of illuminated lanterns grew anxious, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction towards the two saints. Had the aged monk's methods been employed, utilizing Ling Shui to exert pressure, how could Tang Sanzang and his companions have dared to act with such audacity? "Compensation? I shall slay you, yet offer you some form of recompense." The Lady of Mount Li swung her treasured sword, and in that split second, an overwhelming force descended. The brilliance of the sword's edge seemed capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. However, the Lady's malevolent aura was meticulously contained, directed solely at the Buddha of illuminated lanterns, sparing the surrounding vicinity from its reach. The Buddha's countenance shifted, he clasped his hands together, and a colossal golden figure manifested behind him, mirroring his form but towering like a giant. From this entity radiated an infinite golden glow, causing the surrounding space to tremble. With a thunderous crash, the Buddha was sent hurtling backwards, embodying the essence of a great achiever. The Lady of Mount Li remained unperturbed, her expression frostbitten. Suddenly, a gentle aura cascaded down from the heavens, causing her figure to momentarily halt. Simultaneously, that force whisked away the Buddha of illuminated lanterns, leaving no trace behind. The presence of Jane emerged as the Lady of Mount Li gazed heavenward. Chapter 588. Imprinting all in her divine consciousness. Now, only the Buddha of illuminated lanterns stood as the last bastion of the Buddhist realm, and it was imperative to prevent him from perishing at the hands of the Lady of Mount Li. Thus, in that final moment, Jane intervened to rescue the Buddha. The Lady of Mount Li snorted, retracting her sword, and instantly, the overwhelming force dissipated like mist. She glanced down at the spirit mountain, a glimmer of pleasant amusement surfacing in her eyes before she gracefully descended. Once, the spirit mountain was resplendent, yet now it stood barren. Stripped of the grandeur of the great Thunder Sound Temple, its once vibrant Buddhist chants reduced to silence beneath the golden glow. All that remained was this desolate spirit mountain, marred and scarred. After wandering the spirit mountain, she slowly departed. Tang Yu's mind was in turmoil. If the system had truly fractured his soul, what should he do? Destiny. All the fortunes he had amassed were exchanged with the system. The Buddhist realm, the heavenly court, appearing as their fortunes, yet ultimately still belonging to the Tao of heaven. It could be said that all accumulated fortunes had ultimately benefited the system. System, what exactly are you? Tang Yu sought to communicate with the system, yearning for an answer. Is the division of my soul truly your doing? Yet, the system remained silent. No matter what Tang Yu uttered, it offered no reply. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. The lady of Mount Li bore a charming smile. "Sister," Ling Shui called out with a melodious voice. The mother of Mount Li gently stroked her head, inquiring, "Are you hurt?" "No," replied Ling Shui with a sweet smile, "with my big brother around. How could I possibly be injured?" Turning to Tang Yu, the mother of Mount Li furrowed her brows. "What troubles you? Are you injured? That shouldn't be the case. Yet your complexion appears quite pallid." Tang Yu shook his head. "No, I've merely been reflecting on some other matters." "Resolved?" "The last moment. I was saved by the guiding hand, damn it." The mother of Mount Li muttered under her breath. "If I were to attain sainthood, I would certainly give them a good thrashing." Tang Yu paused, forcing a smile. While he could indeed facilitate the mother of Mount Li's ascension, the notion of his own soul fragmenting into the system filled him with trepidation. Instinctively, he recoiled from the idea of exchanging his fortune for anything. The more fortune he expended, did that mean the system would evolve more rapidly? For Tang Yu, nothing was more terrifying than this. The system knew everything about him. Every spell he had cultivated, and his profound insights into the Tao, everything was laid bare. Oneself, a self that did not belong to him. That was the most chilling reality. The most formidable adversary is oneself. They were no longer a cause for concern. Tang Yu shrugged. "However, I have discovered something peculiar. There exists a powerful force emanating from the Purple Cloud Palace. I hadn't sensed it until recently. The power of the heavenly Tao? Impossible. If it were the power of the heavenly Tao, I would have sensed it in an instant, and I would not fear it in the least. The force within the Purple Cloud Palace is undoubtedly not of the heavenly Tao. It is immensely powerful." The mother of Mount Li glanced at Tang Yu in surprise. "Even you have detected its strength?" "Indeed," Tang Yu nodded. Xiao Ling peeked out, whispering in his ear, "Daddy, I long to consume that power." "Can you even do that?" Tang Yu retorted irritably, "Go to sleep." "But I will definitely devour it," Xiao Ling protested. "Even if I cannot consume it now, I will surely be able to later." The child seemed unaware of the vastness of the world. Though Xiao Ling exhibited remarkable prowess and exceptional gifts, she was still far from being a match for that force. Upon hearing this, the mother of Mount Li fell into contemplation. "It is well known that Hongjun can harness the power of the heavenly Tao, but I was unaware that he concealed another force. That force is beyond Hongjun's control," Tang Yu stated calmly. "True, if even you sense such formidable power. Given Hongjun's current strength, he would indeed be unable to wield it." After a lengthy pause, the two departed from that place, arriving in the kingdom of the Black Chickens. Presently, an unceasing stream of faith energy flowed in. The belief in the eternal life of Brother San had taken firm root within the kingdom of the Black Chickens. Even nearby nations began constructing temples in Brother San's honor. Suddenly, they spotted another familiar figure. The mother of Mount Li widened her eyes, incredulous. "Have you split yourself?" "It is merely the transformation of unity into the three pure ones." Tang Yu spoke calmly. "Heaven, earth, and humanity are three paths, and I am equally immersed in comprehending each. Should there come a day when these three paths achieve their respective greatness and merge as one, perhaps I could advance further. At the very least, I would be able to transcend into the realm of Hongjun. However, to aspire to shatter the heavens with mere understanding seems somewhat unrealistic. Teach me." The mother of Mount Li abruptly grasped Tang Yu's sleeve, exclaiming, "You seem extraordinarily formidable." Tang Yu chuckled softly. "My path diverges from yours. However, I can entrust you with the rest." Fixing his gaze upon the mother of Mount Li, he concentrated. And all his cultivated spells and insights into the Tao were instantaneously infused into the deepest recesses of her consciousness. The mother of Mount Li became utterly still, as if entering a state of deep meditation. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, "Genius! You are indeed a genius. Alas, the celestial phenomena you comprehend elude my true understanding. I entered through the source of the heavenly Tao, inadvertently gaining insights. Thus, one aspect of you delves into the underworld, experiencing the cycle of reincarnation, while another aspect of you here consolidates faith." The mother of Mount Li said in astonishment, "Never has anyone undertaken such a reckless endeavor. If all three paths reach completion and merge, what terrifying power that would be. The celestial, earthly, and human aspects all coalescing within you." Tang Yu replied with a serene smile, "I am still exploring. Success is not guaranteed. No, even if I do not succeed, I believe it will significantly enhance your strength. At that point, you will undoubtedly surpass Hongjun in ferocity." After a brief moment, the mother of Mount Li continued. It appears you are consolidating the power of the faith of all beings. Yet, you have imprinted the celestial phenomena upon the souls of all beings. Their life and death rest within your grasp, do they not? The mother of Mount Li gazed at Tang Yu. I comprehend their diverse paths through celestial phenomena, experiencing their myriad emotions, Tang Yu replied calmly. And what of your own emotions? The mother of Mount Li suddenly regarded Tang Yu with a complex expression, softly inquiring. Chapter 589. The Methods of Rahu. Faintly, she sensed Tang Yu's Tao, traversing through the 7 emotions and 6 desires, with celestial phenomena as the primary focus, earthly aspects as the support, and human aspects as the integration. It seemed he was grasping the faith of all beings. Yet, simultaneously, he was also understanding their 7 emotions and 6 desires through this method. However, the foremost integration was his own 7 emotions and 6 desires. To master the emotions of all beings through their desires, he naturally needed to establish his own emotions as the foundation. Gazing intently at Tang Yu, the mother of Mount Li wore a complex expression. If this path is pursued relentlessly, would Tang Sanzang remain as he is? His own 7 emotions and 6 desires, alongside the myriad sorrows of all beings, would lie within his single thought. Moreover, if he were not careful, he could easily be countered by the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all beings. Yet, if he were to truly attain greatness, he could effortlessly control his own 7 emotions and 6 desires, as well as the joys and sorrows of all beings, all resting within his singular thought. Imprinted upon the depths of their souls by celestial phenomena, it appeared that as long as the beings do not perish, neither would Tang Yu. Conversely, as long as Tang Yu endures, he could reflect the beings through the celestial phenomena. Yet, this equates to all beings being manipulated by him. The joys and sorrows of every creature lie within the realm of his thoughts. The path he treads instills a sense of dread in the ancient matron of Mount Li. Although I was the first to immerse myself in my own emotions and desires, I flowed with the current, unrestrained and unburdened by the need for control. Tang Yu spoke calmly. Should he truly begin to master his own passions, he would inevitably sense his own terrifying nature. To control even the basic emotions and desires would strip him of his humanity. What defines a human? At its essence, it is the presence of these emotions and desires. It is precisely because we possess such feelings that we are deemed human. Without them, what distinguishes us from beasts? Even certain wild animals exhibit their own forms of affection. Observing Tang Yu, the ancient matron of Mount Li recognized that Tang Sanzang had indeed transformed. It is worth noting that during the quest for scriptures, Tang Sanzang was often caught off guard, unable to even contend with the celestial Buddhist sect. Yet now, he exuded a newfound maturity and composure. Perhaps this is the essence of growth. After all, no one can remain unchanged as they were in the past. In the demon realm, with the return of Rahu, the demons were taken aback. The young rascal sought you out, and yet you walked willingly into the trap. However, the demons soon realized their mistake. Rahu had regained his peak power, wielding the world-destroying Black Lotus. His strikes were merciless, dispatching those who dared to resist without hesitation. Such thunderous methods proved remarkably effective. Within mere days, Rahu had unified the demon realm. The 4 great demon lords knelt in silence, fully aware of Rahu's identity. After all, the world-destroying Black Lotus was his emblem. Yet, even with this knowledge, they feigned ignorance and launched a brutal pursuit against him, all out of fear that he might usurp their positions. Despite the fragmentation of the demon realm, these lords had long been the rulers of their respective territories. Having grown accustomed to their dominance, could they bear the thought of returning to a subordinate role? Their hearts were undoubtedly unsettled. However, the situation had rendered them powerless. Circumstances often outweigh individual will. Observing their prostrate forms, Rahu approached and delivered a series of resounding slaps across their faces, including that of the only female demon lord from the flower-faced demon realm. Rahu spared no courtesy, treating all as either foes or subordinates without regard for gender. Forgive me, I beseech the demon clan for mercy, the flower-faced demon lord implored as she collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her nostrils. With a forceful inhale, she drew more air into her lungs, only for more blood to flow forth. Stealing a furtive glance at Rahu, she wiped her face, inadvertently smearing it with blood. Having dealt them a blow and recently slain many, Rahu felt a surge of relief. This could hardly be blamed on him. The past period had been overwhelmingly stifling. Pursued relentlessly by foes, he finally returned to the realm of demons, believing he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, he was met with yet another onslaught. Now, having regained his strength, he felt invigorated and ready to exact his vengeance. Luoho cast a cold glance at the 4 demon lords below, who instantly fell silent, gripped by trepidation. With my return to the helm of the demon realm, it is clear that you 4, having established your own factions, shall remain as guardians of your respective territories. However, should I discover any treachery among you, I will not hesitate to eliminate the traitor, Luoho declared sternly. The demon realm is currently rife with turmoil, and I shall not stoop to your level. The various factions have taken root. To unify them recklessly at this juncture would invite complications. Furthermore, each corner of the demon realm governs itself, serving to mutually restrain and oversee one another. Thus, Luoho concluded that it is prudent to allow them to fulfill their duties independently, as long as he maintained control over them. Moreover, the abyss is incessantly expanding. If this continues, the demon realm may very well be consumed by the abyss, creating a disarray. Upon taking office, Luoho found himself inheriting a veritable mess, which weighed heavily on his mind. Should the abyss continue to swell, their only recourse would be to breach the 3 realms. Yet, the protocols of the 3 realms are firmly established. Even Hongjun cannot permit the demon kin to intrude recklessly. The demon race is known for its bloodthirstiness, and despite Luoho's constraints, he feared he could not oversee every detail. This concern loomed large, especially given his promise to Tang Sanzong regarding Tang Yu. Indeed, we shall vow to serve the demon ancestor with our lives, the 4 demon lords chorused in unison. Luoho's expression remained icy as he scoffed, his arms crossed, radiating an air of arrogance. With the ceiling of the demon race now broken, as they enter the 3 realms, I urge you to exercise restraint. Should you recklessly harm mortals and disrupt the balance of the 3 realms, you will find that your arrogance will not endure. I trust you comprehend my meaning, Luoho stated coldly. The 4 demon lords exchanged glances, realizing that with the seal just lifted, should the demon kin venture too deeply into the 3 realms and engage in rampant slaughter, they would soon face resealing. Thus, Luoho's caution bore merit. Yes, we are well aware and shall ensure our subordinates are strictly restrained, they assured him. Now go, Luoho waved his hand, signaling their dismissal. The 4 demon lords retreated in fear. As they departed, Luoho found himself at the periphery of the abyss. The abyss had expanded hundreds of miles since the past, leaving a void in its wake, seemingly consuming all in a shroud of black mist. Luoho furrowed his brow and instinctively took 2 steps back from the encroaching darkness. The inexplicable expansion of the abyss posed a dire threat. If it continued unchecked, the entire demon race would inevitably be engulfed. At this moment, can Luoho remain untroubled? The Goeishu, a forsaken realm of the heavenly Tao. Even a being as formidable as Hongjun dares not venture too deeply into it. Goeishu, what exactly are you? Luoho spoke in a deep voice, pondering, how can it continue to expand incessantly? If this persists, the entire demon race may be obliterated. Tendrils of black mist emanated from the Goeishu, slowly spreading forth. Wherever the black mist traversed, it left behind an abyss of nothingness, devouring everything until not a trace remained. Do you possess consciousness as well? Luoho sighed. In the face of such circumstances, he found himself powerless to intervene. He resolved to seek counsel from Tang Seng. It would be ideal to harness Tang Seng's strength to temporarily seal the Goeishu, thereby staving off its expansion. With this thought, Luoho swiftly appeared within the 3 realms. As his strength was restored, he walked with his hands clasped behind his back, head held high. With power comes confidence. At Mount Luojia, due to the opening of the Heavenly Court's marketplace, Lai Gu had amassed considerable wealth and was now beaming with joy. The greatest happiness in life, he mused, is counting one's riches during idle moments. This was the essence of Lai Ge's current existence. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would take out the treasures exchanged for cigarettes from the Heavenly Court and count them. Such days brought him unprecedented joy, especially since these treasures had originated from the Heavenly Court, further enhancing his delight. Indeed, he thought, the Jade Emperor could never match my wit. Lai Gu chuckled merrily, even contemplating whether this cigarette could lead him to ascend to the pinnacle of the 3 realms. Yet, after some reflection, he shook his head. For now, engaging in business and accumulating wealth was quite sufficient. Moreover, the Jade Emperor was a being appointed by Hongjun. Entertaining such notions would be tantamount to courting disaster, not to mention causing unnecessary trouble for the third. Besides, the ruler of the three realms had myriad responsibilities. A life of freedom and profit was truly delightful. With this in mind, Lai Ji's smile returned, as he reclined amidst his pile of treasures, preparing for a nap. "Boss," Lingji Bodhisattva called out, hesitating before continuing. "It's payday today." Such news was not something others could voice. It fell upon Lingji Bodhisattva to deliver it personally, being Lai Ji's trusted confidant. "Payday?" Liga was taken aback. "So soon? Didn't we just have one not long ago?" "That was last month," Lingji Bodhisattva clarified. "This month's wages should be disbursed." "Is it already the end of the month?" Liga was perplexed. He distinctly recalled the recent payout. How could it be time for another? The treasures hadn't even warmed up yet. Must they be withdrawn again? The excitement that had previously enveloped Lai Gu dissipated upon hearing the mention of wages. Everyone relishes earning money, but the thought of having to part with it dampened his spirits. Yet, if wages weren't disbursed, who would work for free? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, in comparison to certain practitioners of Buddhism, wasn't it akin to a complimentary meal? They needed only to do nothing and would receive their pay at the month's end. However, they still cannot be dispensed with, which greatly vexes Brother Lai. "All right, I understand. Is the payroll verified?" Brother Lai furrowed his brow as he spoke. Lingji Bodhisattva hastily produced the payroll, stating, "This has been checked by both Guanyin Bodhisattva and myself, and we find no issues. It simply awaits your signature." Chapter 590. The Jade Emperor's regret. Reluctantly, Brother Lai affixed his signature. No one is eager to part with their money, but it is an unavoidable necessity. After all, it is only right to compensate those who have labored. As the wages were distributed among the multitude of Buddhas, they erupted into cheers once more. After all, they now had nothing to do yet still received their pay, which was rather agreeable. Some of the Buddhas even contemplated where to indulge themselves. However, others had simpler desires, content merely to enjoy a drink and celebrate. This was the advantage of associating with Tang's son, where neither tobacco nor alcohol was in short supply. It is worth noting that the heavenly court was currently in a rather dismal state due to Brother Lai's machinations, yet they had no alternative but to endure. For there was but one establishment for the sale of tobacco and spirits. One could choose to buy or not, but it made little difference. Meanwhile, the Star of Venus took advantage of this period to turn a modest profit, walking with an air of confidence. Yet, the deities of the heavenly court lamented, for the price of tobacco had soared, rendering it unaffordable for the average individual, pushing many to the brink of bankruptcy. At this moment, the atmosphere in the heavenly court appeared inexplicably tense, with the deities looking listless, pondering where to procure some magical artifacts for the sake of exchanging for cigarettes. Consequently, the deities had grown disinterested in their duties, their thoughts consumed solely by the matter of tobacco. Of course, the Jade Emperor was an exception, as he could smoke without cost, a privilege of power. This situation increasingly irked the Star of Venus, yet he found himself powerless to change it. To show even a hint of dissatisfaction would jeopardize his standing beneath the Emperor. "Do you think I have truly erred?" the Jade Emperor asked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back by the Yaoqi, addressing the Star of Venus who stood behind him. The Star of Venus was taken aback for a moment, then grasped the Emperor's meaning. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Your Majesty, what error is there? It is for the balance of the three realms, for the multitude of beings therein. I often ponder whether, had I been more amiable towards Tang's song, things might have turned out differently." The Jade Emperor sighed. Now, Brother Lai and his companions had risen to prominence, carefree in their indulgences, while the heavenly court became increasingly impoverished. In this regard, he indeed found himself outsmarted by Brother Lai. However, as the ruler of the three realms, he understood, as the Star of Venus had articulated, that all actions were for the sake of maintaining balance. With a heavy sigh, the Jade Emperor commanded, "Bring me a pack of cigarettes." The Star of Venus, momentarily taken aback, yet smiling, hurriedly presented a pack. The Jade Emperor took it, shaking his head, and walked away with a sigh. Observing the Emperor's retreating figure, the Star of Venus let out a quiet huff, then descended to the mortal realm, for his shop required restocking, and he needed to seek out Brother Lai to replenish his supplies. At this moment, Tang Yu and the mother of Lishan wandered leisurely through a bustling town, surrounded by a cacophony of human voices, the essence of mortal existence. Observing a beggar not far away, the mother of Lishan pondered aloud, "What, after all, is fairness? All things exist in relation to one another. There is no absolute fairness. Tang Yu replied calmly, everything is relative. As you have said, each person has a different fate. Though we are all human, our destinies diverge. For the beggar, survival is paramount. Each day is a struggle for sustenance, yet he is also spared some of life's burdens. With a gentle smile, Tang Yu continued, it is only when one is well fed that they indulge in fanciful thoughts. You are right, for such individuals. Their only concern is how to fill their bellies, devoid of any lofty aspirations. Tang Yu shook his head. You are mistaken. Everyone harbors ideals. It is merely that, in the end, those ideals succumb to reality. The spirit's aspirations may soar above the physical, yet they must ultimately yield to corporeal needs. This is a lamentable truth. The mother of Lishan regarded Tang Yu with keen interest, blinking thoughtfully. I find some of your words to possess a notable wisdom. Of course, you have only just begun to grasp my merits, Tang Yu chuckled. For instance, your past in the brothel. Was that not a form of merit? She remarked with a teasing smile. Instantly, Tang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, how about some candied hawthorn? Would you care for some? He suggested, purchasing 2 skewers for himself. Experiencing the essence of human existence is quite delightful. The mother of Lishan shot him a sideways glance before accepting a skewer, parting her delicate lips to take a gentle bite, her teeth glistening like jade. Daddy, I'm hungry, came the voice of Shaoling, resonating in the air. Tang Yu reached up to pat the tiny creature, no larger than a mosquito, resting on his shoulder. Go find something to eat, but no humans, understand? I understand, Daddy. Shaoling replied before soaring away from his shoulder in search of food. It seemed that the woodland creatures would soon face misfortune. Tang Yu watched her depart, shaking his head with a sigh. It seems she is evolving through her appetite. The once green tendril is now subtly shifting towards red, the mother of Lishan observed. Once her tendril fully transforms into red, her evolution will be complete. I wonder how powerful she will be then. As it stands, her strength is not inferior to mine. She remarked, evolving through consumption is one thing, but I worry I won't be able to keep up with her voracious appetite. Tang Yu chuckled wryly. As she grows, her appetite increases astonishingly. The two continued their stroll, weaving through the crowded streets. The essence of mortal life was indeed an experience. The mother of Lishan seemed to have not roamed among mortals for quite some time, her curiosity piqued by various sights. Even a stall selling masks captivated her for half a day. Why are there no masks of my master here? She inquired, having examined every mask on display, including those of deities and illustrious figures like the primordial Supreme and the Grand Supreme, yet notably absent were the masks of their sect. Though these masks are predominantly crafted from the imaginations of mere mortals, the Lady of Mountly felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Much like that found in some temples of the earthly realm, the disciples of the Jijiao are exceedingly rare. Tang Yu offered a resigned smile, recognizing the futility of explaining this matter. History remembers the victors, while the vanquished are condemned to oblivion. My dear, this is a mask of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Why not purchase one? The elderly vendor suggested with a grin. The Lady of Mountly, in a fit of irritation, tossed the mask aside and declared, I shan't buy it. I am leaving. Tang Yu had no choice but to follow in her wake. Yet, after a short distance, his steps faltered as he overheard the murmurs of the crowd. It is the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Oh, this Qin family's eldest daughter has been a simpleton since birth. The Qin family, renowned for their kindness, never anticipated that the patriarch would have a child in his twilight years, only to be blessed with a foolish daughter. What a tragic fate. Indeed, she is already over 3 years old, seldom speaks, and spends her days lost in laughter. Yet, despite her condition, as the cherished daughter of the Qin family, she is showered with affection. Is it not due to the fact that she is their sole heir? Naturally, she is doted upon. The kind-hearted Chun truly has a heavy burden. The voices surrounding him were laden with pity. Chapter 591. By Susu in the distance, a 3-year-old girl came running, her attire soiled and her eyes reflecting a vacant bewilderment. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the ground, wailing uncontrollably. How did she end up here? A member of the Qin family must have brought her out. I just saw them, yet she seems to have gotten lost. Instantly, the crowd began to disperse, seeking news of the Qin family. The Qin family is known far and wide for their benevolence, and now their simple-minded daughter has wandered here, prompting an earnest search. The weeping girl, upon catching sight of Tang Yu, revealed her tear-streaked face and, in a sudden moment, broke into a smile. Tang Yu gazed at the child, a wave of sorrow washing over him. In that fateful battle, she had clung to the last vestiges of her fragile consciousness. The Earth Mother had arranged for her rebirth, having already informed Tang Yu that, lacking a complete spirit, even in reincarnation, her fate was to be a simpleton in this life. Though he had known this truth, witnessing it unfold before his eyes filled Tang Yu's heart with bitterness. "It is by Susu," the Lady of Mount Li remarked. Tang Yu approached, crouching before the young girl, lifting her from the ground. In an instant, the grime that clung to her vanished, leaving her as pristine as before. She wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and giggled joyfully. "Who are you? What do you want? Release my child." A woman rushed forward, her anxiety palpable upon seeing the little girl in Tang Yu's embrace. "Nian Nian, come here." In this life, Bai Susu is named Chun Nian Nian. The little girl began to cry in Tang Yu's arms, clinging tightly to his neck as if she could not bear to let go for even a moment. Instinctively, she still yearned to be close to Tang Yu. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu communicated with the system, inquiring if there existed a method to restore her sanity. From his suspicions regarding the system's intention to exploit him for fortune value, an instinctual fear arose within him. Indeed, he wished to refrain from any further exchanges with the system. Yet, he could not merely stand by and watch as Bai Susu continued in her state of folly. The soul revival pill, 30 million fortune points. The system promptly provided a response. With a sigh, Tang Yu acquiesced to the exchange. He discreetly administered the pill to her and gently patted her head, saying, "I will come to fetch you later." He then placed the little girl into the hands of that woman. After a tender stroke of her head and a smile, he turned to depart. The little girl gazed at Tang Yu with tear-filled eyes, instinctively feeling a sense of loss. Strangely, after that day, the formerly foolish child of the Chun family miraculously regained her senses, exhibiting remarkable intelligence and an exceptional memory. This event was nothing short of miraculous in the county, prompting widespread discussion among the townsfolk, who attributed her recovery to the kindness of the Chin family. Naturally, Tang Yu paid little heed to their chatter. Upon seeing Bai Susu, his heart was once again unsettled, burdened by the many people, including Wukong and others. At that moment, Xiao Ling returned, exuding a strong scent of blood. Transforming into the size of a mosquito, she flitted through the crowd and landed on Tang Yu's shoulder. Her antennae danced, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a barely perceptible tremor resonated from the demon realm. "Guaishu." Tang Yu stood suspended in midair, gazing into the distance towards the demon realm, as if he could see Guaishu continuing to expand relentlessly. He resolved to venture into Guaishu once more to uncover its mysteries. "Guaishu?" inquired the mother of Lishan. "Indeed, it is Guaishu, and it has expanded yet again," Tang Yu replied. "I must enter Guaishu to investigate further." The mother of Lishan hesitated before responding. "I shall accompany you." "No, anyone other than myself who ventures deep into Guaishu will surely perish." After a brief silence, the mother of Lishan nodded in understanding. Casting a glance at her, Tang Yu swiftly appeared at the outskirts of the demon realm, standing before Guaishu. At this moment, Guaishu seemed to have expanded by hundreds of miles compared to the past. As Guaishu swelled anew, the entire demon realm stirred restlessly. Should Guaishu continue to expand in this manner, it would inevitably consume the demon realm. Although the seal had been broken, the 4 demon lords had decreed that one must not recklessly traverse the 3 realms. Nevertheless, some individuals still attempted to infiltrate the realms clandestinely. However, these were but a handful, insignificant compared to the vast demon army. Now, the demon race was once again in turmoil. Some members of the demon race disregarded the demon lord's orders and prepared to enter the 3 realms. If Guaishu's expansion persisted, remaining in the demon realm would likely equate to awaiting death. Naturally, Luo Hu sensed this urgency as well. Initially, he intended to seek out Tang Sung for a discussion. However, upon entering the 3 realms, he found himself unable to locate him beneath the intentionally concealed aura of Tang Yu. Thus, he had no choice but to return to the demon realm. As he listened to the reports from the 4 demon lords below, a frown creased his brow. What was the meaning of this? He had just assumed his position and had yet to encounter any significant challenges to assert his authority as the demon ancestor, only to be confronted with such chaotic matters. Despite our efforts to restrain those beneath us, the expansion of the void has caused unrest among the populace, leading some to trespass into the 3 realms. As the demon ancestor, I believe we must swiftly enter the 3 realms, suggested Demon Lord Huayan. Her urgency stemmed from the fact that her own Huayan demon realm lay just beyond the void. Could she not be concerned? "This matter is for me to decide," said Luo Hua in a deep voice. "If we recklessly enter the three realms now, do we have a strategy to confront formidable adversaries? We shall fight if need be. The demon clan has never feared others." Luo Hua's brow furrowed, a fierce glint sparking in his eyes. The others quickly lowered their heads, refraining from speaking further, though dissatisfaction lingered in their hearts. In the past, the demon ancestor was known for his decisive actions. Why, now, did he hesitate over such trivial matters? He seemed bereft of the former decisiveness that had characterized him. At that moment, Luo Hua furrowed his brow as he sensed Tang Xing's presence. If possible, he truly wished to avoid confronting him. How could a dignified demon ancestor allow himself to be reprimanded? Yet, Tang Xing's unabashed aura clearly indicated he was attempting to communicate. Moreover, there were indeed matters that required discussion with him. Alas, he sighed inwardly and made his way over. "Tang Xing, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" As he ascended to a higher station, his tone had grown audacious. However, upon uttering those words, he immediately regretted his brashness. Such a tone was inappropriate for addressing Tang Xing. What manner of speech is this? With whom do you presume to speak? Tang Yu frowned disapprovingly and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to his head. Luo Hua lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "What is it that you require of me?" he inquired, his voice tinged with reluctance. Chapter 592. Re-entering the void, Luo Hua felt a sense of grievance, constrained by the anger he dared not express. Furthermore, Tang Xing possessed a certain enigmatic quality that instilled a degree of fear within him. Thus, he refrained from voicing any protest in response to the slap. Stealthily glancing around to ensure no members of the demon clan were present, he felt relieved, for this was the area just outside the void, a place they avoided at all costs. "Has the expansion persisted during this time?" Tang Yu inquired directly, gesturing towards the void. Luo Hua nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I had intended to seek you out to explore the possibility of sealing this place, but at that time, I could not sense your presence." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Given the ongoing expansion of the void, if this continues, it may consume the entire demon realm. The populace is increasingly anxious." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Tang Yu and continued, "If this persists, I will find it increasingly difficult to restrain the people of the demon clan. Many have stealthily infiltrated the three realms. Even as the sovereign of these realms, I cannot impose control over every individual." Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. "As long as they do not harm the mortals, it can be negotiated. Brother, I can no longer manage those who have entered the three realms," Luo Hua said with a sense of helplessness. "Then find a way," Tang Yu retorted sharply. "I refuse to turn a blind eye. If I discover that the demon clan is wantonly harming mortals, you shall bear the consequences." "What can I do?" Luo Hua lamented. "If there were a solution, I would have acted upon it already, wouldn't I?" Yet, in the face of Tang Yu's determination, Luo Hua could only nod in reluctant agreement, his heart heavy with grievance. Despite being the progenitor of the demon realm, it was beyond his capacity to control everything. He believed he had done enough to manage the situation thus far. What could he do about the few that slipped through the cracks? Tang Yu took 2 steps forward, his gaze fixed upon the encroaching black mist emanating from the Guishu. His brow furrowed deeper. He could vaguely sense that the Guishu was slowly expanding outward. Yet he resolved to delve deeper into its mysteries. In Tang Yu's estimation, the expansion of the Guishu likely stemmed from issues within. "Do you possess a way to seal this place?" Luo Hua inquired. "My powers are insufficient for such a feat," he replied. Tang Yu shook his head. "Had I the means to seal it, I would have done so long ago. Not long ago, Hongjun suggested we join forces to seal this place. But that is simply unrealistic. At least in my view, even the combined might of 2 individuals cannot completely seal this area. What shall we do then?" Luo Hua asked. "If this continues, I will find it increasingly difficult to control my subordinates. After all, when faced with the threat of death, any command seems trivial. Moreover, as a demon sovereign, my authority has waned significantly." At this, Luo Hua let out a heavy sigh, likely recalling the harrowing moments when he was pursued by his own kin. Tang Yu remained silent as he stepped into the Guishu. Suddenly, Luo Hua was struck with alarm. "Tang Xing, why would you contemplate such a reckless act? Come back quickly. Get away from me." Tang Yu's voice echoed from within the Guishu as his figure fully vanished into its depths. Luo Hua stood frozen, gritting his teeth as he observed Tang Sanzong embarking on a path of self-destruction. He inhaled deeply, turned, and departed from the scene. Why would Tang Sanzong suddenly choose to end his life? Was this not utter folly? With the Guishu's expansion, if the demon clan penetrated the three realms, he had relied on Tang Sanzang's protection. Now, that protection was gone. Entering the Guishu was tantamount to a death sentence. No one who ventured within had ever returned alive. Even Hongjun dared not venture into its depths. Though Tang Sanzong wielded formidable powers in Luoho's eyes, entering the Guishu was essentially a final farewell. Fortunately, Tang Yu remained oblivious to his current thoughts. Had he known, he emerged directly from the void, first to partake in the feast of Luoho. This was not his inaugural venture into the void, yet Tang Yu could not suppress a rising tide of anxiety. As he gradually acclimated to his surroundings, he discovered that the void had undergone a remarkable transformation since his last entry. Once an infinite expanse of overlapping spaces and countless temporal intersections, it now appeared shrouded in layers of misty waves. The surrounding forces of space and time exuded a sense of frailty, which struck him as peculiar. Could the expansion of the void have rendered everything within it so weakened? It seemed implausible. In a realm where infinite spaces converged, how could one perceive such vulnerability? Perhaps some other force was gradually devouring the power of space. Yet, how could the passages connecting different realms be consumed or absorbed? At that moment, Tang Yu found himself enveloped in bewilderment. Echoes of chaotic sounds reverberated in his ears. A cacophony of beastly roars and the resounding strikes of celestial beings mingled with the pervasive scent of bloodshed and carnage. Numerous unidentified creatures flitted before his eyes, presenting visions from another realm, all laid bare before Tang Yu. The once formidable power of overlapping spaces posed no threat to him now. He was no longer gripped by the trepidation that had accompanied his previous foray. Possessing the laws of space and time, he found himself adept at navigating the myriad manifestations before him. The endless array of images unfolded in his mind, captured in a moment within time itself, emerging due to a serendipitous occurrence. It resembled a mirage, much like the phenomena that many modern scholars attribute to the refraction of light. However, with his current comprehension of the laws of time, Tang Yu discerned that this was not merely light's refraction. It was a distortion of time, a freeze frame that imprinted this sequence upon the river of time. As if by chance, it had suddenly materialized before him. The past, present, and future coalesced in his perception. What appeared to him as a mirage might very well be a mirage in the eyes of those within it. Suddenly, Tang Yu recalled the words of the system. Dreams are also a space, a realm belonging to oneself. If one were to remain eternally ensconced in dreams, occasionally awakening to reality, perhaps everything would be inverted. Dreams would be deemed the true reality, while reality would be regarded as mere dreams. I feel so uncomfortable. Xiaoling suddenly roused from her slumber on Tang Yu's shoulder, murmuring softly, "What's wrong?" Tang Yu turned to look at her. "I feel so uneasy, so hot." At this moment, Xiaoling's eyes erupted with a sanguine glow, yet it was fleeting. Confusion soon clouded her gaze. Her dark pupils seemed to swirl with wisps of shadowy mist. In the depths of her otherworldly eyes, an aura of emptiness began to permeate. She lay motionless on Tang Yu's shoulder, as if gravely wounded, utterly listless. Chapter 593. Loss of bodily control. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the spatial forces within the abyss have harmed her? That seems implausible, for she herself embodies the laws of space. Moreover, out of concern for Xiaoling's safety, Tang Yu has been continuously shielding her with his own magical power. Yet, why would Xiaoling suddenly be in this state? "Xiaoling, how are you?" Tang Yu inquired anxiously. Xiaoling lay silently on his shoulder, utterly motionless. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Glancing back, he noticed that the surrounding black mist had thickened, obscuring the path they had taken. However, for Tang Yu, escaping was merely a matter of an instant. Yet, having ventured so deeply into this realm, could he simply exit now? Observing Xiaoling closely, he discerned that she was not in imminent danger. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed onward. Xiaoling sluggishly rested on his shoulder, her expression tinged with a hint of agony and confusion. Tang Yu continued to advance. The boundless laws of space and time intertwined around him, much like a fish meandering through the river of time. Suddenly, the surrounding space twisted and overlapped, as if to crush Tang Yu into oblivion. Even with his formidable cultivation, a flicker of pain crossed his features. Under the relentless pressure of multiple spatial forces, even he, who possessed the laws of space, found it increasingly arduous to move. The convergence of spaces was not merely a singular realm, but a myriad of dimensions, each governed by distinct forces. Tang Yu had to constantly adjust his spatial laws to synchronize with them, ensuring his own safety, something that would spell certain death for any other individual. However, even under the strain of multiple spaces, Tang Yu was not unscathed. During his previous foray, he had ventured in solely relying on his primal body and celestial phenomena, unaware of such pressure. Yet now, he felt an unimaginable burden. It appeared that the abyss was undergoing a profound transformation. But what could be the reason behind this? With his questions lingering, Tang Yu delved deeper. The oppressive forces of space around him vanished without a trace, replaced by the relentless waves of temporal power. This force of time felt even more terrifying than the spatial power he had just encountered, prompting him to tread cautiously. Suddenly, as he gazed into the fragments of time before him, Tang Yu squinted slightly. It was as if an endless river of time flowed right before his eyes, surrounded by an infinite darkness akin to an empty void. Yet, amidst this chaos, the essence of time flowed. Ultimately, all temporal power dissipated, transforming into a boundless river of time. The surrounding space shattered under the pressure, and the spatial force coalesced into an unbreakable, solid world, like an impenetrable prison. Simultaneously, the dimensions of time and space began to overlap, forming a realm of their own. Tang Yu stood still, taking a deep breath. I believe I have come to understand the nature of the abyss. It is the convergence and alternation of infinite spaces, a meeting place of endless time, yet imbued with consciousness. Did it aspire to overlap all spaces, fashioning a realm that belonged solely to itself, wielding authority over heaven and earth as if embodying the Tao of heaven? If that were the case, then the expansion of the Guishu would indeed make sense. It was consuming everything within the Tao of heaven. It appears that his previous assumptions were not unfounded. This was a contest between the Tao of heaven and the Guishu. Yet now the Guishu had already encroached upon the Tao of heaven. What means, then, did the Tao intend to employ against the Guishu? Strangely, Tang Yu found himself reflecting upon his own existence. Could it be through himself? That seemed implausible. Although he bore the essence of the Tao, that fragment had long been refined by him. Moreover, with his current strength, there was no one capable of challenging him, not even Hongjun. He recalled discussing the Tao of heaven with Houtu. It was evident that the Tao could not act directly, but had to orchestrate its designs through the myriad of the heavens and earth. Thus, how should the Tao arrange its strategies to counter the expansion of the Guishu? All of this remained mere conjecture. As he delved deeper into the Guishu, Tang Yu increasingly sensed a looming pressure. The scenery before him shifted abruptly. An open expanse emerged, with a long river flowing not far away. The water was crystal clear. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it emanated an aura of danger that unsettled Tang Yu. The banks of the river of forgetfulness. The ethereal voice of Xiao Ling resonated in Tang Yu's ears. The river of forgetfulness? What manner of place was this? He inquired of Xiao Ling. Yet after uttering that phrase, her expression fell back into a state of bewilderment. As he took a couple of steps forward, a wave of perilous energy surged from the river towards him. How could this be? With Tang Yu's cultivation, the very river instilled a sense of danger. Suddenly, a familiar sensation flickered at the periphery of his consciousness. Weak water. Tang Yu gasped in disbelief. He could indeed sense the aura of the heavenly river's weak water. The heavenly river's weak water arose naturally, possessing the power to corrode all things. Any being below the quasi-saint level that ventured into the weak water would surely be eroded to nothingness. Yet, there was only one individual who could traverse the weak water unscathed, and that was Zhu Beiji. The origins of the heavenly river's weak water remained a mystery. It seemed to have existed shortly after the dawn of creation. But how could he perceive the essence of weak water here? Was it possible that this so-called weak water was merely a tributary of the river before him? That seemed implausible. If that were the case, how could the power of the weak water be so feeble? After all, this river alone instilled a sense of danger within him. The surface of the river began to tremble, and vibrant crimson blossoms unfurled across its expanse, resplendent as flames. A sweeping vista of blood red surrounded him. Yet, in an instant, those flowers withered, leaving only their stalks anchored in the water. Concurrently, grotesque faces sprouted from the stalks, emitting peculiar sounds. They resembled floating souls, ascending from the stalks and encircling Tang Yu, seemingly intent on consuming him. Tang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as an immense surge of power coursed through him. The strange faces transformed into a droplet of water that fell upon him. Instantly, a wave of pain surged, causing him to gasp in shock. In disbelief, he glanced at the spot where the droplet had landed, only to discover a large area marred by black, corrosive marks. Despite being the primordial body, and having walked the path of enlightenment through strength, his physical form was astonishingly resilient. Yet, at this moment, it was being eroded by a mere droplet of water. Alarmed, Tang Yu hastily erected several barriers of power before him. However, this peculiar water penetrated his defenses, landing upon him. He swiftly retreated, but bizarre faces materialized behind him, grinning malevolently, seemingly intent on completely corroding him in that instant. Tang Yu was filled with terror, his soul quivering violently. A pair of eyes manifested within his spirit. Suddenly, his mind buzzed, leaving him in a state of confusion. He watched, stunned, as his own arm lifted, revealing an overwhelming, terrifying power within his palm, power that even surpassed his own magical abilities. This was not his own doing. In that moment, it felt as though he had lost control over his own body. Chapter 594. Pangu is a piece in the void. Those eyes were both familiar and alien, mirroring Tang Yu's own, yet possessing a calmness he could never embody. It was an utter tranquility, devoid of any fluctuation, a cold indifference. He beheld his own hand rising, gathering boundless strength. With a mere flick, the surrounding space shattered, and simultaneously, the grotesque faces dissipated into nothingness. Before him, a boundless river surged forth, a colossal wave rising like a dragon emerging from the sea. With a crashing sound, it fell, scattering like a torrential rain. Tang Yu's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, his gaze fixated on the eerily familiar yet strange eyes within his soul. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling. An echo of himself within his spirit, more terrifying than the Tao itself. A voice resonated deeply within Tang Yu's soul, devoid of emotion, flat and undulating. "The horrors within the void exceed your imagination. Your power is insufficient to contend with it." The voice rang clearly in his soul. "As for who I am, who are you?" "I am you. I am, in essence, you." Split personality? That was utterly impossible. "Are you Tang Sanzang? Or the system?" Tang Yu inquired, his voice laced with profound fear. Vividly recalling the moment, he lost control over his body. It felt as though all his soul had been forced into a corner, his body seized from him. The sensation was one of utter helplessness. Without addressing his confusion, the voice continued. "Do you sense the terror that resides here? Is this not the innermost realm of the void? With your current powers, you cannot hope to contend with the present state of the void. Do you believe the void is merely a passage between countless spaces, a place where dimensions overlap, or a convergence of infinite time? It is continuously generating sustenance for itself, enhancing its might. Eons ago, it birthed consciousness, and from that moment, its singular desire was to amplify its own strength. What do you think the creation of the heavens and the earth by Panga signifies? A dialogue with another aspect of itself. This is a notion that Tang Yu had never contemplated. Upon hearing the query, Tang Yu paused briefly in thought and replied. At that time, the great deity Pangu could not endure the profound solitude. Thus he opened the heavens and the earth. Yet he did not anticipate that his body could not withstand such immense merit, ultimately leading to his demise and transformation into all things. No, Pangu's act of creation and his subsequent death were merely the moves of a flawless pawn. He was born within the void, a piece on its chessboard from the very moment of his existence. Through him, it sought merely to generate more sustenance. Sustenance. Tang Yu's heart stirred. All beings within the Tao of heaven are sustenance. Why should the Tao itself be excluded? The calm voice responded. Do you not comprehend the endless space and time here? You do not genuinely believe that time converges and space overlaps, do you? It is merely some spaces and times that were devoured by the void, remnants left within it. Tang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. If that is truly the case, then does it not imply that the void has consumed countless spaces and times? A simple statement, akin to the existence of the Tao itself, thus preserving all of this. Indeed, the voice continued serenely. It is precisely so. Do you truly think you can contend with the terrors of the void? We are gradually approaching the strength of its innermost core. When that time comes, it will be even more formidable. That is the true essence of the void's power. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. But why does the void expand inexplicably? Those eyes gazed calmly into Tang Yu's soul, and, after a moment, said, because it is preparing to ensnare, to commence the gradual consumption of all within the Tao. The ultimate outcome will be that all things are engulfed by the void. Even the Tao itself may find it difficult to escape its grasp. What you perceive as the immensely powerful Tao is simply a space filled with life, created to provide sustenance for itself, not unlike those it once consumed. Tang Yu's heart trembled. Is the void synonymous with fate? The great deity Pangu's successful creation of the heavens and the earth did not exempt him from the machinations of fate. From the moment of his birth, he was merely a pawn, controlled by the void. The voice spoke calmly, yet in the end, he broke free. Did he not merge his final divine essence into the endless river of time within the void, thus manifesting in you, even imparting the power of multiple laws? To the Tao, perhaps you are a variable. However, to the void and to those even more powerful, you remain merely a constant. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Conceitedly yearning to break free from this confined realm, one finds oneself ensnared within an even more expansive universe. Tang Yu pondered deeply, and after a considerable pause, he continued, I do not wish to comprehend the purpose of it all. Rather, I desire to know precisely who you are. I have told you you are me, and I am you. The voice resonated calmly, casting a profound gaze upon Tang Yu, as those tranquil eyes gradually faded from view. In that moment, Tang Yu, suddenly anxious, inquired, So, you are aware of everything about me, correct? You are me, and I am you. Thus, I naturally possess that knowledge. Are you not afraid of the severing of that fragmented soul? Would you dare? The eyes vanished completely. Severing the soul could lead to grievous injury or death. Even if one were fortunate enough to survive, they would be irrevocably transformed into a fool. This understanding emboldened the other self, instilling a sense of invulnerability. Tang Yu stood still for an extended period, feeling numb. Finally, he inhaled deeply and moved forward. Before him, a river flowed gently, the familiar essence of weak water wafting from its currents. Recalling the words spoken by his other self, it was likely that the Guishu had already begun to expand. If that expansion were indeed weak water, then the sudden emergence of consciousness within the weak water might also be a strategic move by Guishu. Tang Yu's mind became a tangled mess. Devouring. Should Guishu continue to expand and consume, what then would be his course? Perhaps if his path reached completion, he could evade such a calamity. But what of those around him? Who among them could possibly escape? How familiar it felt. The once listless and even tormented Xiao Ling now appeared to be gradually shedding her discomfort, her expression reflecting confusion. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled lightly. It was only natural for Xiao Ling to feel at home here, as the very stone that birthed her originated from within Guishu. Chapter 595. The funeral. Suddenly, Tang Yu's body jolted, and he gazed incredulously at Xiao Ling. If this were the case, could it be that Xiao Ling was also intentionally cast into the external world by Guishu? She was continuously consuming to evolve. Her appetite grew increasingly formidable, reminiscent of Guishu's insatiable devouring. Tang Yu hastily shook his head, dispelling this terrifying thought. Crossing the long river, a desolate wooden bridge came into view, surrounded by sparkling green. Yet, the bridge exuded an ancient and weathered aura, appearing thoroughly decayed. Nevertheless, Tang Yu stood firm. He turned to look behind him, where an endless expanse of black mist spread forth. Before him lay only this solitary wooden bridge, seemingly endless, with no indication of its destination. Even as Tang Yu employed his magical abilities to probe, he could not ascertain where the end lay. As he delved deeper into this place, he felt as though his spiritual consciousness was restricted, unable to extend far. Beneath the bridge flowed a murky river, its waters tainted and yellowed. Unlike the recently clear river waters, the river before me was shrouded in murkiness, its opacity almost tangible. Suddenly, a solitary boat emerged, bobbing gently upon the surface. Simultaneously, a phrase materialized not far away. In the dusk, who gazes upon the forgotten river? As the winds stir and dust settles, can all beings truly see through? By the banks of the forgotten river, amidst the remnants of bridges and dilapidated docks, is there a ferryman? Within the river, a lone boat with a single sail, who has sat in stillness for 1,000 years. To cross the forgotten river, all beings yearn for rebirth. The yearning for the forgotten river, the desire to see through. Forgotten river? Gazing river? Seeing through? This is the true shore of the forgotten river. Startled, Xiao Ling exclaimed, We must leave, quickly. Tang Yu showed no hesitation as he attempted to invoke the laws of space. Yet, a sudden distortion enveloped the surroundings, and an overwhelming force of spatial energy bore down upon him. At that moment, his own mastery of spatial law faltered, crushed beneath the weight of the boundless space surrounding him. Meanwhile, the solitary boat and the phrase had vanished without a trace, leaving only the withered wooden bridge extending beneath Tang Yu's feet. To cross the forgotten river, to reach the other shore. An echo of this phrase resonated through the endless passage of time. Tang Yu's heart raced in alarm as the bridge stretched towards him. Hurry! If you step onto that bridge, you will never return, Xiao Ling urged anxiously. Beads of perspiration formed on Tang Yu's brow in his mounting distress. The celestial phenomena unfolded before him, yet the wooden bridge continued to extend, intruding into his vision of the heavens. The entire celestial formation seemed to shatter under the might of a formidable force. Tang Yu emerged, pallid and bloodless, watching helplessly as his feet moved toward the bridge. In the instant before contact, he felt a peculiar power surge within him. Concurrently, he activated the laws of space. The overwhelming pressure of space converged upon him. Yet at this moment, his spatial law appeared to meld into a different realm. The law transformed, becoming the celestial manifestation, a manifestation of his own power. However, the exertion now felt utterly beyond his control. Tang Yu realized that a fragment of his soul, sensing imminent danger, had emerged once more. A faint sound echoed, a mere whisper. The surrounding space fractured, and the wooden bridge vanished from sight. By the time Tang Yu regained his bearings, he found himself outside the return void, now in the demon realm. What is this? Tang Yu inquired. Just a decrepit wooden bridge. Why was I unable to resist? The power within him gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, he let out a low grunt, feeling the repercussions of the spatial pressure and the shattering of the celestial formation, which had left him significantly injured. What was that? Tang Yu pressed. I do not know, but I sense it was perilous, Xiao Ling replied, her voice faltering, as if straining to recall something. Deep in thought, Tang Yu pondered the unfolding events. The power within the abyss indeed evokes a sense of dread. He has now come to vaguely comprehend the true essence of the abyss. It is fate. Inside, countless crossroads of time exist, allowing one to traverse different rivers of time. It is also a devourer, having consumed innumerable celestial existences. What he has just entered is the true power belonging to the abyss. The other shore of the river of forgetfulness? What would happen if he were to step onto that wooden bridge? However, Tang Yu understands that, at least in his current state, he is incapable of thoroughly discerning what it truly is. Suddenly, Tang Yu glanced around and noticed that the entire demon clan was bustling with activity. White cloths fluttered in the air, and the distant sound of mournful music echoed. What is happening? Has there been a significant event in the demon realm? With this question in mind, Tang Yu focused his thoughts, preparing to seek out Luo Ho for clarification. What is truly going on? Within the demon clan, sorrow enveloped the atmosphere. The demons exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. The demon ancestor claimed this was a memorial for a deceased acquaintance. This left the demons even more perplexed. An acquaintance? Wasn't he that person already perished in ancient times? Luo Ho sighed deeply. Regardless of circumstances, although Tang Sanzong had once punished him, he owed his current pinnacle of cultivation primarily to Tang Sanzong. Now that Tang Sanzong had plunged into the abyss to end his own life, a ceremony must be held to honor his final journey. How could one suddenly resort to suicide? What would happen to him if Tang Sanzong was indeed dead? Without a powerful protector in the three realms, how long could they continue their arrogance? Yet, it seemed impossible to avoid entering the three realms, as the abyss was continuously expanding. Thus, Luo Ho found himself utterly despondent. Reporting to the demon ancestor, the ceremony has commenced, a demon lord announced from below. Luo Ho sighed, understood. He felt he had done all he could for Tang Sanzong, at the very least providing him with a proper farewell. As Luo Ho stepped outside, the demons rose in unison. With a wave of his hand, Luo Ho signaled for the proceedings to begin. The flower-faced demon lord urgently called out, "Musicians, musicians!" Instantly, mournful melodies filled the air, truly heart-wrenching, causing listeners to weep. What is this about? Luo Ho is perfectly alive, yet the demon realm is in such turmoil. Tang Yu was filled with confusion. He swiftly appeared beside Luo Ho, ready for the ceremony to commence. Luo Ho raised his head and said, "For Tang Sanzong, I have shown my utmost compassion, granting you a final farewell." Who would have anticipated that you would enter the abyss to take your own life? I can only wonder what kind of blow you suffered that led you to such despair. May you find peace on your journey and in your next life. Face life with strength, possessing the courage to endure and survive. Chapter 596. The demons enter the three realms. Tang Yu's eyes widened, and he held his breath. The atmosphere among the demons suddenly thickened, all watching Tang Yu warily. However, the flower-faced demon lord was an exception. She lowered her head, trembling with fear. She had not forgotten her initial desire to bring this person into her harem. However, merely the display of his formidable presence sent shivers down her spine, rendering her utterly defenseless. Even more alarming was the fact that this individual had ventured into the abyss and emerged alive. Luoho sensed a shift in the atmosphere around him and turned his head. Wow! He suddenly let out an exclamation, leaping 3 feet into the air. Distancing himself from Tang Yu, his eyes wide with disbelief as he cautiously approached and reached out to touch Tang Yu, blinking in astonishment. You are Tang Sanzang. You have returned alive from the abyss. Tang Yu regarded him with a bemused smile. Quite the lively scene, isn't it? The Demon Clan. Today marks the annual day of mourning for the Demon Clan, a tradition dating back to ancient times to honor the fallen strong among the demons, Luoho stammered, fabricating a reason for the gathering. If Tang Sanzang were to discover that he was inadvertently conducting a ceremony in his honor, Luoho mused that perhaps this ceremony would need to continue, albeit with him as the new host. Just as Tang Yu considered delivering a kick to him, he paused, recalling they were in the demon realm. Given the numerous demons present, and Luoho's esteemed status as the progenitor of the demon realm, it would be prudent to show him some respect. With a fierce glare directed at Luoho, he turned and strode toward a nearby palace. As if returning to his own abode, Luoho hastily followed, brimming with inquiries he wished to pose to Tang Sanzang, particularly regarding how he had emerged from the abyss and what it truly entailed. The surrounding demons exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the audacity of this individual who commanded such reverence from the demon clan, who trailed behind him like loyal hounds. Were it not for Luoho's status, many demons might have sought to confront this unexpected guest. Tang Sanzang, you have emerged from the abyss? Luoho exclaimed in astonishment. Countless souls had ventured into the abyss seeking answers, but none had returned alive. Yet here was Tang Sanzang, emerging unscathed. The abyss? It cannot possibly confine me. Tang Yu replied nonchalantly, casually picking 2 unfamiliar fruits from a platter on the table and tossing them into his mouth. Luoho gasped, staring at Tang Sanzang in disbelief. Had he truly become so formidable that he could traverse the abyss with ease? What exactly lay within that enigmatic realm? Luoho's curiosity compelled him to ask. In response, Tang Yu's expression darkened slightly. As the abyss continues to expand, it will inevitably encroach upon the 3 realms. Even more terrifying is the fact that Pangu, who created the heavens and the earth, was merely a pawn of the abyss from the very beginning, crafting this world. Everything here is but sustenance prepared by the abyss for itself. His thoughts then turned to the other self that resided within him. Contemplating these matters sent a buzzing sensation through his mind. Perhaps he could evade the abyss's insatiable hunger, but what of those around him? Within one's being, there exists a self that is evidently awaiting personal growth, only to ultimately consume its own essence. Thus, all its magical prowess and cultivation are merely a means to fashion a bridal garment, ultimately benefiting others. Third brother feels a tinge of exhaustion, observing Tang Sang's grave demeanor. Luoho becomes increasingly anxious. It's nothing, Tang Yu remarks, but I must warn you, do not entertain any notions of entering the Guishu. Should you venture in, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. With a mischievous grin, he adds, at that time, I shall be the one to hold your funeral. Luoho, feeling somewhat awkward, clears his throat and reassures, rest assured, I have no intention of entering the Guishu. After a brief pause, he continues, by the way, third brother, I have been meaning to discuss something with you. If the Guishu continues to expand at this rate, our demon realm will inevitably be engulfed, leaving us no choice but to enter the 3 realms. Then enter, if you wish. Why consult me? Tang Yu retorts. Luoho lets out a deep sigh. Will Hongjun idly watch as the demon race breaches the 3 realms? Once the demons enter, it will undoubtedly disrupt the balance of power among the realms. Go to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. However, I advise you to keep your subordinates in check. If I learn of any reckless harm inflicted upon mortals, I shall put an end to you. Tang Yu warns, pointing at him. Regarding the arrangements for the demon race, he has long since harbored such intentions. Fear not. That shall never happen, Luo assures with a pat on his chest. After spending a moment in the demon realm, Tang Yu promptly returns to the three realms, while Luo begins to prepare for leading the demon race into the three realms. In a flash, Tang Yu appears in the 19th layer of hell. He has acquired a general understanding of the Guishu, yet it still harbors innumerable secrets awaiting his exploration. However, for the present Tang Yu, it seems his strength remains insufficient. The Guishu, a presence more terrifying than the heavenly Tao. With his current abilities, to fully comprehend the Guishu would be nothing short of a fanciful daydream. In the 19th layer of hell, Nuwa lies quietly in a serene repose, her eyes shut, yet an immense wave of magical energy surges around her. Before her, a glimmer of light flickers, transforming into the figure of Houtu. What brings you here? Tang Yu replies calmly, having just emerged from the Guishu. Houtu's eyes widen with astonishment. You delved once more into the Guishu? Tang Yu nods. Indeed, I have gained some insights into the Guishu. He candidly shares his conjectures and the words spoken by another version of himself. The Guishu is an entity of such dread that, should its influence continue to spread to the three realms, even sages like Houtu and the others may find themselves unable to escape, ultimately becoming sustenance for the Guishu. Perhaps Tang Yu might evade such a fate, but he would be left utterly alone, standing at the riverbank of time's end, witnessing the rebirth of heaven and earth, and the reformation of the cycle of reincarnation. The mere thought of such solitude evokes an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon hearing that the great Pangu is merely a pawn of the Guishu, Houtu is utterly flabbergasted. There has long been a legend surrounding Pangu's birth within the Guishu. Yet who could have imagined that he is but a mere piece on the chessboard? In order to create more sustenance for itself, the Guishu has left behind its pawns. The expression of Houtu was one of shock, lingering long after. Is it true that the expansion of Guishu is gradually beginning to devour everything within the heavenly Tao? Indeed. Tang Yu replied solemnly. However, I have a foreboding that the heavenly Tao has likely already sensed the terrifying nature of Guishu. It must have devised a plan in response. But what could its countermeasure be? Chapter 597. The sole hope Guishu has consumed countless sources of space and time, akin to devouring the heavenly Tao itself. What means does the heavenly Tao possess to contend with Guishu? Houtu remarked. The immediate priority is to halt the expansion of Guishu. It is futile, Tang Yu stated. Houtu sighed softly. Is the great calamity of chaos truly upon us? The calamity of chaos, where all things return to Guishu. Does it imply that everything will ultimately be consumed? There is a significant possibility, Tang Yu admitted. However, it is primarily Hongjun who should be concerned first. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Houtu regarded him meaningfully. You do not intend to use Hongjun against Guishu, do you? There is no need for me to employ him against Guishu, for he will inevitably confront it himself. Once Guishu expands to a certain extent, as the representative of the three realms, he will naturally seek ways to stop it. That is his fate, Tang Yu stated coldly. Thus, we need not consider Hongjun as an adversary any longer, Tang Yu grinned ominously. Houtu chuckled in disbelief. Perhaps you are correct, but if Guishu continues to expand, it offers us no benefits whatsoever. I am aware of this, Tang Yu sighed. Therefore, I must find a way to lead you all out before Guishu fully consumes everything. Only by transcending this realm may we evade the devouring of Guishu. Should Guishu persist in its consumption, regardless of whether it eventually devours the heavenly Tao, the great calamity of chaos is certainly forthcoming. If it has not yet thoroughly broken through the final barrier, or if it has, but only it can transcend, what shall it do then? The cosmic phenomena. Tang Yu's gaze narrowed slightly. Perhaps at that time, only his cosmic phenomena would be perfected, allowing him to replace the heavenly Tao. Houtu regarded him with complexity. If what you say is true, then you are our sole hope. For those who grow and cultivate within this realm are, as the Taishang has said, constrained by the heavenly Tao, rendering transcendence impossible. You, however, are different. Your heaven, earth, and humanity transcend beyond the heavenly Tao. Tang Yu fell silent, pondering deeply. To him, Guishu was not frightening. What was truly terrifying was the fragmentation of his own spirit within. That was the true horror. After a moment, Tang Yu inquired about Wukong and the others. Houtu waved her hand, and a formation materialized. 3 monkeys sat cross-legged, each resting an iron rod upon their laps. Positioned to the east was a multicolored stone. The vibrant stones shimmered, emanating waves of formidable magical energy. Simultaneously, the three monkeys were intermittently infused with this power, channeling it into the stone. He had not truly perished. Rather, he had merely reverted to his original form. I employed this method to hasten his revival, spoke Houtu. As the formation shifted, two faint souls lay in slumber, those of Air Days and San Lench. Meanwhile, Zixia and Lan Shuling, creations of Nuwa, were also enveloped in sleep within her essence, continuously absorbing her vital essence. It was evident that the previously shattered heart's wounds were silently mending. The reeds began to sprout delicate green shoots, pulsating with vibrant life. Suddenly, Tang Yu smiled. Nothing brought greater joy than the presence of those dear to him. Houtu waved his hand once more, and the formation faded from view. The 19th layer of hell returned to its tranquil state. After a considerable time, Tang Yu departed from this place. Just as he stepped out of the 19th layer, he sensed a figure nearby, watching him with an expression rife with complexity. Turning his head, Tang Yu smiled. He bore no grievances with the king of hell. And now the Buddhist sect had been largely emptied by Laish. Yet, the king of hell remained confined within the underworld, bound by his vow to not ascend to Buddhahood until hell was empty. Poor child, trapped in the underworld. Tang Sanzang, Umitba, the king of hell, uttered a mantra. What is it? Tang Yu inquired, his tone somewhat brusque. The king of hell sighed. Never did I imagine that the variable would be you. The journey to the west has concluded. Is there any meaning in dwelling on this matter? Tang Yu scoffed. To be frank, even if you had recognized me as the variable back then, it would have availed you nothing, would it? The king of hell was taken aback, silently reciting another mantra. At that time, Tang Sanzang, imbued with the heavenly mandate and destined for greatness, truly could not be easily dealt with. However, had he known earlier, perhaps he could have facilitated a rebirth for him, guiding him along the path to enlightenment. Now, all that remained was speculation. But I believe you should be grateful for your vow that keeps you in the underworld. Otherwise, your very existence might be in question. Tang Yu remarked with a cold laugh. The king of hell watched as Tang Sanzang departed from the underworld, rendered speechless. Ultimately, he was no match for him. Even the two sages behind him had been subdued by Tang Sanzang. How had the Buddhist sect fallen to such a state? Yet, this bore little relevance to the king of hell. After all, being unable to leave the underworld, he might as well tend to his own small patch of land. Upon reflection, Tang Sanzang's words seemed to carry a grain of truth. If he had truly left the underworld, he might not even know how he had perished. In that moment, the king of hell found himself feeling somewhat fortunate. Tang Yu stood suspended in midair, gazing downward. Fireworks flickered, and faces from the mortal realm appeared before him, smiling and calling out. Suddenly, he recalled that today was New Year's Eve. No wonder there was such a lively atmosphere. The scene before him was truly beautiful. However, if the abyss continued to engulf and spread, where would they turn? After a moment, Tang Yu shook his head and offered a self-deprecating smile. Why had he suddenly become so sentimental? Old three, a familiar voice called from not far away. Lai Gu, in a somewhat dazed state, flew over with a rosy face, occasionally belching from the effects of alcohol. It was evident that he had indulged quite a bit. During this time, Lai Gu had begun to savor life, as there was little to attend to. The celestial market had been established, and the chaotic matters below could easily be delegated to the underlings. After all, what was the point of paying them if they were merely to eat and do nothing? Lai Gu, Tang Yu remarked in surprise, have you run out of cigarettes again? That shouldn't be the case. I provided you with quite a few last time. Lai Gu's face was flushed, and after a hearty belch, his body trembled involuntarily. Was he about to vomit? Tang Yu instinctively took a couple of steps back. Lai Gu took a deep breath and pulled out a cigarette, lighting one for himself. Chapter 598. Sleeping Arhut watching Lai Gu light up again. Tang Yu frowned. Lai Gu was smoking a bit too frequently. At this rate, he feared he might suddenly pass away. Should he devise a way for him to quit smoking? If so, that would indeed be ensnaring himself. Who could have imagined that matters would develop to this extent? It was utterly unforeseen that Lai Gu and the others had become his allies, even referring to him as brother. Lai Gu, what's wrong? Have you been drinking again? Tang Yu said, half laughing, half crying. Also, you should smoke less in the future. It had seemed like ages since he last indulged in tobacco. Lai Gu belched again, waving his hand dismissively. It's fine, it's fine. After taking a puff, he continued, Old three, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Tang Yu asked, puzzled. Could it be that he had run out of cigarettes again? That shouldn't be the case. He had supplied Lai Gu with ample cigarettes and liquor last time. Lai Gu waved his hand, and a pile of treasures appeared. These are the cigarettes for sale, all celestial artifacts. We agreed to set some aside for you. Tang Yu chuckled. Exchanging artifacts for fortune had lost its significance for him. No matter how many artifacts were offered, it was far more straightforward to eliminate Jian and Zhuani a few times. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu accepted the items. Thank you, Lai Gu. What gratitude! If anyone should be grateful, it's me thanking you, Lai Gu said, rubbing his bald head with a beaming smile. Without Tang Sanzang and the others, how could I be so carefree? I even hear we've begun trading. Rumor has it that the celestial realm is on the verge of being emptied. Thinking of this, Lai Gu's face erupted into a broad smile, believing he had accomplished something remarkable. After all, such feats were indeed quite impressive, something he had never even dared to dream of in the past. Thus, Brother Lai felt a sense of pride, a sentiment not uncommon among men. Let us find a place to drink, he declared, smacking his lips. He even involuntarily burped again, his face flushed and his eyes somewhat dazed. Is he still drinking in this state? Tang Yu observed him, and the two of them descended together. With a wave of his hand, Brother Lai summoned a table laden with various dishes, both meat and vegetables. However, he placed the meat dishes on Tang Yu's side. In truth, they were no longer adherents of the Buddhist path. Whether they ate or abstained mattered little. After all, many members of the bald-headed gang on Luojiao Mountain had begun to indulge in meat. Brother Lai had little to say about it. Let them eat, he thought. Brother Lai, do you have something on your mind? Tang Yu inquired. Brother Lai opened a bottle of erguo too, gulping down a couple of swigs. Hick, he shuddered, burping again, wiping his mouth with his hand, and then tossing a couple of peanuts into his mouth. I don't know why, but I haven't been sleeping well lately. Always dreaming, Brother Lai mused, touching his face. In my dreams, I keep getting slapped by Zhuan. I can't fathom why. Tang Yu glanced at Brother Lai and burst into hearty laughter. Fear not, Brother Lai. With me around, Zhuan wouldn't dare to flaunt himself. After a pause, he continued, You don't have any thoughts of slapping Zhuan, do you? Brother Lai gulped down another mouthful. If my strength permitted, I would certainly wish to. He sighed. Lately, I've been dreaming of those past humiliations, those slaps. I endured them then, but now they haunt my dreams, disrupting my sleep. That feels a bit excessive. Observing Brother Lai's evident distress, Tang Yu chuckled heartily. I shall take you to confront him. Brother Lai's eyes lit up. He truly desired to do so. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Never mind. After all, I once worked under him. Being exploited was to be expected. He did not lack the desire to confront Zhuan. Rather, he was filled with trepidation. The shadow of their past encounters loomed too large, causing him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps upon merely seeing Zhuan, his hand reaching to touch his face. As if he could still faintly feel the throbbing pain from that round visage. Utterly ridiculous, Tang Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Brother Lai. Brother Lai continued to drink deeply from a bottle of liquor, his face now a deep crimson, stumbling as he prepared to depart. Before leaving, however, Tang Yu offered him some cigarettes and alcohol. Although Brother Lai did not voice his gratitude, Tang Yu could discern his unspoken wish. Instantly, Brother Lai's face broke into a satisfied smile. As he floated through the air, he continued to burp, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes glazed and somewhat vacant. Clearly intoxicated. Suddenly, in midair, Brother Lai opened his mouth and violently retched. Simultaneously, he lost control of his body and plummeted straight down. Below, within a temple, an elderly abbot was delivering a sermon. The gathered monks sat upright, each bearing a solemn expression. With a thunderous crash, the scene unfolded. Above the grand hall's ceiling, dust swirled amidst a sudden commotion, sending clouds of debris spiraling into the air. Shortly thereafter, a figure plummeted heavily to the ground, letting out a startled cry. However, Lai Gu had already succumbed to slumber. Such trivialities were of no consequence, merely a minor misstep in a long career. He paid it no heed. Within the temple, the gathered monks stood in stunned disbelief, watching the scene unfold. The venerable abbot, who had been delivering a sermon from the front, coughed twice amidst the swirling dust. Amitba, how perilous! I nearly reached enlightenment. As he coughed, he muttered a prayer. Once the dust settled, the monks raised their heads, glancing around to discern the cause of the disturbance. Before the Buddha statue, a rotund figure lay soundly asleep. Clad in a robe and adorned with prayer beads, a clear indication of a practitioner of the faith. The sleeping Arhat? They simultaneously pondered, for their temple revered the 18 Arhats. The sudden appearance of this bald figure tumbling from the heavens and continuing to slumber naturally evoked thoughts of the legendary sleeping Arhat. Amitba, our sincere devotion has finally moved the Buddha, the abbot exclaimed with fervor, circling Lai Gu with excitement. Indeed, it could very well be the fabled sleeping Arhat. Instantly, the other monks gathered around, scrutinizing the legendary figure. True to his moniker, the sleeping Arhat seemed to know nothing but slumber. Undeterred even by his fall from such a height. Could he be dead? A few disciples entertained this grim thought, glancing anxiously at the abbot. The abbot, momentarily taken aback, quickly approached and placed his hand near Lai Ji's nostrils, confirming he still breathed, albeit with a strong, pungent odor that caused him to hold his breath involuntarily. We pay our respects to the sleeping Arhat, the abbot urged, leading the monks to kneel in reverence. Their voices raised in hope that this slumbering figure might awaken and bless them, his devoted followers. Chapter 599. Renaming to the reclining Buddha temple. Yet Lai Gu remained blissfully unaware of the world around him, his snores resonating, occasionally punctuated by the sound of grinding teeth. The monks exchanged glances, ultimately turning to the abbot. We pay our respects to the sleeping Arhat, he proclaimed once more with a loud bow. Yet Lai Ji's snores persisted, completely absorbed in his dreams, impervious to the external clamor. Observing the slumbering Lai Gu, the abbot pondered, surely the sleeping Arhat could not remain here. He summoned a few disciples to lift Lai Gu, intending to relocate him to a meditation room. Who dares disturb me? I am the Tathagata from the Western Paradise, Lai Gu murmured dreamily. The disciples were taken aback, one trembling in surprise. The very figure they had lifted fell once more to the ground, leaving the abbot's complexion pale. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Lai Gu bore little resemblance to the sleeping Arhat. In legends, the sleeping Arhat was not depicted as so corpulent. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to the mythical Buddha, akin to certain statues found in temples. Master, a disciple exclaimed in terror. The old abbot pondered for a moment and said, regardless of his identity, he must surely be a person of the Buddha's teachings. How could he lie so carelessly upon the grand hall? You should carry him into the meditation room, allowing him to rest there. With great effort, several disciples managed to transport the man to the meditation chamber. The abbot did not dare to sleep the entire night, personally guarding the room, eagerly awaiting the man's awakening to confirm his identity. Oh dear, the man murmured as he sat up, rubbing his slightly aching head from the hangover. Upon hearing his voice, the old abbot hurriedly knelt down and tentatively said, I pay my respects to the Buddha, regardless of whether he was indeed an Arhat. Merely uttering the phrase I pay my respects to the Buddha would suffice. After all, a monk who does not aspire to be a Buddha is not a true monk. However, if this individual were truly the Buddha, addressing him as an Arhat would present a dilemma. The man glanced at him and inquired, Who are you? I humbly report to the Buddha. I am the abbot of this Arhat temple, the old monk explained respectfully, his heart filled with astonishment. Could it truly be the Buddha? He thought, for it was evident that the man resembled the Buddha, especially since he did not refute the title. Any ordinary Arhat, upon being called the Buddha, would at least smile inwardly, yet would surely protest verbally. The man reflected carefully. Yes, he had been drinking with his companions and had indulged rather excessively. He recalled heading home, but then lost consciousness. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered in silence. The old abbot, observing the smoke in the man's hand, knelt even more rigidly. He wondered what extraordinary artifact the man possessed, as the faint blue smoke emanated from it, filling the air with an elusive fragrance. However, it appeared that after taking a puff, the man looked considerably more invigorated. The effect must be remarkable. Oh, I traversed the 3 realms and, overwhelmed by fatigue, did not expect to collapse within your temple, the man asserted confidently. He could not confess to them that he had merely been inebriated and had fallen from the heavens. How could he maintain his reputation then? Although he had indeed departed from the Buddhist order to establish the Bald Brotherhood, these followers, in their devotion, provided him with substantial merit. The old abbot was exceedingly anxious. The Buddha had collapsed within his temple. What an honor! Countless devotees of the Buddha would never experience such a privilege in their lifetimes. At that moment, the old abbot trembled with excitement, nearly moved to tears, as he knelt on the ground and said, We, the followers of the Buddha, Never imagined we would have the fortune to behold the Buddha in our lifetime. His voice choked with emotion. He continued, I became a monk in my youth, sincerely seeking the Buddha, with the hope that one day I could stand before him and be enlightened. The man was taken aback. Oh dear, is this not a call for me to bestow enlightenment upon him? Bestow enlightenment, you say? I have long since departed from the monastic path to forge my own way. Shall I guide you to the brotherhood of the shaved heads? Let us abandon such notions. The brotherhood is currently unburdened, requiring not so many hands. Even with the present numbers, it feels excessive. Each month, we have little to occupy our time, yet the wages continue to flow. However, we cannot afford to dismiss anyone. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, we may find ourselves short-handed. Recruitment is not feasible in such a short span. Thus, we must sustain them. Fortunately, the ventures in tobacco and alcohol are thriving, yielding decent profits. Without these, it would be impossible to support such a multitude. Observing the former abbot, tears streaming down his face, I suddenly bellowed. A monk is detached from worldly matters, devoid of desires. Your fervent wish to attain Buddhahood and to enlighten others only reveals your deep-seated attachment. The old abbot was taken aback, kneeling and trembling. It is true that a monk seeks emptiness, yet is not the ultimate aspiration to become a Buddha? Buddha, I acknowledge my transgressions, he implored, hastily seeking forgiveness. I scoffed, discarding my cigarette onto the ground, lighting another for myself, rubbing my temples, still feeling a twinge of pain and dizziness. The pleasures of alcohol are fleeting. The aftermath of a hangover is far from delightful. I harbor no blame towards you, yet I implore you not to cling too tightly to your desires. After a moment's pause, I continued, very well, our fates are intertwined. When your time on this earth concludes, I shall ensure that others come to enlighten you. Thank you, Buddha, thank you, the old abbot repeated, bowing fervently, but when he looked up, I had vanished. Instantly, joy filled his heart. In his lifetime, he had encountered the Buddha, who even promised to enlighten him, a notion he had never dared to hope for. With a beaming smile, he exited the meditation hall. Henceforth, that hall was sealed, inaccessible to outsiders. Furthermore, the temple previously known as Luohan Temple was renamed Wafosi, or Sleeping Buddha Temple. Why, you ask? Because the Buddha had once rested here. Additionally, the statues of the 18 arhats were destroyed and replaced with those of the Buddha. Instantly, renovations commenced on a grand scale. The old abbot, gazing at Wafosi, nodded in satisfaction, pondering how much longer his own life might endure. Perhaps an early demise would lead to an earlier enlightenment by the Buddha. Suddenly, a spark ignited in the old abbot's eyes, as if a plan had formed. Thus, on a moonless night, he summoned a favored disciple, declaring, "You shall be the abbot of Wafosi henceforth." He officially passed on his teachings to the disciple, confident that this successor would not disappoint him and would elevate Wafosi to new heights. He also revealed that the one who slumbered within the temple was none other than the Buddha himself, which explained the temple's new name. Stunned by this revelation, the disciple bowed deeply, but the old abbot gestured for him to depart. As the disciple exited, the old abbot loosened his belt and secured it to the beam above. Standing on a small stool, he slipped his head through a loop formed by his belt, taking a deep breath before kicking the stool from under his feet. Chapter 600. The anomaly of the weak waters in the celestial realm. At that moment, the old abbot rolled his eyes, his breath growing increasingly faint. Ultimately, amid his disdainful efforts, life slipped away, marking the end of an era. Yet, the old man was remarkably stubborn. Even upon reaching the underworld, he continued to shout fervently, "Buddha, the Buddha will deliver me." After enduring a lifetime, he awaited this moment, anticipating the Buddha's grace. Yama and the judge exchanged bewildered glances. Could it truly be someone from Laoj? They hastily sought counsel from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and several ghostly messengers, inquiring whether Laoj had made any prior arrangements. If he had, it would pose no issue to grant him passage, regardless of whether it was the current Laoj or the present Buddha. Respect would certainly be accorded if a significant favor had been exchanged. However, upon inquiry, they all reported no knowledge of such arrangements. Instantly, Yama and his companions felt relieved. The old abbot's face flushed crimson as he continued to struggle, exclaiming, "Buddha, the Buddha will deliver me." The Buddha promised that upon the end of my life, he would grant me salvation. Yama turned to the judge with a questioning gaze. The judge, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly consulted the Book of Life and Death, stating, "I report to you, Yama. This individual, originally named Chun Laofa, became a monk at the tender age of 5, adopting the Dharma name Yongxin. His lifespan was 76 years, and he is not a fool. What then accounts for his behavior? Yama inquired. Well, that is beyond our understanding, the judge replied. Yama glanced down at the still chattering old abbot and remarked, It appears the Buddha can no longer deliver you. I shall grant you a passage instead. With a wave of his hand, several ghostly messengers escorted him away. His life, which had not yet reached its natural conclusion, was abruptly cut short by the act of suicide, a sin that repeated itself in a tragic cycle until his time ultimately ran out. You deceived me. You tricked me. The old abbot cried out in anguish. Yet, he was subdued by the ghostly messengers, who struck him into submission. As for Laoj, he had largely forgotten this individual. A pitiful soul indeed. However, in the next life, he was reborn as a temple master. It is said that his devotion to the Buddha became less stringent, and the temple even went public, with rumors suggesting he fathered a child, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Perhaps the pain of having been deceived by Laoj was imprinted upon his very soul, leading to such circumstances. In the celestial realm, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped everything, as unease spread among its inhabitants. The cause? Was it not the looming threat of financial ruin? Recently, the weak waters of the heavenly river had been tumultuously agitated, causing ripples that necessitated the Jade Emperor himself to intervene and seal the waters. However, his own powers began to wane under the relentless assault of the weak waters. The Jade Emperor was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Originally, I intended to consult Hongjun. However, the gates of the Zixiao Palace are firmly shut. It is said that Hongjun is in seclusion. This provoked the Jade Emperor to curse inwardly. He would vanish when needed and reappear to flaunt himself when convenient. If it weren't for heeding your advice and confronting Tang Sanzang, would the heavenly court have fallen to such a dismal state? Some are so impoverished they cannot even afford to smoke. Moreover, there have been multiple instances of brawls and even theft. The once harmonious heavenly court now appears shrouded in chaos and disorder. The deities below have begun to look down upon the great star of White Venus. Why? Because the price of tobacco has soared exorbitantly. Yet, due to this very issue, they dare not offend him. A simple phrase encapsulates the situation. They cannot tolerate me. Yet they cannot eliminate me. At this moment, this sentiment aptly describes the great star of White Venus, who, with a smile gracing his face, remains oblivious to the disdain of the other deities. What is the matter? Their discontent is inconsequential. At this price, if they cannot afford it, they cannot accuse me of extortion. If they cannot buy it, that is their misfortune. Furthermore, should anyone dare to offend him, he could simply refuse to sell to them. After all, who possesses such capability? Great Star, what is the current status of the weak water? The Jade Emperor inquired, seated upon his dragon throne, cigarette in mouth. Brow furrowed. Your Majesty, the great star of White Venus responded, the weak water has been spreading extensively. Although it is currently restrained by your divine seal, I fear it cannot hold for long. As for the cause, I am still investigating. The Jade Emperor flicked ash from his cigarette, saying, Make every effort to uncover the reason behind this. Your Majesty, I have attempted to visit the Zixiao Palace, yet the gates remain tightly shut. I have heard that the ancestor has entered seclusion, the Great Star reported. The Jade Emperor sighed deeply. Why must he choose this moment to retreat? The weak water's spread does not concern him, but what of those below? Once it floods over, they will be doomed. At that point, what will remain of the heavenly court? It could end with him as the sole commander. Thus, the Jade Emperor's worries intensified. What is happening? Troubles seem to arise incessantly. It is truly vexing. The great star of White Venus furrowed his brow, contemplating the dire consequences should the weak water reach the heavenly court. Once, there existed a fairy capable of controlling the weak water, and her presence would have rendered these issues trivial. However, she perished in that catastrophic battle. The Jade Emperor shared this sentiment. Had the weak water still been alive, resolving everything would have been effortless. Your Majesty, should the weak water continue to spread unchecked towards the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly result in an unimaginable disaster, the great star warned. I am aware, but is there truly no solution? The Jade Emperor thundered, slamming his palm on the table. The great star of White Venus felt unjustly aggrieved. Why are you directing your frustration at me? If I were the Jade Emperor, I certainly would not address those beneath me in such a manner, devoid of the grace expected of a sovereign. Observing the myriad deities below, the Jade Emperor let out a deep sigh. Typically, during moments of leisure, they would chatter incessantly. Yet now, faced with a pressing issue, they have fallen silent. Report, Your Majesty, the weak water has once again spread, corrupting several celestial soldiers, a hurried celestial soldier exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, leading the assembly of gods to swiftly materialize by the banks of the weak water. In comparison to its former self, the weak water had expanded dramatically, stretching across dozens of miles. Yet, the source of this peculiar flow remained a mystery. Why had it grown to such an extent? The weak water had existed long before the establishment of the heavenly court, initially manifesting as a mere puddle. Over the years, it had gradually evolved into its current form. However, its rapid proliferation was unprecedented, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. As he gazed at the weak water, the Jade Emperor's expression grew grave, prompting him to light a cigarette in contemplation. Reluctantly, he ordered the celestial soldiers to withdraw a safe distance to prevent any unexpected resurgence of the weak water from inflicting unnecessary casualties upon the heavenly court. After finishing his cigarette, the Jade Emperor made his way back to the Purple Cloud Palace, only to find its doors firmly shut. Despite calling several times, there was no response. Inside the palace, the burning lamp ancient Buddha was recuperating. Having been rescued by the Master of Purity but still bearing the wounds inflicted by the Mother of Li Mountain. It was only in recent days that he had fully regained his strength. Even so, he dared not return to the spiritual mountain hastily. What if the Mother of Li Mountain launched a surprise attack? That would spell disaster. Currently, the spiritual mountain was of little consequence, as its ownership had transferred to the heavenly court. Remaining here felt significantly safer. The Masters of Purity and Guidance were deliberating on how to reclaim the young monk. If they could subdue him, the other disciples of Buddhism would naturally return to the fold. In my view, it is feasible, remarked the Master of Purity. Once we capture the young monk, the followers of Buddhism will certainly come back. I believe that Tang Sung and the young monk do not share an especially deep bond. Their relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. If we apprehend the young monk, I trust that Tang Sung will remain silent. Amitabha, the sage speaks wisely. The burning lamp ancient Buddha murmured a sutra. Those who aspire to achieve great things must possess the resolve to take bold risks. The Master of Guidance frowned. The matters concerning the returning ruins are of utmost priority. As for the young monk, it would be prudent to resolve the issues with the returning ruins first before addressing him. What does the Master say regarding the returning ruins? Inquired the Master of Purity. The Master of Guidance shook his head. There is no viable solution. Even the Master lacks a good plan. I believe that if I join forces with Tang Sung, we could successfully seal the returning ruins. However, it is unlikely that Tang Sung would ally with me, given our opposing positions. Moreover, the demon realm is poised to enter the world, and once they do, it is inevitable that chaos will ensue among the three realms, said Jane gravely. Junti scoffed, saying, It is merely the demon realm. What is there to fear? As for the Goeishu, I intend to investigate it. I wish to ascertain what could render even our masters so helpless. The primordial heavenly venerable concurred, stating, I find your reasoning sound. We should indeed probe into the nature of Goeishu. To investigate Goeishu is to court death. A voice slowly emerged as Hongjun's figure materialized. Master, the three saints bowed slightly. The primordial heavenly venerable inquired, what exactly is Goeishu? Is it true that even we, the saints, would face fatal peril upon entering? I would not dare to enter recklessly. Let alone you, Hongjun replied. Goeishu is the birthplace of the gods and demons. It was within Goeishu that the great Pangu was born. He continued, however, the veracity of this remains unknown, yet I can assure you that Goeishu harbors terrors beyond our imagination. Instantly, the three saints exchanged glances, falling silent. Given Hongjun's assertion, the dangers within Goeishu must indeed be unfathomable. Shall we simply watch as Goeishu expands, unable to intervene? Juni questioned. Hongjun sighed. For now, I possess no strategy. I am deeply apprehensive of Goeishu. He once attempted to harness the power of the heavenly Tao to enter, but outside Goeishu, he sensed the instability of that very power. He even experienced a sense of dread. Ultimately, he was compelled to retreat, a place that even the heavenly Tao fears must possess unimaginable strength. To enter recklessly would be tantamount to seeking death. The three saints exchanged glances, remaining silent. They had already struggled against Tang Sung. Now, an even more formidable Goeishu had emerged. They felt the weight of their predicament, recalling the past, when they were invincible saints in the realm. It seemed that the emergence of such a variable as Tang Sung had altered everything. At this thought, the primordial heavenly venerable glanced at Junti and Jane, realizing that their idle chatter had led to this predicament. What a mess this journey to the west has become, he thought. It seems it is doomed. If it fails, so too shall we. This glance left Junti and Jane bewildered. What is your gaze upon us for? They wondered, especially as it was filled with malice. Are we to merely watch Goeishu expand? Jane asked. For now, it seems so, Hongjun replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Fortunately, it is only within the demon realm. Upon hearing this, the ancient Buddha of burning lamps' eyes brightened. Amipa, what if we use Goeishu to deal with Tang Sung? Instantly, the primordial heavenly venerable and others were taken aback. Using Goeishu against Tang Sung? That seems plausible. However, Tang Sung is not foolish enough to leap into Goeishu willingly. Why didn't I think of that? Junti remarked, patting the bald head of the ancient Buddha of burning lamp. Old lamp, you are quite clever. I appreciate you. The primordial heavenly venerable cast a glance at the ancient Buddha, silently scoffing in his heart. At first, the ancient Buddha of the lamp felt quite embarrassed in the presence of the primordial supreme being. However, he soon found solace in the situation, dismissing his earlier discomfort. Meanwhile, Hongjun fell into deep contemplation, pondering a more intricate plan, utilizing the power of Tang Sanzang to confront the Goeishu, and subsequently employing the Goeishu against Tang Sanzang, an ideal scenario. Yet, the implementation of such a strategy required meticulous planning. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yu had already ventured into the Goeishu multiple times, becoming as familiar with it as his own home. Master, I believe this is feasible, said Junti. It was essential to note that they had been persistently provoked by Tang Sanzang during this period, each of them harboring a desire to bring him to ruin. However, Tang Sanzang's formidable prowess rendered them powerless to act. Even in sleepless nights, they found themselves devising ways to counter him. Finally, a plan had emerged. Yet, the question lingered. Was Tang Sanzang truly foolish enough to enter a forbidden domain like the Goeishu? Amitabha, the primordial supreme being, remarked. Those destined for greatness often must resort to unconventional methods when necessary. All eyes turned to the ancient Buddha of the lamp, awaiting his next words. He reached for his cigarette, only to find his box utterly empty, leaving him momentarily stunned. Amitabha, it seems I have run out of smoke, he said, glancing at the solemn faces of the sages. He quickly composed himself and continued, we can certainly devise a method to lure Tang Sanzang into the Goeishu. Isn't this merely stating the obvious? They all thought. While they recognized the need to entice him into the Goeishu, the real challenge lay in determining how to do so. What if we used someone close to him as bait? The ancient Buddha of the lamp suggested with a confident smile. For instance, perhaps the mother of Mount Li. Though that might prove problematic. Even without Tang Sanzang, the Tongtian teacher is not to be trifled with. Chapter 602. Re-entering the treasure vault of heaven and earth, the sages exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by the ancient Buddha's words. Acknowledging the merit in his reasoning. Although he typically remained discreet, he had shown himself capable of ingenuity when it mattered most. The notion of using the Goeishu to eliminate Tang Sanzang, and then turning Tang Sanzang against the Goeishu was indeed a masterstroke. This thought ignited a spark of excitement among the sages, who turned their attention to Hongjun, silently inquiring if this strategy was viable. Hongjun remained pensive, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of the lamp, intoned, before swiftly exiting the Zixiao palace. He sought out the Tai by Jinxing, requesting 2 packs of cigarettes. The reason he did not simply purchase them was that he could not afford them. Moreover, he was now approaching Tai by Jinxing under the auspices of a sage, demanding the cigarettes with an air of righteousness. Tai by Jinxing wore a mask of frustration. Yet his smile shone brightly. You shameless lot. Just wait until I ascend as the Jade Emperor. I shall deal with each of you in turn. The burden of supporting a Jade Emperor had already exasperated Tai by Jinxing. And now he found himself also catering to the ancient Buddha of the lamp and the 2 sages behind him, an intolerable weight of responsibility, as he pondered. Am I your father? Why must I bear the cost for you all? How much profit can one make from selling a pack of cigarettes? It scarcely suffices for your indulgences. Having acquired 2 packs of cigarettes, he also exchanged them for 2 bottles of Erguo, departing with a sense of contentment akin to that of the Buddha of light. Following his departure, the Tai by Jinxing erupted in a tirade, clutching the cigarettes and liquor as he returned to the Zixiao palace. Hongjun remained lost in contemplation. The Buddha of light, undeterred, lit a cigarette for himself, and took a sip from a bottle of Houtu. With each puff and sip, he reveled in his indulgence. Unceremoniously, Zhuanti and Jane pilfered a pack of cigarettes from the Buddha of Light, both of them lighting up as they awaited Hongjun's response. After a prolonged silence, Hongjun sighed and said, "You may resolve this matter as you see fit." With that, he retreated to the inner hall. The three saints exchanged glances. The teacher's meaning was unmistakable, tacitly granting them freedom to act as they wished, without his interference. They began to strategize, particularly Zhuanti and Jane, who believed that capturing Tang Sung would leave the multitude of Buddhas vulnerable, easily allowing them to return to Lingshan. This thought exhilarated them, and they commenced planning how to intimidate Tang Sung. As the Buddha of Light suggested, the mother of Li Mountain could be dismissed without hesitation. After all, apart from Tang Sung, she had a formidable, unreasonable, and fiercely protective master. They were reluctant to provoke the foolish Tang Tian. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yu was entirely oblivious to their schemes. They began devising a plan to utilize the Guishu against him. Had Tang Yu been aware, he would undoubtedly have flown to Zixiao Palace to demonstrate the wrath of Tang Yu. How amusing! After days of absence, they were concocting strategies against me. It seemed they were intent on forsaking their peaceful existence. Meanwhile, the saints remained ignorant of the fact that Tang Yu had entered Guishu multiple times. Had they known, they might have reconsidered their plans. At that moment, Tang Yu and the mother of Li Mountain were wandering the mortal realm, observing the myriad aspects of human life. They found it to be a source of profound insight. In this transient life, blossoms bloom for but a season. Time is finite. Thus, one should strive to live splendidly. A fleeting existence of a century, when compared to the endless lifespans of divine beings, resembles a mere flower in bloom. Is the beauty of a mortal life more commendable than the eternal time we possess? The mother of Li Mountain inquired suddenly. Tang Yu gently shook his head. He found himself unable to answer such a question. Occasionally, some deities envy the mortal experience, yet it is often mortals who envy us. Humans, it seems, are perpetually drawn to the happiness they perceive, and regardless of their choices, they invariably harbor regrets. The mother of Li Mountain smiled charmingly. You are right. At that time, when Jie Jiao suffered a great defeat, I was the sole survivor, bearing the entire weight of the sect. In those moments, I wished to be immortal, to live a life of birth, aging, sickness, and death, ultimately to reincarnate without memories, a form of happiness, perhaps. If we wish to forget something, we can sever those ties effortlessly. Tang Yu replied with a smile. Yet it is the act of doing so that eludes us. Good and bad, pain and joy, all are experiences of life, uniquely belonging to oneself. You are indeed correct. As she spoke, the lady of Lishan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to a vendor, pointing at the snacks for sale, and said to Tang Yu, I wish to have this. Without waiting for his response, she took it and took a delicate bite. Tang Yu casually tossed a piece of silver and turned to leave. The vendor, momentarily stunned by the silver in his hand, felt as though he had struck gold. As he took a few steps forward, Tang Yu paused. What's wrong? The lady of Lishan sensed his unease and inquired. Tang Yu lifted his gaze toward the distance, sensing the aura of the heavenly treasure vault. Although all the treasures within had vanished and the remnant spirit of the ancestral dragon had perished, the woman he loved deeply still slumbered within that vault. At that moment, Tang Yu realized that he was not far from the desolate island where he had once sought survival. The mere thought of his past ordeal on that island made him involuntarily twitch his lips, a smile almost breaking through. Let us go take a look, Tang Yu said, leading the lady of Lishan as they stepped onto the island. When he had exited the heavenly treasure vault previously, the ancestral dragon had informed him that the array guarding it had been completely sealed. However, for Tang Yu now, entering was effortless. He even considered the possibility of reviving that woman. The ancestral dragon had harbored deep regrets regarding her. Together with the Lady of Lishan, he wielded the power of spatial laws. Instantly, the surrounding space became chaotic and distorted. With an imperceptible step, it felt as though they traversed thousands of miles, entering a different realm altogether. As they fully stepped inside, they found themselves within the heavenly treasure vault. Truly remarkable is the power of spatial laws. The Lady of Lishan remarked in admiration. The heavenly treasure vault appeared unchanged from their previous visit, save for the absence of all the treasures. Not far away, within a coffin, the woman lay in a deep slumber, her beauty ethereal like that of a celestial being, although her brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a trace of pain and regret. A voice echoed throughout the vault, filled with anguish. Aotion, I no longer desire the three realms. Please return. This voice repeated itself, laced with endless remorse and sorrow. The Lady of Lishan, puzzled, turned to Tang Yu, seeking to understand the situation. Tang Yu then recounted the tale of the ancestral dragon and the woman, especially when hearing that, because the woman spoke of the beauty of the three realms. The ancestral dragon began to seek dominion over them. The mother of Mount Li was astounded and took a long moment to utter, Gentlemen. Gentlemen what? Tang Yu scoffed slightly. He was merely a pawn in Hongjun's scheme. By that time, the dragon clan had become a thorn in Hongjun's side, a festering wound. Moreover, the dragon brother was somewhat oblivious. What do you understand? This is a case of desiring beauty over power. This statement held some truth, for it was a single remark from this woman that instigated the quest for dominion over the three realms. The mother of Mount Li pondered carefully. When she witnessed the ancestral dragon battling Hongjun, the impression he left was that of a free spirit, untamed and audacious. Yet she had not anticipated such a fervent side to him. Hey, it wasn't just the ancestral dragon. I was also engaged in that battle against Hongjun, Tang Yu interjected, feeling somewhat disgruntled. After all, he had contributed to the effort. Without his intervention, how could the ancestral dragon have contended with Hongjun? At that moment, he felt the mother of Mount Li's words were laden with admiration for the ancestral dragon, while his own merits seemed overlooked. Without the ancestral dragon, you wouldn't have escaped unscathed, would you? Don't think I'm unaware. Although it appeared you and the ancestral dragon were united against Hongjun, in truth, you were merely seeking a way to extricate yourself. The mother of Mount Li chided as she cast him a playful glance. Tang Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose. He could not deny this point. It was indeed the case. At that time, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court had laid down formations outside. Even with his ability to obscure the heavenly secrets, if he ventured too deep into the formations, he would be detected. Although it was not his true form at that time, his original aura could still be sensed, and he risked exposing his unpredictable identity. Thus, merging with the ancestral dragon to fight Hongjun served both to fulfill the ancestral dragon's desire for a confrontation and to facilitate his own escape. The voice around them continued to resonate. The mother of Mount Li took a couple of steps forward, looking at the woman. Do you have a way to awaken her? Yes, Tang Yu replied, but I am uncertain whether I should proceed. Why do you say that? She was filled with regret and self-reproach, believing she was responsible for the ancestral dragon's demise. Now that the ancestral dragon was entirely gone, if she were to awaken and learn of all this, would it not bring her great suffering? Should she remain in this eternal slumber? The mother of Mount Li remarked, I believe it is possible to awaken her, after all. So much time has passed. This is what we deem as a long time. Yet her memories remain frozen at that moment in the primordial chaos. Tang Yu said, the matter of love can be quite perilous. The mother of Mount Li looked at Tang Yu with a half-smile. It is indeed perilous. But this holds true only for a man as infatuated as the ancestral dragon. Everyone experiences infatuation. Regardless of gender, there will always be someone who becomes their faith. Tang Yu replied gravely. The mother of Mount Li waved her hand dismissively. I do not see this quality in you. Tang Yu offered a wry smile, feeling somewhat lost in thought. Throughout his journey, he had encountered many women, yet only a few had truly left an imprint on his heart. He lifted his gaze to the mother of Mount Li. It seemed he had met many women along the way, but they were merely fleeting pleasures. Beautiful women often spark a desire to possess them, yet such feelings may not stem from love. They are merely fleeting moments of enchantment. I am a romantic, deeply infatuated. Are you aware of that? Tang Yu retorted defiantly. Your romantic nature is evident. The mother of Lishan remarked with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. Tang Yu, wishing to steer clear of this topic, turned his gaze towards the slumbering lady. An aura of formidable power enveloped the surroundings, at times pulsating with vibrant life. This life force gradually merged into the woman's being, only for the environment to regress into desolation once more. The array unleashed waves of terrifying energy. Yet it posed no threat to Tang Yu and his companions, proving utterly ineffective. Surely, she cannot remain in this deep slumber indefinitely, can she? The mother of Lishan mused. Moreover, do you not sense that the life force around us is intensifying? Even if you refrain from rousing her, it seems that her vitality will eventually revive her entirely. The array, seemingly devoid of life, infused the woman's body with an unceasing vitality. The essence of life grew increasingly potent. and one could perceive a burgeoning life force emanating from the woman, heralding her gradual awakening. Whether Tang Yu intervened or not, she was destined to awaken. It was merely a matter of time. This period could span a decade, a century, or even several centuries. Tang Yu meticulously examined her condition. Her body was unharmed and filled with powerful magical energy, yet her spirit remained in slumber. This state of spiritual dormancy differed from that of the mother of Lishan, who had willingly succumbed to a mystical slumber. The woman, however, lay in this deep sleep due to grievous injuries, her true essence having only recently coalesced. Compared to the mother of Lishan, her predicament was far simpler to resolve. Gazing intently at the slumbering spirit, Tang Yu's eyes sharpened as he transformed into a figure that penetrated the very depths of her essence. There, he beheld a man clad in black, his hair flowing like midnight, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding a carefree and audacious charm. He stood at the edge of time, his gaze soft as water. In a hazy moment, echoes of countless pasts resonated through the river of time. The man in black smiled gently and reached out his hand. "Su Qing," he called softly. A single tear escaped the corner of the sleeping woman's eye, and Tang Yu's heart leapt with joy. He invoked the laws of time once more, conjuring images of ancestral dragons imprinted deep within her spirit while simultaneously calling out to her. The man's smile broadened, and he let out a defiant laugh. "Ha ha! Su Qing, do you wish to see the beauty of the three realms? Then I shall traverse the realms and bring them all to their knees at your feet." The slumbering woman's expression flickered with anguish as she shook her head fervently, seemingly desperate to halt him. "Ao Tian, I no longer desire the three realms. Please return." Within the treasure trove of heaven and earth, such voices continued to resonate, echoing back and forth through the realms. Gently smiling at her, he extended his hand, softly calling her name, Outyin. The slumbering woman involuntarily let out a faint murmur. Her eyelids trembled, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. All shadows vanished without a trace. As she slowly opened her eyes, a stranger's face came into view, followed by another woman approaching her. Tang Yu and the mother of Lishan gazed intently at her. In her confusion, the woman spoke. "Where is Outyin?" After a moment of silence, Tang Yu replied, "He perished, lost to the endless epochs of the primordial chaos." Chapter 604. The mighty existence within the returned ruins. The woman blinked in bewilderment, enveloped in a prolonged silence. "He wished for your survival," Tang Yu remarked. The woman gradually rose from the coffin, scanning her surroundings in a daze. The formations that once filled the Heavenly Emperor's treasury had also vanished without a trace. The voice, filled with regret and longing, faded into the annals of time. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire Heavenly Emperor's treasury as mist swirled around, transforming the treasury into mere wisps of azure smoke, disappearing completely. The heavenly treasury was an embodiment of the ancestral dragon, coexisting with the life force of the universe. Without the protective formation, the treasury would have long since dissipated. Now, with the woman's resurrection and the dissolution of the formation, the treasury was destined to fade away. Wisps of swirling smoke ascended, coalescing into a figure clad in black. Standing silently, a rebellious smile graced the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of defiance. His gaze ultimately fell upon Su Qing, and he smiled tenderly, his form slowly dissipating in that warm expression. "Outyin." The woman rushed forward, yearning to embrace that figure. Yet, he had already succumbed to the primordial chaos of the past. As the formation crumbled, the remnants he left behind also vanished into nothingness, dissolving into the void. The ancestral dragon had completely faded from sight. Tang Yu and the others appeared on the island. The woman sat nearby, the sea breeze lifting her garments, as she stared silently at the turbulent waves before her. In the distance, the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a haunting roar. Surely, within the depths of her heart, the tumultuous storm raged more intensely than the sea itself. After a long while, the woman finally inquired, "What has become of the dragon clan now? What can be done?" "Under Brother Long's mismanagement, our situation has deteriorated to this extent. We are fortunate to have survived as a clan." Yet, how could he explain the current circumstances to her? She had been in slumber since the primordial times, likely unaware of even the existence of the celestial court. After all, back then, even Emperor Jun had not yet established the celestial court, let alone in such distant epochs. Ultimately, Tang Yu implanted a profound thought into her soul, allowing her the time to comprehend gradually, for any explanation would be utterly inadequate. After a considerable time, Tang Yu heard the woman sigh. So much time has truly passed. Indeed, the years are long, he replied. Tang Yu remarked, regardless of the circumstances, I fervently hope that you continue to live well. I shall, the woman replied, turning her head to gaze intently at Tang Yu. A hint of bewilderment flickered across her features. I seem to have encountered you before. Your primordial essence feels strikingly familiar. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the mother of Lishan. He shook his head and chuckled softly. It was simply impossible. How many eons had passed since the ancient chaos? Setting aside other matters, it was uncertain whether the golden cicada even existed back then, let alone Tang Sanzang. It is crucial to understand that once reincarnated, although there may be a familiar primordial aura, Tang Sanzang had undergone 10 cycles of rebirth. His original essence had long since faded into obscurity within the cycles of reincarnation. How could there be any recognition? Even the mother of Lishan chuckled lightly. It was clearly implausible. After a considerable time, the woman departed from the scene. Watching her retreating figure, the mother of Lishan inquired, where do you think she will go? To the Dragon Clan, Tang Yu asserted confidently. I share the same sentiment, the mother of Lishan concurred. I wonder how she will perceive the current state of the Dragon Clan. What could her thoughts possibly be? Tang Yu seated himself upon a nearby large stone. It is already remarkable that the Dragon Clan manages to survive. Do they still hope to relive the glory of their past? The mother of Lishan beamed, surveying the surroundings. Is this the place where the treasure-seeking survivors once endured? Suddenly, Tang Yu became animated, eagerly recounting the circumstances of that time with grandiose embellishments, his hands gesturing animatedly. The mother of Lishan could hardly contain her laughter, yet occasionally shot Tang Yu a pointed look, clearly suggesting that such tales ought to have been shared with her in person. Suddenly, as if the very heavens trembled, a profound rumble resonated. Little Ling, with a dazed expression, revealed a flicker of anguish. Tang Yu quickly cradled the tiny figure of Little Ling in his palm. Little Ling, what troubles you? I feel so unwell, Little Ling murmured. The mother of Lishan's expression turned grave as she gazed into the distance. Is it the return to the void? Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he stepped forth, arriving outside the void. From within, a wave of formidable aura emanated, instilling a sense of trepidation even within Hongjun, as though something immensely powerful was awakening within the void at that very moment. Dark mist spread forth, seemingly manifesting into monstrous forms, howling menacingly before Hongjun. With a snort, Hongjun felt his magical powers surge, yet he found himself involuntarily stepping back, his countenance heavy with gravity as he scrutinized the interior of the void. Within the void, at the banks of the river of forgetfulness, a black silhouette gradually coalesced upon the decayed wooden bridge. Although it was merely a shadow, it exuded an overwhelming presence, as if this singular figure could rend the heavens asunder. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, shattering countless dimensions of time and space in that moment. The dark silhouette stood upon the withered wooden bridge as if it were a tangible entity. Yet, in an instant, it transformed once more into a swirling mass of black mist, leaving one uncertain of its true nature. Has it finally awakened? Another figure emerged, wielding the celestial axe, standing resolutely across the murky waters. An overwhelming power swirled around this figure, yet it appeared indistinct, as though a mere gust of wind could disperse it into nothingness. It was a remnant soul, merely a vestige lingering within the primordial void. Pangu. The voice emanating from the dark figure was peculiarly strange. 2 short syllables infused with an indescribable emotion. At times, it was devoid of any sentiment, while at others, it brimmed with a violent, bloodthirsty essence. Ah, how intriguing. Even I had concealed this truth. It seems you possess a fragment of your soul still residing here. The dark silhouette chuckled ominously. Who do you think you are? Another figure materialized, standing on the opposite bank of the river. With a swift motion, several beams of light flickered, including the initial appearance of Pangu. There were a total of 8 figures, each positioned in 8 distinct directions, encircling the dark silhouette at the center. The presence of Pangu and the other 7 figures radiated an overwhelmingly terrifying force. If this were the 3 realms, the very fabric of existence would tremble and shatter. Yet, the dark figure remained seemingly oblivious, as if the immense power emanating from them posed no threat whatsoever. I am the primordial void, declared the dark figure. The primordial void? Huh. Do you truly consider yourself the primordial void? You are merely an evil manifestation birthed from it. The figure standing to the west spoke. I trust you are aware that the true essence of the primordial void has awakened and has entered the three realms. Chapter 605. Do all beings perish repeatedly? Within the primordial void, an overwhelming and fearsome force spread endlessly. On the other side of the river of forgetfulness, several figures faced off against one another. Upon the decrepit wooden bridge, the dark figure was surrounded by the 8 other figures. This dark silhouette constantly shifted, at times resembling a ferocious beast, and at others taking on various human forms. And what of it? The dark figure declared, I am the primordial void. The primordial void is I. You may be the primordial void, yet the primordial void is not you, asserted the figure from the north. Do you believe you can take residence in the grand cosmos? At that moment, we realized that you are not the primordial void at all. The actions you have undertaken, utilizing Tang Yu to create the heavens and the earth, are not lost on us. The creation of the heavens and the earth was merely to fulfill your desires, thereby completely isolating the grand cosmos. If you wish to dominate the grand cosmos, you must first traverse the realm of heavenly law. In the boundless grand cosmos, the realm of heavenly law serves as a gateway. Regardless of the dimension you wish to reach, you must pass through it. The dark figure exuded a ferocious aura. So it is. It fixed its gaze intently upon the figure wielding the giant axe. This is truly unexpected. It transformed into a colossal black beast, its crimson eyes surveying the surroundings, glancing over the fleeting shadows. I once believed that while I slumbered, the world of the celestial order should have long since crumbled. Yet, it was you, sacrificing yourselves to mend the heavens, stabilizing this realm. Mending the heavens. Nurturing all beings, ultimately, apart from Tang Yu, you have been forgotten by the world. You harbor the souls of the multitude, as they lie dormant deep within your divine essences. Time frozen. After endless epochs, when the beings awaken, time resumes. Perhaps even they are unaware that they have perished countless times. However, time has taken its toll, leading many in the celestial order to believe they are eternal, existing for eons, oblivious to the fact that they have long since succumbed to death, emerging from within you, thwarting the fate of being devoured. Very well, had it not been so, even in my slumber, you could not have concealed this from me. The black figure erupted into laughter. Having saved the multitude yet being forgotten by them, you truly disappoint me. I fail to comprehend. Born of the abyss, in the myriad worlds. Everything is mere sustenance, mere pawns. Why would you willingly sacrifice yourselves to save these insignificant beings? Truly foolish. This world was forged by my hand. Thus, it is my duty to safeguard it. The remnants of Tang Yu held aloft the colossal axe of creation. Indeed, I could scarcely endure the solitude. Since you seek to create sustenance for yourselves, I too shall carve open the heavens, transforming the world of celestial order into a gateway, isolating you from the myriad realms. Regardless of the space you wish to traverse or what you aim to devour, you must pass through the world of celestial order, a door, yet also a barrier to the myriad realms. Though we have perished, our remnants remain vigilant here. Do you think you can thwart me with mere remnants? The cold voice of the black figure retorted. The 8 figures exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. It is not merely us. In this life, your awakening is more potent than ever, yet you have not fully awakened, have you? Should you completely awaken, we, mere remnants, would be powerless to prevent your consumption. But for now, we can still temporarily seal you. With that, the 8 figures stepped forward in unison. The surrounding space fractured. An endless, surging aura spread throughout the abyss. Beneath the desolate wooden bridge of the river of forgetfulness, the murky waters quivered, transforming into great dragons that lunged toward Tang Yu and the others. So it is. The black figure suddenly bellowed. You have transmitted the power of your own laws into this realm, leaving behind a glimmer of hope. A fanciful notion. Do you think this will be sufficient to halt me? The 8 figures remained silent, each emanating a faint radiance. Ultimately, they converged, transforming into a towering figure. This figure slowly ascended, radiating an endless, resplendent light. Though you are one with the abyss, you are not the sole abyss. The essence of the abyss has now permeated the 3 realms. Moreover, we have endowed the power of laws upon a single individual. The great path has awakened and entered the world. In this life, the myriad of games may not lead to your ultimate triumph. That figure emanated a magnificent celestial might as it extended a hand towards the dark silhouette on the wooden bridge. The dark figure laughed heartily, proclaiming, You cannot confine me. One day I shall fully revive and devour all realms. As the words fell, the dark figure vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the figure in the high heavens split into 8 distinct forms, each appearing to be at the brink of weakness, like drifting remnants of souls that could dissipate with a mere breeze. The figures exchanged knowing smiles, radiant and carefree. We have done what we must. We have given our all. As for the future, it is for those yet to come to struggle. The figure of Tang Yu first began to dissolve, followed in quick succession by the other forms, all transforming into dust and fading at that moment. The primordial void once again succumbed to stillness. At that instant, the void trembled, emanating boundless power, causing Hongjun outside the void to involuntarily take a few steps back. Yet, in but a moment, it returned to its dormant state. Initially, Hongjun sensed a terrifying force awakening within the void, but now it had vanished without a trace. What could this mean? Xiaoling had completely fallen into a slumber upon Tang Yu's shoulder. Strangely, Tang Yu was oblivious to any change in her condition. Confounded, he pondered how she could suddenly fall asleep. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the power of laws within him trembled violently, as if eager to break free. Boom. The law of time quivered, and countless rivers of time cascaded vertically downward. At this moment, Tang Yu's mind was a blank slate. The desolate earth, the endless darkness. Soft footsteps echoed. A figure appeared before Tang Yu, walking heavily yet remaining obscured in a shroud of chaotic essence, preventing any clear view of its visage, rendering even its gender indiscernible. In the endless void surrounding, only this solitary figure stood, traversing the depths of darkness and solitude. Time passed without measure until sunlight's radiance began to seep through. A wild grass broke through the earth's surface. The figure gazed at the grass with what seemed like a smile of reassurance. Ultimately, the figure collapsed. After an unknown duration, boundless life surged forth from its being. Tang Yu's eyes widened as he beheld many familiar figures. Chapter 606. The Cycle of All Beings. Tang Yu stared in astonishment at the scene before him. He witnessed the 3 pure ones and several other sages emerging from that being. Countless sentient beings flew forth from within. Time appeared to freeze as, with the dissolution of that figure, the 3 realms seemed to revert to their original state. All were frozen in that moment, motionless. Moments later, everyone awoke once more, each returning to their own affairs, as if nothing had transpired. How could this be? Tang Yu's heart trembled profoundly. Time was frozen at the moment when all beings perished. To be more precise, it was this individual who restored everything to the state it was in at that fateful instant. Time resumed its flow, and thus, no one was aware of the occurrence. Even they themselves were oblivious to the fact that they had once met their demise. Who is this person? What is the nature of this situation? Why has it come to pass? All beings have undergone cycles of reincarnation and experienced death, yet all the timelines have converged, returning everything to its final form. Consequently, no one is aware of the events that transpired. The mother of Mount Li gazed in astonishment at Tang Yu beside her. She observed him standing in a daze, waves of power emanating from him, a force so formidable that it instilled a sense of dread even in her. She instinctively recoiled, calling out, Tang Sanzang, has something gone awry with your cultivation? Have you been consumed by the desires of countless beings? But no, there was no trace of such desires emanating from him. Instead, it was the power of the laws. Had his cultivation of the laws become chaotic? Yet, the mother of Mount Li felt powerless to intervene. In her eyes, this must be a confusion arising from Tang Sanzang's self-cultivation, a dilemma he must resolve on his own. Buzz. All the power of the laws fell silent within Tang Yu. The myriad rivers of time that had once unfolded before him vanished without a trace. Tang Sanzang, are you all right? The mother of Mount Li asked with concern. Tang Yu looked at her blankly, shook his head, and replied, I'm fine. He forced a chuckle and swallowed hard. What he had witnessed, was it real? Had the laws of time revealed fragments of the past? It must be true. If so, then beings had indeed perished and reincarnated. Moreover, this reincarnation occurred within a single body. He had nurtured the beings within him, reverting time to a distant point. Everything had resumed, so the beings remained utterly unaware. Who is that individual? And why did the beings undergo such reincarnation? What actions did the heavenly Tao take at that time? What just happened? Have you encountered an issue with your cultivation? You look unwell, the mother of Mount Li remarked, observing his pallor. It's nothing, Tang Yu replied. I just felt a sudden instability in the power of the laws. He glanced around, still on that desolate island. Xiao Ling had completely succumbed to slumber, yet he could not discern what affliction had befallen her. Let us go to Bo Palace, Tang Yu suggested. It has been a while since I last saw the Saint of Heaven, and I have some matters of cultivation that I need to consult him about. With that, he took the mother of Mount Li's hand and stepped forth, instantly arriving before Bo Palace. At that moment, Tang Tian was in seclusion, delving into the great Tao, striving to advance further. However, such progress was unattainable. His path had reached its terminus. Without ceremony, Tang Yu and the mother of Mount Li materialized before him. Tang Tian opened his eyes and regarded the two. What brings you to my Bo Palace? His gaze fell upon Tang Yu. You seem to have grown even stronger than before. How could I not be strong? Tang Yu, now possessing 3 distinct bodies, traversed various profound paths, drawing insights from the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. He had amassed an overwhelming amount of faith power, and the celestial phenomena had deeply imprinted themselves within all beings. Unbeknownst to him, this had subtly enhanced his cultivation. Do not underestimate this slight improvement. Consider that the likes of Tang Tian and the primordial Supreme have stagnated in place for many years without making any tangible progress. For individuals of their caliber, advancing further is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Otherwise, the Supreme Laozi would not resort to the hand of Hongjun to catalyze his own transformation. Master, the mother of Lishan chuckled, playfully performing a salute. I pay my respects to the Tang Tian saint. Tang Yu returned the gesture with respect. We are both saints. There is no need for such formalities, Tang Tian remarked. Tang Yu smiled gently. Though we are both saints, it is only fitting for the junior, Tang Sanzang, to pay his respects to his esteemed predecessor. What brings you to my Bo Palace? Tang Tian inquired directly, knowing well that Tang Sanzang would not come without cause. After casting a discreet glance at the mother of Lishan, Tang Yu replied, I seek guidance on certain matters of cultivation. Lishan, please proceed to the inner hall. I shall discuss his cultivation issues with Sanzang. Once the mother of Lishan departed, Tang Tian finally asked, What is it that you wish to discuss? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu asked, Might I inquire, esteemed Tang Tian, whether you have ever sensed the experience of reincarnation? Tang Tian looked at him in astonishment, taking a while to respond. I am still alive. The implication of this statement was clear. I am alive. What you speak of regarding reincarnation is irrelevant. Tang Yu found himself momentarily speechless, yet upon reflection, recognized that his question held merit, and Tang Tian's response, too, seemed valid. After further deliberation, Tang Yu continued to probe. What I seek to understand pertains to the reincarnation of the 3 realms and the myriad beings within them. Tang Tian shook his head. Reincarnation of the 3 realms? That is impossible. It does not occur. However, one could speak of the reincarnation of the heavenly path. For there exists the cataclysm of chaos, leading all things to return to the void. After countless ages, life is reborn, which constitutes a form of heavenly reincarnation. Yet, at that time, the 3 realms would be void, giving rise to entirely new forms of life. Thus, it should not be classified as the reincarnation of the 3 realms, but rather as a pure cycle of the heavenly path. Indeed, the multitude of beings remained oblivious to this truth, lacking even the slightest sense of it. Observing Tang Yu in deep thought, Tang Tian curiously inquired, What prompted this question? Tang Yu shook his head. It is nothing. He then shifted the topic. Not long ago, I sensed a powerful force at Zhixiao Palace, and I intend to investigate the nature of this force. Could it be the power of the heavenly path? Unlikely. If it were the power of the heavenly path, I would have sensed it immediately. Your reasoning is sound, Tang Tian mused, appearing perplexed. However, aside from the power of the heavenly path, Hongjun himself possesses no other source of formidable strength. Are you certain you did not misinterpret your feelings? I am absolutely certain. Tang Yu remarked, I have felt this power several times, and it has left me somewhat breathless. Chapter 607, The Desires of the Celestial Emperor. At that moment, Xiaoling also sensed this force. In fact, she expressed a desire to consume it, her eyes glistening with longing. Tang Tian was puzzled. I truly did not know that apart from the power of the Tao, Hongjun possesses such other capabilities. Therefore, I intend to investigate further. A smile crept across Tang Yu's face as he recalled the recent endeavors of Tang Sanzang. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Hongjun, in his arrogance, considered himself omnipotent, yet now found himself at a loss against Tang Sanzang. As they headed towards the Zhixiao Palace, Tang Yu knew he could not bring the mother of Mount Li along. However, before proceeding to the palace, he first ventured to the weak water of the heavenly court. He had sensed the essence of weak water from the river within the Guishu, prompting his need to investigate. Upon observing the spreading weak water, Tang Yu paused momentarily. Is there a connection between the expansion of Guishu and the proliferation of weak water? He pondered. He suspected that the weak water might indeed be a tributary of the river from Guishu, flowing into the three realms. However, the corrosive power had diminished, allowing the weak water to only inflict harm below the saint level. This notion, upon reflection, seemed plausible. Indeed, the aura he sensed was reminiscent of that from the river in Guishu, albeit significantly weaker in its terrifying devouring essence. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu leaped into the weak water. As he probed deeper, he found it curious that, with his current magical prowess, he could only discern a few hundred meters within the weak water. He descended further, and the surrounding weak water emitted waves of pitch-black energy, becoming increasingly viscous. As he continued downward, it felt almost tangible. What was happening here? In Tang Yu's estimation, if the weak water were genuinely a branch of the river from Guishu, there should certainly be a point of confluence. Yet, after meticulously exploring the entirety of the weak water, he discovered no signs of any junctions. This left him perplexed. Could it be that his conjecture was erroneous? Perhaps the weak water bore no relation to the river in Guishu at all. Tang Yu pressed on, descending into the thick, almost solid terrain, imbued with an enigmatic devouring power. Even a being of quasi-saint status would likely succumb to this strange force. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts. Daddy. It was Xiaoling. Tang Yu's heart leapt with joy as he turned to see her awakening from slumber. Her sudden unconsciousness had caused him considerable worry. Although she often fell into sleep after eating, she had never been so completely disconnected from the outside world before. This time, however, it seemed as though she had been entirely cut off. Her body appeared unchanged, which only heightened his concern. You are awake. What happened? Why did you suddenly fall asleep? In that fleeting moment, I was engulfed in anguish, and then everything became a blur. Little Ling's eyes were filled with confusion as she glanced around. Father, where are we? She inquired. The weak waters of the heavenly court. I sensed a familiar aura from the returned ruins, which compelled me to investigate. Here, I can also feel that same essence. Little Ling remarked. It seems to be fragmented, as if someone extracted it from the returned ruins. Tang Yu was taken aback. He had always suspected a connection between the weak waters and the river of the returned ruins, even believing they might share a common origin. Yet, he had overlooked this possibility. Could it be that a powerful sorcerer had indeed separated it from the river of the returned ruins and relocated it to the three realms? If so, everything would begin to make sense. The ground beneath him transformed into a viscous, pitch-black substance, resembling sludge. Tang Yu descended several meters further. He felt a breathy sound reverberating around him, accompanied by a nauseating stench that assailed his senses. Strangely, despite his investigations, he could not detect any trace of life. Yet, the sound of breathing felt undeniably real. Was there some form of life lurking here? Tang Yu glanced around in bewilderment. Little Ling, with her inquisitive gaze, also scanned the vicinity. Father, why can't I sense anything? She asked. Tang Yu moved toward the source of the breathy sound, but oddly, as he drew nearer, the noise faded into silence. He remained stationary for a long time without noticing anything unusual, save for the tangible stickiness beneath his feet, which seemed to devour him as he continued to descend. Thus, he exerted his magical power to maintain balance. A bold thought crossed his mind, to surrender to this consuming force and allow himself to be drawn into the viscous depths, merely to discover what lay beneath. However, the mere contemplation of such a reckless act made him abandon the idea. Though his current strength was sufficient to dominate the three realms, arguably making him the foremost among them, there still existed unfathomable entities, such as the returned ruins. After some time, Tang Yu leapt from the weak waters. He had found no connection between the weak waters and the river of the returned ruins. Was it truly as Little Ling suggested, that someone had used their magical prowess to extract it, allowing it to fall here and transform into the heavenly river's weak waters? Nonetheless, Tang Yu sensed that the weak waters were not so straightforward. There remained that viscous substance below, exuding an overwhelming force of consumption. Third brother. Tang Yu looked up to see the bright star of the celestial realm, Tai Bai, approaching with a sycophantic smile. This fellow, who had once been indifferent during his imprisonment, now shamelessly called him third brother with an arrogant demeanor. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yu recalled that during his time in the celestial prison, he had left a mark of desire within Tai Bai's spirit. Now he can discern that the thread of desire is continually expanding. Likewise, the ambition of the celestial sovereign, the Great White Star, is also swelling. Due to this desire, Tang Yu can manipulate him and even sense his innermost thoughts. Thus, Tang Yu is acutely aware of what the suddenly appearing Great White Star intends to do. Goodness, what grand ambitions he harbors. He dares to aspire to usurp a position of power and seeks to collaborate with himself. However, one cannot entirely blame the Great White Star. After all, the Jade Emperor is a figure who only takes and never gives. Sustaining a Jade Emperor has already become a daunting task, particularly with two other sages and the ancient Buddha of light present. They consume resources without contributing, leaving Tang Yu increasingly dissatisfied with the Jade Emperor. After all, he is the ruler of heaven. Is it not a little embarrassing to be so utterly exploited? Consequently, the Great White Star has grown increasingly discontent with the Jade Emperor, even contemplating that if he were to ascend as the Jade Emperor, he would certainly not behave in such a manner. This thought ignited within him like a wildfire, filling him with fervor as he envisioned himself in that exalted position. Chapter 608. The Presentation of the Supreme Lord. One cannot fault the Great White Star. He has been subjected to relentless oppression. The earnings from his tobacco sales scarcely suffice to support his ancestral lineage. This predicament compels the Great White Star to ponder other matters, such as what it would be like if he were to become the Jade Emperor. This notion further stirs his blood with excitement. However, to achieve this ambition, he requires the collaboration of Tang Sanzang. With Tang Sanzang's unwavering support, the Great White Star believes that his own intelligence and acumen would rightfully earn him the title of Jade Emperor, even managing the three realms far better than the current Jade Emperor. Yet, during Tang Sanzang's imprisonment in the heaven's abyss, he had uttered some unflattering remarks. Each time he recalls this, the Great White Star is filled with self-reproach, wishing he could slap himself for offending Tang Sanzang at that moment. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, the Great White Star resolves to seek out Tang Sanzang to gauge his attitude. However, he finds that the current sage's cultivation level renders him elusive. Initially, the Great White Star had intended to inquire about Tang Sanzang's whereabouts during his next visit to Mount Luojia. To his surprise, just as he was preparing to head to Mount Luojia, he overheard some heavenly soldiers discussing that Tang Sanzang had arrived. Thus, the Great White Star hurried over, eager to discuss significant matters with Tang Sanzang, matters that could potentially alter the dynamics of the three realms. Do not call me third brother. I cannot bear it. Tang Yu scoffed. When the Great White Star sought to exchange cigarettes with him, he addressed him as third brother with such familiarity. Yet, during his time in the heaven's abyss, his tone had turned haughty, no longer calling him third brother, but rather referring to him formally as Tang Sanzang, even exhibiting a rather domineering demeanor. Of course, third brother is not a petty person. Otherwise, how could he still be alive today? The Star of Tai Bai was momentarily taken aback, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Third brother, what are you saying? Tang Yu chuckled lightly, a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, and remarked, do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions. It must be said, this old rogue had grown audacious, daring to covet power and usurp authority. The notion of collaborating with him was nothing short of fanciful. Tang Yu had no intention of meddling in such affairs, for any turmoil in the celestial realm would ultimately bring suffering to the mortals of the next generation. Just as the dragon palaces of the four seas lay in ruin, the dragon kings and their aquatic kin had ventured into the mortal world, precipitating severe droughts in various locales. Had it not been for Tang Yu's intervention, the death toll among the mortals due to this drought would have been staggering. By the time the Jade Emperor contemplated these matters, years might have already slipped by. Now, the Star of Tai Bai sought to usurp power. Who could predict how long a potential war in the celestial realm might last? Even if the Star of Tai Bai were to triumph and successfully seize authority, time would still be required to consolidate control over the heavenly court. By then, would they truly concern themselves with the lives and deaths of the next generation of mortals? Thus, Tang Yu had narrowly escaped death and returned from the depths of the celestial prison, prepared to contend for supremacy over the realm. Yet, he had never taken any action against the Jade Emperor. Third brother, the Star of Tai Bai stammered, I merely feel that the Jade Emperor is unworthy of his position. Yet he was perplexed by how easily Tang Sanzang had discerned his thoughts. Unworthy? Did he deem himself worthy? Tang Yu scoffed. This is a matter between you and the Jade Emperor. If you can truly overthrow him, that would be your accomplishment." With a dismissive scoff, Tang Yu's figure vanished from the spot. He needed to visit the Zishao Palace to investigate the source of the unsettling power that had stirred his heart. The expression of the Star of Tai fluctuated between gloom and hope. After a prolonged sigh, he realized that without the substantial support of Tang Senzong, his ambition to ascend to the throne of the Jade Emperor was akin to chasing dreams in daylight. Yet, the implication from Tang Senzong was clear. He did not wish to entangle himself excessively in this affair. Now for the Star of Tai. The ambition to incite rebellion was lacking in numerous essentials. For instance, wealth. With financial resources, he could procure incense to manipulate the gods to his advantage. This was the primary reason for his desire to secure the unwavering support of Tang Yu. Setting aside other matters, the incense dilemma, once resolved with Tang Yu's backing, would enable him to control the deities of the heavenly court. Additionally, he was confounded by his own strength. Why would Tang Senzong refuse? With the Buddhist sect under his influence, should he assist in his ascension to the Jade Emperor's throne, it would imply that the entire three realms were within his grasp. Even Hongjun would be overshadowed, rendering him the de facto king without a crown. Such an advantageous circumstance. Why would he decline? The Star of Tai found himself engulfed in confusion, and with lingering questions, he descended to the mortal realm, heading towards Mount Laojia to seek out his brothers for the exchange of incense. Tang Yu made his way towards the Purple Cloud Palace, but halted his steps upon reaching the Doshui Palace after 30 days. A frown creased his brow as he sensed the presence of the Supreme Old Lord. This was unexpected. He had previously utilized Hongjun's power to shatter his own saintly form for a transformation. How could he suddenly perceive the Old Lord's aura? After a brief hesitation, Tang Yu materialized within the Doshui Palace. The grand doors stood resolutely shut, with only the golden and silver acolytes remaining inside, patiently awaiting the day of the Supreme Old Lord's return. Casting a glance at the two acolytes, Tang Yu directly entered the Old Lord's alchemical chamber and casually sampled a few celestial elixirs. With his current cultivation, even consuming all the elixirs crafted by the Supreme Old Lord would bear no effect on him. Nonetheless, he nonchalantly collected some, intending to take them back as treats for the little girl Ling Shui. In the center of the alchemical chamber lay the Bagua furnace. As Tang Yu surveyed his surroundings, a rustic stone came into view. Upon seeing the stone, he instinctively turned to glance at the little spirit perched on his shoulder. She had emerged from such an ancient stone. "Tang Sanzang, you have arrived." A voice suddenly resonated from within the stone, unmistakably belonging to the Supreme Old Lord. A faint smile crossed Tang Yu's lips. No matter the transformation, a being like the Supreme Old Lord would undoubtedly leave behind contingencies. A figure began to materialize from the stone, clad in a blue robe, holding a floating object, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Tang Yu. "Indeed, I anticipated you would leave yourself a safety net," Tang Yu calmly remarked, gazing at the apparition. The one Qi transforming into three purities. As he spoke, his gaze settled on the stone. "So it is through this stone that you persist. The one Qi transforming into three purities cannot endure indefinitely. It is bound by the constraints of time." Apart from Tang Yu, who had split himself through celestial phenomena to traverse different paths, one undergoing transformation within the six realms, and another consolidating the power of belief in the kingdom of the Black Chick, his division had long surpassed the original spell of one Qi transforming into three purities. He had evolved a technique uniquely his own, rooted in that fundamental spell, yet transformed into something distinct. Tang Yu believed that none other than himself could replicate such an evolution. Thus, the Supreme Old Lord before him was merely a projection, a subsidiary form of the one Qi transforming into three purities tethered to the stone, which allowed him to endure for such an extended period. The Supreme Old Lord smiled faintly. "I knew you would come, which is why I awaited your arrival." An aura manifested, morphing into two cushions. The Supreme Old Lord settled cross-legged upon one. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu approached and took a seat. "Had I known you were waiting for me, I would have refrained from coming." He chuckled lightly. "However, it seems you sensed my presence and intentionally drew me here. Yet I do not understand why you have summoned me here." Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Zong, we have known each other for quite some time. Can we not reminisce?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yu chuckled. "Indeed, we are old acquaintances, yet I do not perceive any genuine bond between us." He sighed softly. "That being said, you have indeed assisted me greatly, though it seems more for your own path than for mine. A hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Back then, I was merely a pawn, fully aware of your intentions, yet powerless to alter the course of events. Zong, you say this, and I cannot deny it. It was indeed for my own path. However, I have also unwittingly aided you, have I not? Let us be candid. What is the purpose of your elaborate summoning? Tang Yu queried directly. Your true form should have already dissipated, correct? It has not completely vanished. Were it to have done so, you would also cease to exist. It appears that your transformative journey has left you with more than just a contingency plan. However, this aligns with your cautious and meticulous nature, does it not? The Taishang Laojun chuckled. Indeed, one must always retain a safety net. Tang Yu fixed his gaze upon him, seemingly attempting to discern his true form through this manifestation, questioning the nature of the path he has traversed. Much like Niuhua, their journeys bore similarities yet diverged in certain aspects, igniting Tang Yu's curiosity. My true essence is scattered throughout the cosmos. A stone, a blade of grass, or even an ant could embody my being, the Taishang Laojun explained with a gentle smile. Your path is indeed peculiar. There is no alternative. Not everyone possesses the fortune of carrying the celestial mandate as you do, achieving such heights in merely a few years. The Taishang Laojun remarked with a hint of wistfulness. However, for those like us, advancing further is akin to scaling the heavens. Had I any hope for breakthrough, would I have chosen this path? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's smile dimmed, while his pace of advancement seemed unparalleled through the ages. The thought of the fragmented essence within him weighed heavily on his mind. He pondered what it would mean if he were to attain the level required by the Taishang Laojun, as Little Ling suggested, fully consuming his own soul. Would everything he held dear simply serve as a wedding gown for another? The Taishang Laojun rose and approached the stone. The celestial mandate is exceedingly fragile. It is likely that chaos and calamity will soon be upon us. Tang Yu was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled a vision he had witnessed not long ago. The cycle of all beings, everything returning to its origin, time continuing forth. What of the celestial mandate during that epoch? Could it be that it was indeed the chaos and calamity? Someone gave birth to all things. Yet who might that individual be? To unearth the entire truth, one must achieve mastery over the laws of time, navigating upstream through the river of time to return to the ancient era. However, this course of action is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead him to become lost in the river of time, perhaps never to return. Should he fail to transcend, all would be engulfed in this calamity. The Supreme Old Lord sighed deeply. Thus, I must embark on this path, hoping to advance further. Perhaps I too shall be wholly annihilated in this metamorphosis. What this journey ultimately entails, not even I can foresee, yet it is the only way, even if you advance further. It merely brings you to the realm of Hongjun and Niuhua. True transcendence is unattainable, Tang Yu stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Old Lord's expression turned slightly bitter. For Tang Sanzang spoke the undeniable truth. Even if he were to succeed in his transformation, he would only take half a step forward. The pinnacle achievable would be akin to that of Hongjun and Niuhua, and complete transcendence is indeed impossible. Ultimately, even if he were to transform successfully, should the great calamity of chaos arise, he would still be unable to evade it. You speak wisely, the Supreme Old Lord replied. But to advance further is always a good endeavor, is it not? Tang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Speak plainly, what is it that you intentionally lured me here for? If I were to say I merely wished to converse with you, would you believe it? I would not, Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. How could someone like you lack ulterior motives? The Supreme Old Lord chuckled. It seems I do not leave a very favorable impression on you. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked a few paces before finally stopping before the heavenly Tao stone. With a wave of his hand, countless blurred images materialized, as if the myriad beings of existence flashed before them. The heavenly Tao stone, Tang Yu was well aware of its significance. It was said to be the most pure essence of the heavenly Tao, initially held by Hongjun before being entrusted to the Supreme Old Lord. The stone radiated brilliant beams of light, coalescing into indistinct scenes from different times and spaces. Oh, Tang Yu uttered softly, as the flickering images revealed events from his past during his journey for scriptures. With another wave of his hand, the Supreme Old Lord said, "Look here." The heavenly Tao stone shimmered with radiant hues. Simultaneously, the essence of the heavenly Tao within Tang Yu trembled in response. He glanced at the stone, and his expression transformed dramatically. What appeared on the stone was an endless void, yet the sound of footsteps resonated, as if everything in the universe had receded. Only these solitary footsteps traversed the boundless darkness of emptiness. Tang Yu connected the sound of these footsteps with the figure he had glimpsed in the river of time not long ago. Could it be the footsteps of that individual? What is this? Tang Yu inquired, feigning ignorance. I do not know. I am aware you possess the laws of time, which is why I sought your assistance in uncovering the truth behind this, the Supreme Old Lord explained. Tang Yu replied, that is impossible. Although I wield the laws of time, I have yet to master them. You wish for me to return to the past and flow against the current of time. I cannot accomplish that. Chapter 610. Reconstructing the past. The Supreme Lord of Heaven was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a gentle laugh. Of course. I do not expect you to navigate the currents of time just yet. I am well aware that you are currently incapable of such feats. What does that mean? Tang Yu inquired, bewildered. I require you to wield the principles of time upon the celestial stone, allowing the forces of the laws to merge with the power of the stone, thereby revealing a hazy image of the past. Tang Yu pondered this carefully. To be precise, the Supreme Lord of Heaven sought to utilize his command over time. However, it was through the celestial stone that he aimed to unveil these indistinct images of your, igniting Tang Yu's curiosity. Very well. As soon as he spoke, a sudden ripple emanated from Tang Yu, as if countless rivers of time cascaded downwards, radiating outward from him. At that moment, even a quasi-saint standing beside him would be consumed by his temporal law. The Supreme Lord of Heaven's gaze flickered. Is this truly the essence of the time law? It is indeed remarkable. If perfected, could one traverse both past and future? The force of the law transformed into a radiant beam of light, illuminating the ancient celestial stone. With a low hum, the stone trembled slightly. The Supreme Lord of Heaven fixed his unwavering gaze upon it, as the images on the stone rapidly shifted. Ultimately, amidst the void of darkness, footsteps echoed once more. Is it about to manifest? This thought barely crossed Tang Yu's mind when a sharp, clear sound resonated from the celestial stone. In the end, all images faded into obscurity, leaving behind a faint crack upon the surface of the stone. Is it truly beyond the capabilities of the celestial stone and your time law to reveal these past events? The Supreme Lord of Heaven's expression shifted. What transpired in the past that remains concealed? In contrast to the Supreme Lord's astonishment, Tang Yu grasped some understanding. It revolved around the myriad beings entombed and their reincarnation after countless epochs. Time intertwined, returning everything to its original point, leaving these beings unaware of their past entombment. This was a history obscured by time, a narrative lost to all, including the individual who had once nurtured them, restoring the three realms to their former state. Yet, he had been forgotten, his existence unchronicled in any historical texts. For reasons unknown, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable sorrow. To nurture life, only to be forgotten by those very lives. Tang Yu cast a measured glance at the Supreme Lord of Heaven. What do you believe is obscuring the truth of the past, suppressing all of this? I do not know, the Supreme Lord replied heavily. But it is certain that some untold stories unfolded in the past. He stared intently at the celestial stone, unwavering, repeatedly channeling his power in an effort to glimpse something from it. Suddenly, the Supreme Lord took 2 steps back, his eyes widening in astonishment. Simultaneously, his form began to crack, splintering in an instant. Tang Yu hastily stepped forward, a surge of profound magical energy coursing into his being. Yet, to his astonishment, this energy bore no effect, flowing along the body of the Supreme Laojun and spilling forth into the ether. What could possibly be amiss? Was it conceivable that the time for the Supreme Laojun's transformation into the 3 pure ones had arrived? Unthinkable. As someone intimately familiar with this transformation, Tang Yu could discern that his counterpart still existed in the world. Nevertheless, what was truly happening? Was it a backlash? A retribution from the heavenly Tao? The figure of the Supreme Laojun gradually dissolved into dust before Tang Yu's eyes, who, in his struggle, uttered, "So it is you, Tang Sanzang. In this lifetime, your path ultimately leads to." A sudden silence followed as the Supreme Laojun's essence faded completely from view. Tang Yu stood in a daze. If his surmising was correct, the Supreme Laojun had glimpsed his final path. Yet, for Tang Yu, all of this held no meaning. Even if he could foresee the conclusion, it did not guarantee that it would manifest as such. As long as he was sufficiently powerful, the outcome would be his to determine. Observing the dissolution of the Supreme Laojun, Tang Yu sighed and moved towards the heavenly Dao stone, scrutinizing the ancient artifact closely. Little Ling's eyes sparkled with brilliance, fixated on the heavenly Dao stone, seemingly yearning for it. I wish I could consume it, she lamented. You desire everything, Tang Yu retorted with a hint of exasperation. After examining the heavenly Dao stone without discovering any peculiarities, he noted that it had merely transformed into an ancient stone. Standing resolutely for a moment, he turned to leave. Buzz. At the instant he departed, the entire heavenly Dao stone trembled, revealing an image that distinctly portrayed Tang Yu's likeness. However, this scene was one that Tang Yu did not witness. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun was absent, preoccupied with pondering the reasons behind the immense changes in the Guishu. Thus, only the primordial lord, Jin, and Zhuanti, along with the ancient Buddha of Light, remained in the Zixiao Palace, deliberating on how to utilize the Guishu against Tang Sanzang. According to the ancient Buddha's assertion, they intended to threaten Tang Sanzang using those around him, compelling him to enter the Guishu. Once inside, it was believed that he would never emerge alive. After all, the Guishu was a realm even Hongjun held in trepidation. Employing the Guishu to deal with Tang Sanzang posed no issue whatsoever, allowing him to roam so freely, occasionally visiting the Zixiao Palace. And even resorting to violence against them at the slightest provocation had long been a source of frustration. If they could indeed resolve the Tang Sanzang matter once and for all, it would be most fortuitous. The group engaged in fervent discussion, animated gestures and fervent words flying about. However, the primordial lord remained mostly silent, with Jin and Zhuanti leading the discourse, occasionally receiving input from the ancient Buddha of Light. As Tang Yu approached, an unusual sensation gripped him. He did not sense that terrifying power once again. What could this mean? Xiaoling, do you sense that terrifying power? Tang Yu inquired of Xiaoling. No, it seems to have inexplicably vanished all of a sudden, Xiaoling replied. Regarding that power, Hongjun could not possibly be unaware. Thus, Tang Yu speculated that this force might very well belong to Hongjun himself, or perhaps be derived from an external source. Now, this power had mysteriously dissipated, and Hongjun was not present in the Zixiao Palace. Could it be that he had merged with it? It was not an impossible notion. However, what puzzled Tang Yu was the origin of this power. After all, it was rare to encounter a force so potent that it caused his heart to palpitate. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, those like Yuan Shitian remained oblivious. Jin and Zhuanti continued their animated debates on how to utilize the Guishu to contend with Tang Sanzang. Chapter 611. Another force of Hongjun. At the moment Tang Yu's deep contemplation reached its zenith, their discussions rang clear in his ears. I have yet to contend with you. How dare you plot against me? It was worth noting that recently, Tang Yu had maintained a relatively low profile, refraining from causing them trouble. Yet, unexpectedly, they sought to seize the opportunity to confront him. It was as absurd as a dung beetle taking flight to seek out excrement. Listening to their discourse, Tang Yu's gaze turned icy. How dare they attempt to use others to threaten him? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Yuan Shitian furrowed his brow slightly, glancing around deliberately, and even retreated a few steps. His magical energy surged involuntarily, weaving multiple layers of barriers around himself. Boom. The aura was overwhelming. Instantly, Jin and Zhuanti's expressions shifted drastically. Yet, Yuan Shitian remained silent, turning to flee, his speed reaching its maximum as he vanished without a trace. Tang Sanzang. Jin's voice trembled. Before him, a seemingly light punch appeared as if thrown carelessly by an ordinary person, devoid of any magical fluctuation. However, both Zhuanti and Jin were filled with dread, their bodies covered in goosebumps. As for the ancient Buddha of Lanterns, upon catching sight of Tang Yu, he fled immediately. Of course, the crux of the matter was that Tang Yu's magical prowess was primarily directed at Jin and Zhuanti. Otherwise, the ancient Buddha would have had no chance of escape. It was simply ludicrous. Tang Sanzang. It's a misunderstanding, Zhuanti stammered, his voice trembling, filled with lament. They had been deliberating on how to deal with Tang Sanzang, only to be caught off guard. How could they contend with him now? The primary concern was that both of them felt an overwhelming sense of self-preservation. The aura emanating from Tang Yu was far too formidable, giving Jin and Zhuanti the impression that Tang Sanzang was now even more fearsome than Hongjun himself. Tang Sanzang. It's a misunderstanding. Zhuanti's complexion changed dramatically, still hoping to provide an explanation. Before him, a seemingly ethereal punch, light as a feather, bore no semblance of force. Yet, it appeared to emerge from different realms of existence, with blurred fists enveloping the entire space around them. Bang! As the figure of Zhuan Ti was violently hurled backward, blood spewed forth from his mouth. Simultaneously, the corporeal form of Jie Yin erupted in an instant. Tang Yu's expression remained impassive. The celestial phenomena unfolded. He was determined to obliterate both individuals completely. How audacious to threaten him using those he held dear. Cursed be it. With a resounding boom, countless stars twinkled. The visage of Hongjun materialized, his hand outstretched as if he grasped the very essence of the stars. A thunderous crack resounded as the stars detonated, transforming into an unparalleled force that clashed with the celestial phenomena surrounding Tang Yu. Yet, both individuals found themselves inexorably drawn into the chaos. Were it not for such overwhelming might, should it spread forth, it would undoubtedly devastate the entire heavenly court. Not merely the heavenly court, but even the three realms could face collapse. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti swiftly followed, entering the chaos to witness the fierce confrontation. Tang Yu's figure vanished entirely, melding into the fabric of the cosmos, as if he had become one with the very universe itself. Hongjun, shrouded in the celestial phenomena, furrowed his brow. Enveloped by this cosmic manifestation, the only means to break free seemed to rely solely on sheer magical power. Around him, the heavens and stars flickered, adorned with flowers, trees, and the flutter of butterflies. Hongjun felt himself transported to an alternate realm, communicating with the forces of the Tao. Yet, he sensed a slight hesitation even within the power of the Tao. Nevertheless, he refrained from utilizing its might, aware that the power of the Tao bore no effect on Tang Senzong. He could only depend on his intrinsic magical prowess. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant star exploded in the heavens, morphing into Tang Yu's figure as he surged toward Hongjun. Hongjun extended his hand, but the figure of Tang Yu vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Hongjun's expression shifted, and he retreated swiftly. Before him, a blade of grass had inexplicably transformed into the likeness of Tang Yu. Within the celestial phenomena, Tang Yu could merge with any entity, a star, a blade of grass, even a dancing butterfly or a distant deer. He was everywhere. Hongjun let out a huff, his form dissipating from sight. Tang Senzong had grown remarkably strong. Zhuan Ti exclaimed in astonishment, noting that he seemed even more powerful than before. In past confrontations with Hongjun, Tang Senzong had been at a disadvantage. Yet now he appeared capable of contending with him. The disparity in realms was significant. Even a half-step from Hongjun represented a chasm in power when it came to saints. However, Tang Yu, now at the level of a saint, was able to engage Hongjun without faltering, leaving Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti astounded. A tremendous force radiated outward, causing Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti to involuntarily step back. Tang Senzang's form emerged, albeit somewhat disheveled, his garments tattered, yet his countenance remained stern. A low cough emanated from the side, as Hongjun, a trace of blood at his lips and weariness in his gaze, fixed his eyes upon Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu began to chuckle. Within your body resides another formidable force. Although Hongjun strives to conceal it, during the final clash between the two, he could not help but reveal a trace of this power. This force is indeed terrifying. Yet, Tang Yu sensed that despite being within Hongjun, it could not be wielded at will for the time being. From a distance, Tong Tian, upon hearing Tang Yu's words, paused momentarily and directed his gaze towards Hongjun. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, finding themselves perplexed. They believed they knew Hongjun thoroughly, yet Tang Yu's assertion of an additional power within him left them bewildered. Have you, Tang Senzong, truly made further progress? Hongjun squinted slightly. You still fall short compared to me, replied Tang Yu. Nonetheless, the power within you is formidable, unlike the heavenly Tao, yet immensely strong. It even evokes a sense of trepidation within me. After a brief pause, Tang Yu continued. It must originate from the outside world, or perhaps you have inadvertently acquired the strength of some ancient beings, which you have sealed within yourself. However, I find it curious. Those ancient deities, if they wish to surpass your current self, should they not be able to? For me, I find that even in my present state, I would not feel fear even if the great Pangu stood before me. Therefore, the power you have sealed within you likely comes from the outside. But I am left wondering, from whence did you acquire this force? Furthermore, it seems you obtained it only recently. Otherwise, I would not have sensed it on only a few occasions. Tang Yu gazed intently at Hongjun, grinning slyly. as a representative of the heavenly Tao. It is indeed amusing to see him harnessing the power of other dimensions. Chapter 612. The threat of returning to the void as a representative of the heavenly Tao. Hongjun surprisingly harbors the power of another dimension. It is quite laughable. No wonder the heavenly Tao is scheming to eliminate Hongjun. Clearly, Hongjun has long harbored ulterior motives. His path has reached an impasse. It appears he has merged with the heavenly Tao, yet he is simultaneously constrained by it. To advance further, he has only two options. The first is to break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, which is evidently impossible. Having merged with the heavenly Tao, he is the heavenly Tao, sharing the same root and source, making escape unfeasible. Ironically, the heavenly Tao is not him. If the heavenly Tao perishes, Hongjun is extinguished. However, should Hongjun die, it inflicts no harm upon the heavenly Tao. The second option is to find a way to completely replace the heavenly Tao. Many years ago, Tang Yu had discussed Hongjun's path with Houtu. It seems that his insights were indeed accurate. The other force within him appears to be a preparation for usurping the heavenly Tao. Tong Tian, Jie Yin, and Zhuan Ti all turned their attention to Hongjun. This malevolent power, acquired by chance, is indeed potent, thus I can only temporarily seal it within my physical form. Hongjun spoke softly. Surely you can sense that this power has not been fully harnessed by me, thus proving it does not rightfully belong to me. Jane and Zhuan Ti acknowledged his words with a nod, perceiving no fault in his explanation. However, Tong Tian could not suppress a sneer within his heart, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool?" As for Tang Yu, he chuckled, "Is that so? If you say so, then let it be." He twisted his neck and tapped his ears, adding, "Should anything happen to those around me, I shall be the first to seek retribution against you." A tremor rippled through the chaos, revealing a hazy image. It depicted the ancient Buddha of light employing formidable magic to penetrate the chaos. The scene showed Ling Shui, currently ensnared by Hongjun, situated just outside the return ruins. With a wave of his hand, the ancient Buddha of light forcefully thrust Ling Shui into the depths of the return ruins. "You shall pay for this." Tang Yu's voice turned icy, instilling fear. As the laws of space materialized, he melded into them and stepped forth, plunging into the return ruins. For him, the ruins posed no threat. Yet for others, even saints, it could spell their doom. Thus, Tang Yu was compelled to rescue Ling Shui at once. As for the ancient Buddha of light, Tang Yu resolved to send that old wretch on his way upon his emergence. The sudden turn of events left Hongjun, Jane, and Zhuan Ti momentarily stunned. However, Jane and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances of delight. Has Tang Sanzang entered the return ruins? He is surely doomed. This thought brought a smile to their faces. With Tang Sanzang's demise, they could act with impunity. First, we must bring Xiaolai back and give him a couple of well-deserved slaps. As for the remaining disciples of the Buddha, once Xiaolai is gone, they will naturally return to the bosom of Buddhism. At that time, the Buddhist order will remain intact. Zhuan Ti's mouth broke into a grin, laughter escaping him. Old Lantern is commendable. It is no surprise he is a devoted disciple of the Buddha. Initially, his retreat had left me somewhat displeased, but unexpectedly, he has provided us with an opportunity. Indeed, sometimes audacity begets reward. They have been overly cautious, as Old Lantern said. Those destined for greatness must possess the courage to take risks. Haha, Tang Sanzang, you deserve this fate. Zhuan Ti laughed heartily, feeling that all the grievances of the past had returned with interest. Entering the return ruins, he believed there was no way Tang Sanzang could emerge alive. It was plainly impossible. Hongjun cast a glance at the two, uttering nothing, as his figure slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, Tong Tian regarded them with a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes, thinking, what a fanciful notion, attempting to use the return ruins against Tang Sanzang. For him, the ruins are akin to his own kitchen, freely accessible. These two unfortunate souls. Zhuan Ti cast a glance towards Tong Tian, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. It is well known that during this period, Tong Tian had been rather close to Tang Sung. They were certainly aware of this connection. However, now that Tang Sung had entered the Guishu, it was unequivocally impossible for him to emerge alive. Thus, from Zhuan Ti's perspective, Tong Tian had lost his former menace. No matter how formidable he may be, he could never surpass Hongjun. Moreover, due to Tang Sung's influence, it was likely that Hongjun had grown somewhat dissatisfied with Tong Tian. Zhuan Ti observed Tong Tian and chuckled softly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tong Tian surmised Zhuan Ti's intentions. What is this demeanor? Tong Tian pointed at him and remarked, I am not particularly fond of your current expression. Zhuan Ti's countenance stiffened, and he huffed, remaining silent. Even in the absence of Tang Sung, the strength of the Tong Tian Lord should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, among these saints, Hongjun seldom intervened in their disputes. Nonetheless, Zhuan Ti still felt a sense of joy. After all, they had managed to eliminate such a troublesome figure as Tang Sung. As saints of the celestial realm, they had endured Tang Sung's reckless behavior for too long. Now that Tang Sung had entered the Guishu, his demise was virtually assured. Thus, they rose, declaring, the cosmos is ours to traverse. The primordial heavenly venerable also witnessed Tang Sung's entry into the Guishu, leaving him somewhat dazed. Everything felt remarkably seamless. It was astonishing how effortlessly Tang Sung had been lured into the Guishu. The ancient Buddha of Light had not anticipated that Tang Sung would enter without the slightest hesitation. Clearly, his gamble had paid off. Ba, he mused, those destined for greatness must possess the courage to take risks, and when necessary, employ extraordinary measures. Was this not the case? They had successfully dealt with such a significant nuisance as Tang Sung. It is worth noting that in the beginning, the saints had convened to conduct various analyses. Now, from the perspective of the ancient Buddha of Light, it seemed rather absurd. Such a trivial matter had been resolved with such ease. What further research was needed? Truly, excessive caution hinders great accomplishments. At this moment, the ancient Buddha of Light felt an immense sense of relief, having eradicated the troublesome presence of Tang Sung. In high spirits, he lit a cigarette and contemplated heading to Laojun Mountain. Surely, Lai Gu and the others were still unaware of Tang Sung's fate. He must convey what he believed to be good news, which Lai Gu might not regard as such. Swiftly, the ancient Buddha of Light hastened towards Laojun Mountain. At Laojun Mountain, Lai Gu was engrossed in a game of mahjong with Mithriya and others. A bottle of Houtu and a pack of cigarettes lay on the table before him. With concerns for smoke and drink alleviated, the economy was gradually improving. Chapter 613. Poor Lai Gu. A cacophony erupted at Laojun Mountain. The sound of mahjong filled the air. Lai Gu, cigarette in mouth and eyes narrowed, radiated joy, clearly having won considerable victories. Occasionally, he took a swig from the Houtu. Silver-headed Jiejing stood beside him, holding a plate of peanuts and several cucumbers, attending to the card game. Such occurrences are no longer a novelty for him. After all, recently, the group has found themselves with ample leisure time, indulging in the game every now and then. Silver-headed Jedi has been serving at the gaming table, albeit not without compensation. Typically, at the end of the game, the victor would bestow upon him a modest gratuity. This has, in turn, attracted the envy of various onlookers, such as the Luohan, who find this occupation rather appealing. Lai Gu let out a burp, took a bite of cucumber to quell the effects of the liquor, and casually played a card, 5 of a kind. Although Puxian Bodhisattva hesitated momentarily, he ultimately decided to match the play. However, this decision garnered an irritable glance from Lai Gu. Puxian Bodhisattva felt a pang of regret internally. Master, I did not wish to match. Yet, given you have already played 4 of the 5, refraining would mean losing the opportunity. Suddenly, a golden light of the Buddha enveloped the skies above Laojun Mountain. It was the ancient Buddha of Light, holding a cigarette. Upon noticing several individuals engaged in a game of mahjong, he paused. Are they so carefree as to indulge in mahjong? In light of Tang Sung's imminent demise upon entering the return to the void, and the subsequent rectification of the Buddhist realm by the 2 saints behind him, it was unfathomable that they would still find time for leisure amidst such grave circumstances. Ba, those who accomplish great tasks should roll away. Before the ancient Buddha could finish his words, Lai Gu interrupted without lifting his gaze, stating, no credit extended. If you want cigarettes, bring forth treasures. If you lack treasures, then be gone. Lai Gu assumed he was merely another patron seeking to purchase cigarettes. Had this been any other time, the ancient Buddha's expression would have soured at Lai Ji's words. However, this time he merely smiled faintly, exuding an air of gravitas. Ba, venerable monk comes to share good news with you. Although, perhaps, this news may not seem favorable in your eyes, the ancient Buddha remarked with a grin. It is worth noting that Lai Gu possessed a considerable amount of tobacco and alcohol. Should the saints lay claim to them, he might find himself in control of such resources. Gulping down some Houtu, Lai Gu belched again and carelessly inquired, what news? Tang Sung has entered the return to the void, the ancient Buddha replied with a smile. In an instant, Laojun Mountain fell silent. Particularly Lai Gu. who was in the midst of playing mahjong, froze mid-motion, his hand suspended in the air. Struck as if by lightning, he stood utterly still. After a long pause, a buzzing filled his mind, and he felt a dizzying sensation wash over him. His body leaned backward, and his legs involuntarily lifted. With a loud crash, the mahjong table was kicked over by Lai Gu. However, lying on the ground, he remained motionless, his eyes blankly gazing at the heavens. The only thought reverberating in his mind was a singular phrase, crashing over him like tumultuous waves. Tang Sung has entered the return to the void. The return to the void. Damn it. Lai Gu was acutely aware that this was a forbidden domain, rumored to be so perilous that even Hongjun dared not tread lightly. Now, to think that Tang Sung had actually ventured into the return to the void, it was utterly disastrous. Lai Gu sat up, trembling as he lit a cigarette, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The reason why the bodhisattvas of Jian and Zhuanti had refrained from taking action against them was solely due to the presence of Tang Sung, who had now entered the realm of Guishu. Clearly, they no longer felt any reservations. The mere thought of this made Lai Gu swallow hard. The members of the bald head gang exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Now that Tang Sung had crossed into Guishu, what should they do if the two saints behind him decided to intervene? Some of them could not help but look at Lai Gu. The dead Buddha and the immortal bald donkey could easily shift the blame onto him, claiming he had led them astray. They could then kneel and plead for mercy, admitting their faults, which should not pose a significant problem. After all, the Buddhist realm was devoid of influential figures at present, and even finding a suitable candidate for salvation was a challenge. Thus, their desire to return to the fold of Buddhism should not encounter obstacles. Instantly, the atmosphere on Mount Laojia grew somber. Lai Gu sat on the ground, smoking, his brow furrowed, silent. Was this news truly favorable? The ancient Buddha of light smiled faintly. Amitabha, should you all realize your missteps, the old monk shall certainly intercede on your behalf. Maitreya Buddha glanced at the ancient Buddha of light, and then at the Buddha, his mouth opening as if to speak, but hesitating. From his perspective, the bald head gang, having lost Tang Sung, was utterly doomed. Should the two saints choose to strike, they would have no room for resistance. As for the realm of Guishu, it need not be elaborated upon. They all understood it to be a forbidden ground. Thus, in the old monk's view, Tang Sung was as good as dead. He implored them to reconsider their paths. The ancient Buddha of light continued, Amitabha, should you all turn back and return to Buddhism, the old monk will naturally plead your case to the two saints. In response to these words, some of the Buddhas exchanged glances, a flicker of temptation evident in their eyes. For it seemed that Tang Sung was indeed lost. And soon Lai Gu would share that fate. After all, Lai Gu had committed a most earth-shattering act, undermining the very foundation of Buddhism. Hence, the two saints would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Some Buddhas regarded Lai Gu with a hint of sympathy. It was no easy path for him. He had established the bald head gang with a solemn oath to the way, yet the way had yet to respond. After enduring hardships, they had finally begun to see some respite, only for Tang Sung to enter Guishu. Leader, perhaps we should return and admit our faults to the two saints, suggested Maitreya Buddha. Admit fault? At that thought, Lai Gu instinctively touched his face, envisioning his grim fate. A slap could very well end his life. Yet, looking down at the multitude of Buddhas, all gazing at him with eager anticipation, he realized that some among them had already been swayed. The only reason they had not rushed towards the ancient Buddha of light was their apprehension regarding their own capabilities. In that moment, Lai Ji's expression appeared vacant, lost in confusion. Observing the radiant bald heads below him was somewhat blinding. Ultimately, he sighed and said, if you wish to go back, then go. With a self-deprecating smile, he remarked, you may as well say that I have led you astray. Fear not. I trust that the two sages will not hold you accountable. Upon hearing this from Laish, all the Buddhas turned their gazes towards him. Notably, Lingji Bodhisattva immediately knelt upon the ground, choking back tears as he exclaimed, Master, I will not leave. Besides, old three may not necessarily perish in the return to the abyss. If we endure, our perseverance may bring about victory and possibly await old 3's return. Though he spoke thus, his confidence waned significantly. After all, the return to the abyss was a forbidden realm. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp secretly smiled, contemplating further words to impart. Suddenly, from the heavens above, a formidable aura descended, enveloping Laish. In that moment, Laish felt utterly bound. Yet, In a final act of defiance, he shouted below, "Just say that I have led you astray." Chapter 614. The Buddhas returned to the Buddhist gate at this juncture. Laoj was still contemplating the well-being of the Buddhas, shouldering all blame upon himself. It was primarily due to Laoj's helplessness, with the sages now intervening. His fate was undoubtedly grim. Even if he refrained from making such statements, it was likely that, under the oppressive influence of the two sages, the Buddhas would still attribute all to him, claiming they were misled by him or citing circumstances beyond their control. Given this reality, Laoj resolved to play the role of a benevolent figure, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the Buddhas by taking all responsibility upon himself. It must be noted that this strategy proved remarkably effective. The Buddhas watched in disbelief as Laoj was confined by the sages, akin to a great hound in chains. Nevertheless, even in this predicament, Laoj remained concerned for their safety. Lingji Bodhisattva was so moved that he wept on the spot. And several other Buddhas could not help but shed tears as well. "Why do you not return to the sacred mountain?" echoed the voice of the Bodhisattva of perfected wisdom from above. "You dare to act recklessly, departing from the Buddhist fold without due cause." Lingji Bodhisattva was the first to kneel, confessing, "We acknowledge our transgressions. We were misled by the Tathagata. Moreover, the Buddha's power is formidable, making it difficult to resist. We acted in a manner that disgraced the Buddhist teachings, and we recognize our fault. We beseech the sages to discern the truth." Fortunately, Laoj did not overhear this confession. Had he witnessed Lingji Bodhisattva being the first to emerge with such a blatant admission of guilt, it might have driven him to the brink of despair. Among the Buddhas, his utmost trust lay with Guanyin Bodhisattva, followed closely by Lingji Bodhisattva. Even with the establishment of the Bald Brotherhood, they had entrusted him with significant responsibilities, treating him as one of their own. They would often share drinks together. However, it was unexpected that Lingji Bodhisattva would so readily confess and shift the blame entirely onto Laoj without a moment's hesitation. The Buddhas looked at Lingji Bodhisattva, momentarily taken aback. Was he not considered Laoj's confidant? How could he so swiftly betray him? Once one took the lead in this admission, others soon followed suit. Consequently, the members of the Buddhist order knelt in unison, pleading for mercy and confessing that they had been misled by Laoj. However, Avalokiteshvara, from a distance, hesitated briefly before kneeling down, yet she remained silent. Only the ancient Buddha of light stood high above, gazing down upon the assembly. In due time, we shall return to the holy mountain to deliberate. Do not tarry, but hasten back to the sacred mountain, proclaimed the Bodhisattva of complete enlightenment. The multitude of Buddhas exchanged glances and rose to their feet, making their way towards the sacred mountain. Yet, the grand thunder sound temple of the sacred mountain had long since vanished. For many days, it remained deserted, overgrown with wild grass, presenting a scene of desolation. Upon returning to the thunder sound temple, the Buddhas were filled with myriad emotions, their thoughts intricate. The mountain remained unchanged, yet the temple was no more. The bald ascetics were still present, albeit with fewer among them. Ultimately, in a spacious area, the Buddhas settled down. Fortunately, they had brought small wooden stools upon their return. The stools were placed neatly on the ground, and they sat upright in orderly fashion, hands resting on their knees, appearing as if a group of reformed prisoners awaiting the words of a sage. Nevertheless, the ancient Buddha of light had earned the profound trust of the two sages, who entrusted all matters to him. The figure of the ancient Buddha of light materialized in the celestial heights, golden radiance enveloping him. A cigarette perched between his lips as he surveyed the familiar assembly below with a slight furrow of his brow. Then, as if conjured from thin air, he produced a large eggplant and held it to his mouth. "Greetings to all my esteemed colleagues. It has indeed been a long time, and I have missed you dearly." The voice of the ancient Buddha of light resonated with magical power, echoing through every corner of the sacred mountain. The Buddhas sat up straight, though they appeared somewhat lackluster, undoubtedly feeling a touch of awkwardness upon returning after the judgment. This sentiment also encompassed Maitreya Buddha, who privately regretted having chosen the wrong side. He had always harbored aspirations for the position of Buddha. Had he not betrayed them, the position would surely have been his, allowing him to showcase his grand talents. Alas, all of this had dissipated into mere illusions, for he had not aligned himself correctly. The thought of this filled Maitreya Buddha with profound regret. "I believe I am not a stranger to you all, so I shall refrain from further introduction," the ancient Buddha of light continued in a calm and measured tone. "As the sages have stated, As long as everyone can return to the Buddhist path, all will be forgiven. It would not do to prevent these individuals from returning to the fold. After all, even the universal salvation could not find suitable candidates. Upon hearing this, a thunderous applause erupted from the assembly, led by Bodhisattva Lingji, their hands clapping fervently, faces alight with excitement as they exclaimed, "Thank you, O sage, for your compassion." It seemed evident that the situation was dire. There was no need to persist in a misguided path. Therefore, realigning was indeed necessary. However, Avalokiteshvara remained unmoved. Tang Seng's potential demise upon entering the Guishu has cast a shadow of doubt in her mind. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that she could obtain an elixir capable of elevating her to the realm of quasi-saint was utterly astonishing. Thus, her concerns for Tang Seng's safety lingered. Nevertheless, the current circumstances were beyond her control. Regardless of the outcome, should Tang Seng return, she would undoubtedly continue to accompany him. If not, she would embrace the Buddhist path, which posed no detriment to herself. One must acknowledge that Guanyin Bodhisattva's contemplations were remarkably thorough. In any case, she herself bore no losses. The radiant lamp Buddha embarked on a lengthy discourse, meandering through a multitude of topics, which left the assembly of Buddhas in a state of drowsiness. The Buddha's moral failings were grievous, as he audaciously contemplated betraying the two saints, a sin that could not be forgiven. The next Buddha would certainly be elected anew amongst the assembly, a proclamation that instantly invigorated the Buddhas. The prospect of re-electing a Buddha implied that each individual had a chance. Naturally, the Lingji Bodhisattva was particularly stirred, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Should a new election occur, he possessed certain advantages, having once garnered significant support during the sale of incense. Maitreya Buddha also felt a surge of excitement. Initially believing the position of Buddha was beyond his reach, he now saw a glimmer of hope. Currently, he was the sole quasi-saint within the entire Buddhist realm. And with the radiant lamp Buddha abstaining from the election, Maitreya felt confident that he could emerge victorious. The two saints were indeed sagacious. Standing up, Maitreya Buddha proclaimed loudly, igniting fervor among the assembly. Should he be elected as Buddha, it would be an illustrious achievement for his ancestors. Even in death, he would have honored his lineage. However, some astute arhats glanced at Maitreya Buddha, recognizing that even in an election, the victor would undoubtedly be he. Thus, their hopes began to wane, and a collective sigh of despondence swept through the assembly. The radiant lamp Buddha, still holding a large eggplant, continued his verbose address. Yet, the atmosphere had shifted, particularly for Maitreya, Lingji Bodhisattva, and others, who exchanged glances with the surrounding Buddhas, their excitement palpable. They even began to envision their ascendance to the position of Buddha. Ultimately, as the radiant lamp Buddha concluded with a familiar farewell, his speech came to an end, and the reconstruction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple commenced. Such a multitude of monks could not be left to fend for themselves. The issues concerning the pledging of items to the heavenly court and other matters were to be resolved by the saints behind the scenes. The assembly of Buddhas was invigorated, primarily motivated by the prospect of being elected as Buddha. Another familiar Great Thunder Sound Temple was on the horizon. In the depths of chaos, the quoting Bodhisattva fixed an unwavering gaze upon Lage, her eyes unblinking, sending a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he withdrew a cigarette and lit it for himself. However, upon catching a glimpse of Zhuan Ti's face, it darkened a shade further. After a moment's hesitation, he extracted another cigarette and extended it towards him. "Here, take one." At this juncture, Brother Lai was prepared to embrace the inevitable. After all, the situation had reached this point. What did it matter? It was no more than a path to oblivion, after all. Zhuan Ti's expression grew colder still, and he involuntarily reached out. In a reflexive response, Brother Lai instinctively stepped back, shielding his face with his hands. This action caused Zhuan Ti to momentarily halt his breath. Suppressing the urge to strike Brother Lai, he took the cigarette from his hand and said, "Tathagata, how do you perceive me? What is there to perceive?" A mere disagreement could lead to a resounding slap. Brother Lai chuckled softly, choosing silence as he settled cross-legged into the chaos, smoking his cigarette in contemplative silence, embodying a sense of resigned defiance. The situation had left him with no recourse. What more could be done? Hearing the hollow laughter of Brother Lai, Zhuan Ti narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed. "Tathagata, if you harbor any grievances, feel free to voice them." "Very well." Brother Lai flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied slowly. Do you still regard me as the Tathagata? A mere disagreement leads to a slap across the face. Moreover, the Buddhist community has always stood behind you, placing all burdens upon this seat. I admit, I have faltered in certain matters, yet you have never inquired into the affairs of Buddhism, while the benefits have ultimately accrued to you. Subsequently, Brother Lai, still smoking, enumerated numerous grievances. Zhuan Ti suddenly laughed, leaping into action and delivering a swift kick. Get lost. Oh, Brother Lai exclaimed, his form instantly transforming into a small black speck, vanishing with a whoosh into the depths of the chaos. Zhuan Ti swiftly followed, landing blows upon him. Brother Lai felt deeply aggrieved. He had been prompted to articulate his discontent, only to be struck afterward. After a considerable time, Zhuan Ti exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over his face. As for Brother Lai, he lay on the ground, bruised and bloodied, appearing particularly forlorn. Refreshing. Zhuan Ti finally reveled in the long-lost yet familiar sensation, feeling utterly invigorated. It's still delightful to strike Brother Lai, he scoffed. With a flick of his hand, Zhuan Ti bound Brother Lai, then promptly delivered another kick. At the same time, in the spiritual realm, several Buddhas were filled with aspirations for the position of the Buddha, particularly Maitreya and Lingji Bodhisattva, among others. Just as the assembly of Buddhas indulged in their dreams, a figure emerged, initially a mere black, gradually manifesting into the likeness of the Buddha. With a whoosh, he passed before the eyes of the Buddhas, akin to a missile, plunging directly into the earth, leaving only his legs dangling above. The assembly of Buddhas held their breath, gazing at the legs of Brother Lai still flailing above the ground. No one stepped forward to extricate him from the earth. After a long while, Brother Lai finally emerged with a whoosh from the depths. A formidable presence soon enveloped him. Instantly, Lai Gu felt as though all his magical powers had been sealed away. The assembly of Buddhas gazed at Lai Gu in disbelief, for his current state was indeed somewhat disheveled, with his face swollen like that of a pig's head, and his nose incessantly bleeding. Yet, even in the face of this powerlessness and apparent disarray, Lai Gu remained remarkably composed. He casually wiped his nose with his hand, smearing blood across his countenance. Observing the crimson stains on his hands, he nonchalantly wiped them on his robe before calmly producing a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a puff without uttering a single word. At that moment, Lai Ji's figure appeared solitary, evoking a sense of desolation. However, not a single Buddha stepped forward to assist the forlorn Lai Gu. The audacity of the Tathagata, committing such an affront to the Buddhist order, was indeed a grave transgression. From the heavens, the voice of the Buddha of supreme enlightenment resonated. Echoing throughout the sacred mountain, the assembly of Buddhas shall promptly establish the Thunder Sound Temple, and for the time being, the ancient lamp Buddha shall temporarily assume the position of Buddha, overseeing the sacred mountain. Given that you all have demonstrated sincere repentance and have been misled by the young Lai Gu, this matter shall be overlooked. Should it occur again, do not expect my leniency. The voice of the Buddha gradually faded away. Subsequently, the ancient lamp Buddha continued to speak, discussing the future development of the Buddhist order. He then elevated Maitreya Buddha to the position of Vice Buddha, to jointly manage the Buddhist community, endeavoring to promote its flourishing. Instantly, Maitreya Buddha was filled with excitement. Now that he had become the Vice Buddha, the question of the Buddha's election would surely fall to him. Ultimately, under the leadership of the ancient lamp Buddha, the assembly of Buddhas united in their efforts to rebuild the Thunder Sound Temple. As for Lai Gu, he was left unattended, receiving not even a passing glance. In his desolation, Lai Gu seemed less significant than an ordinary bald man. Nevertheless, he wore an expression of indifference, as if to say, let it be as it may. After all, he had already descended to such a state. What did it matter if his situation was grim? It must be noted that the ancient lamp Buddha had been quite considerate, personally constructing a prison for Lai Gu, one meant solely for him. In the gaze of the assembly of Buddhas, the ancient lamp Buddha personally escorted Lai Gu into the prison, without even the need for binding him, as there was no necessity for such precautions. After all, his powers had been sealed by the sage, rendering him inconsequential. Tathagata, will you not surrender your cigarette? The ancient lamp Buddha looked calmly at Lai Gu. Inside the prison, straw was laid on the ground, with a green mat atop it. At this moment, Lai Gu sat alone upon the mat. Chapter 616. The Tathagata surrenders the cigarette. Lai Gu remained silent within the prison, for as a vanquished soul, he felt no obligation to utter any words. Thus, He was consumed by a sense of resignation. As for the cigarette, even in death, Ligu would not relinquish it to the ancient lamp Buddha. Tathagata, you have fallen to such depths, yet you still refuse to surrender the cigarette. The ancient lamp Buddha admonished, his voice laced with power. The atmosphere around Lage was charged with a tumultuous energy, his blood surging within him. Stripped of his magical powers, Lage could no longer withstand the overwhelming presence of the ancient Buddha of illumination. Furrowing his brow, he let out a suppressed grunt, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. Yet, in this moment of vulnerability, the indomitable Lage still managed to light a cigarette, trembling slightly as he did so, deliberately ignoring the ancient Buddha entirely. The ancient Buddha narrowed his eyes slightly. It was evident that the saints behind him merely wished to imprison Lage's powers without taking his life. Thus, the ancient Buddha refrained from any rash actions, aware that a single misstep could cost Lage his existence, complicating matters for the two saints. After a brief contemplation, the ancient Buddha turned to leave, intending to persuade some of Lage's loyal followers to implore him to cease his fierce resistance and relinquish his cigarettes. With Lage's departure from the Buddhist realm, the other monks had become notably docile, obediently complying with the ancient Buddha's commands, especially considering their past transgressions. They were eager to win the ancient Buddha's favor and redeem themselves. Yet, amidst this obedience, there were still a few who, in their drunken stupor, reminisced about the once mighty Lage, leading several arhats back into confinement. Individuals Lage had previously overlooked, yet who demonstrated unwavering loyalty. These bald-headed men congregated in groups of 8, often being taken out against their will to participate in the labor of constructing the grand Thunder Sound Temple. However, due to the events surrounding Lage, a peculiar rule emerged that would endure for millennia. Anyone entering the monastery must shave their head. Unbeknownst to all this, Tang Yu had already ventured into the Guishu, embracing Ling Shui in his arms. Big brother, Ling Shui's face was pale, her expression marked by a lingering terror. Do not fear, everything will be all right. Tang Yu reassured her. He resolved that if he were to emerge from this ordeal, he would not let the ancient Buddha of illumination go unpunished. He would ensure that the Buddha attained true enlightenment. This is Guishu, Ling Shui uttered, her voice trembling with fear. She had heard tales of this place. Fear not. It is nothing to worry about, Tang Yu replied with a gentle smile. I have entered here several times before. Yet, this time, Guishu felt different from his previous visits. In those earlier instances, the air had been thick with swirling black mist, accompanied by a corrosive force. Now, however, the dark fog had dissipated significantly, and the oppressive energy had vanished. Tang Yu found this transformation intriguing. What could have caused such a change? Little Ling, perched on his shoulder, looked bewildered. Big brother, you actually survived your exit from Guishu, she exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yu nodded, offering no further explanations. He took a moment to attune himself to his surroundings and sensed that Guishu now felt considerably safer than during his previous entries. For him, it appeared devoid of danger. Given this, he felt a sense of reassurance. Might it be prudent to investigate within, to discern the true nature of the return to ruins? How could such a sudden transformation occur? With this thought in mind, Tang Yu, accompanied by Ling Shui, ventured forth. Ling Shui, filled with trepidation, clutched Tang Yu's hand tightly. As they proceeded deeper, Tang Yu's initial anxiety began to dissipate. After all, he had grown accustomed to such experiences, finding it akin to his own kitchen. Yet, this place felt different, as if an eerie stillness enveloped everything. Tang Yu inquired of the little spirit perched on his shoulder. Do you sense it? The spirit appeared somewhat dazed, as if teetering on the brink of slumber. As they delved further, the endless laws of space and time continued their intricate dance around them. Nonetheless, Tang Yu refrained from advancing further, mindful of Ling Shui's presence. Were he alone, he would possess the means of self-preservation. However, with Ling Shui in tow, he deemed it wise to retreat. With a flicker of spatial manipulation, Tang Yu emerged from the return to ruins. Surrounding him were the demonic legions, currently on the move, preparing to enter the realm of myriad demons. A fleeting glance was all Tang Yu needed before he returned to the mortal realm. The dragon kings of the four seas now resided on the shores, having constructed numerous dwellings. It was somewhat comical that the aquatic denizens had descended to such a state, living no differently from mortals. They even speculated whether the Jade Emperor had forgotten them, a notion not entirely implausible. However, there was a glimmer of hope. The legendary Dragon Mother had returned. With her presence, Perhaps the dragon lineage might still harbor a flicker of hope, if only to avoid languishing in despair and fighting for survival in the shadows. They proceeded with utmost caution, ever wary of the celestial court's potential machinations against the dragon clan. Understanding the current plight of the dragons, Su Qing sighed deeply. In truth, the dragons had fallen to such depths primarily due to the actions of their elder brother. At that moment, Su Qing sat in her chamber, gazing longingly at the distant sea. Often, she found herself lost in thought, staring blankly at the waves, yearning to catch a glimpse of familiar figures from days gone by. Yet, those silhouettes had long since been consigned to the annals of time. In the end, all that remained was a soft sigh, scattered across the river of historical moments. Forever unreachable. Report to the Dragon Mother. It has come to my attention that Tang Xing has entered the Return to Ruins. This news has spread throughout the three realms. The Buddhist disciples have completely returned to Lingshan, and the Buddha Tathagata has been imprisoned, with all affairs of Lingshan presently overseen by the ancient Buddha of the Lamp, the Dragon King of the East Sea reported. I understand, Su Qing replied softly. The East Sea Dragon King opened his mouth, hesitating as if to speak further. It is worth noting that they had once contemplated aligning with Tang Xing. Yet, now that he had entered the Return to Ruins, such an alliance seemed futile. The Return to Ruins could not confine him. Su Qing remarked pensively. As for the current state of the Dragon Clan, temporarily remaining under the auspices of the Celestial Court may not be entirely unfeasible. At the very least, the Heavenly Court is currently in a tumultuous period and will not take action against the Dragon Clan for the time being. Besides, am I not here? If there were to be a definitive declaration alongside Tang Sanzang, then should anything happen to him, it would provide the Heavenly Court and others with a pretext for military intervention, putting the Dragon Clan in dire jeopardy. Chapter 617, The Pursuit of the Enlightened Buddha. Meanwhile, Tang Yu prepares to return to Lishan with Ling Xue. However, upon calculation, his expression suddenly shifts to one of profound concern. Big brother, what is wrong? Ling Xue inquires. Your elder sister has charged up Ling Mountain with her sword. Tang Yu finally responds after a moment's hesitation. He can even perceive that yellow figure currently engaged in fierce combat with the enlightened Buddha, forcing the latter into retreat. Ling Mountain, where the Grand Thundersound Temple has only just been erected, has yet to accommodate its inhabitants. Under the relentless sword light of the Mother of Lishan, it collapses once more, entombing several Buddhas within. Yet, as they emerge, they swiftly retreat, fearful of the pervasive sword energy. This is no trifling matter. Within the prison, Brother Lai casts a detached glance. Perhaps it is his fortune, or perhaps the prison's distance from the Thundersound Temple mitigates the spread of their powers. The Mother of Lishan and the enlightened Buddha are both controlling their energies, limiting their influence to one another. Otherwise, the towns of mortals beneath Ling Mountain would surely suffer collateral damage. What is your true intention, Lishan? The enlightened Buddha, his robes tattered and aura disordered, questions the Mother of Lishan. The Thundersound Temple has just been reconstructed, and the enlightened Buddha was convening a meeting to discuss the future development and direction of the Buddhist order when a sharp sword light descended from the heavens. The first strike shattered the plaque of the Thundersound Temple, and before the gathered Buddhas could react, the second strike caused the newly rebuilt temple to collapse once more. With a frosty countenance, the Mother of Lishan brandishes her sword, advancing towards the enlightened Buddha without uttering a word. The enlightened Buddha, recognizing the profundity of her cultivation, realizes that a reckless blow could spell his demise. To harm my disciples recklessly, what more is there to say? The Mother of Lishan's face remains icy. Although she knows that with Tang Sanzang present, Ling Xue is not in any real danger, she approaches with her sword drawn. Yet, she perceives the others with disdain, seizing upon a reasonable pretext for her actions. As she wields her long sword, it seems to envelop the very heavens and earth, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword light, as if drawn from different epochs. The enlightened Buddha retreats step by step. Amitabha, Maitreya, will you not lend your assistance? Do you intend to witness this old monk's demise? Maitreya, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly pales at the enlightened Buddha's plea. The Mother of Lishan is not to be trifled with, especially now, as anyone can see that she is brimming with murderous intent, striking without mercy. In his possession lay the fabled Excalibur of the Heavenly Master, a weapon formidable enough to challenge even the mightiest adversaries. Yet, the Buddha Maitreya, undeterred, extinguished his smoke and took action. Armed with his prayer beads, he advanced toward the Lady of Mount Li. the lady, wielding the Excalibur, engaged in a fierce confrontation with both the Buddha Maitreya and the ancient Buddha of Light, maintaining an upper hand against the two. The ancient Buddha bore fresh wounds, as did the Buddha Maitreya, whose robe was rent by the sword's ethereal force. "Damn you, Amitabha!" the ancient Buddha exclaimed, his words barely escaping his lips before he was interrupted by a resounding clash. A multitude of sword lights converged, erupting into a dazzling radiance that was almost blinding. With a thunderous crash, the ancient Buddha was sent reeling, blood spilling into the air. However, quick-witted as he was, he seized the opportunity to flee. The Buddha Maitreya nearly choked on his own frustration, shouting, "You run, and yet you dare to leave me behind." A delicate hand struck heavily against his chest just then. Meanwhile, the Lady of Mount Li, sword in hand, pursued the ancient Buddha with relentless determination, her fair visage icy, embodying a resolve of no retreat. The ancient Buddha fled without a backward glance, racing toward the southern heavenly gate, where the guards stood frozen in shock. Before they could comprehend the situation, the ancient Buddha dashed inside, the Lady of Mount Li close on his heels, the Excalibur raised. Upon entering the heavenly court, the Lady of Mount Li, whether intentionally or not, began to swing her sword, proclaiming, "Where do you think you're going, ancient Buddha?" Though her blade did not strike him, the surrounding structures of the heavenly court trembled and collapsed with a resounding crash. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Tang Sung had entered the realm of the void, a development that could herald both fortune and misfortune for the Jade Emperor. The fortunate aspect being that the ancient Buddha was potentially vanquished, the unfortunate being the possibility of running out of tobacco. Now, with the multitude of Buddhas returned to the Spirit Mountain, the Tathagata had been imprisoned. He likely still possessed some tobacco and liquor, yet it was probable that these treasures would be divvied up among the Buddhas of Spirit Mountain. The Spirit Mountain was now mortgaged to the heavenly court, and the contract from the time of the mortgage still lay in the Jade Emperor's possession, a potential leverage to demand payment in tobacco. Even if the two sages behind him were aware, they could hardly object, for he held the contract, making him the creditor. The Star of Venus felt a pang of bitterness within. Although Tang Sung had previously rebuffed him, the star believed that with sufficient incentives, Tang Sung might reconsider. Should he ascend to the throne of the Jade Emperor, the realm would fall under Tang Sung's dominion, granting him absolute control over the three realms. While it appeared that the Buddhist sect had returned, Tang Sung still held considerable influence within various factions, including the Kingdom of 10,000 Beasts and the Demon Clan. The latter had already infiltrated the three realms, representing a significant power. All that was required was for Tang Sung to agree to assist him. Ascending to the throne of the Jade Emperor appeared to be a trivial matter in the eyes of the Star of Tai Bai. However, it now seemed that all hope was lost. It appeared that he would never ascend to such heights in this lifetime. Was he not akin to the Jade Emperor himself? Why was it so exceedingly difficult? Now, with Tang Sanzang having entered the realm of the void, this was indeed a fortuitous event for the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor spoke slowly. Yet, this brings forth another dilemma, namely, the issue of smoking. Although Tai Bai still possesses some reserves, our celestial realm is far too populous. Pausing momentarily, the Jade Emperor continued, "The Buddhist sect has returned to Mount Ling, yet it remains a collateral pledge to our heavenly court. Therefore, I have decided to utilize the collateral contract to procure some cigarettes, for I trust that the Tathagata holds some in his possession. If we do not act, they shall surely fall into the hands of the Buddhists. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled," the deities hastily concurred. The Jade Emperor cast his gaze downward, ultimately resting it upon Tai Bai Jinxing. "Tai Bai, you shall take the collateral contract to the west." "As you command," Tai Bai Jinxing replied, stepping forward. He produced the contract, which landed gracefully in his hands. Just as Tai Bai Jinxing prepared to journey to Mount Ling, a thunderous rumble echoed through the celestial realm, causing it to tremble slightly. "Report, Your Majesty, calamity has struck. The Mother of Lishan is pursuing the ancient Buddha of Light, and a battle has erupted within our heavenly court, resulting in the collapse of numerous palaces and the unfortunate casualties of several celestial soldiers. A heavenly general rushed in, breathless with urgency." Chapter 618. Losses in the Celestial Court. Upon hearing this, the deities of the heavenly court fell into a profound silence. How could the Mother of Lishan be chasing the ancient Buddha of Light into the heavenly court? The deities were momentarily bewildered. The Jade Emperor sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the distance, his breath momentarily suspended. He caught a glimpse of the mother of Lishan wielding the sword of extermination, relentlessly pursuing the ancient Buddha of light. Each strike of the sword descended violently, and though it did not strike the Buddha, various structures in the heavenly court crumbled under its force. Most alarmingly, the mother of Lishan was entirely uncontrolled, intent solely on her pursuit of the ancient Buddha of light. It was unclear whether she was aiming to strike the Buddha or demolish the heavenly court itself. The two figures barreled through the southern heavenly gate, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Dust and debris billowed forth, swirling like an immense dragon. Time and again, the ancient Buddha of light sought refuge within the Zixiao palace, yet the mother of Lishan clearly anticipated this, relentlessly pursuing him without pause. Under these circumstances, while the Buddha could reach the Zixiao palace, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries from the sword of extermination. Thus, the ancient Buddha of light began a desperate flight, searching for an opportunity to escape. This pursuit proved disastrous for the heavenly court. The mother of Lishan's countenance was frigid, her aura of malevolence palpable. The murderous intent of the sword of extermination radiated outward. The Jade Emperor cursed under his breath and, in the blink of an eye, positioned himself before the two. "You." His words were cut short as the sword of extermination sliced through the heavens, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of the fabric of reality tearing. The Jade Emperor continuously evaded, retreating several paces. "Randang, where do you think you're running?" chuckled the mother of Lishan, her laughter soon replaced by a stern demeanor, for it was improper to smile at such a moment. She brushed past the Jade Emperor, resuming her relentless pursuit of the ancient Buddha Randang, without casting even a glance at him. Instantly, the Jade Emperor's complexion darkened to a deep hue, and he bellowed, "Stop this at once." His voice thundered, echoing throughout every corner of the heavenly realm. The fleeing Randang could not help but gasp, "Amitba, he has ceased." Yet, the mother of Lishan did not. With a resounding crash, the figure of Randang emerged from the swirling dust, utterly disheveled. "Stop!" roared the Jade Emperor again, a potent aura of a quasi-saint enveloping him as it surged toward the mother of Lishan. With a forceful swing of the sword of extermination, the mother of Lishan hovered gracefully in midair, her yellow garments billowing softly. Observing the realm below, a smirk crept upon her lips, quickly vanishing as she concealed herself once more. However, the Jade Emperor perceived her actions with crystal clarity. "Lishan, you dare to come to my heavenly realm and wreak havoc. What is the meaning of this? Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall certainly report this to the Tangtian Patriarch." The thought of reporting to the Tangtian Patriarch was not lost on the Jade Emperor, who could easily envision the scene unfolding. The Patriarch might utter a few pleasantries before turning to the mother of Lishan, advising her to act with greater force next time, perhaps even suggesting the demolition of the heavenly realm, leaving the repercussions for him to handle. In the Jade Emperor's mind, this was entirely plausible. "Humph. You dare to intervene in my pursuit of the ancient Buddha Randang? Do you think that my sect, the Jiejiao, is powerless and thus easily bullied?" The mother of Lishan raised the sword of extermination, her gaze fixed upon him. "Do you seek to intimidate me? Do you wish to battle?" The Jade Emperor felt a wave of exasperation. "The reason I sought to stop you was to prevent further destruction of the heavenly realm. When have I ever bullied your sect? Is your sect truly so easily trifled with? It would suffice if you do not victimize others. And as for Randang, why must you run to the heavenly realm of all places?" He shot a glare at the ancient Buddha. The Jade Emperor held no objections to the mother of Lishan chasing Randang. That was inconsequential. However, such chaos could not be permitted within his domain. If this continued, what would become of the heavenly realm? Randang had been seeking an opportunity to flee, yet was perpetually ensnared by the sword energy of the mother of Lishan, rendering him too fearful to act. "Amitba, the plight of one destined for greatness is indeed tragic." He murmured a prayer. "I do not harbor such intentions." The Jade Emperor replied, "Your matters with the Buddhist sect are of no concern to me." He surveyed the surroundings, his heart heavy. "Yet, you cannot recklessly disrupt my heavenly realm in this manner." To him, this was no mere disruption. It was evident that the mother of Lishan acted with intention, her laughter from moments ago betraying her control. "As the sovereign of the three realms, I find this quite vexing. Why then did you attempt to intimidate me?" The mother of Lishan inquired. "Do you desire a confrontation with me?" Casting a furtive glance at the ancient Buddha of light, her imposing aura unmistakably locked onto him. I have stated before that I merely wish for no chaos within my celestial realm. The Jade Emperor sighed, adding, the grievances between you are of no concern to me. The mother of Lishan's lips curved slightly, revealing a trace of a chilling smile. With a swift motion, the extermination sword lunged toward the ancient Buddha of light. However, he deftly evaded the strike. Though he managed to escape, a resounding crash echoed from a nearby palace, causing the Jade Emperor to wince in pain. This is my heavenly court. Seizing the opportunity, the ancient Buddha of light hastily fled, knowing that safety awaited him at the Zixiao Palace, where he could seek refuge under the protection of the two saints. Ancient Buddha of light, where do you think you are going? The mother of Lishan pursued relentlessly. A powerful aura surged from the heavens. The mother of Lishan stood frozen in place, her expression stark. Zhuan-Ti. A figure gradually materialized, taking on the appearance of Zhuan-Ti, clearly a manifestation. The ancient Buddha of light, akin to a dog that has found its home, hurriedly positioned himself beside Zhuan-Ti. Panting heavily, Mother of Lishan, why do you pursue my Buddhist kin with such fervor? Zhuan-Ti's calm voice resonated in the ears of the mother of Lishan. Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of anguish crossing her features as droplets of blood fell from her mouth. Yet, her countenance remained icy. The ancient Buddha of light has harmed my disciple. How do you propose to address this? Zhuan-Ti, have I not shown you enough respect? A figure materialized, standing behind Zhuan-Ti, delivering a punch that dissipated his manifestation into smoke. The master of the heavenly teachings, clad in flowing black, exuded an aura of coldness. You dare harm my disciple? Do you seek death? The ancient Buddha of light stood motionless a short distance away. I pay my respects to the master of the heavenly teachings. The Jade Emperor offered a slight bow. Master, the mother of Lishan has recklessly intruded into the heavenly court, causing such devastation, even destroying several palaces. I hope you will discern the situation wisely. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to report this matter. The master of the heavenly teachings narrowed his eyes, casting a glance downward. Lishan, what manner of destruction have you wrought? How could you be so reckless? As a disciple of the Jiajiao, you have acted without regard for the consequences. Return to Lishan at once and enter seclusion. You are forbidden to leave without my command. Chapter 619. The dominant master of the heavenly teachings. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor paused, gazing in astonishment at the master of the heavenly teachings. The losses suffered by the heavenly court were grievous, yet this was merely met with a demand for her to enter seclusion. Jade Emperor, this matter is my responsibility. Rest assured, I shall discipline my disciples severely, the master of the heavenly teachings responded. This implied that the destruction inflicted upon the heavenly court would simply be accepted as it was. The Jade Emperor felt a profound sense of grievance. Yuan Shi Tianzun, what are you staring at? The master of the heavenly teachings admonished, glancing sharply at his side. As his words fell, the figure of Yuan Shi Tianzun appeared. Simultaneously, the two saints from the west also manifested not far away. I pay my respects to the two saints. The ancient Buddha of light hurriedly approached. In the presence of two saints, he should feel secure. However, Tongtian, how could you allow your disciples to commit such heinous acts, resulting in immense losses for the heavenly court? Should you not offer some words of explanation? The primordial heavenly venerable spoke calmly. At this moment, the Jade Emperor was thoroughly consumed by worry. What would happen if these saints engaged in conflict? Would that not lead to even greater devastation? Logically, the saints should not act so impulsively. Yet, with Tongtian present, anything was possible, for this fool was utterly reckless. What words are necessary? Tongtian replied, somewhat perplexed. Did I not state that this matter indeed lies with Lishan? I shall have her return shortly. No one is permitted to descend without my command. What more do you desire? As a few saints prepared to speak, Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. Now let us discuss the matter concerning my disciple. At this juncture, Tongtian's gaze shifted to the ancient Buddha of light and the two saints from the west. Ling Xue is one of my disciples from the Jiajiao, a student of Lishan, and thus she is also my grand disciple. You have caused my grand disciple to enter the return to ruins, leaving her fate uncertain? Tongtian pointed at the ancient Buddha of light. In that instant, the ancient Buddha felt as though the very fabric of space had solidified. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him, threatening to crush him to oblivion. Zhuan-Ti, either intentionally or unintentionally, shifted slightly, alleviating some of the pressure. Nevertheless, both Zhuan-Ti and Jie Yin felt a silent dread. Initially, they had thought the ancient Buddha handled the situation well. having dealt with the menace that was Tang's son. However, they questioned the wisdom of choosing Lingxue, a dear disciple of theirs, to threaten Tang's son. They were notorious for their protective nature, especially Tang Tian, who was not easily trifled with. The ancient Buddha of Light was momentarily taken aback, feeling regret for his hasty actions. Yet, at that time, there had been little opportunity to ponder such intricacies. What shall the two of you propose to resolve this matter? Tang Tian demanded. Fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, and I shall dismantle your Buddhist sect. Just as Tang Tian was about to continue, Jie Yin stepped forward, sighing. This situation is indeed a misunderstanding. Our Buddhist sect acknowledges our faults. However, Tang Sung has repeatedly offended our teacher, leaving us with no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. Pausing regarding your grand disciple's plight, Jie Yin continued. We will certainly provide some form of compensation. Compensation? The mother of Lishan scoffed, casting a cold glance at the ancient Buddha of Light. How about I kill him first? And then our Gie Jiao will also offer you some compensation? After glancing at the mother of Lishan, Jie Yin's gaze returned to Tang Tian. What do you propose? My grand disciple's fate is uncertain, and Zhuan Ti has harmed my disciple? Tang Tian's cold laughter echoed. Do you really believe my Jie Jiao is a pushover, easily bullied? As he spoke, Tang Tian suddenly stepped forward, emanating an imposing aura that blotted out the sun. The ancient Buddha of Light and the Jade Emperor instinctively took 2 steps back. The Jade Emperor was filled with dread, fearing that if they were to truly engage in battle within the heavenly court, the entire realm would face annihilation. Yuanshi Tianzun glanced at the 2 saints of the West, then took a couple of steps back. This matter, in truth, was one where the Buddhist sect was at fault. Even if Hongjun were to intervene, Tang Tian would still be the one in the right. Thus, Yuanshi Tianzun preferred not to overly involve himself in their affairs. Primarily, he was aware that he could not contend with Tang Tian. What do you truly desire? Jie furrowed his brows, lamenting inwardly. He cast a discreet glance at the ancient Buddha of Light, blaming him for the current predicament that had incited Tang Tian's wrath. The ancient Buddha of Light felt wronged. After all, he had painstakingly resolved the troublesome matter of Tang Shenzong, and now he was being reproached. After a moment's contemplation, Jie Yin exchanged glances with Zhuan Ti, and each conjured several magical treasures, casting them towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian snorted. Is my disciple's worth so meager? Just as his master, the Lady of Lishan, was about to speak, she received Tang Tian's telepathic message. Do not speak. You know that the girl is unharmed, and the situation is nearly resolved. It would be better to extort some benefits. However, how could the heavenly court suffer such losses? I fear that the losses might be too great, making it difficult for my master. No worries. Next time, act freely, with my master backing you. There is no cause for concern. The Lady of Lishan fell silent, yet her gaze turned coldly towards the ancient Buddha of Light. If she could, she would have liked nothing more than to cleave him in two with a single strike. To engage in such despicable acts, he was a persistent threat. Yet, he deluded himself into believing he stood on the side of righteousness. Such individuals are the most terrifying, parading under the banner of justice while committing heinous deeds, all the while remaining oblivious to their own malevolence. They mistakenly think themselves blameless, convinced that their every action is justified. However, he would likely not survive much longer. For Tang Shenzong, Ling Shui was his Achilles heel. With the ancient Buddha of Light having committed such acts, he would undoubtedly ensure the latter's demise. Jane scoffed and, reluctantly, produced more treasures. At that moment, Tang Tian wore a satisfied smile. Having extorted the Buddhist sect and caused some damage to the heavenly court, this was quite satisfactory. As for the injuries sustained by the Lady of Lishan, they were not severe. Primarily, Zhuan Ti dared not truly harm her. The Jade Emperor observed this and noted the extent of the damages incurred by the heavenly court. Is this acceptable? The heavenly court has suffered considerable losses, with innocent heavenly soldiers unjustly perishing and numerous structures damaged. I wonder how the esteemed saints perceive this matter? He directed a glance at the ancient Buddha of Light and continued, overall, the heavenly court is blameless. But how could it be otherwise? If the ancient Buddha of Light had not come to the heavenly court, how could such immense losses have been inflicted? Moreover, if the Lady of Lishan claims it was unintentional, who would believe her? After all, she could hardly suppress her laughter just moments ago. This irony was not lost on the Jade Emperor. Tang Tian let out a sigh, acknowledging that the fault indeed lay with Lishan. As the leader of the sect, he would never show favoritism towards his disciples. He resolved to send her back to Lishan shortly, decreeing that she was not to leave without his command. Chapter 620. The turbulence of Time's river. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor nearly spat blood. Was this not favoritism towards his disciple? The losses to the heavenly court were devastating, and yet it was merely a matter of the mother of Lishan returning home. Moreover, the command not to leave Lishan was clearly within their control. Even if she were to return now, it would not be long before she emerged again. According to Tongtian's character, he could easily claim it was his directive. Witnessing the destruction of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor felt an urge to vomit blood. He could not afford to offend either Tongtian or the mother of Lishan. Instead, he turned his gaze longingly towards the two saints of the West and the ancient Buddha of Light. After all, the main responsibility for this incident rested with the ancient Buddha of Light. Had he not come to the heavenly court, such calamity would not have befallen it. Seeing the Jade Emperor's pitiful expression, Jane and Xuanti exchanged glances, and each cleared their throats before silently departing the heavenly court alongside the ancient Buddha of Light. With their departure, Tongtian and the mother of Lishan also took their leave. In an instant, the Jade Emperor found himself alone, surveying the wreckage of the heavenly court and cursing, "What manner of beings are these? If only I were capable of confronting them, I would not hesitate to risk everything. This is sheer bullying, especially the mother of Lishan, who clearly acted with malice." After a long while, the Jade Emperor sighed helplessly. Being the ruler of the three realms was truly a frustrating endeavor. Below, the morning star, Tai Bai, looked on with disdain. Was this truly the demeanor of the Jade Emperor? He had allowed himself to be bullied right at his doorstep without uttering a word. Next time, he should act with more decisiveness. Tongtian reassured the mother of Lishan. "Do not fear, I will bear the consequences." With a wave of his hand, he added, "Enough, go wherever you wish. I shall retreat for meditation." With his hands clasped behind him, Tongtian vanished from the mother of Lishan's sight in a single step, his path marked by the imprint of his essence. Both of them were not ones to shy away from trouble. The mother of Lishan felt she had perhaps overstepped, yet in Tongtian's eyes, it was merely inconsequential. Shortly after Tongtian's departure, Tang Yu suddenly appeared. What a lively scene, he remarked with a smile. He recalled how the mother of Lishan had wielded her sword, wreaking havoc in the heavenly court, which he found quite impressive. At least, none of the women around him would dare to act in such a manner. The mother of Lishan shot him a playful glare. "You have emerged from the Guishu already?" Her gaze fell upon Ling Xue, and upon closer inspection, she noted that the girl had not sustained any injuries. "I sensed everything you did as soon as I came out," Tang Yu shrugged. "Had I arrived earlier, would I have allowed the ancient Buddha of Light to leave?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and scoffed. It was merely to prolong his existence. At that moment, Tang Yu's heart was filled with murderous intent towards the ancient Buddha of Light. How audacious to threaten oneself with those close at hand. A reckless end. I knew that I could never completely annihilate him. My initial intention was merely to inflict severe damage. Yet, unexpectedly, he fled to the celestial realm. The Lady of Lishan chuckled softly, remarking, "Although some damage has been done to the heavenly abode, it is indeed fortuitous. Well done. Next time, make your actions more pronounced. It would be splendid to topple the heavens entirely." Tang Yu shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. If the celestial realm were to be overthrown, the order of the three realms would undoubtedly descend into chaos. "Surely, that is not your desire?" The Lady of Lishan glanced at him, replying, "At that point, divine retribution would likely ensue, yet it is still the mortals who would ultimately suffer, wouldn't it?" Tang Yu shook his head with a smile, about to respond when suddenly the scene before him shifted. In the sky, an ominous black hole began to materialize, from which cascaded the myriad currents of time. Amidst the haze, a figure emerged, strolling through the flow of time, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of power, capable of annihilating heaven and earth with a mere gesture. However, his visage remained elusive, though it was discernible that he was a man. The only clear feature was his eyes, brimming with confusion and emptiness. He wandered through the currents of time, traversing between the past, present, and future. Shadows of the past flickered within the river of time, prompting the Lady of Lishan to exclaim in astonishment. Tang Yu felt an inexplicable familiarity with that figure, a deep-seated recognition. "I must investigate," he declared, invoking the laws of time to navigate through the currents toward the figure. Tang Sanzang and the Lady of Lishan gasped in alarm, fully aware that Tang Sanzang had yet to master the laws of time. Such temporal disarray was perilous. A moment's misstep could lead one to become lost in the river of time. Hence, Concern welled within them. Tang Yu pursued the figure, yet it remained just ahead, moving at a leisurely pace. No matter how fervently Tang Yu chased, the distance between them only grew. The laws of time were clearly at play. This individual possessed an equal mastery of them, surpassing even Tang Yu in their application. How could this be? Tang Yu gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The man stepped into the river of the past, subsequently transitioning into the future. His expression was profoundly vacant, as if he were ceaselessly traversing between past, present, and future, instinctively seeking something. What perplexed Tang Yu further was the profound sense of familiarity he felt toward this figure. Unable to catch up, the man entered different currents of time, wielding the laws with greater finesse than Tang Yu. However, Xiao Ling remarked, it seems he has entombed himself within the river of time, and furthermore, he is not whole. Not whole. As the river of time unfolded beneath his feet, Tang Yu stepped forward, chasing after the figure, yet the distance between them remained unbridged. He is but a fragment of a divine soul, a mere instinctive reaction to everything surrounding him. Little Ling's eyes shimmered with radiant light as she gazed intently at the figure before her, seemingly attempting to penetrate the very essence of his being. Suddenly, she let out a muffled groan, her eyes shutting tightly as crimson seeped forth from them. She had suffered a backlash. A fragmented divine soul. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that his own divine soul also seemed incomplete. This thought flashed through his mind and vanished as he fixated on the figure ahead, his heart filled with dread. Merely a sliver of a fragmented divine soul exuded such immense power. The potent aura surrounding him was so overwhelming that it unsettled Tang Yu's very spirit, making the rivers around them tremble. If this individual were at the pinnacle of his strength, how terrifying would that be? Yet, why was he merely a fragmented soul? Little Ling weakly spoke. It must have been his own doing, a self-inflicted division of his soul. No one else has the power to fragment a divine soul. Even when faced with formidable opponents, the only outcomes are either destruction or annihilation, never division. Chapter 621. Unconsciousness. Little Ling's eyes continued to bleed, her breath growing weaker. Thus, it must be he who divided his own soul, burying this fragment within the river of time, endlessly drifting between the past, present, and future. But why would he do such a thing? Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. There were only two possibilities. Either this individual had become so powerful that the realm could no longer contain him, leading him to split himself in search of a higher path, striving for transcendence, as Little Ling suggested with a hint of vanity, or he was scheming something. I sense the latter possibility carries more weight. Such a fragment of a divine soul is indeed formidable. If he sought transcendence, it would be almost effortless, perhaps even capable of reaching the pinnacle of existence. As Tang Yu gazed at the figure ahead, he saw it merge into different currents of time, and all he could perceive was a blurred silhouette, gradually receding from view. Could it be that the intervention of a higher power was responsible for this? Tang Yu murmured to himself. It is known in legend that after Pangu separated heaven and earth, the cosmos was governed by the way of heaven, and the great paths began to retreat from the world. However, the myriad existences akin to the way of heaven, governed by the great paths, are certainly not few. Tang Yu struggled to comprehend why, after Panga's creation, the great paths suddenly withdrew from the world, leaving the realm in the hands of the way of heaven. Yet, other domains similar to the way of heaven remained under the stewardship of the great paths, seemingly forsaking only this particular realm. At that moment, Tang Yu conceived a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the great paths were unable to manage this space? Your suggestion is not without merit. Little Ling's face flickered with a hint of trepidation, as if a shiver of fear coursed through her. She communicated softly, Father, do not speak of such things recklessly. Perhaps the great paths can hear us, and they are far more formidable than you can imagine. Tang Yu cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Ling, perplexed by the profound fear that this little creature exhibited when speaking of the great Tao. It seemed to stem from an instinctive dread, a terror concealed deep within its very essence. What about the heavenly Tao? Tang Yu inquired, for they found themselves in the realm of the heavenly Tao. Logically, it should be the heavenly Tao that possesses knowledge of all that transpires. At his words, a bloodthirsty glint suddenly ignited in Xiao Ling's eyes, and even the tendrils atop its head began to writhe. Its voice emerged in fragmented bursts, echoing as if countless Xiao Lings were speaking in unison. What is the heavenly Tao? Sooner or later, I shall consume it. Tang Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. What was it with this child and its insatiable appetite? Suddenly, the river of time trembled before him, a terrifying aura spreading forth. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu approached. Determined to investigate. Should he sense any danger, he resolved to flee immediately. This was the river of time, after all, and he felt a sense of trepidation. Green blood sprayed across the various currents of time, accompanied by anguished cries. Before him stood a man engaged in fierce combat with a colossal beast, delivering a single blow that sent the green giant flying. A being comparable to a saint was grievously wounded by this man's strike. Tang Yu uttered in astonishment. It is a time-space beast, but such legendary creatures were supposed to have been long extinct. Xiaoling replied. The legendary time-space beasts are birthed from the endless flow of time, capable of devouring time itself. Buzz. The shadowy figure struck out once more with a hand, leaving without a backward glance, as chaos swirled beneath its feet, drifting through the tumult of the various currents of time. The formidable beast was utterly obliterated by that singular blow. Tang Yu watched in trepidation, acutely aware that this beast possessed power rivaling that of a saint. Yet it was dispatched with such ease. To what extent had this individual achieved power? It was evident that this was merely a fragment of his divine soul, and his consciousness appeared to be in a state of disarray. A chill coursed through Tang Yu's being. It was terrifying. Could he replicate such a feat? Perhaps. But it would never be so effortless. Just as he could effortlessly inflict severe injury upon beings like Jin and Jundi, attempting to eliminate them would require considerable effort. Yet this man, with merely a remnant of his divine essence, had dispatched a being of such formidable stature with just 2 casual strikes. As the shadowy figure vanished from sight, just as Tang Yu was about to withdraw from the river of time, it abruptly returned, standing amidst the turbulent currents, silently observing Tang Yu. In its vacant gaze, a flicker of clarity seemed to emerge. Tang Yu lifted his gaze to meet it. Buzz. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and his mind became a blank canvas, devoid of all thought. Simultaneously, Xiaoling had completely succumbed to slumber, resting upon his shoulder. Boom. The sound resonated like a thunderous roar, echoing throughout the cosmos. The mother of Mount Li gazed upward with concern. The river of time trembled, cascading a myriad of radiant hues. Faint silhouettes emerged, engaged in a fierce battle within the currents of time. Among them was Tang Sung. At this moment, the mother of Mount Li wore a worried expression. Was he risking his life in this tumultuous struggle? A moment's carelessness could lead to his utter obliteration by the relentless flow of time. Strangely, it seemed that Tang Sung had mastered the laws of time to an extraordinary degree, his magical prowess seemingly enhanced as well. He was locked in combat with another shadow from the river of time. A resounding crash echoed. Blood splattered across the temporal currents as the indistinct figure staggered backward. And in the blink of an eye, the chaotic time vanished. The river of time receded, and with it fell the figure of Tang Yu. The mother of Mount Li swiftly caught him. Elder brother, what has happened to you? Ling Shui cried out anxiously. Upon closer inspection, there were no visible wounds on him. Yet, it was peculiar how he had suddenly succumbed to unconsciousness. With no time to ponder further, the mother of Mount Li, along with Tang Sung and Ling Shui, hurriedly returned to Mount Li. Tang Yu lay motionless. Even Xiao Ling had fainted on his shoulder. The mother of Mount Li found it puzzling. She could discern no issues. Yet he remained in a deep slumber. Could it be that his spirit had suffered a severe blow? But that was not the case. Moreover, during the battle in the river of time, it seemed that Tang Sung had gained the upper hand, driving away the other figure. Sister, what has happened to elder brother? What is going on? Ling Shui inquired. I do not know, the mother of Mount Li replied, her brows furrowing as she shook her head. Chapter 622. Only devouring Tang Sung's condition was quite peculiar. Not a single wound marred his body, yet he lay in a deep unconsciousness. The mother of Mount Li had considered the possibility of severe spiritual injury, but his spirit remained intact. Thus, the situation was perplexing. Tang Yu had been in a deep slumber for 3 days. Just as the mother of Mount Li felt at a loss and prepared to seek out the heavenly teacher, he finally stirred awake. You are awake? How are you feeling? The mother of Mount Li and Ling Shui inquired with concern. What has happened? Tang Yu asked, bewildered. He only remembered seeing that shadow, which had cast a glance in his direction, and then he was engulfed in darkness. What happened? He questioned, perplexed. What do you mean what happened? You have been unconscious for 3 days, the mother of Mount Li replied. How do you feel now? What could have transpired? How could Tang Sung find himself embroiled in a battle with that shadow? and within the perilous currents of time, no less. Such a dangerous affair could easily lead to his demise in the river of time. Yet, amidst the mother of Mount Li's suspicions, it seemed that Tang Seng's prolonged unconsciousness might be a consequence of being ensnared by the forces of time. But that should not be the case. He possessed the power of the laws of time. How could he remain unconscious for 3 days? Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback. How could this be possible? He hurriedly examined his physical condition and found no abnormalities. It was only 3 days. And how did you engage in battle with others in the river of time? Are you not aware of the inherent dangers? The mother of Lishan inquired. With a look of astonishment, Tang Yu stared at her. Engaging in combat in the river of time? He had certainly never done such a thing. His mastery of the laws of time was far from complete. He would never dare to act so recklessly. Thus, there was but one possibility. Another version of himself, residing within his soul, was manipulating his body to fight against others in the river of time. The mere thought of this made Tang Yu tremble uncontrollably. He realized he was unaware of what had transpired, yet another self had commandeered his body to engage in battle. What if that self could perpetually control his body? He did not wish to ponder further, yet his body continued to tremor slightly. What is wrong with you? The mother of Lishan asked, observing Tang Yu's distress. He forced a smile. It's nothing, nothing at all, just some worries after the battle. I acted impulsively. If I had misstepped, I would surely have been affected by the forces of time. Despite his words, his inner turmoil was profound, leaving him unable to find tranquility. After studying Tang Yu intently, the mother of Lishan furrowed her brow slightly. Shuer, please step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with your elder brother. All right, Ling Shuer replied. Turning to exit, the mother of Lishan approached slowly and sat on the bed, gazing at Tang Yu with a playful smile. What do you intend to do? Tang Yu felt an inexplicable nervousness and instinctively shifted to the side. I must caution you not to act recklessly. I am but a humble man. The mother of Lishan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Do you not feel embarrassed saying such things? Let me remind you. How many times did you indulge along the journey for scriptures? Do you require me to enumerate them for you? Well, I was not entirely in control of myself. It was to vex the Buddhist sect. Even with Tang Yu's thick skin, he felt his face flush at the mother of Lishan's teasing. It was utterly embarrassing. And yet you still refer to me as humble? She exclaimed, her eyes widening. It was merely a metaphor. Tang Yu awkwardly scratched his nose and shifted to the side once more. However, the corners of the mother of Lishan's mouth turned upward, adorned with a mischievous smile. As she leaned closer to Tang Yu. What are you doing? It's so hot. Being closer will only make it worse, he attempted to deflect. Hot? With your level of cultivation, you should no longer fear the extremes of temperature. Even if you were cast into a fire, you would hardly feel the heat, would you? The mother of Lishan playfully glared at him, then paused for a moment before continuing. That person fighting in the river of time was not you, was it? Although he appeared to be Tang Sanzang, his mastery over the laws of time was unparalleled. Most notably, the fluctuations of his magical power suggested that with a mere gesture, he could obliterate the heavens and earth, exuding a terrifying might that suppressed both ancient and modern times. It seemed as though even the heavens trembled, bowing before his might. In his formidable state, even the great Hongjun would be effortlessly extinguished in his presence. Thus, the mother of Lishan began to harbor doubts. That individual may not be Tang Sanzang, for the aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu paused momentarily. I am not him, yet I am. This statement left the mother of Lishan somewhat bewildered. With a sigh, Tang Yu continued, within my being resides another self. The great battle you refer to in the river of time, I am unaware of, for it is not truly me. The mother of Lishan's eyes widened in astonishment. How can this be possible? The soul is fragmented, Tang Yu gravely explained, as Xiao Ling has mentioned. How can this be? The mother of Lishan exclaimed. I too am uncertain, Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. Regarding the fragmentation of his soul, he suspected it was linked to the system. Consequently, he now instinctively felt an overwhelming dread towards it, fearing even to open the system interface, let alone recklessly exchange for anything. Fortune, would exchanging more only serve to strengthen it, ultimately leading to his complete replacement at an opportune moment? The mere thought sent shivers of fear down Tang Yu's spine. Once his greatest ally, it had now transformed into a formidable adversary, another version of himself. This was far more terrifying to Tang Yu than Hongjun or the heavens themselves. The mother of Lishan's expression grew grave. So, It was controlling your body during the battle? Indeed, that seems to be the case, Tang Yu shrugged. Standing from the bed and diverting the topic with a chuckle, your blanket has a delightful fragrance, much like your essence. The mother of Lishan remained silent. Her gaze fixed intently upon Tang Yu. This made him increasingly uneasy. What are you doing, staring at me like that? One day will it replace you? She inquired. Who knows? Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. Why couldn't I be the one to slay it? Yet, inwardly, he felt a bitter despair. To slay it? To sever his own soul? Such an act would mean severing himself, resulting in a significant diminishment of all his cultivation, making further progress in this life exceedingly difficult. Moreover, with an incomplete soul, he would risk becoming a fool, lost and bewildered as if glimpsing that shadow through time. Thus, he and this other self were inextricably linked, mutually dependent. All they could do was gradually consume one another. In this regard, Tang Yu was clearly at a disadvantage.